The moon shone bright, the night pale, and the stars sparse. Damn it. Cough, cough. A man dressed in black leather pants staggered deeper into the forest, gasping for breath, limping with every step. Damn, could there be a traitor within the organization? Never thought, I Bai. Cough, cough. He spat out a large mouthful of bloody foam. Recalling this doomed journey, Bai was filled with endless fury and regret. As the chief assassin of the assassination organization Nightingale, he had risked his life countless times, eliminating countless problems for the organization. Yet in the end, he had fallen into such a disgraceful fate. 30 years ago, as a child, Bai had watched his parents die before his eyes. The murderer, a rich kid high on drugs, had escaped justice due to his family's immense power. After a series of twists and turns, the case was quietly dropped. The moment the police issued their official statement, Bai finally understood. In this world, there were places beyond the reach of law, beyond the reach of justice. If the light of this world cannot dispel the darkness, then let me become an even deeper darkness. A few years after that incident, Bai met his Mistura professional killer. Kid, this path isn't easy. Think it over carefully. Yes, I've thought it through. Please accept me as your apprentice. After enduring countless storms of blood and violence, his weapon had reaped countless souls, yet Bai never once regretted. Finally, one day, he killed his enemy during a mission. He had waited 20 long years for this moment. But after killing that rich kid, Bai felt no joy of revenge. He stood motionless before the corpse, unable to calm down. The world remains the same world. People's hearts remain the same hearts. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't kill all the sins of this world. It's time to leave. Later, whispers spread through the underground circles. Bai, the Nightingale's chief assassin, had quickly retreated to the second line after this famous kill, refusing all assassination missions. Until a few days ago, on his master's deathbed, he received a message entrusting him with one final mission. To fulfill his master's last wish, Bai accepted it. The pale moonlight spilled freely over his body. Finally, when Bai reached a giant cedar tree, his strength gave out and blood loss overwhelmed him. He collapsed beneath the tree. Is this the end? With his last ounce of strength, he rolled onto his back, leaning against the tree roots, breathing in shallow, ragged gasps. 3 days of relentless pursuit through the forest, and on the final day, he'd been shot once through the leg, once grazing his lung. So this is our legendary chief assassin, the Great Bai? How pathetic. Several figures in Nightingale uniforms, wearing hooded masks, surrounded him. The man in front stepped forward to mock him. Don't blame us, brother. The old bosses really want you dead, so we had to put in some effort. Don't hold it against us. As he spoke, the man kicked Bai's empty handgun, which had already been fired, away, sending a few of you to escort me to the afterlife. The leader really spared no expense for me, the chief. Bai managed to squeeze out half a sentence before coughing up another handful of blood. You're the chief, after all. How else could we take down such a tough bone? Look, you even knocked out a few of our teeth. The man turned and pointed to the half of the Nightingale elite force that remained behind him. Anyway, who told you to cross our boss's path? Since you don't have long to live, I'll tell you the truth. The rich kid you killed? His father was our organization's biggest sponsor. Kill his son, and of course he'd won your life? Ha ha ha. If that old bastard master of yours hadn't been so hard to deal with, we wouldn't have needed a 10-year plan. The man sneered. Master. Bai's heart jolted. Master and apprentice hadn't spoken since that incident. So his master had. Damn it. Faking the master's final message? Cough, cough. I, Bai, never regret my actions. That beast deserved to die. I merely helped him on his way. What's deserving to die? Our organization simply takes money to solve problems. Do you actually believe in that delayed justice nonsense? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. All right, enough chatting. Time's up. Brothers, let's send off the chief. Send off the chief. The masked men drew their short knives and stabbed down in unison. Blood splattered everywhere, staining their masks with a particularly grotesque look. In his final moment, Bai thought, if I have a next life, I only hope this skill of mine won't be entrusted to demons again. How long had passed? Wake up. Wake up. Wee-wah, wake up. It's time to move out. Ugh. As his eyes slowly opened, Bai saw the scene before him. 3 men and 1 woman. A girl with chestnut hair and a clearly Western face was pressing her forehead against his, as if checking his temperature. No fever. Wee-wah, are you all right? I'm fine, Sister Tiffany. I just had a nightmare. Didn't sleep well last night. Hearing a voice, clearly not his own, coming from his body, Bai was startled. But his assassin's instincts kept him calm. At that moment, his view shifted toward the lake outside the tent. allowing Bai to see his current situation clearly. Reflected in the lake was a slightly dun yet resilient young face, large, bright eyes blinking curiously, seemingly captivated by fish in the water. Snow-white short hair with a casual side ponytail, but most striking were the fluffy ears on his head, swaying back and forth. Bai was certain now, this world was definitely not his own. It was very likely another world. What's going on? Bai muttered to himself. The body's owner seemed startled by the sudden voice in his head, letting out a shriek. Tiffany, who was cooking nearby, heard the cry and rushed over. Are you okay, Wuyue? What happened? Just now. It sounded like someone was speaking inside my head. Wuyue said cautiously. Must be hallucinations. Did you have a nightmare last night? Tiffany dismissed the bizarre comment with a smile. I hope so, but that voice seemed good as long as you're okay. Come on, eat your breakfast. These are rockbird eggs I gathered fresh this morning, theory, delicious boiled. Little Wuyue is still growing. Can't skip breakfast. You'll need energy for the journey. Unconcerned by the minor incident, Tiffany handed 2 boiled eggs to Wuyue and went back to serve the others. Okay, thank you, Sister Tiffany. Wuyue didn't hesitate, skillfully peeled the shells and stuffed the eggs into his mouth in 3 quick bites, then choked. During Wuyue's frantic search for water, Bai sorted through his thoughts after death. He had transmigrated to another world, his consciousness merging with a cat-eared little girl. This was truly, sigh, to think my reputation as Bai would end up like this. But then again, perhaps this was heaven answering his wish, though the method of fulfillment was a bit. Never mind, one step at a time. Right now, the priority is understanding this world. I'll use this child's feet and eyes to experience a new life. After experiencing life and death, Bai had let go of many things. Rather than cling to intangible ideals, he might as well enjoy the beautiful lake scenery before him. Chapter 2. Wuyue and her companions. Phew, I thought I was going to choke to death. Wuyue patted her small chest, breathing in fresh air deeply. Little Wuyue, you're still so reckless, said a middle-aged man approaching from the side. He wore heavy knight's plate armor, a full beard, and a particularly noticeable scar across his cheek. With that attitude, I can't trust you with the upcoming mission. Uncle Svina, it's okay. I'll definitely complete this mission. Yes, definitely. Wuyue's voice lost confidence toward the end, as if remembering something, her head slowly drooping. Sigh, girl, I don't expect much help from you anymore. Just keeping yourself safe would be a blessing. Leave the rest to us. The man named Svina looked helpless. Before this mission, Wuyue had already failed several tasks due to various reasons, nearly losing her life. But despite constantly messing up, she still strived to grow stronger, as reminded Svina of his own daughter. Thinking of this, Svina smiled and ruffled Wuyue's small head with his rough hand. Uncle Svina, don't worry. I'll work hard to survive and become stronger. Wuyue clenched her small fists, determined. Huh. Svina shook his head, saying no more, and turned to walk away. Wuyue gazed into the distance, biting her lip. The Adventurers Guild required newly awakened adventurers, known as apprentice rank, to accompany senior adventurers on missions until they advanced to novice rank. This team, led by Uncle Svina, consisted entirely of Wuyue's family, and the uncle had done his best to teach and care for her. Yet she kept ruining everything. Guilt rose in her heart, making her unable to lift her head. Wuyue, a deep, emotionless male voice came. It's okay. Just be yourself. Wuyue looked up to see a tall, handsome male elf with eyes like stars. He wore mage robes and carried a staff on his back, his calm expression always reminding one of church statues. Grandpa Marna's, thank you, but I'm really useless, good for nothing, and I still. Child, I've lived over 1,000 years, spanning an era. I've seen many people and heard many stories. I can see a powerful soul dwelling within you. You are destined to shake this world. No need for self-blame, no need for worry. All right, old ma, don't pressure her too much. We're about to leave. Tarek, the young human man beside them, reminded him, then took the bow off his back, holding it in his hand. He called to Tiffany. Tiffany, time to go. Coming. Tiffany straightened her cloth armor, slung a small shield on her back, hung a chain mace at her waist, and picked up a book in her left hand. Little Wuyue, get ready, we're leaving. Oh, okay, right away. Wuyue snapped back to reality, quickly rushing into the tent to retrieve the equipment she had painstakingly saved up for: a tattered, faded brown leather armor and a dull iron dagger. After a frantic preparation, Wuyue darted out of the tent, running toward her companions. Seriously, Wuyue, you forgot to tie your armor straps again. Tiffany said helplessly. Hee hee, don't try to get away with being cute. This little girl doesn't seem too bright. Bai thought. But elves, beastkin. Truly a fascinating world. Seems it'll be interesting. As Bai pondered, Wu Yue's group moved forward. The forest didn't seem large. Leaving the camp, walking west along the mountain path, crossing 2 hills, the view suddenly opened up. A massive canyon lay before them, stretching up to the sky, with dense forests on both sides. Deep in the canyon was a flat grassland, the surrounding mountains leveled to form a smooth area. At the end of the canyon stood a tall wall, lined with guards in armor, holding weapons. Seeing Wu Yue's group approaching, the guards immediately became alert. Halt! State your names and present your entry permit. We are the Crank Adventuring Team, Spark. I'm Captain Svina. Here's our entry permit. Svina stepped forward to negotiate with the guards. Respected adventurer, your credentials are valid. You're permitted to enter. However, what is it? Svina asked. The guard said, 3 days ago, a Crank Adventuring Team entered Death Canyon and lost contact. No news since. Our superiors have sent search parties. Your team is also crank, so I fear. Don't worry, brother. We won't go too deep. Complete our task and immediately withdraw. Svina was confident in his team's strength. Then please be careful. After all, if something happens, it'll be troublesome for us to handle. The guard, having fulfilled his duty, said no more. Understood. With that, Svina led the group into the canyon. Wu Yue walked in the middle of the group. Bai took the opportunity to observe the canyon. This area had many plants, varying in height and thickness, scattered about with rich greenery. Besides the plants, there were numerous monsters, but most moved slowly, posing no threat. In Wu Yue's memory, these monsters wouldn't attack humans. This is a safe zone. No need to worry, Svina said. Next, we'll explore the rocky ridge ahead. If danger arises, we'll retreat immediately. Yes, Captain. Yes, brother uncle. The others responded, seemingly relaxed, but each was secretly observing the canyon, guarding against sudden crises. In this world, adventurers weren't lone wolves. They relied on teamwork. In an adventurer's eyes, teamwork was the truly reliable way to cooperate. Such cooperation allowed them to depend on each other, providing mutual support against any difficulties or troubles, preventing easy attacks or hunts by monsters. Moreover, teamwork had another advantage. When facing strong enemies, information could be shared, increasing the team's chances of victory and avoiding total annihilation. Of course, due to differing individual qualities, team members varied, but none would be as nearly powerless as Wu Yue. Thus, everyone paid extra attention and caution to her. All right, let's go. Svina waved, leading the way onto the path ahead. Wu Yue followed closely. Whoosh whoosh. The cold wind in the canyon brushed against her fluffy ears. Wu Yue followed the group forward. The air carried a faint smell of soil. Wu Yue. Tiffany walked beside Wu Yue, calling softly. Wu Yue stopped, turning her head to look at Tiffany. Sister Tiffany, what is it? Nothing. I just wanted to tell you, no matter what happens, don't be afraid. Remember, we're always with you. Tiffany smiled. She was a gentle person. Thank you. I'll do my best. Wu Yue clenched her fists, determined. Hee hee. Seeing Wu Yue's expression, Tiffany couldn't help but laugh. She felt this girl was truly special. Though younger, she always gave her a strange sense of closeness. Not just Tiffany, the others also felt this affinity. Wu Yue, don't listen to Tiffany's nonsense. She's just teasing you. Hurry up, or you'll lose Svina. Tarek urged from side. Wu Yue blushed slightly and ran forward again. The 5 of them smoothly reached the rocky ridge at the center of Death Canyon. At the center of the ridge was a river over 10 meters wide, with turbulent water gushing from rock crevices, creating splashing waves. On both banks were dense forests of stone pillars, blocking sunlight and emitting a faint aura of gloom. Fish swam in the river, but no creature dared jump in to hunt. At that moment, a cry of alarm came from the group. Wu Yue had stepped on a loose stone, nearly falling into the river, but Tarek reacted quickly and pulled her back. Sorry, I was just distracted watching the fish in the river. Wu Yue said apologetically. It's okay. Let's get back on the ridge. Tarek said, helping Wu Yue climb up. The others followed. After landing, the group began walking along the stone forest. After about half a minute, a large waterfall cascaded down from above, its thunderous roar echoing throughout the canyon. The waterfall hung like a natural barrier, blocking visitors from outside the canyon. The group reached the edge of the waterfall, peering into the depths. According to intelligence, what we're looking for should be behind the waterfall. Svina pointed at the waterfall. But we don't know if there's danger inside. Everyone, be careful, don't get separated. The others in the group acknowledged. Soon, Svina led everyone behind the waterfall, where a dark cave entrance lay. Svina tested it with his hand, then turned back and said, "Everyone, be extra cautious. I'll go in first to scout," Svina said, weapon in hand, crawling into the cave. After 2 minutes, Svina reappeared at the entrance, waving to signal that the others could enter. The group cautiously entered the cave. The cave walls were embedded with many glowing minerals, illuminating the interior. Svina and Tarek led the way, while Marnaz, Wu Yue, and Tiffany brought up the rear. The cave was damp and cold, with occasional moss visible. "Stay alert, everyone. There might be fierce monsters in here, especially cave goblins." "Be careful," Svina warned. "Understood." The group responded. Svina led the way, keeping watch on the surroundings as they advanced. After walking a distance, Svina stopped. Ahead was a huge circular pit. The pit was about 10 meters in diameter, bottomless at a glance. Seeing this sight, everyone halted. Svina signaled Marnaz to use a spell. After a brief chant, a ball of white light slowly floated from the tip of Marnaz's staff. He pointed his staff, and the light drifted slowly toward the bottom of the pit. About half a minute later, the light reached the bottom. Everyone focused, finally seeing the full picture of the pit's depths. Chapter 3. The Goblin King. A multitude of skeletal remains lay scattered, some long since decayed, yet still retaining a rough semblance of their former shape. Others were fragmented, evidently torn asunder and consumed by some formidable creature at the moment of their demise. In addition, an array of peculiar flora entwined around these bones, with some branches even bearing fruit. The origins of these remains were shrouded in mystery. Swana furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scattered, ominous bones. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed from a distance. The group immediately turned to observe. From the thicket of trees emerged a swarm of shadowy figures. They were beings clad in bizarre, scaly armor, their skin a dark gray, standing approximately 1 to 1.5 meters tall, with spindly arms and legs but bulging muscles, exuding a ghastly visage. It was unmistakable. These were cave goblins. Compared to their kin in the forest, they exhibited a far more ferocious temperament. In that moment, the group finally comprehended the fate that had befallen the bones at the cave's depths. "Prepare for battle. Old Ma, ready the firewall. Tarek, focus on pinpoint strikes. Tiffany, be on standby to heal. And Wu Yue, protect yourself." Swana bellowed, gripping a short sword in one hand and a large shield in the other. His gaze fixed on the oncoming goblins. Originally, Wu Yue's role as an assassin was to eliminate the goblin archers and shamans across the battlefield, but considering her combat prowess, a cacophony of high-pitched, piercing cries erupted as a horde of goblins charged forth, their mouths agape, revealing rows of yellowed teeth, causing a painful ringing in the ears and a dizzying sensation. Swana strode forward as a goblin rushed at him wielding a thigh bone, and unidentifiable victims, like a hammer. The air crackling with the force of its swing aimed at Swana's chest. Swana raised his shield effortlessly to deflect the blow, then countered with a swift strike, toppling the goblin to the ground, his short sword plunging into its eye, blood and brain matter spilling forth. He swiftly withdrew his blade, not pursuing recklessly, but rather employing the same technique to eliminate the other charging goblins. Their speed made them difficult to hit, and they wielded arrows. A hasty charge would only lead to encirclement. It was far wiser to first deal with the more reckless attackers. A chorus of anguished screams permeated the air. As a warrior untrained in magic, Swana relied on his sturdy plate armor and sheer brute strength to withstand the goblins' assaults. Nevertheless, being a seasoned fighter endowed with extensive combat experience and a wealth of martial techniques, he quickly discerned the vulnerabilities among these goblins. His short sword traced an enigmatic arc, swiftly beheading 2 goblins in an instant, while he used his shield to knock another away, simultaneously sweeping his blade to repel the remaining foes. Then, he leapt into the air, descending with purpose, his short sword aimed at the head of the nearest goblin. With a muted thud, the blade pierced flesh, emerging from the goblin's throat, pinning it to the ground. The series of movements was executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any hesitation. A roar erupted from the remaining goblins, who charged furiously toward Swana. "Old man, are you not yet ready?" Swana called out, his bravery evident, yet the overwhelming onslaught of goblins filled him with trepidation. "All set," Marana's replied, his expression as impassive as ever. A fierce blaze erupted beside him, soaring towards the horde of goblins, forming a wall of flames that enveloped them in its fiery embrace. The air was soon filled with anguished cries. Such flames posed a significant threat to the goblins, enough to scorch them severely. Seizing the opportunity created by the flames obscuring the goblin's vision, Tarek and Tiffany sprang into action. Tarek drew his bow, launching arrows that struck several goblins directly in the head. However, the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming. Despite Marana's fiery obstruction, many still surged through the wall of flames, lunging at Swana and his companions. "Damn it," Swana cursed, his short sword cleaving one goblin in half. Simultaneously, Marana's unleashed a barrage of fire arrows, ice spears, and lightning chains towards the goblins, piercing, paralyzing, and incinerating them. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, causing Swana's pupils to constrict. He grabbed a charging goblin and hurled it aside with great force. A resounding crash echoed as a colossal goblin, towering around 3 meters tall and wielding a massive stone pillar, charged towards Swana. "Be cautious. It's the Goblin King," Swana shouted urgently. This was indeed a legendary-level monster, albeit the weakest among its kind, yet still formidable enough to warrant their utmost attention. It was likely that the missing squad mentioned by the guards had met their demise at its hands. Just as the stone pillar was about to strike Swana, a layer of golden armor suddenly enveloped him, blocking the Goblin King's attack. It was Tiffany's sacred armor spell, a high-tier defensive magic with remarkable protective capabilities. However, this armor was not infallible. The Goblin King's strike caused a significant dent in it. Swana could not suppress a spurt of blood, his body swaying slightly. Despite his high defense and Tiffany's supportive magic, he still sustained injuries from the Goblin King's assault. "Damn it," Swana gritted his teeth, straining to fend off the Goblin King's attacks as the golden glow surrounding him began to dim, indicating his immense fatigue, a testament to the Goblin King's superior strength. Eventually, the golden aura shattered, and with a final blow, the Goblin King sent Swana, shield and all, flying. Upon hitting the ground, Swana coughed up blood, kneeling on one knee. "Swana!" Tiffany exclaimed in alarm, immediately casting healing magic to mend his wounds, though the severity of his injuries rendered the spell merely a temporary relief. "Tiffany!" Swana gasped as he struggled to rise. "We must leave this place at once. The Goblin King is no ordinary creature. It is a veritable legend among monsters, one that they cannot possibly defeat. Shall we go?" Tiffany shook her head, declaring, "No way. If we leave together. They are a team, akin to family. How could they abandon one another to escape alone?" "Damn it." Swana gritted her teeth, wishing to join them, but was blocked by a horde of goblins. Meanwhile, Talek was preoccupied with evading the goblins' close-range assaults, unable to assist. Swana glanced at Tiffany and the others, and the situation appeared dire. After sending Swana flying, the Goblin King approached Wiyue and the others with a ferocious glare, akin to a predator stalking its prey. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tiffany Marinas whispered, "I possess a spell that can eliminate it, but it requires time to chant. Can you buy me a moment?" "All right. I will do my utmost," Tiffany responded hastily, casting a glance at Wiyue, who trembled with fear, her legs shaking, yet her gaze remained resolute, clutching a rather dull dagger. Witnessing Wuyue's demeanor, a surge of affection welled up in Tiffany's heart. She was such a foolish child. "Roar!" The Goblin King bellowed, raising its stone pillar to strike Tiffany and Wiyue. Holy barrier! The Goblin King's swing was swift, yet Tiffany's response was swifter. She unleashed her prepared miracle, deflecting the attack. The Holy Barrier, a commonly used defensive spell in sacred light magic, can easily negate most assaults. If Tiffany reacted promptly, she could even turn the tide of battle. However, this time, she miscalculated. With a resounding crash, the Holy Barrier cracked, a blinding flash of golden light signifying an overwhelmingly powerful strike. "No, this cannot continue," Tiffany thought, her complexion pale as she gazed at the barrier before her. This was her strongest defensive spell, one she would not have deployed lightly under normal circumstances. "Tiffany!" Wiyue cried. Witnessing her sister struggle against the Goblin King's onslaught, a pained expression etched on her face. She loathed herself for lacking the strength to protect Tiffany. She resented being the one to hold the team back, to hinder her family. "Roar!" The Goblin King roared, emitting a powerful wave from its stone pillar, reverberating throughout the space. Such strength would send even master-level adventurers retreating in caution. Moreover, the Goblin King was no mere brute. It had learned to coordinate with other goblins to overwhelm its foes. Swana fought to maintain her footing, her form flickering as she dodged encirclement, wielding her short sword to strike at the surrounding goblins. At that moment, Talik was knocked to the ground by a goblin that had ambushed him. A sharp bone spike piercing his shoulder, crimson liquid streaming down. No, this cannot be. I must help everyone. How can I die here? Wu Yue's mind was in disarray. The instinct for survival clashing with the desire to save others. I yearn for strength, and I long to fight alongside everyone. Oh, Divine One. If you can truly hear me, please come to our aid. Bang! The Goblin King crashed once more against the sacred wall. Cracks spreading across its surface as though it might shatter at any moment. Do you desire power? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wu Yue's mind, catching her off guard. Yes, I crave strength. I wish to survive. Wu Yue almost blurted out. I shall grant you immense power. The voice continued. But I do not know you. Wu Yue hesitated. I will teach you to become stronger. Now relax your mind and leave everything to me. The voice urged. Very well. Wu Yue nodded in agreement. Her thoughts consumed by a singular desire, to obtain power, to become formidable. She wanted to aid everyone. She wanted to survive. Now I shall temporarily take control of your body. Observe closely and learn well. Bang! Crack! The sacred wall could no longer bear the strain, shattering completely. Tiffany, in despair, closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. At that critical moment, Wu Yue suddenly stepped forward, brushing past Tiffany and charging towards the Goblin King, who was raising a stone pillar to strike Tiffany. Wu Yue, Tiffany gasped, her face paling in fear. Do not go there, Tiffany shouted, reaching out to grasp Wu Yue, but her hands met only air. Shadow escape, Wu Yue murmured softly. Chapter 4A Commission from the World. Bai Ye had been observing everything through Wu Yue's perspective, marveling at Savannah's exquisite martial skills, Tarek's remarkable archery, Tiffany and Malnaz's magic, and the immense power of the Goblin King. Alongside his astonishment at the myriad mysteries of this world, he felt deeply moved by the familial bond shared among them. This was the warmth he had lost so early in his past life, the warmth of family. How many years had it been? Nearly 30, Bai Ye mused. Since the emergence of the Goblin King, his instincts as a killer, or perhaps his professional habits, compelled him to analyze its weaknesses. It possesses a colossal physique, brute strength, and lacks finesse. Its speed is comparable to that of an ordinary person. However, it seems to be imbued with something not inherent to it, what one might call a blessing in this world. No wonder the group's attacks had little effect. As a legendary creature, the title bestowed upon the Goblin King granted it not only formidable strength, but also a reduction in damage taken. It was far beyond the penetration capabilities of ordinary weapons. Conversely, due to its racial traits, this title did not confer magical resistance. So the grand spell that Malnaz was currently chanting should be capable of vanquishing it. Yet, it seems this old horse is concealing its true power, Bai Ye discerned, realizing that Malnaz was far more than he had initially portrayed. Nevertheless, it was evident that this elf, having lived for over 1,000 years, genuinely regarded the others as family and friends, likely bound by unspoken burdens. Bang! The sound of the Goblin King striking the sacred wall jolted Bai Ye back to reality. Witnessing the impending shattering of the sacred barrier, Bai Ye felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was merely a fragment of consciousness residing within Wu Yue's mind. Even if he could intervene, he would be utilizing the body of a delicate young girl. Moreover, even if his original form were present, he could at best match Swana in strength, yet still find himself unable to contend with such inhuman power. If only he could master the magic and martial arts of this world, he would possess the confidence to vanquish it. Alas, this was merely a fleeting thought. With a resounding crash, the Goblin King struck again, the sacred barrier cracking under the force. As Bai Ye pondered, an indescribable power suddenly enveloped him, drawing his consciousness into a realm of pure white. Surrounding him floated dozens of crystal orbs, each pulsating with a myriad of colors, each the size of a fist. At the center of this space radiated a golden halo, emanating an inexplicable warmth. Greetings, soul from another realm, spoke the luminous entity in a mechanical yet emotionless female voice. Flickering momentarily. Who are you? Bai Ye inquired, perplexed. I am the will of this world, the primordial being, it replied. Very well. Considering the extraordinary nature of this world, I have grown accustomed to the unexpected. What is it that you require of me? We have been observing countless worlds, and in the realm I oversee, a pollution has arisen that cannot self-regulate. And so, hence, I must acquire strength from other worlds. You have chosen me? Bai Ye asked. I have observed you for over 30 years. You are the most suitable soul I have discovered. Could you not seek out those formidable beings from other realms, immortal cultivators, supernatural entities, martial kings, or wealthy sons-in-law? What use is a mere ordinary person like me? Not at all. I have indeed sought such individuals, but they have proven unsuitable. How can you be certain I am fitting? What I value is your soul, which can seamlessly adapt to this world and bear great power. This has no bearing on your status as an ordinary person in your past life. Then why have you allowed me to inhabit this child's body? There is no need for confusion. She is the one whose soul wavelength aligns with yours. The will of the world interrupted Bai Ye's inquiry. Although he still found it perplexing why Wu Yue's soul resonated with his own, he chose not to press further. Understood. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Objectives, intelligence, and rewards, all of which are essential conditions for employing an assassin. Cleanse this world of its corruption, yet due to certain circumstances, I cannot divulge its true name. You need only know it is neither a single entity, nor an ordinary one, nor of this realm. Neither a single entity, nor an ordinary one, nor of this realm? Bai Ye furrowed his brow. This was no simple task. When you accomplish your mission, I shall fulfill my promise and grant you the promised reward. But as you can see, I possess no extraordinary abilities, and my host is merely a fragile girl. How am I to combat those monstrosities? Do not fret. I shall bestow upon you the most suitable powers for you and your host. As time progresses, this strength will gradually be unlocked, ultimately aiding you in your quest. The will of the world assured him. Understood. Let us proceed. It is time to commence, Bai Ye declared, turning to depart, transforming into a beam of light that vanished from sight. Sighing, he thought to himself, at last, the process is complete. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously indifferent mechanical voice transformed into a languorous, sultry tone. This was the final summoning. If this endeavor were to fail, surrendering this world would be the only option. How frustrating. What was wrong with those summoned before, who, having received the power I bestowed, turned against me, invoking bitter memories, murmured the enigmatic voice. The perspective then shifted to Bai Ye. Bai Ye, I hope you do not let me down. Emerging from the white void, Bai Ye realized that time remained as it was before departure. It appeared that the flow of time differed between the two realms. Oh, divine being, anyone would suffice. Please come to our aid. Bang! The Goblin King crashed once more against the sacred barrier, cracks spreading across its surface as if it were on the verge of shattering. Observing this, Bai Ye knew it was time to act. He declared, Do you yearn for power? Wu Yu paused momentarily, then exclaimed, I long for strength. I wish to help everyone. I want to survive. I shall grant you formidable power, Bai Ye replied. But I do not know you, she protested. I will teach you how to grow strong. Now, relax your mind and entrust everything to me. All right. Wu Yu acquiesced, disregarding the identity and intentions of the voice's owner. Her thoughts narrowed to a singular focus: acquire power, become strong, aid others, and survive. I will momentarily take control of your body. Watch closely and learn. Okay. Wu Yu responded, feeling as if her body no longer belonged to her. A peculiar sensation enveloped her consciousness, transforming her into an observer, witnessing a grand performance. Bang! Crack! The sacred barrier, unable to withstand the pressure, crumbled completely. Tiffany had despairingly closed her eyes, bracing for death. In this critical moment, Wu Yu stepped forward, brushing past Tiffany, charging towards the Goblin King, who was poised to strike with a stone pillar. Wu Yu! Tiffany exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Do not go, she cried, reaching out to grasp Wu Yu, but grasping only air. A confident smile graced Wu Yu's lips, a reflection of the 999 mission completion rate of Bai Ye's chief assassin, infused with the memories of countless assassins across time and space. Though only a fraction of this power could be summoned due to Wu Yu's limitations, it would suffice to deal with a 3-meter-tall brute. Shadow escape, Wu Yu murmured softly. Tiffany, prepared to rush forward to push Wu Yu aside and absorb the impending blow, watched as Wu Yu, accompanied by the incantation of shadow escape, was swiftly engulfed by darkness, sinking into the ground like a ripple on water, transforming into a pool of black shadow. The Goblin King's attack missed, crashing into the earth and sending debris flying. The shadow was not idle. It swiftly darted beneath the Goblin King's legs. Before it could react, a petite figure emerged from the shadow, a dagger wreathed in purple smoke in hand. In one swift motion, a backstab pierced the Goblin King's tough hide, driving the dagger in over an inch deep. Backstabbing is a skill that every assassin must master, particularly effective against foes who are unaware of their presence. It is evident that, due to the Goblin King's legendary protection and the questionable quality of the dagger in hand, even with all his might and the added advantage of a backstab, he could only penetrate an inch. Yet, that was sufficient. Centered around the minor wound inflicted by Wuyue moments ago, a strange purple aura visibly radiated along the Goblin King's veins, causing him to exhibit signs of agony as he howled and desperately clawed at his back. His movements significantly slowed. What was happening? Tiffany could hardly believe her eyes. The once trembling Wuyue had suddenly surged forward, employing an intermediate shadow magic, shadow evasion, to evade the Goblin King's powerful strike, and then executed a remarkably fluid series of attacks, as if transformed. By effectively using shadow erosion to impede the Goblin King's actions, slowing him down, Wuyue did not relent. With a swift twist of the dagger, she flipped it to a reverse grip, advancing with lightning speed to slice through the Goblin King's Achilles heel, simultaneously applying a combo effect to her dagger, intending to compensate for her lack of strength with a flurry of strikes. With a swift sound, she had already inflicted over 10 strikes to the same area, severing a tendon in one of the Goblin King's legs, forcing him to kneel while he could only roar in frustration, wishing to rend this little creature before him to shreds. How vexing it must be to be toyed with by an insignificant ant. Wuyue chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery. It's all right, it will be over soon. With that, she took a step back from the incapacitated Goblin King. The flame of Saruman was finally completed by Malnus, layers of magical formations appearing before him, unleashing countless fire-formed entities resembling dragons rather than snakes, which flew towards the goblins, entangling them, biting, and scorching them. The largest among them surged directly toward the kneeling Goblin King, wrapping around him tightly and sinking its fangs into his throat. In an instant, the cave was filled with the goblins' wails and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Chapter 5. Apprenticeship. The flames continued to burn for an extended period until there was nothing left to consume. After casting his spell, Malnus casually seated himself on a nearby large stone, clearly showing little fatigue from the high-level magic he had just unleashed. Tiffany hurriedly approached, dragging the injured Swana and Talak to safety, administering healing magic to staunch their bleeding. Are you all right, Swana? How do you feel? Tiffany inquired anxiously. Swana, having sustained the most severe injuries, had taken a solid blow and, despite his efforts to fend off several goblins, was utterly exhausted. Talak had only sustained a wound on his shoulder, but remained relatively conscious. Damn it, Swana slowly opened his eyes, attempting to rise, but was met with internal pain that made him grimace. What about the others? Tarek had sustained a minor injury, while Malnus remained unscathed. At this moment, Tiffany suddenly recalled the condition of Wuyue and hurriedly turned to check. In the corner of the cave, a striking white figure caught her eye. Wuyue, Tiffany, fearing the worst, dashed over. Little Wuyue, are you all right? Don't scare your sister. Tears nearly welled in Tiffany's eyes, remembering how Wuyue had bravely stepped in to save her at the last moment. If anything had happened to her, Wuyue, though her eyes remained closed, murmured softly. That's wonderful. Little Wuyue, you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? Does it hurt? As Tiffany spoke, she gently examined Wuyue's body, concerned for any injuries. I'm fine. Just feeling weak all over, Wuyue replied faintly, finally opening her eyes. After Bai had commanded Wuyue to withdraw from the spell's range, she had relinquished control of her body back to Wuyue. However, the exhaustion from battle crashed over her like a tidal wave, and as soon as her consciousness returned, she fainted. Tiffany quickly cradled Wuyue's small head in her lap, tenderly stroking her hair. You dashed out so suddenly. You nearly gave me a heart attack, she said. Still shaken. You seem like a different person with those remarkable skills. What on earth happened? Wuyue hesitated, unsure how to respond. She certainly couldn't tell Tiffany that a voice had suddenly urged her to crave power and take over her body. Tiffany, would you believe me if I said I was just flailing around? Wuyue attempted to play it off with a silly grin. Tiffany raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. My dear, do you even believe that yourself? Actually, yes, Wuyue replied, playfully. Tiffany, don't scratch my ears, it tickles. I was wrong. After a bout of playful teasing, Tiffany spoke again. All right then, since little Wuyue is unwilling to share, I won't press you. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that you have grown stronger, and I am genuinely happy for you. Besides, if it weren't for you just now. Ahem. Malnus cleared his throat, interrupting Tiffany before she could continue. Grandpa Malnus, I'm quite tired now. I need to rest for a while. Please wake me for dinner, Wu Yue yawned, leaning against Tiffany and drifting into slumber. Very well. When you wake, I shall prepare grilled fish for you. Tiffany gently patted Wu Yue's back, offering comfort. Thank you, sister. Wu Yue replied, obediently closing her eyes as her breathing gradually steadied. Malnus shook his head and rose to his feet. I should take Swana and Tarek to tend to their injuries. Swana's wounds were more severe, having affected her internal organs. Malnus administered a healing potion to Swana, then secured her fractured left arm with bandages and wrapped plant roots around it to prevent it from moving. After completing these tasks, it was likely that, given Swana's constitution, she would recover within a few days. As for Tarek, although he appeared quite battered, his injuries were merely superficial. A bit of bandaging and some time to heal would suffice. After Malnus departed, Tiffany sat in contemplation, cradling the slumbering Wu Yue in her arms. It was already evening, and should they delay for another day, they risked attracting more ferocious monsters. Moreover, they needed to return to Thesarl post-haste to fulfill their mission. They had to leave the cave at dawn. Having tended to the two injured comrades, Malnus ventured deeper into the cave, arriving at a relatively enclosed space reeking of goblin stench. Scattered across the ground were the skeletal remains of an unknown victim, and in the center lay a stone hewn into the shape of a throne, evidently the designated seat of the Goblin King. Behind the stone seat was a wooden chest, likely plundered from a merchant caravan. With ease, Malnus opened the unlatched chest and began to rummage for useful items, such as gold coins, potions, and weaponry. At last, he discovered a hidden compartment within the chest. This must be it, he thought. Upon pressing a button, the compartment opened to reveal an ancient stone tablet inscribed with incomprehensible glyphs. This was the target item of their mission when the quest was assigned by the Adventurers Guild. The employer's identity had been kept anonymous, and no mention was made of the legendary monsters lurking within the cave, which nearly led to the annihilation of their party. Malnus's instinct, honed over a millennium, warned him that the situation was far from simple. Thus, he took precautions, producing a parchment and employing a tracing spell to meticulously copy the contents of the tablet as a backup. On his return, he passed by an underground river and casually caught a few fish to bring back. When Malnus arrived, Talek was already able to move freely. Although his shoulders still ached slightly, he had just gathered some firewood outside the cave and was attempting to ignite a fire, but due to his shoulder's condition, he struggled to get it going. Old Ma, you're just in time. Help me light this fire, he called out. With a flick of his fingers, Malnus conjured flames, and the kindling ignited effortlessly. How convenient, coach. I wish I could learn that, Talek exclaimed. To achieve my level of elemental control, you would need at least 50 years of practice, my child, Malnus replied, dousing Talek's enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Is that so? What a pity, Talek responded, feeling somewhat disheartened. Thank goodness for you, old Ma. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble, Svanna, who had just awakened, remarked. Malnus waved his hand dismissively. I didn't contribute much. It was little Wu Yue who bought us time and protected you. You ought to express your gratitude to her. What? Wu Yue? Svanna exclaimed, taken aback. He had been too far during the recent battle to witness Wu Yue's display of prowess. Talek chimed in. You missed it, Svanna. Little Wu Yue took down that Goblin King in no time, giving Old Ma the opportunity to cast his spells. Svanna still struggled to believe that just 2 days prior, the little one had struggled to defeat a mere slime, yet now she had showcased such remarkable skill without his knowledge. Indeed, Wu Yue has suddenly grown stronger, Tiffany commented. When asked why, she refuses to answer. Nevertheless, her newfound strength is undoubtedly a good thing. Let us all agree to refrain from probing her further. As long as she remains our dear Wu Yue, we shall accept her as she is. With their consensus reached, Tiffany began to prepare the fish for roasting. As the other three counted their spoils, the consciousness of Wu Yue wandered through the realm of dreams. Suddenly, a voice pierced the stillness. I have arrived. The figure of Bai materialized behind Wu Yue. Startled, Wu Yue's tail stood on end, but she relaxed upon confirming that this was indeed the person who had come to aid her. Hello? Wu Yue greeted timidly. Do not be anxious. My name is Bai, and I am not from this world. Bai then succinctly recounted the events of his previous life to Wu Yue. So, you are from another world and you were a professional assassin. Wu Yue's eyes widened in shock. This was the most astonishing tale she had ever heard in her years as a cat. A top-tier assassin from a parallel realm, now inhabiting her own body. How extraordinary. Well, I suppose it is fitting to call me uncle since I was over 30 before I died. This is how I came to be here. But what I am about to say is of utmost importance and may determine your fate, Bai stated gravely. Please, go on, Wu Yue replied, her expression now serious. She had already witnessed the prowess of this elite assassin and dared not take the matter lightly. I am currently employed by the will of this world, and I need to utilize your body to complete a perilous mission, Bai confessed, wishing not to deceive the innocent girl. You should understand the cost. It may involve danger, and you could lose much, friends, family, even your life. However, in return, I will empower you, allowing you to confront these threats. I possess the confidence to ensure your strength will grow. Is that so? Wu Yue pondered, her gaze lowered. Of course, if you are unwilling to participate. I will not force you. After all, no, uncle, I am willing. Wu Yue suddenly lifted her head, her delicate face radiating determination. Since childhood, I have been without parents. It was Grandpa Malnus who rescued me from human traffickers. Uncle Swana cared for me immensely, patiently guiding me even when I faltered in my tasks, like a true father. Brother Talek always protected me during battles, and Sister Tiffany has always been exceptionally kind, saving the tastiest morsels for me. I often wonder, if I could become stronger, would I no longer hold everyone back? Could I protect Sister Tiffany, just as you do? Even though I fear pain and blood. What terrifies me more is the thought of being unable to safeguard my family, living a life of helplessness, and dying in an unknown corner of the world. I refuse to accept that. Thus, I am willing to face any peril, whether it be scaling mountains of knives or plunging into seas of fire. If it means I can grow strong enough to protect myself and my loved ones. Wu Yue declared fervently, her final words nearly breaking as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Bai felt the weight of Wu Yue's resolve and was reminded of his own past, when he sought mastery to avenge his parents. He couldn't help but be moved. I sense your determination. Then, Wu Yue, I am here. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple, my student. As a pupil, it is imperative that you adhere to the principles I have established. These tenets, which I have long practiced, are as follows. First and foremost, as an assassin, one must possess unwavering principles. This is the most paramount rule I have set. I am indifferent to the actions of other assassins. What matters is that you uphold the fundamental principles of humanity. Without them, what distinguishes you from the beasts? The knowledge I impart will suffice to support you in upholding these principles. Secondly, act only after careful consideration and within your capabilities. An assassin must strike with lethal precision. Should you lack absolute certainty in eliminating your target, you would merely be courting death. Thirdly, execute your tasks with unyielding resolve. For an assassin, trust is a commodity that can only reside within oneself. Emotions, in our line of work, are undoubtedly the most treacherous poison. Fourthly, I have gleaned the importance of adaptability. This world is ever-changing. No matter how detailed an overview may be, it cannot encompass every conceivable scenario. Even the most skilled assassin must remain flexible. I understand, master, said Wu Yue, clenching her fist with determination. Excellent, Bai Ye mused, reflecting on the years that had passed, surprised to find himself with a disciple. There is one more thing I wish to remind you of, Wu Yue. Yes? Wu Yue inquired, puzzled. You may need to bid farewell to your teammates and loved ones for a time. We require an environment free from distractions so that I may teach you. Bai Ye's reasoning stemmed from the understanding that proximity to those dear to her would hinder Wu Yue's independent growth. Furthermore, once the mission commenced, family and friends would only serve as the greatest vulnerabilities for one striving for strength. This particular point Bai Ye did not incorporate into Wu Yue's creed, as he was reluctant to sever those bonds entirely. Is that so? Wu Yue felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of parting from her family, with whom she had shared her daily life. Nonetheless, recalling the vow she had just made, her resolve strengthened. Very well, master. I shall have a good conversation with Sister Tiffany and the others. Then it is settled. Both your body and my mental energy have been significantly taxed by the previous battle. You ought to rest well. With that, Bai Ye reached out, gently ruffling Wu Yue's hair. Understood, master. Good night. Chapter 6. Memories. Part 1. Little Wu Yue, awaken. It is time to set forth. The following day, before the dawn had fully broken, Tiffany roused Wu Yue from her slumber. Good morning, Sister Tiffany, the sleepy girl murmured, rubbing her drowsy eyes. It is nearly time. Hurry, or you shall miss breakfast. Tiffany said cheerfully, smoothing Wu Yue's tousled hair. The little girl promptly sprang to her feet, dutifully gathering her belongings before joining the others by the campfire for breakfast. Today, they feasted on the rations prepared for their journey, a far cry from the roasted fish of the previous evening, yet still satisfactory. As they chatted idly about the perils of their upcoming mission and the promise of celebratory drinks upon their return, Bai Ye suddenly interjected. I have something to share with everyone. The crowd turned their attention towards Bai Ye, who usually refrains from speaking up, making this moment somewhat unusual. Only Tiffany, with her keen insight, began to suspect the underlying thoughts. When we return, I wish to study at the Adventurers Academy. Bai Ye finally mustered the courage to voice what had occupied her mind throughout the night. A profound silence enveloped the group, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Faced with the silence, Bai Ye felt an embarrassing urge to vanish into a crack in the ground. Everyone understood the deeper significance of her words, indicating that little Bai Ye would be parting ways with the Spark Adventure team to embark on a new journey alone. I know you all will miss little Bai Ye. Tiffany was the first to break the tension. But Bai Ye is different now. I believe she can take care of herself. Moreover, with her determination, we ought to support her. Tiffany is right. Little Bai Ye is so strong now. It would indeed be a pity if she didn't further her studies at the academy. I will always support you. Swana managed an awkward smile and quickly expressed his agreement. This time, I concur with Tiffany. I too support little Bai Ye. Although Tarek often sparred with Tiffany, he stood united with her on this matter. Child, I have no objections. I have always believed you are destined to make a profound impact on this world. I knew it from the very beginning, Marna stated calmly. I do not misjudge people. Bai Ye lifted her head and surveyed each individual, suddenly feeling a surge of emotion. Her nose tinged with a slight ache as tears welled in her eyes. Tiffany leaned closer, gently enveloping Bai Ye in her embrace, and comforted her. It's all right, little Bai Ye. Don't cry. It's not a matter of life and death. Everyone is genuinely happy for you. Yes, Bai Ye, don't cry. Bai Ye wiped her tears away. With such supportive family behind her, what was there to fear? All right, it's settled. As the captain, I make this decision. Once we return, we will prepare for little Bai Ye's enrollment, Swana declared. Now, let us set forth and return home. Truly, Bai Ye, I am envious of you for having such a supportive family, Bai Ye remarked in Bai Ye's mind. Knowing that Bai Ye had lost his parents at a young age, Bai Ye felt the sorrow in his words and reassured him, Master, do not be sad. You saved our lives, and from that moment on, you have been family to me. Always. After a half-day journey, Bai Ye and the others retraced their steps, emerging from the forest where they had previously camped. In the distance, they spotted a town, modest in size, with low walls, resembling a border settlement. A small river meandered around the town, forming a natural moat, with scattered thatched cottages and vast fields dotting the outskirts. As it was early spring, everything was coming to life, presenting a vibrant scene. Master, this is the city of Sarsar, Bai Ye introduced to Bai Ye. Given its modest size and insufficient defenses, it likely isn't a significant stronghold, Bai Ye assessed succinctly. I've heard from Grandpa Marnus that when he was young, there was nothing here, Bai Ye recounted. Indeed, constructing a town amidst these mountains is quite a challenge. Bai Ye concurred. As the crowd approached the city gates, twilight had already descended. Swana and Talik exchanged greetings with the guards, clearly acquainted with one another. Back from your labors, Swana? Inquired the guard. Noticing the bandages wrapped around him, he remarked, You seem to have sustained quite an injury. Encountered some tough opposition, I presume? Indeed, I nearly lost my life. What a stroke of misfortune, Swana lamented. I've told you before, the life of an adventurer is fraught with peril. You have a daughter to care for. Once you've retired, seek safer employment. You wouldn't want anything to happen to you, the guard expressed, his concern genuine, suggesting a bond deeper than mere acquaintance. I merely wish to earn a bit more while I still have the strength, so that Kliss can enjoy a better life. Her mother passed away early, and aside from this meager skill, what else can I do? At this, Swana appeared lost in a melancholy reverie, recalling past sorrows. Sensing Swana's reluctance to dwell on bygone days, the guard tactfully shifted the subject, engaging Talik in light conversation, and they arranged to share a drink together next time. He then opened the smaller gate, allowing the group to enter. Let us first submit our quest at the guild. Then we shall visit the Tequila Tavern for a drink and discuss matters concerning the little moonless night, Swana suggested to his companions. The Adventurers Guild was situated at the heart of the town, directly opposite the Lord's Manor, facilitating the direct issuance of quests. Swana pushed open the guild's grand doors, and the cacophony of voices greeted them. as a myriad of adventurers bustled about. Even in a modest town like Sarsar, a considerable number of adventurers gathered, primarily due to its proximity to the Death Canyon, a relatively safe, yet resource-rich area. Nevertheless, recent unfortunate incidents involving adventuring parties had created an air of unease. Yet, the quests available remained plentiful, for one must earn a living. Swana's robust frame maneuvered through the throngs, with the others closely following, until they reached the counter. There, Swana presented the items and the quest slip, along with their silver insignia, drawing the attention of nearby adventurers. After all, adventuring parties of their caliber were a rarity in this locale. Only 2 such teams existed in Sarsar, and the other had been absent for quite some time. After a lengthy wait, the counter attendant finally returned, carrying a pouch of gold coins. Greetings, and thank you for your patience, esteemed adventurers. Your submitted quest has been approved. Here is your reward, along with your insignia. Please take care of them, she said courteously. Thank you kindly. Now, let us depart and celebrate our safe return, Swana declared with gusto, before pushing back the door. Tequila, the name of this tavern, was derived from the town's most popular drink. Conveniently located on the same street as the Adventurers Guild, catering to the thirsty adventurers. As the group entered, they instantly drew attention. Ah, the illustrious Starfire has returned. Swana, without you, my sales would plummet, exclaimed the tavern owner, a portly man with a bald head and a bushy beard. Greetings, Swana, with the enthusiasm one might reserve for a deity. Same as always, 3 glasses of tequila, 1 of ironbark honey mead, and 1 of Sarsar milk, Swana ordered. After placing their orders for beverages, the group skillfully made their way to their usual spot on the 2nd floor, taking their seats in succession. Swana began, all right. Let us deliberate on the matter concerning Xiaoyu. First and foremost, we must consider which academy to choose. Although Caesar boasts an adventurer's academy, it is merely a branch, with even its head being of little distinction. Thus Xiaoyu is unlikely to find a prosperous future there. Swana spoke first, acknowledging that, indeed, studying in a place like Caesar would yield less than staying with the team, where one could learn far more. I have a part-time position at the church in the city and am aware that the St. Fran Academy in the royal capital is the finest on the entire continent. However, their focus is on cultivating clergy, which does not align with Xiaoyu's vocation, Tiffany added. By the way, Wuyue, I haven't yet inquired about your profession as an assassin. Is it an innate talent? Bai Ye asked. Master, on this continent, there exists a segment of individuals who are born with a certain affinity for a profession. According to Grandpa Malnus, these talents are inscribed upon each person's soul, enabling those who possess them to master their respective vocational skills with greater ease. Such individuals are often the ones destined to become adventurers. And I was born to the profession of an assassin, though my talent is somewhat lacking, Xiaoyu replied, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she spoke. I see. Bai Ye pondered, but I believe your talent has likely improved significantly by now. Really, Master? Xiaoyu asked eagerly. Indeed. For I have inadvertently augmented the strength of your soul during your time here, making the subsequent acquisition of assassin skills, or any skills for that matter, much more manageable. Bai Ye elucidated. A spark of understanding lit up Xiaoyu's expression. Nevertheless, Bai Ye cautioned, even so, one must not become complacent. There remains much for you to learn. Yes, Master, Xiaoyu affirmed, as she and Bai Ye exchanged quiet thoughts in their minds while the discussions among the others continued. I know of a place, Malnus suddenly interjected. Mo City, at the Zyaderic Academy. I am familiar with Mo City, but I have never heard of the Zyaderic Academy, Talik remarked, puzzled. That is a tale from long ago, Malnus replied, a nostalgic look crossing his features. Approximately 500 years passed, when Calandria was still a united continent. Mo City was known as Branmo City. At that time, the continent had not yet fragmented into the 9 kingdoms of today, but rather was dominated by 3 powerful empires led by the capitals of Branmo, now Riquel, and Campino, forming a tripartite balance of power. The Zaire Empire, with Branmo as its capital, established a secretive agency known as the Eye of Insight to suppress domestic nobility and founded the Zyaderic Academy to train spies, operatives, and assassins. Malnus paused, taking a sip of his drink before continuing. The Eye of Insight initially fulfilled its purpose, secretly safeguarding the royal family, eliminating dissenters, and even stealing intelligence during conflicts with foreign nations, with instances of enemy generals being assassinated within their camps. However, as time progressed, the organization became corrupted. selling royal secrets to other nobles for profit, and even aiding foreign spies in the abduction of royalty. The individuals under my command are far from trustworthy. Frequently, some attempt to establish their own ventures, engaging in petty theft, murder, and the abduction of innocent women. There seems to be no limit to their transgressions, creating an atmosphere of chaos within the empire. Such occurrences are indeed astonishing. 5 centuries ago, the then head of the Theodoric Academy, unwilling to aid in tyranny, ceased all instruction and severed ties with the Eye of Insight, only to be assassinated and forced to flee southward until he encountered myself and my kin in Carmason. By that time, he was gravely injured, and we took him in to nurse him back to health. It took us a full 15 days to pull him back from the brink of the underworld, and upon awakening, his first utterance was one of disbelief. Impossible, unless I am dead. Once we calmed his distress, he divulged everything to me, expressing his determination to return to Branmore, for his students awaited his guidance. He sought assistance from the clan leader, who, recognizing his sincerity, consented and personally led a group of veterans, instructing us younger ones to remain in the city. Little did I know, that would be the last time I laid eyes on the clan leader. Shortly after his departure, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens towards Branmore, advancing from north to south, and I vowed it was the most terrifying apocalyptic vision I had ever witnessed. In mere minutes, the light enveloped the entire continent, with Branmore at its epicenter, cleaving nearly a quarter of the land asunder. Marnus sighed, reflecting on the passage of time, until that figure returned to Carmason, limping painfully. When I inquired about the clan leader, he merely gazed vacantly ahead, uttering not a single word. Eventually, one day, he rushed towards me in a frenzy, seizing my shoulders and spouting a torrent of nonsensical phrases. Yet, a few significant words lingered in my memory, the destroyer of the portal to the otherworld. After uttering these, he perished. Marnus recounted this, taking another sip of his drink, and after interring him on a nearby mountain, I set forth to Branmore, seeking news of the elder clan leader. Upon arrival, I learned from the locals of a mysterious event that day. They reported a shadow descending from the sky, raising a hand to unleash a beam of light, resulting in catastrophic upheaval. Nobility, imperial soldiers, the Eye of Insight, and even unfamiliar elves were all consumed by the light, and Branmore was cleaved in two, with countless lives lost to untimely demise. I inquired further about who currently held authority, and was informed it was the vice principal of the Theodoric Academy, Corsi. Thus, I sought her out, and upon explaining my purpose, she first expressed her gratitude for our assistance to the elder principal, followed by deep condolences for the misfortune that befell the clan leader while aiding her. As Marnus reminisced, the memory of that beautiful and wise woman caused the corners of his mouth to lift slightly, as if evoking fond recollections. Mr. Marnus, there are matters that are not suitable for discussion here. Let us find another place to converse, Corsi whispered. Chapter 7, Reminiscences, Part 2. Corsi led Marnus to a secluded spot behind a crumbled wall, glancing around to ensure their privacy. After confirming that no one was nearby, she silently recited an incantation, conjuring a dark barrier that enveloped the two of them within. Mr. Marnus, I apologize. The circumstances are quite extraordinary at present. For the sake of the Academy and my students, I must proceed with utmost caution. I understand you, Miss Kelsey. Were I in your position, I would do the same. Thank you for your understanding. Firstly, I have a matter of great significance to discuss with you. Kelsey paused momentarily before inquiring about the late Dean Theodore's condition prior to his demise and whether he had any final words to impart. Malnas anticipated her line of questioning and duly relayed the state of the former dean as well as a few phrases he had overheard. The destroyer of the gates of the otherworld. Did he utter such words? Kelsey pondered thoughtfully. Mr. Malnas, since you have laid bare all that you know, I shall reciprocate by sharing what I am aware of. Kelsey took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. On the day of the incident, upon learning of Dean Theodore's assault outside the academy, I immediately convened all personnel to prepare for evacuation from the capital to Lopa Port, intending to take a vessel to the nearby islands for refuge. Alas, we were a step too late. The agents of the All-Seeing Eye discovered us, and several teachers voluntarily stayed behind to cover our retreat, allowing me to lead the students in the opposite direction. At this juncture, Kelsey's tone grew somber, revealing the grim fate that awaited the teachers who had remained behind. Thus, I guided the students to the northern territories of the Empire, where numerous villages could temporarily delay the enemy's search. After more than half a month of fleeing, we suddenly beheld a column of light descending from the southern skies. And then everything transformed into what it is now, correct? Malnus interjected, if we consider what Theodore said. It is plausible that someone summoned a force of destruction in the royal capital. Kelsey furrowed her brow. If that is indeed the case, we are in deep trouble. I only returned from the north yesterday, and on my way back, I spoke with several refugees fleeing northward from the capital. They recounted a confrontation between a group of unknown elves and the emperor's minions. Subsequently, a massive door opened in the sky above the palace, and from within emerged a man enveloped in light. Adventurers attempted to strike him, yet their efforts were utterly futile. Then, with a mere gesture towards the heavens, he summoned a beam of light that engulfed half the capital, obliterating everything. Such power is not of this world, Malnus surmised. However, why did only the late Dean survive such cataclysm, and why did he return to Carmason to find you and convey those words? Kelsey pondered. Wait, there is a possibility. Malnus suddenly interjected. The being that wrought destruction upon the capital may have been summoned by Theodore himself. Malnus hesitated to contemplate further. Are you suggesting that it could even be the Dean himself? Kelsey exclaimed, unable to fathom such a notion. She was acutely aware of the Dean's capabilities. If he possessed such power, how could he have fallen victim to the agents of the all-seeing eye? This matter is far from simple. I shall continue my investigation. I am exceedingly grateful for your willingness to share your intelligence. If you do not mind, please accept this. Corshi removed a necklace from around her neck. A piece adorned with a gem as dark as ink, a legacy necklace reserved for the esteemed heads of the Theodoric Academy. Since the former headmaster had passed, and even in his final moments sought her, Malnus understood her intentions and accepted the lingering warmth of the ebony necklace without hesitation. What are your plans henceforth? Malnus inquired. I shall carry forth the aspirations of the former headmaster, continuing the legacy of Theodoric Academy. From this day forth, the Academy shall abstain from entangling itself in the affairs of nobility and will not solely cultivate assassins or killers. We shall eradicate scoundrels like the Eye of Insight from this world, cleansing the darkness that sullies it. Korshi's gaze was resolute. I wish you success, Malnus responded earnestly. Oh, I had no idea that Grandfather Malnus had such experiences. Wuyue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And what of this esteemed Korshi? Did she succeed? Of course. She was remarkable, Malnus reflected, transported back to that era, standing alongside someone significant. He reached into his mage's pouch, retrieving the dark necklace and placing it upon the table. Her efforts were not in vain. It is due to her perseverance that this academy endures to this day. I aided her in many ways, at least while she was alive. Malnus drained his cup and continued. Thus, I am aware of the academy's new location, right within the city of Mo Child. This is the place most suited for you. After hearing her grandfather's tale, Wuyue too had grown fond of this place. An academy of principles and valor, Bai remarked. Then it is settled. When shall we send little Wuyue to school? Svarna declared, slamming the table after emptying his cup. The day after tomorrow, for it is late today. We shall procure the necessary supplies tomorrow and set off early the day after. If little Wuyue travels by carriage, she will arrive in no more than 2 days. Tiffany proposed. Very well, let us all rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall convene at our usual spot, Svarna concluded, calling to the innkeeper, Bill, please. As they exited the tavern, a cool evening breeze brushed against Wuyue, causing her ears to twitch pleasantly. Come, Wuyue, Tiffany said, taking her hand as they made their way home. Chapter 8. Procurement under the moonlight. 2 figures, tall and short, strolled side by side. Little Wuyue, do you remember the day 5 years ago when Malnus first rescued you? Tiffany suddenly remarked. You were drenched and filthy, unresponsive to inquiries about your name or home. Had it not been for Grandfather Malnus saving me from the clutches of human traffickers, I shudder to think where I might have ended up, Wuyue recalled. The memory's still vivid. From that day forth, you became a part of my family, Tiffany continued, lost in reminiscence. Having lost her parents early on and raised through the charity of the church, Tiffany had learned to care for others, managing many household matters on her own. After much deliberation, they decided to settle Wuyue in Tiffany's home. On ordinary days, Wuyue assists Tiffany with household chores, lending a hand in the kitchen, much to Tiffany's delight. The sudden presence of a little sister at home has alleviated the loneliness of their lives. It was only a year ago that Wuyue's latent talent for assassination was discovered. Although her skills were not particularly formidable, it brought joy to several individuals, as it indicated that Wu Yue would possess the means to sustain herself, even if she were to part ways with them in the future. Consequently, she was included in missions to gain experience. However, Wu Yue's abilities were quite lacking, and her timid nature rendered her incapable of even the simplest task of defeating slimes, which caused concern among the group. Fortunately, Wu Yue has since grown considerably stronger. Tiffany smiled at Wu Yue and remarked, "You have come a long way." Wu Yue, with a barely audible voice, murmured to herself, "I still have a long way to go. That strength belongs to my master, not to me." Tiffany's praise felt overwhelming for Wu Yue. "Now, Wu Yue, take good care of yourself when you step outside," Tiffany advised. "Yes, I will, Sister Tiffany," Wu Yue replied. As they conversed, the two reached the doorway of Tiffany's home. "Tonight, let us sleep together," Tiffany said, opening the door. "Oh, that sounds good," Wu Yue nodded hesitantly. With a playful smile, Tiffany encouraged, "Hurry and take a bath and change your clothes, Wu Yue." "All right." After refreshing themselves, Tiffany led Wu Yue back to the bed. Lying on the familiar bedding, Wu Yue gazed at the ceiling, memories flashing through her mind. Tiffany gently covered Wu Yue with a thin blanket and softly said, "All right, little Wu Yue, it's time to rest. We must rise early tomorrow." Wu Yue nodded obediently. "I'm going to sleep now. Good night," Tiffany said, snuggling into the blankets and closing her eyes. After a moment, Wu Yue heard the steady sound of Tiffany's breathing and opened her eyes to look out the window. There, the pale blue starlight shimmered, two ethereal moons, one large and one small, one red and one green, radiated an enchanting glow amidst the cluster of stars floating in the sky. "This truly is another world," Wu Yue whispered to herself, marveling at the sight that she had never encountered on Blue Star. "Master, isn't the night sky in your world like this?" Wu Yue inquired with curiosity. "Would you like to hear about it? Then let me share it with you." Bai began to recount the memories of Blue Star to Wu Yue. Time slipped away, and before long, Wu Yue fell into a deep sleep. Observing the peaceful and sweetly sleeping little girl, Bai smiled. As a fragment of consciousness, Bai did not require sleep, although during her previous life as an assassin, it was common to endure sleepless nights for the sake of a mission. Nevertheless, she decided to indulge in a moment of relaxation now. The following day, Tiffany awoke and stretched her body, noticing the little girl beside her rubbing her sleepy eyes. A smile graced her lips as she leaned in to embrace Wu Yue's neck, affectionately nuzzling her soft hair. "Wu Yue, did you sleep well last night?" Tiffany asked. Wu Yue nodded, having grown accustomed to Tiffany's endearing ways. Hee hee, Tiffany beamed at Wu Yue's response, and they engaged in playful antics once more. After freshening up, Tiffany took Wu Yue's hand and declared, "Let us get ready to set off. We need to shop in the city today." Wu Yue nodded and followed Tiffany out of the house. The other three members of the Starfire group were already waiting at the entrance. Swanna's eyes were shadowed, clearly a sign of sleeplessness from the previous night. As Wu Yue prepared to depart, Swanna felt a mix of joy and reluctance, much like a father whose daughter is about to marry. Tossing and turning the night before the big day, the group made their way towards the marketplace in the city. Their first stop was to procure a new set of weaponry for the young Wu Yue, followed by some provisions for the journey, and finally, potions and scrolls. As the captain, Swanna possessed considerable experience in these matters. Before long, the five arrived at the familiar weapon shop. "Ah, Mike, my good man," came a hearty voice from within. "Hey, Swanna, my brother." The shop was brimming with an array of weapons, swords, spears, axes, and more, while a massive forge at the center radiated waves of heat. The proprietor, Mike, was a burly giant, comparable in stature to Swanna. "Hello, Mike. We've come to purchase some weapons," Wu Yue greeted him. "Hello, young lady. What brings you here today?" Mike inquired. "Well, we're sending Wu Yue to the Adventurers Academy in Mower City, so we thought we'd come here to select a suitable weapon," Swanna explained. Mike, recognizing Wu Yue, didn't press further and simply gestured, "Feel free to browse. I have the finest weapons in Caesar." At that moment, Bai Ye began to survey the weapons within the shop. Although he was once renowned as the chief assassin and had considerable knowledge of cold weapons, he had predominantly relied on firearms. For what assassin wouldn't relish the power to take a life from great distances? Now, confronted with an exquisite array of cold weapons, covering 3 entire walls, Bai Ye felt a thrill of excitement. "Without further ado, let us check out the melee weapons," Bai Ye stated. "Understood, master," Wu Yue replied as she headed straight for the section adorned with various daggers. "You're an assassin, aren't you, young lady?" Mike observed. having encountered countless individuals in his lifetime. While my best dagger is crafted from ebony rock, it's too heavy for someone of your stature. However, this dagger made from magical ice, or is both lightweight and razor-sharp, perfectly suited for you, he said, retrieving the dagger from a high shelf and offering it to Bai Ye for her to try. The magical ice dagger measured approximately 30 centimeters, its blade a deep blue, adorned with subtle cloud patterns that emanated a chilling aura. The hilt was entwined with a serpent made of magical ice. Bai Ye grasped the dagger and swung it a few times, seemingly pleased with its balance. She turned to Bai Ye, inquiring, "Master, what do you think?" Though Bai Ye had never encountered this material before, his memories assured him that this dagger was indeed of superior quality. "This one will do," he declared decisively. "All right then. That will be 40 gold coins," Mike replied without hesitation. "Generous of you, Mike," Swana remarked, well aware of the market value. This dagger would have fetched at least 80 gold coins in the royal capital. Mike, valuing their long-standing patronage and Bai Ye's endearing nature, had offered them a significant discount. "Next round of drinks is on me," Swana promised. "Don't mention it. We're like family," Mike replied warmly. With a wave of his hand, Mike retreated to his quarters for slumber. Subsequently, the group ventured to the armory, procuring a custom-made leather armor for Bai Ye, crafted by orc artisans, lightweight, agile, and remarkably resilient, at the cost of over 20 gold coins. They also acquired potions, scrolls, and provisions, spending nearly 200 gold coins in total. As the sun began its descent, this shopping expedition came to a close. The expenditure of over 200 gold coins, coupled with the previous day's costs for food and drink, nearly depleted the rewards from their last quest. Chapter 9. Farewell. That evening, Swana hosted a feast, opting to convert the remaining gold into a sumptuous banquet in honor of Bai Ye's departure. "Such delicacies are rarely savored," Tarek exclaimed. "This is all thanks to our dear Bai Ye," Tiffany said, smiling at her. "To our beloved Bai Ye." Swana raised her glass. "To Bai Ye." As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Swana and Tarek's faces flushed with merriment as they reminisced about past exploits. Meanwhile, Malnaz turned his gaze toward Bai Ye, beckoning her over. "Grandpa Malnaz, is there something you need?" Bai Ye asked, sliding her chair from Tiffany's side to sit beside Malnaz. "Child, may I see the dagger you chose today?" Malnaz requested. Bai Ye retrieved the frostblade dagger from her waist and handed it to him. "Crafted from ice rock, it is indeed impressive," Malnaz remarked. "Yet, it still lacks something." After uttering this, Malnaz abruptly placed the dagger upon the table, removed his staff from behind him, and scattered several colorful mana stones. He then pointed his staff at the stones, and with a resounding crack, they shattered into shimmering powder, which was subsequently drawn by an unseen force toward the dagger, coating the blade in a radiant layer. As Malnaz murmured incomprehensible incantations, the words seemed to take on a life of their own, diving into the glowing blade. He remained in this focused pose, his eyes locked on the dagger, while his staff moved gently, as if inscribing something. The onlookers were captivated. They had never witnessed such a display from Malnaz before. Other adventurers nearby were also drawn to the spectacle, surrounding the group tightly. An astute adventurer recognized the significance. "Isn't this an enchantment only high-level mages can perform? I've seen this in the royal capital." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd gazed upon the elven mage with newfound reverence. It was said that mages skilled in enchantment could imbue weapons and armor with magical attributes by expending mana, granting the wielder substantial enhancements. By the gods, we are witnessing it in action today. Malnaz appeared oblivious to the murmurs around him, deeply engrossed in his enchantment work. For any lapse in concentration could jeopardize the entire process. After what felt like an eternity, a clear chime echoed, and the dagger's radiance began to fade, revealing a series of indecipherable runes upon the blade. Yet, Bai Ye distinctly sensed that this weapon had gained a semblance of life, as if infused with a soul, rendering it even sharper than before. Malnaz exhaled, brushing away beads of sweat from his brow. This endeavor had certainly demanded much of him. "Child, give it another try and see if there's any difference," Maranas said as he handed the dagger to Bai Ye. The moment Bai Ye grasped the dagger, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through her frail body, flowing through her limbs and bones. Instantly, Bai Ye felt her strength and agility enhanced. Even her mind seemed clearer. "Oh!" Bai Ye exclaimed in astonishment. "I have imbued this dagger with 4 attributes: armor-piercing, swift wind, clarity of sight, and immense strength. This is the utmost I could achieve. The effects may not be remarkable, but are comprehensive in enhancement. This is a gift for you, Wu Yue, Marana's explained earnestly. At this revelation, astonishment swept through the crowd. The knowledgeable adventurer who had spoken earlier gasped, to think one can simultaneously imbue 4 attributes. This is extraordinary. I have only witnessed 2 at most. Master, I would pay any price for you to enchant my weapon. The crowd erupted in excitement. Thank you, Grandpa Maranas. I truly cherish this gift, Wu Yue said, as she suddenly leaped into Maranas's broad embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Maranas said nothing, simply stroking Wu Yue's head gently. All was understood without words. The meal extended late into the night, with Swana and Talik both having indulged in drink, leaning on each other while lamenting Wu Yue's departure. Maranas, too, had a rosy glow to his cheeks, but was not intoxicated. As they bid farewell, Wu Yue chose to accompany Tiffany back to her home. How was your day? Bai Ye inquired. It was delightful. I had a wonderful meal and received a gift from Grandpa Maranas. I'm truly happy, Wu Yue replied, nodding vigorously. Is that so? Then there should be no regrets. Tomorrow, a new journey begins. Rest early, he advised. The night passed in silence. The next day, Wu Yue awoke even earlier than Tiffany. By the time Tiffany stirred, Wu Yue had already packed her belongings and prepared breakfast. Wu Yue, you're up quite early. Are you that excited? Sister Tiffany, you're awake. Come. Breakfast is ready, Wu Yue called, untying her apron from her waist. I'm coming. Your skills are quite impressive. It seems my teachings were not in vain. Hee. The meals you prepare, Sister Tiffany, are always the best, Wu Yue beamed. Oh dear, once you're over there, you won't get to enjoy my cooking, Tiffany said, her worry evident. Be sure to buy plenty of good food. Don't let yourself go hungry. I understand. After breakfast, the two joined Swana and the others, heading to the stables outside the city. In the realm of Calandria, carriages were the common mode of land transport for travelers, and nearly every town had its own stable. Upon reaching the stables outside the city gate, they saw rows of neatly arranged carriages parked in the shelter, indicating that no journeys had yet commenced that day. The stable owner, pipe in mouth, donned a professional smile upon their arrival. Are you guests looking to hire a carriage? Yes, for one person, to Mir City. In a first-class compartment. Swarna tossed several coins aside, disregarding the boss's arrangements, and turned to Wu Yue, saying, Wu Yue, this is where we part ways. Do take care on your journey. If anyone dares to bully you over there, we shall rush over to support you. Upon hearing Swarna's words, Wu Yue patted her chest and replied, Don't worry, uncle, I will take good care of myself. You all must look after yourselves too. I will miss you. Marna stepped forward, draping a jet-black necklace around Wu Yue's neck and handing her a letter, saying, Child, keep this necklace well, it will be of use later. And remember to deliver this letter to the headmaster upon your arrival at the academy. Talik leaned in, giving Wu Yue a gentle pat on the head, saying, Travel safely, Wu Yue. We eagerly await the surprises you will bring upon your return. Finally, Tiffany approached, enveloping Wu Yue in a warm embrace, smiling as she said, This will always be your home. And we shall forever be your family. Wu Yue felt tears welling up again. Dear guests, the carriage is ready. Please board. The boss called out. Well then, I shall take my leave, Wu Yue said, wiping her tears away and slowly boarding the carriage. Go. The coachman cracked the whip, and the wheels began to roll. Inside the carriage, Wu Yue turned to glance back at everyone. Swarna was still smiling broadly, signaling for her to be at ease. Talik gave her a thumbs up, encouraging her to do her best. Marnus gazed at Wu Yue quietly, his wise eyes filled with expectation. Tiffany, with tears streaming down her face, waved her hand and shouted goodbye. Wu Yue's freshly restrained tears began to flow again, but she did not wipe them away. She wanted to etch the scene before her into her heart, never to forget. We will meet again, my family, Wu Yue murmured. We shall indeed meet again, Bai affirmed. Chapter 10. The first lesson time passed swiftly, and soon dusk began to settle. The elderly coachman guided the carriage to a riverbank. Turning to the passengers in the carriage, he stated, Dear guests, it is getting late. We should disembark and set up camp to rest. Traveling in the dark of night is perilous, and the horses require a respite. The travelers understood this rationale and promptly leapt from the carriage. Accompanying them was a cook who hastily prepared the necessary tools and began to kindle a fire. Several passengers took out their provisions, gathering around the bonfire to eat. Wu Yue rummaged through her bag and pulled out the biscuits she had purchased yesterday, nibbling on them slowly. At this moment, Bai began to observe the other passengers. He noticed that several were dressed in exquisite attire. Indeed, one could not afford to ride in the first-class carriage without some wealth. Among them was an elderly gentleman, clearly adorned in a uniform reminiscent of a palace steward. His gaze sharp and competent, with a servant seated beside him. It was evident that Lord Cecil had some significant items or intelligence to deliver to the city of Mare. Among the remaining passengers, 2 appeared to be merchants, discussing the exorbitant prices in the royal capital and where opportunities for trade might arise, all while keeping their voices low, wary of being overheard. However, Bai, with Wu Yue's inherent Orcish hearing, caught every word with clarity. There stood another figure, the farthest from the fire, enveloped in a thick black cloak, the hood drawn low over the face, obscuring whether it was male or female. What caught the eye, however, was the exaggeratedly large sword lying beside them. In the left hand, they held provisions, while the right rested naturally upon the hilt of the sword, indicating a readiness for battle. Bai Ye found this individual intriguing, exuding an air of mercenary professionalism. "Is this person an adventurer, master?" Wu Yu inquired. "No, Wu Yu, my instincts tell me this person is a professional assassin. One who has taken many lives," Bai Ye replied. Though Wu Yu's vocation was that of an assassin, she had never taken a life and could not sense the aura of death. To others, she might appear as nothing more than an innocuous little cat. However, this person's aim does not lie with us. They are likely just a simple traveler, Bai Ye reassured Wu Yu. "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, we shall seek a quiet place nearby, for it is time I teach you some things." "Very well, master." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Wu Yu quickly stuffed the remaining biscuits into her mouth, puffing up her cheeks. She then rose from the campfire and walked toward the distant riverbank. Fortunately, the moon shone brightly tonight, casting reflections upon the water and illuminating the gravelly shore, allowing her to discern her surroundings. "Wu Yu, stand by that stone," Bai Ye commanded. Once she stood beside the stone, Bai Ye continued, "Before we begin, let me ask you, what do you believe is the most important quality for an assassin? Is it skillful agility, swift strikes, or formidable martial prowess and magic? While these are undoubtedly significant, if I were my former self, I would have thought the same. Superior equipment, detailed intelligence, and the right moment to strike could ensure my success in assassination, not to mention the myriad of peculiar magics available in this world," Bai Ye articulated. However, after acquiring the memories and skills of assassins, murderers, thieves, ninjas, and killers from countless realms, I have come to realize that their motives and the value of their actions vary immensely. Some kill for money, others for revenge, some out of righteous indignation, while others pursue the ideals of an organization or faith, and there are those who yearn to achieve monumental deeds to satisfy their vanity. Regardless of the purpose behind these assassination attempts, be it success or failure, the actions taken prior to the strike significantly influence the final outcome. Thus, I believe the most crucial quality for an assassin is to maintain an utterly calm heart and a steadfast belief in their mission. Therefore, I discovered a fundamental technique from the memories of an assassin from another world, known as the Tranquil Heart Formula. Tranquil Heart Formula? Wu Yu was bewildered by the unfamiliar terms Bai Ye had just uttered. You need only to understand that this technique will enable you to remain calm and focused on your target while executing your tasks, Bai Ye clarified, not expecting Wu Yu to grasp everything at once. "I shall now teach you the incantation. Concentrate your mind and let go of distractions. Repeat after me. Ice cold through the ages, all things remain still. In the chilling silence of eternity, all things remain still. With no anger or ignorance, devoid of desires or demands. Without relinquishing or forsaking, and free from action or self." Wu Yu recited the final line. Suddenly, a wave of clarity surged into her mind, akin to a gentle spring breeze. This is sufficient. This mental discipline will operate at full speed during moments of anxiety and fear, regulating your mental state to achieve a forced calmness. Moreover, it subtly enhances your psychological resilience and sharpens your mind over time. "Master, it's much like the effect attached to this dagger, albeit more potent. Truly remarkable," Wu Yu exclaimed. "Indeed. This specifically addresses your aversion to pain and blood, providing a targeted remedy. It also facilitates the subsequent training, though ultimately, I hope you can transcend this mental discipline and attain absolute tranquility," Bai Ye replied. "By the way, during your previous life as an adventurer, did you not acquire any vocational skills?" he inquired. "Well, I learned a little," Wu Yu shyly scratched her head, her cheeks flushing. "In truth, Before joining Savannah and the others on their quests, she had undergone a period of specialized training, hiring the finest assassin adventurer she could find in the city to serve as her coach. The coach demonstrated several fundamental techniques of the assassin, such as breath control and stealth strikes. Yet Wu Yue's execution of these skills fell significantly short. Eventually, the coach, unable to teach her further, refunded Savannah and fled. Despite dedicating substantial time to practice over the following year, Wu Yue had only barely mastered the basics of breath control, which is essential for an assassin's stealth. Well, let us consider it a fresh start, Bai Ye remarked, exasperated. Wu Yue covered her face in embarrassment. Such basic skills as thrusting and stealth strikes should be easily learned with your current mental prowess. I will demonstrate them for you shortly. Now, you need to learn the magic utilized by assassins. Bai Ye bypassed the fundamental skills, bolstered by the calming technique. Wu Yue's mental capacity had multiplied several times over. Her understanding naturally improved, making the basic skills trivial. However, mastering the powerful magic of this world was imperative for Wu Yue to truly stand among the strong. Magic? Wu Yue was astonished, having only witnessed Marnus's elemental magic, Tiffany's holy light magic, and Bai Ye's shadow magic used in a previous encounter. The notion of wielding magic herself filled her with wonder. Magic, in essence, is the absorption of magical essence from the air, which is then reconfigured and released. Bai Ye had discerned the nature of magic from his memories. The elemental magic, like that wielded by Marnus, is a form of chant-based magic that requires time for incantation. The longer the chant and the more complex the words, the greater the power. In contrast, Tiffany's holy light magic primarily consists of chant-based spells, with some instant cast spells, such as Holy Barrier, serving defensive purposes. For professions like assassins, swift instant cast magic is essential, allowing for the rapid elimination of targets. In special circumstances, one might need to employ covert, silent casting spells to achieve their objectives without alarming their victims. Bai Ye patiently elucidated. First, you must perceive the presence of magical essence in the air. Hold your breath and concentrate, merging with the surrounding atmosphere. As Bai Ye guided, Wu Yu followed suit. I see it, master. There are so many colorful specks of light in the air. Wu Yu exclaimed with excitement. Exactly. Now silently invoke an element in your mind and gather it on your fingertips, Bai Ye instructed further. In no time, Wu Yu extended her finger, and a small flame coalesced at its tip. Is this magic? Wu Yu gazed at the tiny flame before her, filled with wonder and exhilaration. Now, attempt to release it. Bai Ye continued to direct. Subsequently, Wu Yu pointed her little finger at the large stone nearby, and with a thunderous boom, the flame at her fingertips suddenly swelled, erupting in an irregular shape and enveloping half of the stone in fire. Startled, Wu Yu felt her calming technique begin to activate. This is the most primitive application of elemental power. Without the constraints of specific incantations, the elements can erupt chaotically like this, devoid of any special effects. Bai Ye explained to Wu Yu. Magic truly is a profound discipline, Wu Yu mused, patting her chest in awe. Chapter 11. Miss Yin the mercenary. Not bad, not bad. A sudden feminine voice interrupted. I thought I wouldn't encounter anyone capable of magic in this remote area. Wu Yu turned to see the cloaked figure from earlier, dragging a massive sword. Little one, are you a magician? No, you're not. You're an assassin, the woman corrected herself upon noticing Wu Yu's gear. Hello. May I ask who you are? I am Yin, a mere mercenary. I just saw your magic, and it piqued my interest, so I came to have a look. The woman introduced herself straightforwardly, showing no signs of concealment. Hello, Miss Yin. I am Wu Yu, an adventurer. Wu Yu seemed to regard Yin with some suspicion. There's no need to be so wary. I won't harm you, Yin remarked, amused by Wu Yu's tension. I am in Mare City to eliminate someone. What about you? Huh? What? Wu Yu stumbled back 2 steps, evidently taken aback by Yan's words. She then activated her calming technique, slowly regaining composure. Goodness, this woman is quite bold. Bai Ye thought, bewildered. What is she thinking, openly sharing her intentions with a stranger in broad daylight? Does she fear no one will know? That is indeed impressive. Wu Yu responded, unsure of how to reply. Do you truly believe what I say? Yin discerned Wu Yu's bewilderment. Rest assured, if I dare to speak it, I am not afraid of it getting out. After all. With that, Yin plunged her large sword into the ground. No one can escape from beneath my blade. With a flourish, she removed her hood, revealing a strikingly confident face, cascading waves of fiery red hair, and piercing blue eyes that gleamed with assurance. locking onto the petite girl before her. Wu Yu was left speechless. Though she was uncertain about the situation, she felt that Yin was undoubtedly a formidable individual, powerful, confident, and commanding. Just from her gaze, Wu Yu could ascertain that this was someone she could not provoke. At least at this stage, she is not someone to provoke. What is wrong? Are you frightened? Yin gazed at the little girl's dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. No, not at all. I merely find Miss Yan's aura truly formidable. Wu Yu quickly shook her head. Oh, is that so? Yin responded with a light laugh, not giving it much thought. Since there was nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave now. With that, Yin stood up and walked toward the distance. A dangerous woman, Bai Ye remarked. Ah, so adorable, so adorable. As soon as she turned around, Yin could hardly contain herself, inwardly exclaiming about the cuteness of the little cat girl. Though Yin was fearsome in her line of work, with many having perished under her hand, she was a girl with an overflowing sense of youthful whimsy in her daily life. She had taken an interest in Wu Yu the moment she boarded the vehicle and had spent the entire day seeking opportunities to converse. Compliments about the magic were merely pretexts. The sight of the little one trying to maintain her composure was simply too endearing, causing even the task's purpose to slip from her lips. Fluffy and soft, she exclaimed, stomping her feet on the ground before donning her hood and dashing back to the campfire. Wu Yu silently observed the woman's retreating figure, feeling something amiss as she abruptly stomped her feet and vanished around the corner of the stones, releasing a sigh of relief. Indeed, she is a terrifying woman. Forget about that woman for now, Bai Ye said. Do you remember the process of casting the magic we just performed? Yes, Master, Wu Yu nodded. Very well. Let us proceed to the main topic. Today we shall learn the shadow escape technique. I know, Master, it's the technique you used earlier. Wu Yu recalled how Bai Ye had perfectly evaded the Goblin King's full-force strike. Indeed, shadow escape is classified as a mid-level, instantaneous shadow magic in this world. Its effect allows the caster to instantly transform into a shadow and sink into the ground, only to emerge back from the shadow after a period. During this time, any physical attacks directed at you are rendered ineffective, and magical attacks, except for light and dark magic, have their elemental effects diminished. How powerful! Wu Yu gasped in astonishment. Do not underestimate mid-level magic. According to the memories I have of the assassin profession in this world, fewer than half of the past assassins have ever reached mid-level or above. Bai Ye explained that most adventurers either perish on their journeys or are unable to learn magic and martial arts above the beginner level for various reasons. If mid-level magic is so formidable, one can only imagine the challenges of mastering high-level magic. It is only those who, like Malnus, have lived long enough who can accomplish such feats. I see, Wu Yu pondered, realizing that her ability to learn such advanced techniques so effortlessly was largely due to having a mentor like her. Truly, she considered herself immensely fortunate. Now, just as before, concentrate your mind and gather the dark elements from the air. Then silently chant Dak, Sink, Is, and Jipu. Wu Yu followed these instructions. After several failed attempts, she finally succeeded. As she uttered the last incantation, her own shadow on the ground suddenly flickered as if it had come to life. Ah! Wu Yu screamed, unprepared as she sank into the ground, leaving only a dark puddle behind. Approximately 2 seconds later, a little girl emerged with a whoosh from the shadow. A wondrous sensation enveloped her as Wu Yu emerged from the shadows, gasping for breath. The recent spell had extracted a considerable toll on her. The modest reserves of magical energy she had just begun to gather were swiftly depleted, far more than the previous fire elemental incantation. Indeed, it appeared that she would soon be prepared for real combat. Bai Ye expressed his satisfaction with Wu Yu's performance, offering words of praise. Really, Master? Wu Yu inquired with a shy demeanor, playfully toying with her ears as her tail swayed joyfully. Do not let pride overwhelm you. Practice is essential for mastering magic. The more you utilize it, the more adept you will become, and your capacity for magic will expand, resulting in enhanced spell efficacy. For instance, your recent shadow evasion lasted merely 2 seconds on your first attempt, but as your magical strength grows, achieving 3, 4, or even several minutes will pose no challenge. Bai Ye aimed to temper Wu Yu's burgeoning pride, even though her initial 2-second feat was commendable and indicative of her significant talent development. Yes, I will practice diligently and not disappoint you, Master, Wu Yu affirmed. That will be enough for today. You should return and rest well, for we must continue our journey tomorrow. Bai Ye advised. Upon returning to the warmth of the campfire and avoiding Yan's penetrating gaze, Bai Ye reclined upon her bedding, reminiscing about the lessons imparted by her master. While speculating about what Sister Tiffany might be doing at that moment, gradually drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Ye remained vigilant, keeping watch over Bai Ye. Chapter 12. The ambush the following day. Bai Ye was roused by the clamor of conversation. Two merchants and an elderly coachman were engaged in lively discourse, seemingly oblivious to the sleepers around them. Ah, how noisy. Can't one get a decent night's sleep? Bai Ye yawned widely, expressing her displeasure. Since she was already awake, Bai Ye decided to move aside and began practicing the skills Bai Ye had taught her the previous day. 2 hours later, daylight had fully emerged, and the coachman summoned the group to board the carriage, resuming their journey. Along the way, the merchants continued their endless exchange of confidences. The steward rested with closed eyes, while the accompanying guard kept a vigilant watch ahead. Yan, still cloaked in a hood, kept her head down, occasionally glancing towards Bai Ye, making her feel uncomfortable enough to divert her gaze towards the window. As noon approached, the carriage traversed a small thicket. Although the area was modest, the trees loomed overhead, blocking out any semblance of sunlight and creating an eerie atmosphere. This terrain was undeniably an ideal setting for ambush and treachery, Bai Ye mused, perceiving it as a natural hunting ground. At that moment, an arrow, glowing red, streaked through the air and struck the lead horse with deadly precision, piercing through its skull without a moment's hesitation. The unfortunate creature did not have the chance to neigh before it collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. With the loss of the horse, the carriage lurched violently as one wheel collided with a stone, tipping precariously to the side and flinging the elderly coachman and the assistant out of their seats. Yin reacted with remarkable speed, leaping from the carriage and executing a perfect landing. The second to react was Bai Ye, who, without needing any additional movements, seamlessly melded into the shadows, evading damage while simultaneously escaping from the overturned carriage. This was accomplished in mere seconds, thanks to the heart-calming technique. The other four, however, lacked such agility. With a thunderous crash, the four of them, along with the carriage, tumbled forward for 2.5 rotations, finally coming to a halt after rolling several meters. Be cautious, there are archers, Bai Ye warned. Bai Ye hurriedly dashed behind a large rock at the roadside, avoiding the archer's line of sight. You lot, charge! A voice rang out loudly. Immediately, a group of around 30 men, clad in various armaments and exuding a menacing aura, emerged from the woods flanking the main road. Leading them was a scar-faced man with stubble, wielding a hunting bow. It seemed that the previous arrow had indeed been his doing. Meanwhile, the others inside the carriage finally regained their senses from the disorientation caused by the crash, slowly crawling out to find themselves encircled by over 30 men. Among them, an elderly steward's attendant swiftly drew his longsword, addressing the scar-faced leader. Do you know this is the steward of Count Caesar's domain? How dare you assault a lord in broad daylight? Haha, kid, once you step into this forest, it's my territory. I don't care if you're a count steward. Even a king wouldn't matter here. Boys, take him down first, and I'll deal with the others later. The scar-faced man dismissed the attendant's warning without a second thought. This forest lay at the fringes of the jurisdiction of Mor City. Even if the royal guards from the capital wished to intervene, they would find it nearly impossible to trace the culprits after a swift disappearance into the woods. A few robbers advanced, swiftly overpowering the attendant in mere moments, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Boss, there are still 2 people who jumped from the carriage. We don't know where they went, reported a lookout among the thugs. Looks like we've encountered some worthy opponents, the scar-faced man muttered to himself. He turned to glance at the trembling, well-dressed individuals, already calculating his demands. Leave a few here to watch the prize. The rest will follow me to capture those 2. Understood. Yin and Bai Ye, hiding at a distance, observed the unfolding scene. Yin thought to himself, these are not your average robbers. This gang was well trained, and despite their varied equipment, much of it was of high quality. If they were mere common thieves, Yin could easily handle 20 or 30 of them on his own. However, noticing several of the robbers possessed professional skills, he decided to hold back for now. It would not serve him to act recklessly, even if the fate of those in the carriage was of no concern to him. As long as Bai Ye remained safe, that was all that mattered. Casting a glance at Bai Ye, who was also observing the situation, Yin was taken aback by her calm demeanor. Oh, her psychological fortitude is quite impressive, he thought, surprised that the timid little girl from the previous night could maintain her composure in the face of danger, earning her a newfound respect in his eyes. Little did he know that Bai Ye was actually in a state of panic. She had never encountered such a situation before. Her calmness was purely a result of the heart-calming technique operating at full capacity. "Master, what should we do? There are so many of them." Bai Ye anxiously inquired of Bai Ye. "Not to worry. Miss Yin beside you is entirely capable of handling the situation. Simply consider it a practical exercise guided by someone experienced." Bai Ye remarked with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Ye felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Stealing a glance at Yin, she discovered that Yin was also observing her and quickly averted her gaze. Leading the group was an archer whose prowess likely surpassed the intermediate level, though he had not yet reached the advanced tier. The arrow he had just released was a manifestation of the intermediate skill known as penetrating arrow. In addition to him, there were 2 more archers, 4 warriors, and 1 assassin, the ranks of whom remained indeterminate. The remaining 20-odd individuals were well-trained commoners, Yin assessed coolly. At that moment, Bai Ye recalled the hierarchical classification of power in this world and hastily rummaged through his memories, finally grasping the concept. In this realm, every profession is categorized into 9 major tiers. Individuals who have just acquired a profession are collectively deemed as apprentice level. Those who have mastered at least 1 basic spell or martial skill are classified as novice. Upon learning over 5 basic spells and being able to utilize 2 to 3 intermediate skills, one is considered intermediate, exemplified by figures such as Swana, Tiffany, and Tarek. Advancing further by mastering any advanced magic or martial techniques elevates one to the advanced level, akin to Malnus. Beyond this lies the Grandmaster tier, where the Continental Adventurers Guild assesses and evaluates advanced adventurers based on their overall strength, skills acquired, character, contributions, and various other aspects, with decisions made by the guild's higher echelons. The focus for Grandmasters shifts from personal strength to the quantity and quality of skills acquired, with a paramount emphasis on contributions, regardless of the means. Any advanced adventurer deemed to have made significant contributions to the adventurer's world can, even if lacking in combat prowess, be exceptionally recognized as a Grandmaster without passing the Grandmaster Strength test. This could include formulating a theoretical framework or creating unique spells and martial techniques. Above the Grandmaster tier lies the Royal tier, which cannot be unilaterally awarded by the Adventurers Guild. It necessitates the endorsement of at least 1 royal-level guarantor and a notarized document from a substantial organization outside the Adventurers Guild, such as a recognized mage tower or alchemy association. Upon providing the relevant proof, the guarantor publicly confers the royal status. This act serves not merely to acknowledge strength, but also to serve as a deterrent to other factions. The 8th tier, known as the Sacred tier, represents a truly transcendent existence. Currently, across all nations of the continent, the number of individuals possessing sacred-level strength is in the single digits. Achieving the Sacred tier demands not only extraordinary innate talent coupled with diligent study, but also a vast array of training resources to enhance one's abilities, and often requires the capacity to create one's own spells or martial techniques. Hence, most sacred-level warriors are cultivated with the full support of a nation. While history has seen wild sacred-level individuals, they are typically prodigies who can flourish without the backing of a powerful state. Finally, there are those referred to as divine-level adventurers. In this era, they can scarcely be called adventurers. The term divine does not pertain to the true deities Bai Ye has encountered. Rather, it signifies individuals who have attained godly powers. Not immortal nor omnipotent, divine status cannot be conferred by any individual. The hallmark of achieving this status lies in acquiring dominion, which allows the divine-level individual to truly command a portion of the powers within a specific realm, powers that are intrinsic to the essence of the world itself. It can be said that while the divine level is not invincible, there are certainly no rivals beneath it. Bai Ye has also discovered a troubling fact. Within the memories of several legendary assassins that once graced this world, there is no trace of any formidable figure that could rival the strength of the man who cleaved the continent in the recollections of Malnus. This can only imply that this man hails from a realm of greater power. Chapter 13. The Outbreak of War. After listening to Yan's thorough analysis, Wu Yu gained a general understanding of the capabilities of the bandits. Bai Ye informed Wu Yu that she could easily handle 1 or 2 novices. Although Wu Yu's practical experience could be deemed virtually non-existent, under Bai Ye's command, she could indeed manage to deal with 1 or 2 novices. Wu Yu, how about this? Leave the ordinary folks aside. You take care of those two archers and the assassin. I shall handle the rest. Yin concluded the division of labor. Very well, Miss Yin. Please be cautious, Wu Yu said politely before commencing her stealthy approach. Yin, hearing Wu Yu's words, smiled slightly. She then unsheathed her great sword and leapt from her hiding place, calling out to the bandits. Hey, you fools, I'm right here. If you have the guts, come and meet your demise. Boss, over here. A lowly henchman shouted to the scarred man. Ha ha ha, so this is where you are. The scarred man laughed heartily, drawing his bow and swiftly releasing an arrow imbued with fierce wind, aimed directly at Yan's forehead. With a smirk, Yan raised her great sword, effortlessly deflecting the arrow. She then charged forward, lunging at the nearest henchman. The henchman dared not obstruct a lioness, especially one wielding a massive sword. He turned to flee but was swiftly overtaken by Yan, who then cleaved him in half with a single stroke. Upon witnessing their comrade's gruesome demise, the other bandits were taken aback. However, having long engaged in such murderous pursuits, they were not excessively frightened, after all. They were numerous and believed they could eventually wear down this foul woman. Thus, under the leadership of 4 novice warriors, they surrounded Yin, preparing to exhaust her stamina through a relentless assault. How interesting, Yin scoffed. I hope you can hold out a bit longer. Meanwhile, Wu Yu was employing her breath-concealing technique, hidden within a dense thicket, slowly edging closer to the rear of the bandits. Aside from the 20 or so engaged in battle with Yin and the scarred man who was continuously shooting arrows to disrupt her, there remained only 2 archers and 1 assassin at the back. In such a chaotic melee, 3 individuals could hardly intervene. The long-range support from the archers could potentially injure their own comrades, while the assassin found it impossible to make a move. Thus, the 3 could only stand aside, seeking an opportunity. Wu Yu, when the moment arises, take out those 2 archers first, then deal with the assassin, Bai Ye commanded. While the target is preoccupied with the front line, it is the duty of every assassin to eliminate distant threats unexpectedly. As for that assassin, unprepared, he is merely a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Understood, Wu Yu nodded, continuing her approach. Her advantage lay in the fact that while the enemy was aware of their surroundings, she remained concealed in the shadows. In the midst of the frontline battle. With a thunderous roar, Yin propelled himself off the ground, charging towards a novice warrior like a cannonball. His speed reached an astonishing peak, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before his adversary. He unleashed a powerful punch, compelling the warrior to hastily raise his shield in defense. The force of the blow was immense, and with a resounding clang, it sent the warrior, shield and all, tumbling back several meters, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Before the warrior could regain his composure, a massive sword hurtled towards him. The unexpected assault caught him off guard, and the sword pierced through his body, blood splattering in all directions. The nearly 100-pound sword was thrown with such velocity, showcasing Yan's remarkable strength. After dispatching one foe, Yan did not rush to alter his offensive stance. Instead, he swiftly turned to strike at a common minion who had foolishly attempted to sneak attack him. Delivering a seemingly casual punch, the force of his fist generated a powerful gust, crashing into the minion with devastating effect. A dull thud echoed as the minion was sent sprawling backwards, colliding with a tree and spewing a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned pale, and a depression appeared in his chest, likely a sign of several broken ribs. The potency of Yan's punch was truly terrifying. The remaining minions, witnessing this display, had their pupils constrict in shock. The woman's prowess exceeded their wildest expectations. Even the scarred man was taken aback. He had initially assumed she was merely a reckless novice, but the reality of battle revealed the grave error of his judgment. This was no mere novice. She was a merciless and suffocating force of brutality. Though the scarred man possessed considerable skill, classified as intermediate, and often engaged in perilous endeavors, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand even a single strike from the woman before him. Thus, he resorted to firing arrows from a distance, too fearful to approach. Who was this woman? A sense of inexplicable dread enveloped the scarred man. Meanwhile, Wu Yu had stealthily maneuvered to a thicket close to 3 individuals, less than 5 meters from an archer. She exhaled a breath of stale air, her mind focused, as she prepared to leap into action. What a formidable woman. Do you think we can defeat her? Asked the archer, who was farther away, addressing the assassin beside him. Rest assured, our leader is a master of intermediate skills. Though she possesses great brute strength, Even she has limits, the assassin replied dismissively. Park, what do you think? The archer inquired of his companion, only to find silence. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of Park lying on the ground, blood gushing from his neck, trembling momentarily before falling still. Damn it! There's an assassin, the archer shouted. Before he could finish his cry, a sharp pain pierced his back. He turned to see a cat-eared girl, wielding a blue dagger. Having already plunged it into his side, Wu Yue, having struck successfully, withdrew her dagger and vanished into the shadows using her stealth technique. The nearby assassin, alerted by the archer's shout, immediately drew his weapon and glanced towards his companion. Unfortunately, upon looking in the direction of the sound, he was met with the sight of Wu Yue withdrawing her dagger and his comrade, bloodied and kneeling on the ground. Damn it, I forgot about the other one. The assassin thought, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The attention of the three was wholly concentrated on the front line, utterly neglecting the circumstances behind them. Had he been slightly more observant, he might have evaded the ambush by Wu Yue. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. At that moment, Wu Yue's shadow stealthily approached from behind, her figure materializing soundlessly. Armed with a magical ice dagger, she struck down towards his neck. Unexpectedly, the instincts bestowed by his assassin vocation saved him. He managed to counter the attack by gripping the dagger with his other hand. Although he had thwarted half of Wu Yue's assault, the sharp blade merely grazed the skin of his neck, narrowly missing the carotid artery. Blood flowed forth. After her initial attack was thwarted, Wu Yue did not relent. Rather, she intensified her assault. The dagger swung towards the assassin once more, the chill emanating from it sending shivers down his spine. Cursed be it, he muttered under his breath. However, it was too late for him to evade now. With a sickening sound, Wu Yue's dagger struck the right side of his neck, embedding itself deeply. In that instant, the assassin lost all capacity for movement, unable even to muster a defense. Wu Yue withdrew her dagger and seized the assassin's head, lifting him with force. His eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that he had fallen to a mere girl. With a swift motion, Wu Yue sliced the dagger across, severing his throat completely. Blood splattered across the ground. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed toward the front line. Chapter 14. Blazing Flames. Incineration. Wu Yue, are you all right? Bai inquired, concerned that Wu Yue's first kill might leave her unsettled. I am fine, master, Wu Yue replied emotionlessly. Such was the effect of the tranquil heart technique. You must quickly learn to adapt to this feeling on your own. If one day you exceed the limits of the tranquil heart, it will shatter you. Indeed, if Wu Yue continued to rely excessively on this mental discipline without cultivating her psychological resilience, there would come a day when she would surpass its capacity, shattering her consciousness and spiraling into madness. Wu Yue nodded, affirming her commitment to this endeavor. Witnessing death firsthand and taking a life are two profoundly different experiences. Wu Yue still had a long journey ahead of her. As Wu Yue effortlessly dealt with the trio from behind, Yin was relentlessly reaping lives on the front line. Over 20 bandits had dwindled to fewer than 10. In such circumstances, the remaining bandits could no longer form an effective mass assault. Only 3 warriors and their leader, the Scarred Man, stood against Yin. Damn it! The Scarred Man spat, loosing an arrow. With their numbers diminished, the risk of friendly fire was eliminated. He swiftly turned to call for reinforcements from the remaining trio, only to find 2 corpses and 1 archer kneeling, clutching his waist. Curse it! Another assassin. Panic gripped the Scarred Man. With barely 10 men remaining, it was evident they were insufficient to withstand this woman, especially with yet another assassin emerging from the shadows. A desperate struggle was imminent. The Scarred Man did not choose to flee, not out of fear of death, but because even if he ran, he could never escape Yen's grasp, given her astonishing speed. Resolute, he shouted, "You 3, hold this woman back." He then retrieved a unique arrow from behind, knocking it onto his hunting bow, and began to draw it with his martial skill. This arrow was exceptionally sharp, with a pure black arrowhead and fletching, and the shaft emanated an ominous glow. As he aimed, he thought, once you take this arrow, do not expect to rise again. This arrow was crafted from the archer's special talent for arrow making, provided with arrow making materials. The archer could create different types of arrows based on the characteristics of the materials used. The Scarred Man had sourced his materials locally, using poisonous wood from the forest for the shaft, black iron for the arrowhead, and feathers from the funeral crow for fletching. Endowing the arrow with the toxicity of the poison wood, the hardness of black iron, and the acceleration properties of the funeral crow. It could indeed be considered a lethal weapon. Additionally, he employed a martial technique to imbue the arrow with penetrating power, rendering it impervious to ordinary armor and physical defenses. This was his most formidable strike. As the scarred man completed his charge, he released the arrow with a resounding thud. It whistled through the air, transforming into a streak of darkness aimed directly at Yan's heart. Yan stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to the impending lethal threat, her eyes unblinking. At that moment, Wu Yu noticed the arrow's trajectory and attempted to warn Yan, but it was too late. Would it hit? Whether friend or foe? The thought surged through everyone's minds. The scarred man grinned. Although this woman was swift, there was no way she could evade this fatal shot. Just as the arrow neared Yan, she leveled her colossal sword, seemingly intending to block it with the blade. The scarred man reveled in his anticipation. Such audacity would surely lead to her penetration. However, in the next moment, his amusement faded. Yan uttered an incantation, and suddenly her giant sword blazed crimson, flames erupting forth. With an astonishing speed, she swung the sword, sending a crescent-shaped wave of fire radiating outward from her. Boom! The explosion of flames instantly incinerated the surrounding grass and trees, consuming the incoming arrow, leaving only a charred fragment of the black iron arrowhead. The spreading fire also reduced the 3 novice warriors encircling Yan, along with several minor minions, to ashes. This was impossible. The scarred man could hardly believe it. This woman had not used magic in battle until now, and he had thought her merely a common warrior. Huh, look at your ignorance. Yan scoffed. You may not have seen a magic swordsman, but you must have heard of one. She then approached the stunned scarred man and swiftly severed his head with a single stroke of her sword, incinerating the corpse with a burst of flames. How about that? Quite impressive, isn't it? After completing her task, Yan walked through the still-burning area and waved at Wu Yu. Incredible. Wu Yu was left speechless. In less than a few minutes, the battlefield had been utterly transformed. Bai Ye was equally astonished by Yan's prowess. At last, it became clear to Mou why Yan had boldly revealed the mission objective that night. It was because she possessed such strength. Mou thought to herself. Fortunate that Miss Yan was not an adversary. Let us go back to the carriage, she suggested. Yan, seizing the opportunity, contemplated touching Mou's ear, but ultimately restrained herself. The two walked slowly towards the carriage. In this area, only a bowman, clutching his waist, remained. Hey, it seems there's a fire over there. Should we go take a look? One of the remaining lackeys remarked to a companion. What is there to worry about? Our leader is so strong. What could possibly happen? Do you think we'd encounter a formidable opponent just by robbing a carriage? His companion scoffed. Soon after, a head was tossed over, none other than the head of the scarred man. It's our leader. He is dead. Cries echoed in succession, causing several lackeys to scatter in panic. Yin cast a glance at a few startled passengers before addressing the old coachman. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. The coachman pointed towards a carriage wrecked by the roadside along with dead horses. But look at this. Yin sighed, placing a hand on her forehead, then turned to Mou and said, What shall we do? Since it's come to this, we'll have to walk. Mou replied resignedly. Yin nodded in agreement. Thus, the two abandoned the remaining passengers and continued on their journey. Mou wished to take them along, but Yin and Bai Ye dissuaded her. Yin implied that they had already saved their lives once. There was no need to further burden themselves. Bai Ye added that bringing them along would only be a hindrance, as countless troubles awaited them on the road, and it would be more convenient for the two of them to proceed alone, prioritizing their mission. Mou reluctantly acquiesced. The subsequent journey was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any complications. It merely took a couple of extra days, but fortunately, their provisions were sufficient. The two arrived smoothly at the outskirts of Moer City. As the capital of the Dolok Kingdom, Moer City was incomparable to Cecil City. In terms of grandeur, Moer City was several times larger than Cecil City. The city walls, constructed from an unknown material, were extraordinarily solid and robust. Inside the walls stood towering castles, wide and tidy streets, magnificent and exquisite houses, and a plethora of bustling shops. A diverse array of people thronged in and out of the city gates, creating a lively atmosphere. After paying the entry fee to the guards, the two entered the city. Let us part ways here, Yin said to Mou. Over the past few days, they had developed a preliminary understanding of each other. Yin learned that Mou had come to Moer City to study and grew increasingly fond of the young girl. All right, Miss Yin, wishing you success in your mission. Mou sincerely wished her heart filled with affection for this powerful and beautiful mercenary sister after their time together. Before we part, may I touch your ear? Yin suddenly blurted out. After having suppressed the urge for several days, she could no longer contain herself. Huh. Oh, Mimo, you stammered. If not, then forget it. I apologize for being so forward. Yin quickly backtracked. It's fine, Mo, you whispered. Really? Yin exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Although she had merely jested moments ago, she genuinely anticipated Mo's affirmation. After all, her hands had been itching for days. Yin gently bent down, extending her strong yet somewhat calloused hand to stroke Wu's head. The sensation was soft and fuzzy, sending a delightful tingle coursing through her, causing her cheeks to flush a vivid red. Wu, noticing Yin's rosy complexion, felt a touch of bewilderment. Ah, thank you. Until we meet again. Yin chuckled awkwardly before turning and fleeing, as if she were escaping. Wu called out to her several times, but received no response. Until Yin vanished into the throng. What an extraordinary girl, Bai remarked in admiration. Chapter 15. Registering as an adventurer after bidding farewell to Yin. Wu was eager to locate the XODLK Academy without delay, to register, and then take a moment to rest. She opened the note that MRNS had given her, which indicated the northeast of the city, in the bustling district, at the XORDU Hotel. Grandfather MRN directed us here, Wu noted, glancing at the paper. Then let us meander towards the northeast of the city at a leisurely pace, familiarizing ourselves with our surroundings, as we have ample time, Bai suggested. Currently, Wu found herself at the southern gate of Mr. City, and reaching the northeast would indeed take quite some time. Thus, she leisurely entered shopping mode, exploring this shop and that. Master, everything here is new to me. Wu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Coming from a small place, this was her first encounter with such sights. I too am witnessing this for the first time. Bai marveled at the grandeur of the metropolis in this other world, rivaling the first-tier cities of his own realm. As they continued on, Wu spotted a sign, the emblem of the Adventurers Guild. Though she had spent a year at Exengu, she had yet to register officially. She decided to step inside to inquire about registration. Upon entering, Wu felt the weight of curious gazes upon her. After all, it was rare to see a lone adventurer, let alone a young orc girl adventurer. Undeterred, she made her way straight to the counter. Hello, I would like to register as an adventurer, Wu said, standing on her tiptoes to address the receptionist. The receptionist, taken aback by the sight of a small girl barely reaching the counter, assumed she was merely a lost child. Nevertheless, she patiently replied, Hello, little sister. Where are your family members? Wu realized the receptionist perceived her as a nuisance. Firmly, she responded, Sister, I am not here to cause trouble. I am serious. Seeing the determination in Wu's eyes, the receptionist paused, finally understanding her earnestness. Very well, please wait a moment, she said, retrieving a form from beneath the counter and handing it to Wu. Please fill out this form, and I will provide you with the necessary items shortly. All right. After diligently completing the form with her name, race, gender, age, and occupation, Wu returned it to the receptionist. Upon closer inspection, the receptionist was astonished to find that this 14-year-old girl not only had a registered occupation, but was a rogue, no less. However, as a receptionist of the Adventurers Guild, I have encountered my fair share of peculiarities, so I was not overly astonished. I merely cautioned her, Little sister, are you certain you wish to join the Adventurers Guild? If you reconsider now, it is still not too late. Yes, I am certain, she replied, nodding her head. Thank you for the reminder, sister. The receptionist, at a loss for how to dissuade the young girl, eventually shook her head and continued. Now, for the final step, please follow me to the back. All right. Upon entering the backstage area, they came upon a sophisticated apparatus positioned in the center. This is the instrument used for career testing. It primarily verifies the authenticity of your vocation, the receptionist explained in professional jargon. Having witnessed such a device before during her awakening at the church, Wu placed her hand upon it without hesitation. A brilliant light enveloped her, confirming the verification. Observing the receptionist's expression, it was evident that Wu's potential was impressive, especially with the presence of the White Knight within her. Congratulations, Miss Wu. You are now officially an adventurer. I wish you a successful journey ahead. Thank you, sister. The receptionist then handed Wu her adventurer's badge, along with a copy of Adventurer's Guidelines and the history and evolution of the Adventurers Guild. Adventurer ranks begin at level 1 and ascend through levels 2 to 6. The adventurer rank does not significantly correlate with the vocational rank. It merely serves as a reference during the evaluation of vocational levels. Subsequently, the receptionist provided some essential reminders, such as the need for annual checks on adventurer status, the existence of 4 adventurers guilds throughout the city of Moer, and the advisability of not undertaking tasks beyond one's capabilities. Once everything was concluded, Wu Yu stepped out of the adventurers guild, enduring the curious gazes of those around her. Hee, I am an adventurer now, Wu Yu exclaimed joyfully, carefully examining her newly acquired adventurer's badge. This badge, crafted from black iron, bore the emblem of the Adventurers Guild, a sword and shield design, signifying her status as a level 1 adventurer. As Sister Tiffany had mentioned, the higher the adventurer's rank, the more luxurious and costly the badge's materials become. You must strive to ascend, the White Knight remarked. By afternoon, after several hours of exploration, Wu Yu had indulged in a delightful shopping spree. It seems that shopping is indeed a woman's nature, regardless of age. Thankfully, the generous funds provided by Swana and the others before her departure allowed Wu Yu to indulge without concern for her sustenance. Be frugal, Wu Yu. You don't want to be out of money when you enter the academy, the White Knight advised. Yes, master. As the conversation continued, Wu Yu finally arrived at her destination. The Zyroldo Grand Hotel majestically stood at the largest intersection in the northeast of the city, its rectangular structure both orderly and grand. The name Zyroldo Grand Hotel was elegantly inscribed atop the building. Overall, it exuded a sense of history reminiscent of the Peace Hotel in the magical metropolis of White Knight's world. So, this is the Zyroldo Grand Hotel? How impressive, Wu Yu thought, having seen numerous exquisite buildings in the city, yet none could compare to this ancient edifice steeped in history, especially one named after the venerable old director, Zyroldo. Upon entering the hotel lobby, the warm greeting of the receptionist resonated. Welcome. How may I assist you, miss? I am here to enroll in Theodric Academy. Wu Yue replied directly. I'm terribly sorry, but this is the Westoldu Hotel. There is no Theodric Academy here. The receptionist's brow furrowed slightly, a subtle sign of her confusion. How could a child be so forward? She mused. But my grandfather gave me this address. Wu Yue persisted, unaware of her mistake. Perhaps you could accompany me to the back for a more thorough discussion? The receptionist, left with no choice, decided to lead Wu Yue to a private area, hoping to curb her unfiltered inquiries. Very well then. Little sister, are you not aware that one should not openly mention the academy's name? The receptionist scolded as they entered. I'm so sorry, Wu Yue replied, her voice tinged with innocence. Let it be, let it be. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, with your reckless demeanor, the academy would surely reject you. Do you possess an admission notice? Admission notice? No, Wu Yue responded, a hint of guilt in her tone. What? How did you arrive here without one? The receptionist was astonished, as an admission notice was essential to locate the academy. This was what my grandfather informed me. Oh, and I have this letter he asked me to deliver to the headmaster, Wu Yue recalled, retrieving the note that Malnaz had entrusted her with. Remarkable. Someone is aware of such matters. What? Delivered to the headmaster? The receptionist's surprise was palpable. Indeed, it is meant for the headmaster, Wu Yue reiterated, thinking the receptionist had not comprehended her. I understand now. Please follow me. I am Nakabrand, a student of the academy, and quite possibly your future senior. Hello, Senior Nakabrand. Wu Yue greeted promptly. Nakabrand then led Wu Yue towards the lower levels of the hotel. What connection does this hotel have with the school? Wu Yue inquired. Due to certain historical circumstances, the school had to adopt this facade, Nakabrand explained as she opened a door leading further down. You will learn the detailed reasons in due time. For now, just know that the hotel serves merely as the academy's outward identity in Moxer City. After descending for over 10 minutes and traversing numerous floors, they finally arrived at a secluded chamber. This space was devoid of any furnishings, save for a grand, ancient stone door standing majestically in the center. As they approached the door, its intricate carvings depicted various scenes, the most striking being a vividly rendered eye at its center. It appeared to be a woman's eye, closed as if in slumber, exuding an air of tranquility. Nakabrand stepped forward and produced a beautifully crafted necklace from her bosom, adorned with a jet-black gem, reminiscent of the necklace Malnaz had given to Wu Yue. Nakabrand held the gem delicately, aligning with the central eye of the grand gate. At the moment the gem faced it, the eye slowly opened, fixating on the gem as if it had come to life. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the stone door, welcoming back the student Nakabrand. Subsequently, the door began to creak open. Once ajar, a beam of radiant light burst forth, blinding Wiyue, who struggled to open her eyes, while Neko, accustomed to such brilliance, had already closed her eyes in anticipation. "Let us proceed," Neko declared, stepping through the threshold first. "Oh, all right," Wiyue replied, regaining her composure and shielding her eyes from the blinding light as she ventured inside. After a short while, Wiyue gradually lowered her hand from her eyes, allowing her vision to adjust to the surroundings. Only then could she clearly discern the entirety of the place. Before her was not a dark, damp cavern, but rather a realm indistinguishable from the outside world, adorned with a cerulean sky, verdant meadows, crystalline lakes, and snow-capped mountains. It was a mysterious space that mirrored the beauty of the world above. "What a stunning place, master. Do look," Wiyue exclaimed, utterly captivated. "We are several layers underground. Yet to achieve such splendor, these vistas are not mere illusions, but indeed exist. This cannot be subterranean. The door must have transported us to a hidden realm of this world," Bai Ye surmised. "Stop dawdling, keep up with me," Neko urged, as she noticed Wiyue lost in wonder, reminiscent of her own astonishment upon her first arrival. The two ventured deeper into this enigmatic domain, soon catching sight of a quaint town. This settlement, comparable in size to Cecil City, exceeded it in opulence by tenfold, rivaling even the affluent districts of Mower City, yet devoid of any vulgarity associated with wealth. It imparted to Bai Ye a sense of ancient Greek philosophical academies. Truly, a premier institution, Bai Ye marveled. This is the Theodric Academy City. While its area may not rival that of the capital city of the Dorak Kingdom, Mower City, its cultural and historical richness is certainly on par, Neko explained to Wiyue. Having been a student for 2.5 years, Neko was well acquainted with the academy. "Senior Neko, what is that building?" Wiyue inquired, pointing to the most conspicuous structure in the town. "That is the academy's administrative building, where the student council and faculty offices are concentrated. Do you see the tall tower atop it? That is the departure tower, where the academy president resides, conducts affairs, and receives guests," Neko elucidated. "Oh," Wiyue acknowledged, grasping the information. As they entered the town, Neko led the way towards the academy's main building. They encountered numerous students along the path, all regarding Wiyue with curious gazes, as she was an unfamiliar face. "Hello, Senior Neko," several girls greeted her. Neko nodded in acknowledgement, but did not engage in further conversation. "It seems that Senior Neko holds a significant reputation within the academy," Wiyue remarked to Bai Ye. "Her status must be quite elevated. Otherwise, she would not possess such a necklace," Bai Ye opined, believing that those who could obtain such an item and traverse freely were certainly not ordinary individuals. The two individuals continued their journey towards the main campus, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Zyedric Academy. The main gate was rather unassuming, displaying only the prominent inscription of Zyedric Adventurers Academy and a nearby guardhouse, where an elderly gatekeeper was seated. "Welcome back," Neko greeted the gatekeeper, whose name was DeSovo. "Grandpa DeSovo, I have returned and brought a newcomer to register," Neko replied. "But hasn't the enrollment period already passed?" he questioned. "Well, the situation is somewhat unique," she explained. Very well. I trust you to handle your affairs. Go on in." DeSovo waved his hand dismissively. Neko nodded slightly and led Wiyue into the academy. What greeted them first was a vast square, sprawling across thousands of square meters, with a grand statue of a middle-aged man standing at its center. Bai Ye surmised that this was likely the late headmaster, Zyerlodo. "This is Lord Zyerlodo Brandt, the final headmaster of the ancient Zyedric Academy," Neko said, her eyes filled with reverence, then tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Brandt, you mean you are?" "Indeed, I am a descendant of the Brandt family," Neko confessed with poise. "Our ancestors sacrificed immensely to protect the academy from the clutches of power and desire. We, the descendants, are but a pale reflection of his legacy. In fact, it was Lord Zyerlodo's successor, Lady Corsi, known as the Knights Corsi, who established the modern Zyedric Academy. Without her, the academy could not have been rebuilt and reached its present state. I am aware of the tales surrounding Headmaster Zyerlodo and Headmaster Corsi." "Oh, I did not expect you to have heard of our ancestors' story," Neko remarked, surprised, as she turned to Wiyue. "My grandfather shared those stories with me," Wiyue replied. "Your grandfather?" Neko recognized that this information was a closely guarded secret within the academy, known only to the successive headmasters and the Brandt family. To have a seemingly ordinary girl possess such knowledge was indeed astonishing. Yes, he mentioned that he once knew Headmaster Zaire Lodo and Headmaster Corsi, which is how he came to know these tales, Wiyue affirmed with a nod. Once knew? Neko exclaimed in astonishment. What is your grandfather's name? Malnus, Wiyue answered. Malnus? Neko echoed, feeling as though she had heard that name before. However, the immediate priority was to introduce Wiyue to the headmaster. She shook her head, dismissing her musings, and led Wiyue towards the administrative building. Chapter 17. The headmaster. Upon entering the administrative building, the expansive hall revealed a magnificent celestial model adorned with countless stars. Each star seemed to encapsulate profound mysteries, and only through careful observation could one glean fleeting hints from their twinkling brilliance. The entire celestial model was breathtaking, evoking the vastness and unfathomable depth of the universe. Noticing Wiyue's captivated gaze, Neko smiled and explained, "This is the creation of the astronomy department. Although I cannot comprehend the principles behind their astrological magic, it certainly is visually striking, isn't it?" Neko was not particularly enamored with divination and such matters. In the depths of his memory, Bai Ye discovered that in this world, astrology magic is one of the most enigmatic schools of magic, founded on the principles of astrology. It employs meticulously prepared casting materials and pre-drawn magic circles, culminating in ritualistic spellcasting. Such magic, while often slow to unleash, wields tremendous power, making it susceptible to interruption. Thus, few magically gifted sorcerers choose to study astrology magic. Despite this, astrology magic has persevered through the ages, becoming one of the oldest forms of magic known to humanity. Remarkably, in Bai Ye's recollection, there was an assassin who utilized astrology magic as his primary means of attack. Before each assassination, he meticulously prepared all the necessary conditions for casting, initiating his assault with astrology magic to rain down a multitude of meteors upon the target's vicinity, obliterating all defensive measures. He would then saunter over leisurely to effortlessly conclude the mission. Indeed, the vast world is filled with wonders, and Bai Ye felt enlightened by this revelation. As the two traversed the grand hall, they approached a door beside the staircase. Neko pressed a button, which emitted a beep and illuminated. Shortly thereafter, the door opened, revealing a confined space. Wait, is this not an elevator? Bai Ye was astonished to encounter something akin to the elevators of his previous life in this otherworldly realm. Elevator? Master, what is that? Wiyue inquired, puzzled by the term. It is a creation from my world, serving a function similar to this, Bai Ye explained, his expression laden with exasperation, unaware of the peculiarities yet to come. Is this your first time seeing it? Neko was certain that Wiyue had never encountered such a device, although she remained oblivious to the otherworldly soul residing within him. Yes, indeed, Wiyue replied, having gleaned a basic understanding from Bai Ye's brief introduction. This device was invented by the Academy's engineering department, inspired by a mysterious individual-esque concept. It can transport people or heavy objects vertically in a straight line. Neko elaborated as she guided Wiyue onto the elevator. Neko-senpai, how does this large metal box move? Wiyue's curiosity was piqued as she felt the sensation of weightlessness. Oh, that utilizes magic stones, Neko responded. Both Wiyue and Bai Ye had witnessed the enchanting process of enchanting with mana stones and had developed a fundamental understanding of them. Magic stones are crystalline embodiments of magical energy, containing varying degrees of magical essence. Their applications are extensive. They serve as mediums during enchantments, as supplements during times of magical scarcity, and even in the study of gemstone magic as a distinct magical discipline. Bai Ye was astonished that the Academy of Theodric had individuals capable of harnessing magic stones as a source of energy to create an elevator. He felt this was akin to an industrial revolution from another world for this realm. Perhaps in the future, there could even be trains and airplanes powered by magical energy. Filling Bai Ye with anticipation. Before long, the magical elevator reached the top floor, just beneath the tower's apex. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing a quaint and exquisite chamber. The walls were adorned with intricately carved wood, and a stained glass window graced one side, allowing light to dance upon the simple furnishings: a desk, a leather-backed chair, a coffee table, and a sofa. Nothing more. Wow, what a beautiful room. Without the moon, a gasp escaped her lips. It was her first encounter with such a beautiful and antiquated room. Indeed, the headmistress resided in the finest chamber of the academy, as Naku unabashedly declared. A gentle cough interrupted, causing Naku to freeze in alarm, the words she had prepared faltering on her tongue. "Good day, Headmistress Lilith," she promptly assumed a formal stance, clearly accustomed to such decorum. At that moment, Wuyu noticed a door on the adjacent wall, presumably leading to the headmistress's private quarters. The door was slowly pushed open, revealing a petite girl clad in a bear-themed pajama, her face the only visible part, standing no taller than 4 feet 5 inches, shorter than Wuyu herself. Yet, Wuyu dared not underestimate her, for the presence of Bai Ye echoed in her mind, reminding her that the aura of this young girl was inscrutable, likely possessing strength at the saint level. Even without Bai Ye's warning, Wuyu could discern that the girl's essence was alarmingly disproportionate to her appearance. "Hello, Headmistress Lilith," Naku awkwardly greeted. Lilith shot a disapproving glance at Naku before sauntering past her, coming to a halt before Wuyu. She reached out with her chubby little hand, gently lifting Wuyu's chin for a closer inspection, murmuring to herself, "Your soul is remarkably powerful." Her voice was soft and melodious, each tone weaving a spell that seemed to melt the heart. Good day, Headmistress. I am Wuyu. I am here to enroll, I suppose," she stammered, but Lilith interrupted her with an impatient expression. "Well, you see, Headmistress, I was supposed to consult Miss Martilda at the administration office regarding this, but the situation is rather special. Miss Wuyu has a letter intended for you," Naka hurriedly explained to Lilith. "Oh, it has been ages since anyone penned a letter to me. Let me see it," Lilith exclaimed with excitement. Having spent so many years confined within the academy walls, boredom gnawing at her, Wuyu, sensing the urgency, quickly retrieved the letter from her bag and presented it with both hands. Lilith eagerly accepted the letter, hastily tearing open the envelope and leaning in to read the contents. "Malnus? Malnus." As she read the first line, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, rushing closer to Wuyu, her small hands gripping Wuyu's shoulders. "Is it that Malnus, the elemental master of the elven race?" Startled by Lilith's sudden inquiry, Wuyu nodded in affirmation, confirming the headmistress's question. "My goodness, it truly is him. 200 years. I was but a child when I drifted off to sleep listening to the legendary tales of him and Headmistress Kalexi. Who would have thought I would encounter him in the flesh?" Lilith was practically bouncing with excitement, even Nock had taken aback by the headmistress's exuberance, having never witnessed her in such a state. "Your enrollment is approved. Naku, prepare the necessary documentation." Lilith waved her hand dismissively, urging Naku to exit promptly. Reluctantly, Naku left the headmistress's office. "Dear girl, come quickly and tell me the legendary tale of Marlena's disappearance over the years." Lilith's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eager to extract every fragment of idol-related memory from Wuyu's mind. Chapter 18. Best Friends, Idols. Dormitory Nako descended from the principal's office to the second highest floor of the administrative building, where the teaching department was located. As she pondered the excitement Lilith had displayed upon hearing the name Marlena's, she recalled the tales passed down through the Brand family, originating from their ancestor, Theodore. "Marlena's? That name sounds so familiar," she murmured to herself, adjusting her attire in preparation to knock on the teaching department's door. Given the principal's notorious casualness, one could encounter her in any corner of the academy, and her attire was equally nonchalant. For instance, today she donned bare pajamas, showing no concern for appearances. However, Nako knew that regardless of the informality displayed in the principal's office, it was imperative to ensure her own clothing was neat before entering the teaching department. Otherwise, "Nako, how many times must I remind you to use magic to clean yourself before entering the teaching department, especially after emerging from that old witch Lilith's den? Do not bring her demonic stench into my space," reprimanded Director Martilda, her voice sharp. "Ahaha, please calm down, Director. I am simply here on an errand for the principal. I promise to be more mindful next time." Nako quickly invoked the principal's name for salvation. Although Director Martilda often expressed disdain for Principal Lilith, the two had known each other for 2 centuries and had grown up together as close friends, a fact that was not readily apparent to outsiders. "Humph. Isn't she usually too lazy to handle academy affairs? What brings her to me for this today?" Martilda raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms with a haughty demeanor. Typically, Martilda managed all matters within the academy, while Lilith only made rare appearances during significant events, leading new students to perceive her as a mysterious and formidable figure. "Bah, she is merely slothful. Director, the principal sent me to assist with the enrollment procedures for a new student, Nako said cautiously. What? Matilda slammed her hand on the table, yanking off her glasses and tossing them to the floor, springing to her feet. Lilith, you wretched woman. After all this time without reaching out, you only bother me for such trivial matters? Director, please don't be agitated. The office can't withstand your fury. Nako was at a loss, but the turbulent magical energy around them confirmed that Miss Matilda was indeed furious. Upon hearing Nako's words, Matilda recalled that renovations of the office building would require funding, and with the realization that managing finances was no small task, she gradually calmed her temper. Fine. Tell me about this new student worthy of Lilith's intervention, she said, her tone laden with emphasis, revealing her lingering resentment towards Lilith. Seeing Matilda finally composed, Nako proceeded to relay all the details regarding Wu Yu. I see. Is this new student introduced by the esteemed Marlenas? Matilda pondered thoughtfully. For many years, I had often heard Lilith speak of this individual, and I never anticipated that after several centuries, he would finally make his appearance. According to Matilda, after Marnus assisted Kelsey in the reconstruction of the academy, he was warmly invited by Kelsey to assume the role of headmaster. However, for reasons unknown, Marnus declined her invitation. Consequently, Kelsey became the headmaster and, by a unanimous decision of the academy's higher-ups, bestowed upon Marnus the honorary title of headmaster in gratitude for his immense contributions during the academy's reconstruction. Subsequently, after a brief stay, Marnus departed from the academy, vanishing from sight for several centuries. The position of honorary headmaster has remained unfilled since Marnus, as no one could possibly match his achievements. It is known that after Marnus's departure, Kelsey, the headmaster, never married and even uttered his name until her dying breath. Although the reasons for his initial departure from the academy remain a mystery, as he introduced individuals to our institution, we must accept them unconditionally. This is the rule, Matilda asserted. Nako, the child introduced to us, is an assassin, correct? I believe I understand Lord Marnus's intentions, she continued. Return to Lilith and inform her that we shall overlook this incident. Next time, she should personally come to find me, understood? Yes, Miss Matilda, Nako replied, not daring to linger for another moment, hastily exiting the office. Thus, Lord Marnus entrusted me with the necklace and the letter, and everyone watched as I boarded the carriage. Which brought me here. Wu Yue recounted the tales of Marnus from her memories, sharing her stories with great eloquence, before turning to gaze in Lilith's direction. Oh, how touching! To hear a tale of my idol that is not simply a fabrication of a bard, it is worth a lifetime. Truly, my idol, Lord Marnus, is so magnificent in every gesture, Lilith exclaimed, her face brimming with satisfaction, nearly moved to tears. Wu Yue had never envisioned that the stern Marnus was, in fact, a legendary figure, even having a headmaster who was an ardent admirer of his. Since that battle, I sensed that Marnus was concealing his true strength. Now it appears that his prowess may even surpass that of Headmaster Lilith, Bai Ye remarked within Wu Yue's mind. Yet, why did Lord Marnus decline the position of headmaster? Lilith inquired, her curiosity piqued amidst her admiration. I believe it is because Lord Marnus yearns for a tranquil life, Wu Yue replied. Indeed, my idol is truly unfathomable, Lilith mused. I have made up my mind. I too shall learn from Lord Marnus and strive for a more serene existence. Perhaps I should consider sleeping a few more hours each day, she pondered, causing Nako, who had just entered, to wear a rather exasperated expression. Headmaster, the enrollment procedures are complete. Miss Matilda asked me to convey her message. She said, understood, understood. She will surely mention something about coming down herself next time. Lilith imitated Matilda's tone. Very well, although I have many more inquiries regarding Lord Marnus, we shall leave it for today. Little Wu Yue, follow Nako. Let her arrange your accommodation. I shall take a brief afternoon nap, Lilith concluded with a yawn before retreating to her chamber. Nako watched the headmaster enter the bedroom with a bemused expression before turning to Wu Yue and saying, I apologize for the spectacle. Our headmaster is rather unique. Not at all. In fact, I find Miss Lilith's demeanor quite liberating, Wu Yue replied. Shall we proceed? I will escort you to your dormitory. You must be exhausted after today. The two slowly exited the administration building, making their way toward the student accommodations. Along the way, Nako explained, students are generally not permitted to leave this secret realm without special circumstances. Of course, the academy and the surrounding fields are self-sufficient, so leaving is typically only for tasks, examinations, or family visits. Since I am a member of the student council, I also work part-time at the Xildu Grand Hotel, Nako added. You will gradually learn more about the student council. But let us discuss our dormitories. Do you see that cluster of villas over there? Nako pointed to a distant area of modest buildings. That is the student living area, colloquially known as the dormitories. Oh, how lovely, Bai Ye exclaimed, recalling her past life. Bai Ye's impression of dormitories was of large shared spaces with bunk beds. She was surprised to discover that this world's academy had allocated such a substantial area for student housing. Our academy has always believed in providing students with an excellent living and learning environment, as this is fundamental to nurturing talent, Nako proudly stated. The dormitories outside may be decent, but they pale in comparison to ours. How exceptional, Bai Ye thought, covering her face. Chapter 19. Roommate. Upon entering the dormitory area, Bai Ye observed a bustling scene filled with groups of students, 3 boys and 2 girls, moving about. Nako, how many students are currently enrolled in the academy? Bai Ye inquired. Well, including this year's newcomers, there are roughly 4,000 to 5,000, Nako contemplated before responding. Such a significant number? Indeed, more than half of them are freshmen, Nako cautioned. In fact, most freshmen tend to be eliminated during the year-end assessments. Keep that in mind. If you wish for me to share some insights on the exams, I could assist. Understood, Bai Ye replied. As they conversed, they arrived at a villa. Nako introduced it, saying, "This will be your dormitory. It accommodates 4 residents. And all other rooms are filled, leaving only this one available." Just as Nako was about to leave, she remembered something and turned back. "I work in the student council, so feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. For now, take a good rest. Goodbye." "Got it. Goodbye, senior." Bai Ye bid farewell to Nako and slowly approached the villa. Now, Bai Ye had the opportunity to examine the villa's exterior. True to the academy's standards, the design was both simple and elegant. A wide, straight avenue led to the villa, flanked by lush greenery and an excellent environment. Between the buildings, low wooden fences separated them, adorned with climbing vines of unknown origin. 2 magical lamps stood at the entrance, casting a warm orange glow. The villa's door bore the number 888. "What a fortunate number," Bai Ye remarked. "Let us go and knock, to see how the interior is decorated." Bai Ye nodded in agreement and stepped through the entrance, making her way slowly to the inner door. Knock, knock, knock. The moonless night gently rapped on the dormitory door. "Is anyone there?" After a brief moment, a melodious voice emerged from within the room. "Coming. Please wait a moment." Footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal a radiant face adorned with a warm smile, resembling an exquisite egg. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, with shoulder-length brown hair and a pair of amber eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, exuding an air of astuteness. Most striking were the dragon horns adorning her head, a characteristic of the dragonkin. "Hello, my name is Bai Ye, and I am a new student." Bai Ye politely introduced herself. "Wow, how adorable. Your name is Bai Ye, right? What a lovely name. How old are you? Where do you come from? May I touch your ears?" The dragonkin girl, upon meeting Bai Ye, burst forth with exuberance, her words flowing like an unending stream. At the sound of the ruckus created by the girl at the door, another young lady stepped out from the room, her voice like the crisp autumn breeze. "It's quite noisy, Bai Ye." Then, noticing Bai Ye being accosted by Bai Ye, she shook her head in exasperation and stepped forward to gently pull Bai Ye away, who was poised to reach out and touch Bai Ye's ears. "I apologize. Bai Ye lacks a sense of restraint," she said. "It's quite all right. Bai Ye is very enthusiastic," Bai Ye replied with a grateful smile. "Sophia Campbell, hailing from the northern realm of the kingdom of Dorok. A pleasure to meet you." Bai Ye, Sophia introduced herself, her demeanor reflecting a refined upbringing, exuding an aristocratic charm in her every movement. "Hello, Sophia. It's a pleasure to meet you." Bai Ye extended her right hand in greeting. Witnessing their handshake, Bai Ye quickly chimed in to introduce herself. "Sophia, you're still so unyielding. I just got a bit excited seeing such an adorable person like Bai Ye. By the way, Bai Ye, I'm Bai Ye, from the Alliance of the New Western Continent. As a side note, I'm an alchemist. If you ever need potions or anything, I can give you a 20% discount." Bai Ye exclaimed, her eyes gleaming like coins at the prospect. All right," Bai Ye responded, somewhat overwhelmed by Bai Ye's enthusiasm. "Oh, and there's another girl who spends all her time in the academy library, delving into summoning spells. We hardly see her. I'll introduce you to her when you have the chance. Her name is Kaylu, and although her personality is a bit eccentric, she's a good person. You'll understand once you meet her. Kaylu and I live on the first floor, while Sophia is currently alone on the second. Now that you're here, the other room is yours, Bila informed Wu Yue. Understood. Thank you both. Wu Yue felt fortunate to be living with such amiable roommates. All right, Sophia. Please take Wu Yue to her room to unpack. It will soon be mealtime. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Bila instructed, skillfully making her way to the kitchen. Sophia then led Wu Yue upstairs to the innermost room, marked 202. She pushed the door open and gestured for Wu Yue to enter. Wu Yue, this is your room. I am right next door in 201. Should you need anything, just knock. After speaking, Sophia turned and walked downstairs. Wu Yue entered her room, which was already furnished with all the essentials, a bed, wardrobe, and desk. After neatly placing her clothes in the wardrobe, she collapsed onto the bed, finally feeling the reality of entering the academy. Rolling over, she spoke to Bai Ye in her mind. Master, we have finally entered the academy. The journey was truly arduous. Indeed, it was quite challenging, but it also allowed us to encounter many people and experiences, did it not? Bai Ye replied. Observing Wu Yue's progress over the past few days, Bai Ye noted her significant improvements in various aspects, be it skill proficiency, magical capacity, or social interactions. Most importantly, Wu Yue now possessed a newfound confidence in her ability to live independently. It seemed she had matured considerably. The girl who once feared striking even a slime had grown. Master, what should we do next? Wu Yue inquired, recalling Bai Ye's earlier mention of their mission, leaving her family to study at the academy, all for the better execution of their task. As for the mission, the employer has not set a deadline. I surmise I am merely one of her many insignificant pawns, so there is no need for haste. Let us first establish a firm foundation, Bai Ye advised. Furthermore, I am quite curious about the man mentioned by Malnus. He may be deeply intertwined with our mission, and we require more information regarding him. I overheard Neko mention that there will be an end-of-year assessment for each academic year. This presents an opportunity. We must showcase our abilities during this evaluation to gain the Academy's attention and secure more resources. This way, we can ascend further and acquire more knowledge about this world. Bai Ye analyzed. You need not worry excessively about this matter. I am here. Focus on enjoying your life at the Academy and practice the skills I have taught you. I will keep an eye out for information regarding the mission, Bai Ye reassured her. Understood. Wu Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Bai Ye's detailed analysis. Indeed, with such a formidable master, the mission would surely be accomplished. Her only task was to grow stronger and not hinder her master. Just then, Wu Yue heard Bila's voice calling from downstairs. Wu Yue, it's time for dinner. All right, I'll be right down. Chapter 20. The Genius Calandria. Today, in honor of Wu Yue's arrival at our dormitory, I prepared a plethora of delicious dishes, Bila exclaimed, placing the final platter on the table. Indeed, I can see that. Such a spread is rarely seen, Sophia remarked, her expression unchanged. Of course, we must be prudent with our resources. Sophia, you and Calandria do not cook, so how would you know the extent of the expenses involved, my lady? Bila shot a somewhat resentful glance at Sophia. Typically, Bila did the cooking while the others contributed to the cost of ingredients. As both Sophia and Calandria were not adept in the kitchen, if they could not lend a hand, they would at least provide financial support. Actually, I can cook a little too. I can help you in the future, Wu Yue chimed in. After assisting Tiffany in the kitchen for several years, she had acquired enough knowledge to prepare meals for four without difficulty. Such a delightful relationship. In the future, we can take turns cooking, lest they tire of my dishes. Bila remarked, beckoning to Myuhui. Come, eat up, Myuhui. Sample my culinary skills. After a while, the trio had nearly devoured the meal laid out before them. Bila packed the leftovers into the magically powered refrigerator provided by the academy, ensuring that Bai Ye would not go hungry. How astonishing is this academy? A realm entirely distinct from the outside world. First, there are elevators, and now a refrigerator. Myuhui exclaimed, finally grasping the situation. Could it be that the mysterious individual who provided the elevator concept, as Neko mentioned, is a traveler from another realm? Bai Ye speculated. Bila, what is this refrigerator, no? This grand box. Myuhui inquired. Ah, it seems to be a standard fixture in every dormitory, used for preserving ingredients. I am not quite sure of its name, as I have never encountered such a contraption outside the academy. Bila replied. Refrigerator is indeed an apt name. It releases cold air the moment it is opened. Myuhui, you are truly brilliant. What a splendid name. Ah, haha. Myuhui replied sheepishly, feeling a twinge of guilt for appropriating the term he had just heard from his master. Speaking of which, I have noticed that many facilities within the academy are powered by this magical energy. For instance, those 2 street lamps at the entrance, Bilo observed. From what I understand, the secret realm housing the academy conceals a vast dragon vein beneath it, brimming with potent magical energy, Sophia interjected, breaking her silence. When the academy was first established, they commenced the extraction of this dragon vein, and in recent years, even constructed a massive underground magical network to serve the entire school city. How utterly marvelous! Bila exclaimed in astonishment. Sophia continued. The technology for harnessing magical energy is unique to our academy and has yet to be unveiled to the world, for doing so would certainly incite tremendous upheaval. As the 3 engaged in their spirited discussion, the dormitory door swung open, revealing a petite girl clad in a robe, her tousled beige hair framing her weary face, dark circles under her eyes betraying her sleepless nights. The girl swayed as she approached, seemingly oblivious to the trio, and made a beeline for the refrigerator. Given that Bila had just placed the food inside, Myuhui surmised that this was a well-established tradition. This girl must be Kulu. The food looks delightful today. Did someone celebrate a birthday? Kulu mumbled, her voice lacking energy, punctuated by a yawn. Kulu, by your appearance, I deduce you've been awake for at least 3 days. Sophia concluded at a glance. Not at all. There's such an adorable new classmate here. Did you not notice? Bila replied, exasperated, for Kulu had always been this way. Hello, Kulu. I am Myuhui. It is a pleasure to meet you. Myuhui politely introduced himself. Kulu shoved a piece of bread into her mouth and mumbled indistinctly, Ni hao. Fungao 11 Long Si Li. Could Kulu finish her food before speaking? Bila sighed, feeling the exhaustion of teaching a child, despite being only 16 herself. Kulu is a mage specializing in summoning magic, Sophia informed Myuhui. Biora interjected, do not be deceived by her appearance. Lulu is, in fact, a prodigious sorceress. Although she has only been at the academy for a few months, she has already attracted the attention of a legendary figure within our institution, who wishes to take her on as a personal apprentice. How impressive! Wu Yue exclaimed sincerely. Finally swallowing her food, Lulu remarked, as a member of the demon race. Possessing a modicum of magical talent is quite ordinary. In contrast, our principal is truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. Principal Lilith? Wu Yue inquired. Have you met her? Lulu suddenly became animated, urging, do tell me more about the principal. Upon witnessing Lulu's enthusiasm, Wu Yue was struck by a fleeting vision of Principal Lilith. The 2 bore an uncanny resemblance. That will suffice, Lulu. Wu Yue has only just arrived. Let's not bombard her with questions. You've stayed up for 3 nights straight. Aren't you tired? Go wash up and get some rest, Biora said, exasperated, as she seized Lulu by the back of her collar, lifting her toward the bathroom like a kitten. Completely forgetting her own behavior upon Wu Yue's arrival. Everyone here is quite intriguing, Wu Yue mused internally, conversing with Bai Ye in her mind. After finishing her meal, she expressed her intention to visit the training grounds. Wu Yue, would you care to join me as my sparring partner? Sophia asked as she rose to her feet. Absolutely. I was just thinking of practicing as well, Wu Yue replied, elated to discover a companion for her training, which she had been diligently undertaking every morning and evening under Bai Ye's tutelage. She then followed Sophia out of the dormitory. The training grounds in the dormitory area consisted of 4 sections, each oriented towards the cardinal directions. The eastern ground was within a short walking distance from their dormitory, and in just a few minutes, they arrived to find it enveloped in a large magical barrier, with numerous smaller barriers within to prevent accidental harm to nearby individuals during training. Additionally, the barrier provided soundproofing, as the academy was home to many enthusiastic martial artists who practiced late into the night. At that moment, the training ground was bustling with students. Some were jogging, others strolling, while pairs were engaged in practice. The air was filled with the clashing of metal and the dazzling display of various spells. The atmosphere of the academy is quite pleasant, Bai Ye observed, noting that the caliber of students admitted to Theodoric Academy was undoubtedly exceptional. Come on, Wu Yue, Sophia said, leading her to a secluded training area, entirely concealed from view. Sophia approached a crystal orb, placing her hand upon it. Gradually, the barrier opened, and she gestured for Wu Yue to enter before closing it once more. As the barrier sealed shut, it cut off all sound, rendering the outside world invisible. ensuring that external distractions would not interfere with those within. The interior was equipped with numerous facilities, an assortment of weapons, all of which had been provided by the academy for the convenience of student training, yet the quality rivaled that of the finest blacksmiths outside. Clearly, the academy was not only affluent, but also rich in technical expertise. Sophia gathered her flowing blue locks into a ponytail and casually selected a one-handed longsword from the weapon rack. Turning to Wu Yue, she remarked, "Given your equipment, you must be an assassin, am I correct? In the spirit of fairness, I shall disclose my profession to you. Sophia Campbell, the sword mage, please offer your guidance." The last time I encountered Miss Yen, she too was a sword mage, and her formidable strength left a profound impression on Wu Yue. I recall Yin mentioning that the sword mage profession is exceedingly rare and challenging to master. It is quite perplexing to encounter one in a dormitory of merely 4 individuals. Bai Ye expressed his curiosity. "Master, do you think I could defeat Sophia?" Although Wu Yue lacked a competitive spirit, he was eager to comprehend the disparity between himself and his roommate. "If it were me, she would surely perish within 10 exchanges. Of course, there is no need for a life and death struggle. However, if it were you engaging in a spar without any intent to kill, it would indeed be difficult." Bai Ye, drawing from Yan's previous performance, deduced that the characteristics of the sword mage profession inherently countered that of an assassin. Given Wu Yue's current abilities and his inability to unleash lethal moves, he likely stood no chance against Sophia. "Fear not, it is merely a spar. What you require now is a formidable practice partner, so simply perform at a standard level," Bai Ye advised. "Wu Yue, I shall commence," Sophia declared, her expression as frosty as winter, stepping forward. Chapter 21. The spar. Wu Yue observed as Sophia stepped forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. And in the blink of an eye, she stood before him, her longsword descending with unwavering precision. Wu Yue swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Not missing a beat, Sophia executed a horizontal slash with her sword, her momentum unyielding. At that moment, Wu Yue drew his ice mage dagger, barely managing to block the attack. Yet the recoil sent him flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Sophia pursued, her toes lightly touching the ground as she leaped into the air, swinging her longsword downward with intent to cleave. Wu Yue, still airborne, found it exceedingly difficult to evade. Without hesitation, he unleashed Shadow Cloak to counter Sophia's onslaught, transforming into a pitch-black shadow, merging with the shadows of surrounding objects, allowing Sophia's strike to miss once more. "Well done," Sophia commended, genuinely surprised by Wu Yue's reflexes, which surpassed her expectations, as he could even execute a mid-level skill like Shadow Cloak. Perhaps they were evenly matched in strength. No sooner had she spoken than Sophia's own shadow began to ripple. Wu Yue, anticipating the end of his Shadow Cloak, swiftly transitioned from the shadows of others to Sophia's. Just as the skill concluded, he leaped forth from the shadows to deliver a backstab. However, Sophia's intuition was extraordinary. She reacted the instant Wu Yue emerged, positioning her longsword behind her. With a resounding clang, Wu Yue's dagger met the blade, sparks flying in the air. Using the momentum, Wu Yue floated backward to regain his stance, scrutinizing Sophia intently, while she, in turn, fixed her gaze upon him, both tacitly agreeing to halt their assaults. Impressive, indeed. Sophia possesses a wealth of combat experience. It seems she has been trained by a master swordsman since childhood, Bai Ye praised. In terms of swordsmanship, Sophia was undoubtedly on par with advanced swordsmen. Not to mention she had yet to employ any magic. "Master, what should I do?" Wu Yue inquired, taking a deep breath. Her intuition is quite formidable. A sneak attack may prove ineffective. "You might have to see if you can outmatch her in magic," Bai Ye suggested to Wu Yue. Had it been the White Knight himself, he would have had access to a plethora of spells, capable of rendering Sophia devoid of all senses, leaving her with naught but instinct, thus making her no match for him. However, for Mu Yu, it was a different story. She was still too inexperienced. "Use the technique you taught me," she stated. "Understood, Master," Mu Yu replied, then bent low, adopting a stance poised for a sprint. Observing Mu Yu's readiness, Sophia likewise prepared her defenses. At that moment, Mu Yu closed her eyes, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, her form becoming ethereal. After a brief moment of gathering strength, Mu Yu abruptly opened her eyes. No longer did they possess the innocent, gentle glimmer. Instead, they were filled with profound darkness, with only a hint of eerie white gleaming from her pupils. Then, With a powerful push from her right foot, she launched herself towards Sophia like an arrow loosed from its bow, swiftly closing the distance between them. Just as Sophia was about to defend herself, she unexpectedly met Muyu's gaze. In that instant, an inexplicable fear surged within her, dampening her fervent fighting spirit significantly, causing her grip on her long sword to falter. The skill she had just learned from White Knight 2 days prior, a technique derived from the abilities of a warrior assassin from another realm, manifested in her mind. This unique skill, a blend of assassination techniques, magic, and hypnosis, would ensnare anyone who met her gaze, sapping their will to fight. In severe cases, it could even render them immobile. Naturally, this ocular technique would have minimal effect on those similarly skilled or possessing formidable willpower. Yet, for a battle-hardened warrior like Sophia, whose resolve was somewhat average, the impact was undeniable. This was still a nascent skill for Muyu, who could only wield it for a fleeting moment. Yet, that brief instant proved sufficient. Sophia's defensive movements faltered, granting Muyu an opening as her dagger lunged towards Sophia's neck. Just as the dagger neared the smooth expanse of Sophia's throat, Muyu hesitated, contemplating whether to withdraw. In that critical moment, Sophia suddenly regained her focus, her eyes sharpening with renewed determination. "Ice ring," she exclaimed, and with her body at the core, a circular wave of icy blue energy erupted, forcefully pushing Muyu away. As Muyu retreated, the ice ring expanded, covering the ground around Sophia with a thin layer of frost within a few meters. After being pushed back, Muyu stumbled a few steps before regaining her footing. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Sophia's sword was now poised at her throat, emanating a blue luminescence and exuding a chilling aura. Unbeknownst to Muyu, Sophia had utilized the icy surface created by her ice ring to glide effortlessly to Muyu's front, effectively concluding their duel. "I concede. You are truly formidable, Sophia," Muyu acknowledged, raising her hands in surrender. "Thank you, Muyu. Your strength is impressive. No one of your caliber has ever compelled me to use magic before," Sophia expressed with genuine admiration. "Really? Is that so?" Muyu exclaimed, astonished, realizing her own prowess. "And I understand that facing me directly as an assassin was inherently unfair, especially since you had to temper your killing intent to avoid harming me." Sophia paused for a moment and added, "Moreover, you possess many formidable skills, do you not? I firmly believe that in practical combat, you will undoubtedly showcase even greater prowess. I look forward to engaging in more sparring sessions with you in the future," she humbly remarked. "I too shall grow stronger, and I will not be left behind." "Sophia," came the reply. "Just call me Sophia, Nyugetsu," she responded. "Very well. Let us proceed, Sophia." Back to the dormitory. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Sophia emerging victorious. "Master, it seems I still need to practice diligently," Nyugetsu acknowledged. "That is good to hear. After some time, I shall teach you a few techniques. You will surely be able to defeat her," Bai Ye assured Nyugetsu. After an intense match, both were drenched in sweat and returned to the dormitory, where they each took a refreshing shower. "Look at you two. Your relationship has certainly improved," Bela teased, observing the pair seated side by side on the sofa after their baths. "Sophia is quite formidable, and I have come to admire her," Nyugetsu confessed. "Oh, is that so?" Bela remarked with a knowing smile, glancing at Sophia. Sophia maintained a stoic expression, though her cheeks flushed slightly. Well, Sophia has grown fond of new acquaintances and has no need for me anymore." Bela dramatically collapsed onto the sofa, rolling about in jest, though the smirk on her lips and the mischief in her eyes betrayed her playful demeanor. "Bela, you truly are a delight," Sophia observed with an amused expression. All right. I was merely jesting. I have yet to accuse you of stealing my dear Nyugetsu." Bela swiftly altered her tone, gazing at them like a jilted lover. "Haha." Nyugetsu chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, Kuru, who had been lounging on the sofa, suddenly erupted into a fit of silly laughter, lost in her dreams. Meanwhile, the other three engaged in light-hearted banter, with Bela primarily narrating tales of camaraderie, as the seeds of friendship quietly began to sprout. Chapter 22. Into the city the following morning, Nyugetsu arose early to practice in the courtyard. As he trained, memories of his battle with Sophia replayed in his mind. Sophia's swordsmanship was exceptional. Unlike Miss Yan's grandiose style, Sophia's strikes were swift and precise, targeting vital points with each move. In addition, her mastery of ice magic was remarkable. Although he had only witnessed one technique, the ice ring, It was enough to sense the immense power she wielded. It was hard to believe she was merely a mid-level adventurer, capable of honing both swordsmanship and magic to the highest echelons of skill. Her extraordinary talent was evident, as was her dedication to relentless training. Today, as before, Sophia had risen before dawn to practice at the training grounds. Given her innate talent and formidable abilities, her victory was undoubtedly well-deserved. This further solidified Nyugetsu's resolve to grow stronger. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Neko appeared at the entrance, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Nyugetsu. Up early for practice, I see." "Good morning, Senior Neko," Nyugetsu replied warmly. Neko nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "I came to discuss the class arrangements with you. Have you met your roommates yet? How do you find them?" "They are all interesting and delightful individuals. I quite like them," Nyugetsu responded. "That's wonderful. I was worried their personalities might clash with yours. And how fortuitous that you are all in the same class. You can look out for one another." "Really? That is fantastic." It must be said that Bai Ye is indeed fortunate in encountering kind-hearted individuals. Since the moment she met Malnus, she has continuously crossed paths with good people, which makes Bai Ye envious. "Well, when the time comes, let your roommate guide you to the classroom. I shall say no more. As for your mentor, I will keep that a secret for now. You will find out soon enough. Let us just say he is quite an intriguing person," Naka teased. "I understand, Senior Nako. When do we begin our classes?" Bai Ye inquired. "But isn't it Saturday?" "Classes commence on Monday," Naku replied. "All right, I have nothing else to attend to. I have matters to handle, so I shall take my leave." With a smile, Naku turned and departed. "Goodbye, Senior Naku." Bai Ye waved as she bid farewell. After finishing her morning exercise, Bai Ye returned to her room, just in time to see Bela stepping out of her own chamber, stretching lazily. As for Lulu, she was still in her room, indulging in sleep. "Bai Ye, you're back. You and Sophia are quite alike, both rising early for morning workouts. Isn't it exhausting?" Bela yawned. "Not at all. As a transfer student, I must practice diligently, otherwise I shall be left behind," Bai Ye replied. "Honestly, don't you lot have any awareness of your own abilities?" Bela remarked with a furrowed brow. With Sophia's prowess, there was no competition among the newcomers, and Bai Ye was merely a step behind Sophia, ranking among the top in strength. As for Lulu, she was a genius who spent all her time in the library, forgoing sleep. "These three are relentless. It puts immense pressure on me, a mere alchemist," Bela expressed, exasperated. "The study and practice of alchemy do not require daily training like swordsmanship, nor does magic grow stronger with use. Alchemy demands a profound understanding of material properties, a spark of creativity, and endless experimentation coupled with funding. Consequently, Bela either conducts experiments or promotes her products throughout the academy and even the city, earning her reputation for being somewhat frugal and money-minded. Then I must strive harder. Today, I shall extract a bit more funding from them," she declared with a newfound resolve. Clenching her fists, "Bai Ye, why not take a stroll around the academy city for the next couple of days and see what peculiarities you can find?" Bai Ye suggested. "Very well, Master," Bai Ye responded obediently. "By the way, Bai Ye, are you heading to the academy city this afternoon?" "I plan to go as well. We can go together," Bela suddenly asked. "Ah, that works. I was just planning to explore the city," Bai Ye replied. "Great. Let's wait for Sophia and see if she wishes to join us." As noon approached, Sophia finally returned, clad in sports attire, her ice blue hair damp with sweat, clearly having engaged in vigorous exercise. Bela handed her a towel to dry off and inquired about her plans to leave the academy. "Yes, I also need to fetch something. I'll join you," Sophia responded. Thus, the three decided to venture out after lunch. I'm going too," Lulu, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, chimed in sleepily. "Hey Lulu, are you leaving the academy as well?" Bela could hardly believe that, in just a few months since the beginning of their studies, she had yet to see Kulu leave the academy grounds. Kulu mentioned that she needed to step out to procure some materials, but before she could finish her sentence, she swayed and collapsed onto the couch, succumbing to a brief slumber. The three of them exclaimed in unison, "Aha! This is undoubtedly the most complete gathering we've had in our dormitory. It's a day worth commemorating." Bela, with a furrowed brow, forced an awkward smile. After lunch, Kulu finally stirred from her slumber, and Bela promptly helped her put on her shoes and styled her tousled hair into a simple bun, revealing her round, rosy face. "Kulu, my dear, you are undeniably adorable. Why do you insist on leaving your hair unkempt and staying up late? Such habits are detrimental to your skin," Bilo admonished, taking on the role of a concerned matron. Still disoriented from her slumber, Kulu was oblivious to Biela's chiding. Once the four of them were ready, they departed the dormitory and made their way towards the academy gates. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered the gatekeeper, Disovo, who was indulging in a cigarette. Muyu greeted him, and to her surprise, Disovo recognized her. "Ah, aren't you the little girl who came with Naka? Out for some fun, are we?" "Disovo, we have some matters to attend to," Muyu replied politely. "Ah, off you go, off you go. Just remember to return early tonight." Disovo waved them off, taking another deep drag from his cigarette, choosing not to engage further. "Muyu, do you know Disovo?" Biela inquired after they had walked a short distance. "I saw him when I first arrived. He seems like a kind old man," Muyu responded. "Goodness, are you certain you truly know him?" "That is Disovo, a legendary figure," Biela exclaimed. Muyu was perplexed. As to her, Disovo was merely a gatekeeper. Disovo, known as the Shield of Dorok, became the commander of the Dorok Royal Guard at the age of 25, attained the holy rank by 30, and announced his retirement 50 years ago. Sophia, with her noble upbringing, was well versed in the affairs of the kingdom. I only learned about this upon my admission. The renowned Shield of the Kingdom is serving as a gatekeeper at the academy. However, I soon ceased to be astonished, for I came to understand the profound depth of this institution, which compels a holy rank expert to willingly guard its gates, Sophia remarked with a serious expression. Chapter 23. The Alchemy Workshop. Sophia recounted the history of the academy as she knew it. One must concede that, as a noblewoman, she possessed a wealth of knowledge. However, these were but fragments of the academy's secrets, information only fully comprehended by the high-ranking officials of the ancient Cyrdric Academy and the Brand family. What Sophia understood was merely a drop in the ocean, or perhaps a version polished by the kingdom and the academy. For instance, the assistance of Malnas in the reconstruction of Cyrdric Academy, the Eye of Insight, and the old principal, Cioldo, were matters she had never heard of. Even the man who devastated the city of Branmore and cleaved the continent in two was merely referred to as an indeterminate luminous entity or the wrath of the gods in Sophia's narrative. In summary, the historical knowledge that Sophia possesses, which reflects the understanding of the current inhabitants of the continent, is undeniably lacking in authenticity. This, without a doubt, complicates the task for Bai Ye, rendering him utterly stalled at the stage of information gathering. As the four of them conversed, they made their way towards the city. Due to it being the weekend, a considerable number of students had flocked to the city. Many of them, like Wu Yu and her companions, were there to replenish their supplies. "Let us see. The nearest stop is the Alchemy Workshop. I shall attend to my affairs there first." "Kirilu, you wish to see if there are any materials you require, correct?" Biela pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. Alchemy workshops are scattered throughout the major cities of the continent, established and managed by the Alchemist Association, Hermes. To become the proprietor of such a workshop, one must at least possess the mastery level of an expert. After all, an alchemist lacking in skill would not only fail to adequately serve the adventurers of a city, but could also cause destruction through failed experiments. Consequently, the association meticulously evaluates the alchemist's capabilities and sense of safety. Those deemed weak or dangerous are unequivocally rejected. The services offered by an alchemy workshop are indispensable to every adventurer, providing life-saving restorative potions, temporary enhancement elixirs, as well as a variety of poisons. The acquisition of poisons necessitates the presentation of identification, declaration of intended use, and subsequent registration. This is due to the myriad of poison types people procure, ranging from household pest deterrents to those employed by adventurers in combat against monsters, and even for nefarious purposes such as assassination. Thus, the regulation of poisons is a domain of significant concern for any nation, which is why the Alchemist Association exists. However, despite such oversight, there are still alchemists operating outside the bounds of regulation, whose potions circulate within the black market, providing convenience to those adventurers and professional assassins who prefer anonymity or cannot divulge their intentions. In addition to potions, alchemy workshops also offer various magical materials essential for both alchemical and magical practices, as there exists considerable overlap in their requirements. The magic referenced here primarily pertains to ritualistic incantations, with a small fraction involving instantaneous, silent, or sustained forms of magic that also necessitate casting materials. Kirilu's specialization in summoning magic encompasses all types of release, including ritual, instantaneous, silent, and sustained. thus demanding an extraordinary quantity of materials. Contrary to Kirilu's belief that the Academy's supplies are non-existent, the reality is that they cannot be made available to her. The senior students and instructors require them, leaving no surplus for her use. Hence, the reluctant Kirilu had no choice but to venture outside the Academy to the urban center for her materials. Upon entering the alchemy workshop in the academic city, they were greeted by a dazzling array of potions, overwhelming the senses. While in a corner lay several wooden crates labeled with various names and purposes, presumably containing freshly arrived alchemical materials. Please feel free to browse. If you require the use of an alchemy table, do let me know, said the jovial middle-aged man behind the counter, his expression shifting from a professional smile to a genuine one upon noticing Beulah among the group. Miss Beulah, it is a delight to see you at last. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Boss, how did that potion I gave you last time turn out? Beulah's demeanor transformed, exuding the shrewdness of a seasoned merchant. I must say, ever since I ascended to the rank of Grandmaster, I have encountered numerous prodigious alchemists, yet none compare to your genius. The middle-aged man exclaimed, visibly excited. The flawless fusion of these two potions is unprecedented. You realize, with this vial, you are destined to become a Grandmaster. The criteria for evaluating a Grandmaster heavily weigh contributions. Even in the absence of passing the comprehensive assessment, significant contributions in a particular field significantly aid in ascending to Grandmaster status. Although Wu Yue possessed little knowledge of alchemy, the middle-aged man's words indicated that Beulah's contribution was indeed substantial. Sir, you flatter me. This was merely a moment of inspiration, Beulah humbly replied, though a smile betrayed her modesty. In that case, Miss Beulah, shall we discuss our collaboration? The middle-aged man ventured. I actually came here today specifically for that matter. Beulah responded. Excellent. Let us retreat to the back for a thorough discussion. They then proceeded backstage to negotiate business, leaving Wu Yue and Sophia standing in place. Wu Yue recalled Beulah mentioning earlier about making money, and wondered if that was what she meant. This was no mere scheme. It was a means of earning through skill. At that moment, Lulu was rummaging through the materials area for her needed supplies, while Wu Yue and Sophia began to examine the potions. Bai Ye, gazing at the array of potions, remarked to Wu Yue, over there, take a look at those poisons. In his past life, Bai Ye had utilized various poisons, particularly cyanide, which could lethally incapacitate within seconds with just a minuscule amount. If circumstances allowed, he would also use certain snake venoms, such as that of the king cobra, which were valuable yet difficult to procure. Thus, he was intrigued by the poisons of this alternate world. As Wu Yue approached the poison display, he noted that all the poisons were secured within glass cabinets. Unlike the harmless potions that were freely accessible, most of the poisons were merely weak, household varieties, with the most potent being rodenticide, which, while indeed strong, slightly more so than cyanide, seemed somewhat beneath a professional assassin. Although a killer might resort to any means necessary to complete a task, using rat poison felt rather unrefined. What a disappointment. Is there not a single remarkable poison to be found? Bai Ye had approached this area with an open mind, eager to broaden his horizons and prepare for future missions, yet found nothing of value. It seemed all the noteworthy items were hidden away by the shopkeeper. To procure legitimate poisons, it appeared he would need to explore places like the black market. Wu Yue, should you have the opportunity to visit the black market in the future, be sure to keep an ear out for information on poisons, Bai Ye advised. Understood, Master, Wu Yue replied. Chapter 24. The Blacksmith Association. As Celulu emerged from the shop, laboring under the weight of a large bag of materials, Beulah had just concluded an agreement with the shopkeeper regarding the sales and distribution of the composite recovery potions. The shopkeeper's face radiated with delight, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary bargain. Beulah, too, wore a smile, clearly having reaped a considerable profit. Noticing Celulu, who was panting heavily while dragging the hefty bag, along with the relaxed conversation between Wu Yue and Sophia, Beulah sheepishly remarked, I apologize for the delay, everyone. Let us be on our way. Hey, young lady, what do you intend to do with all these materials? And this northern giant's heart? It is beyond your capacity to handle, and it could potentially lead to perilous consequences, the shopkeeper cautioned, eyeing the mountain of materials before him and glancing at the breathless Celulu. This is for summoning, Celulu gasped in response. Oh, a summoner, is it? Then why have I never heard of any summoning techniques that require this? The shopkeeper inquired, picking up a piece of brownish-yellow substance and weighing it in his hand. Merfolk oil. What purpose could that serve? The shopkeeper, not believing that Celulu was indiscriminately purchasing items, noted that apart from the merfolk oil, the other materials were commonly associated with summoning magic. The northern giant's heart, being one of the most dangerous materials, suggested that the young girl harbored some level of competence. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "So, what is this new summoning magic you are researching?" Coughing awkwardly, Celulu replied, "This is for a new type of summoning magic that I am developing. Another self-created spell, I see." The shopkeeper sighed, though not particularly surprised. In the vicinity of the Zydelek Academy, the presence of prodigies was a common occurrence. In fact, he had grown somewhat desensitized to it. After completing the transaction, he glanced at Celulu's frail figure, shaking his head as he inquired about her dormitory, offering to have someone deliver the materials there. With all matters settled, the four of them exited the alchemy workshop and made their way towards the city center. At the very heart of the Zydelek Academy city, the ambience starkly contrasted with the low-rise buildings surrounding the academy. Towering structures, rarely seen from the outside world, dominated the skyline, characterized by an architectural style that diverged significantly from that of the outer realm. The wide and bustling streets, lined with shops, were thronged with hurried pedestrians, predominantly students from the academy, both male and female, traversing in pairs. If the architectural style of the outer city of Emoer resembled that of medieval Europe, then the buildings within the academy city echoed the Renaissance period, imparting to Bai a sense of having traversed time. "We have arrived." Bai Ye, captivated by the splendor of the streets, was drawn to Bila's voice as she pointed towards a unique edifice in the distance. Unlike the surrounding magnificent structures adorned with intricate carvings, this building was entirely composed of black metal, etched with mysterious patterns, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur, glistening with a dark metallic sheen under the sunlight. "This is the Hephaestus branch of the Blacksmith Association," Bila introduced to Bai Ye. Much like the Alchemist Association and the Adventurers Guild, the Blacksmith Association, Hephaestus, is an organization that spans across the major cities of the continent. In places like the city of Sarsar, the blacksmith shops can only be deemed as individual enterprises, as neither the quality of the blacksmiths nor their sales channels can be compared to those of the Blacksmith Association. Similar to the alchemist workshops, the Blacksmith Association necessitates that blacksmiths undergo qualification certification to obtain the right to operate. The branch in the royal capital boasts a master-level blacksmith, while the branch in the Academy City is likely to be even more extensive in scale. As a few individuals entered the Blacksmith Association, they were greeted not by the clanging of hammers or waves of heat, but rather a reception area that bore a resemblance to that of the Adventurers Guild. Presumably, the blacksmiths conducted their work in the back, while the front displayed an array of commonplace weapons, shields, and armor. However, even these ordinary items exhibited a quality far superior to that of typical blacksmith shops. Sophia approached the front desk directly and articulated her intentions to the clerk. Upon hearing that the young lady from the Duke of the North had arrived, the clerk promptly adopted a respectful demeanor, smiling as he greeted Sophia, and then requested her to wait a moment while he reported to the master. After a brief interlude, the clerk returned to inform them that the master had invited them to the VIP room for a discussion. Soon, the group found themselves in a spacious and opulent chamber, adorned with various armors and weapons that were distinctly superior to those available outside. At that moment, seated within the room was a woman clad in a blacksmith's apron, possessing an alluring figure. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with sun-kissed skin. Her right arm was partially armored, while her left arm displayed muscles that exuded both strength and grace. A leather headband adorned her hair, and beads of sweat glistened on her brow, suggesting she had just emerged from her workshop. "Sophia, long time no see," the woman greeted with a smile as soon as Sophia entered the room. "Indeed, it has been a while, Client," Sophia replied with a neutral expression, though her tone hinted at a familiarity between them. Klein remarked, "The last time we met was in the north, when I crafted weapons for your father." The two exchanged a few casual pleasantries, reminiscing about shared memories. "These must be your roommates, Sophia. Young ladies, should you ever require any equipment forged, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall offer you a discount," Klein said, wiping the sweat from her face with a towel draped around her neck, her demeanor both generous and forthright. Klein is renowned as the youngest female master blacksmith across the continent, having reached master-level status at the remarkable age of 20. Sophia briefly introduced Klein to her companions. Much like the Adventurers Guild, various organizations categorize their members into different ranks. In the realm of blacksmithing, there exist tiers such as apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, master, holy master, and divine master. Although combat prowess does not directly correlate with forging ability, many blacksmiths below the master level are often ordinary individuals. Yet, humanity has its limits. It is challenging for an ordinary person to forge higher-grade metals due to the physical demands of the craft. Only professional adventurers possess sufficient strength to undertake such forging. Klein's exceptional talent in forging, coupled with her achievement of master-level status at the tender age of 20, has effortlessly established her as a legendary blacksmith of her generation. It is merely a hollow reputation. In 2 years, when I ascend to the rank of a king, it will be challenging for you to seek my forging skills again. Klein jested with Sophia. Do not fret. By that time, I shall employ my family's influence to secure your services for forging. It is a lifelong decision. Sophia replied with her perennial expression, uttering peculiar words. Indeed, no more of that, young lady. Come, behold this weapon, meticulously crafted for you, Klein declared, opening a box placed upon the table before him. Chapter 25, Frost. The Hymn of Frost. The box was exquisitely made of an unknown material. As Klein pressed a certain spot on the box gently, it sprang open with a whoosh, releasing a cloud of icy mist. As the fog dissipated, the contents revealed a long sword, exceeding 3 feet in length, with an ice-blue blade standing upright in the center of the sword box. Its hilt adorned with a magnificent gem. Flanking it were 4 identical blades, presumably for replacement. What do you think? Crafted from premium magic ice crystal of superior quality. Did you notice the ice patterns on it? Klein smiled confidently, evidently pleased with this creation, especially since it was commissioned by the young lady of the esteemed Campbell family. Does this sword also utilize magic ice, or? Wu Yue inquired, drawing her own magic ice dagger for comparison. Not at all, little sister. This sword is made from magic ice crystal, which can only be formed under unique conditions over millennia from magic ice, or. You should know that magic ice possesses unparalleled absorption and conduction of magical energy. This magic ice crystal not only surpasses ordinary magic ice, or in terms of magical energy conduction speed by several folds, but also possesses a unique characteristic that regular magic ice lacks. Klein patiently explained. That is the amplification of magical energy. It can proportionately enhance the magical energy input by the user before outputting it. Take this sword, for instance. It can amplify Sophia's magical energy by at least 10%. Your magic ice dagger is of commendable quality as well, but it still remains an ordinary artifact. Wait. Klein suddenly noted an unusual magical aura emanating from the magic ice dagger, which was peculiar, exhibiting 4 distinct layers of magical energy. Is it enchanted? For attributes attached to a single item? What is it? Wu Yue tilted her head in curiosity. Oh, it's nothing at all. Klein quickly regained his composure, dismissing the absurdity of such enchantments. Sophia, do try the sword. Nodding, Sophia stepped forward, placing her hand upon the hilt, feeling the power coursing through the blade. Gradually, she drew the sword from its box, holding it upright before her, scrutinizing the ice-carved patterns on the blade, nodding in approval. This sword is exquisite. Truly worthy of your craftsmanship, Klein. Now, try infusing your magical energy into it, Klein suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sophia closed her eyes and gently poured her magical energy into the sword. A humming sound resonated from the blade as a dazzling ice-blue light erupted forth, enveloping the entire sword as if shrouded in a delicate membrane. With a resounding dragon's roar, a small ice-blue dragon emerged from the gem embedded in the hilt of the sword, its form ethereal and devoid of corporeal existence. The diminutive ice dragon slithered gracefully towards the blade, ultimately imprinting itself upon it, transforming into an intricate dragon pattern. The azure radiance it emitted lingered, refusing to dissipate. Is this a magical sword? Sophia inquired, her eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, Klein replied with a satisfied smile, pleased by Sophia's reaction, for she was known for her stoic demeanor. To evoke such emotion in her was a testament to the worthiness of his creation. This gem was a serendipitous find. I initially believed it to be an ordinary blue sapphire, only to discover it harbored a fragment of a dragon's soul. Regrettably, it appears that this ice dragon was merely in its juvenile stage when sealed, rendering it somewhat lacking in power. Thus, this sword can only be deemed a flawed masterpiece. Pausing momentarily, Klein continued, however, should we uncover more dragon souls of a similar nature, we might be able to enchant it further, completing its latent potential. At that juncture, it shall become a true artifact. A glimmer of aspiration flickered in Klein's eyes. Yet, given my current abilities, I am unable to forge weapons of such caliber. So you shall have to make do with this for now. Thank you, Klein. I shall ensure it showcases its true brilliance, Sophia replied, her affection for the sword evident. Ah, there is one more thing, Klein added. You ought to bestow a name upon your beloved sword. The recent infusion of magical energy was a rite of recognition. From this moment forth, it will acknowledge only your power. Very well, Sophia responded, pondering what name to give the sword as she sought counsel from the three companions behind her. Ultimately, she settled upon the name Frost, which in the ancient tongue of the North signifies frosted sacred song. Splendid choice, Klein commended. May it accompany you in every battle until your last breath. This was a blessing from the blacksmith of the North, for in the martial lands of the North, every warrior born there receives the blessing of the blacksmith upon receiving their first weapon. After bidding farewell to Klein, the group departed the Blacksmith Association. Sophia, I had only heard tales of your family's wealth, but I did not realize you are the daughter of a duke, Bela remarked, having just discovered Sophia's noble lineage. It seemed that future business opportunities with the illustrious Campbell family lay ahead. Sophia, I believe your father would be intrigued by your potions, Bela suggested. If the opportunity arises, I shall discuss this matter with him. Sophia held great hopes for Bela's versatile potions, believing that with ample supplies, the border defenses of the North would significantly benefit. Meanwhile, as the two deliberated their potential collaboration, Wu Yue engaged in conversation with the voice of Bai within her mind regarding the recent revelations. Dragon souls? It seems that dragons are a staple of otherworldly realms, Bai mused. I had only heard stories of dragons from Grandpa Malnus, Wu Yue remarked, casting a glance at Bela's prominent horns and tail. Master, I once heard from Grandfather Malnus that the ancestors of the dragon folk were indeed the dragons, the offspring of a certain dragon and a human. However, at some unknown point in time, the presence of dragons vanished from our world entirely, leaving no trace or tidings behind. It is said that they have gone extinct. Wu Yue often recalls this, and Malnus frequently mentions that he has never encountered a true dragon. Only a few lesser hybrid dragons, and those sub-dragons categorized as monsters. Bai mused, perhaps the dragon race has not truly vanished. He delved into his memories and learned from a memory of a Saint-tier assassin that the dragons had become silent over 2 millennia ago. Naturally, Malnus has never witnessed a true dragon. The assassin mentioned a place called Acavia, known as the continent of dragons, which exists in this world. Yet previously, it was said that there was no other land beyond this continent of Calandria. Could it be that memories are fallible? Bai pondered quietly. He then dismissed this notion. For according to the assassin's recollection, he and his companions ultimately set foot on the Acavia continent, but the memory abruptly ceased at the moment they landed. When it reconnected, only the assassin remained, having returned to Calandria. What transpired during that interval, where exactly is the Acavia continent, and what lies upon it, remains a mystery. Regardless, one day he would unravel the truth. Bai ceased his search through related memories, as the excessive use of his soul had left him fatigued. By the afternoon, they had finally concluded their business. Bela had successfully negotiated a deal, Lulu procured spellcasting materials, Sophia was overjoyed with her beloved sword, and Wu Yue encountered new and intriguing sights. The group deliberated on where to dine for the evening. Chapter 26. Sia. The four eventually arrived at a restaurant suggested by Bela, named Sia. With such an artistic name, it naturally boasted exquisite decor, setting itself apart from the typical taverns frequented by adventurers. This establishment, Sia, was situated in a secluded area, and its patrons were predominantly young women. Though referred to as a restaurant, it resembled more a gathering place for girls to engage in tea parties. At that moment, the new moon cast its cool, silvery light through elegant large windows, illuminating the milky stone floor. Various landscape paintings adorned the pristine white walls, while several young ladies in classical maid outfits, smiling warmly, roamed to offer their services. In the center of the restaurant stood a grand piano, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. What do you think? I gathered this information while conducting business with the daughters of wealthy families at the academy. It was quite challenging to find this remote location, Bela declared proudly, noting that this was a favored gathering spot for those young ladies. A glance around confirmed that the majority were indeed young women, with the few men present likely there to engage in flirtation. Sophia nodded. Although she had trained in martial arts from a young age and was not well versed in such feminine pastimes, she could discern from the establishment's decor and service quality that the proprietor possessed exquisite taste. Wu Yue had never encountered such a place before, in her experience. She had only visited the raucous venues frequented by adventurers alongside a few companions. Thus, upon entering, she was instantly captivated by the exquisite decor and elegant ambience. Lulu was currently resting with her eyes closed. "Good day, ladies." The receptionist greeted them with a slight nod. Bila stepped forward and said, "Hello. Please find us a quieter place." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." This cake is simply delightful." Wu Yue, experiencing cake for the first time, was so thrilled that her ears twitched with excitement. Observing Wu Yue's cheeks puffed up with cake, Bila could not help but chuckle. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Just then, the door to the private room slowly opened, and a tall woman with golden hair and golden eyes, clad in the restaurant's uniform, entered. "Good evening, everyone. I am the manager of this establishment. My name is Matilda." As she introduced herself, Matilda slightly bowed to the group. "Good evening, Director." Sophia, having met Matilda before, recognized the aura of this angelic being of the holy rank, a presence that could not easily be forgotten after a single encounter. She quickly stood to greet her. "Good evening, Director." Upon seeing Sophia speak, the other two, except for the sleeping Kurulu, hurriedly rose to acknowledge Matilda. "No need for such formality, outside of the academy. I am merely a restaurant manager." Matilda waved her hand, signaling them to sit. "I simply heard that you were visiting this place and came to take a look." Noticing the puzzled expressions on the three, Matilda smiled slightly and continued, "There is no need to be surprised. Your dormitory is a focal point of the academy's attention. As long as you are within the academy city, your whereabouts are well known to the institution. This is not surveillance, but rather a measure to ensure your safety." One lady from the Campbell family, the biological daughter of the Northern Prince, a dragonkin alchemical genius capable of concocting complex potions, a summoning prodigy who caught the eye of Master Ransol upon enrollment. And Matilda glanced at Wu Yue, the only mysterious assassin girl introduced by the honorary academy head in the history of our institution. Such a statement made Wu Yue appear as an inept beneficiary of connections. In reality, this was far from the truth. Just last night, Matilda had observed the entirety of Wu Yue's battle with Sophia in the training ground. This was one of Matilda's preferred pastimes outside her duties as director, where she dedicated herself to watching students' performances and providing suggestions for enhancing their training plans. What Matilda did not expect was that Wu Yue would unleash astonishing combat prowess despite her professional disadvantages, nearly turning the tide of battle, particularly with that eye technique Matilda had never encountered before. Although Wu Yue's current strength was insufficient to fully realize this technique, had a holy rank expert wielded it, the outcome would have been remarkable. This convinced Matilda that Wu Yue was by no means an incompetent beneficiary of connections, but rather someone who had been thoughtfully placed in what he deemed the finest adventurer academy on the continent, out of a desire not to bury talent. Such thoughtful intentions indeed. Miss Matilda, you flatter me too much," Bila said, scratching her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wu Yue then inquired, "Miss Matilda, why did you open a restaurant outside the academy?" This question left Matilda momentarily speechless. In truth, Matilda's assumption of the restaurant was born out of necessity. Over a century ago, Matilda and Lilith had just arrived in the academy city, becoming students of the Theodore Academy. In their leisure hours, they would often embark on shopping excursions and dining adventures, thus nurturing their bond. One day, Lilith abruptly turned to Matilda and inquired, "My dear friend, would you care to join me in establishing a venture?" In plain terms, she was merely asking if they should open a restaurant together. Why this sudden proposal? Matilda responded, slightly taken aback. Since we find ourselves with idle time, and given that our prowess within the academy is unrivaled, I thought it would be delightful for us to collaborate on a restaurant and dominate the culinary scene of the academy city. If you want to open one, you may do so on your own. I simply do not have the time, Matilda retorted, her tone laced with exasperation. Unlike Lilith, whose prodigious talent was evident, Matilda understood that despite their similar academic standings, Lilith's innate gifts far surpassed her own. She feared that without exerting greater effort, she would be left behind, jeopardizing their friendship. "No, I insist on partnering with you." Lilith began to pout and roll about, her youthful demeanor paired with a perfectly pitched voice proving to be quite persuasive. Ultimately, Matilda succumbed to Lilith's relentless charm and agreed to her proposition. Thus, within a mere few months, the establishment known as Sia was erected in the vicinity of the academy. However, it was evident that such a prime location would not attract a multitude of patrons, and Lilith, known for her fleeting enthusiasm, soon abandoned her involvement with the restaurant. Over the subsequent century, through Matilda's diligent efforts, the restaurant garnered a reputation among the elite, providing substantial financial support to the academy and even becoming a hub for intelligence gathering on the continent. Reflecting on these memories, Matilda couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, realizing how swiftly time had passed. She recalled Lilith, the whimsical figure who had so readily abandoned her, and felt a surge of irritation. The past was indeed a bitter reminiscence. Although Matilda harbored myriad thoughts, they ultimately coalesced into a mere sigh. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across the face of the director, Bai Ye and the others exchanged glances. It seemed evident that Miss Matilda was nursing a heartache, which motivated her to run the restaurant. Indeed, that must be the case, Bai Ye remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 27, Rivals and Friends Go Away, What Heartache? Matilda retorted sharply. I would never be wounded by that old witch Lilith. Her pride stung. She shot a glare at Bai Ye, who merely stuck out her tongue in response, wisely choosing to remain silent. Regardless, I am here to assess your progress today. You must strive diligently and not disappoint the Academy's expectations of you, understood? Matilda asserted with seriousness. Yes, Miss Matilda. The three responded in unison. Crouched over the table, Karuru blew a bubble from her nose, signaling her understanding as well. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your meal any longer. I take my leave. Matilda cast a final glance at the four individuals within the room before departing from the private booth. She had not anticipated encountering the headmaster while merely seeking a meal. Bai Ye exhaled in relief. Matilda's imposing presence was overwhelmingly suffocating, rendering her breathless. Sophia remarked, the pressure exerted by a saint-level powerhouse is beyond our feeble resistance. However, Bai Ye felt little of this pressure, perhaps due to Bai's presence. Her mental fortitude was astonishingly formidable, though regrettably, this vast psychic energy could not be freely harnessed and was relegated to passive defense against external psychic threats or assaults. Bai possessed memories concerning Matilda, derived from an assassin who had undertaken the task of eliminating her over a century and 80 years prior. At that time, Matilda was merely 18 years of age, the daughter of the Angel clan's chieftain, and thus garnered the envy of the world, as well as the covetous gaze of assassins. The Angel clan had been at odds with the Demon clan for generations. The assassination of the Angel clan's heir would undoubtedly plunge them into disarray. Consequently, an elder of the Demon clan, acting in secrecy from the Demon King, dispatched a king-tier elite assassin to slay Matilda on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. The assassin indeed fulfilled his mission, exploiting a moment of vulnerability to corner Matilda, who was then merely a master-level practitioner, nearly extinguishing her family as protectors. Had it not been for a treasured heirloom concealed upon her person, which deflected a critical attack during that perilous moment, Matilda would have surely perished. Although the initial assassination attempt failed, Matilda was subsequently pursued into the territory of the Demon clan, forcing her to take refuge in the home of the similarly youthful Lilith. Fearing to reveal herself, for the assassin's prowess was formidable, she could only hope that Lilith, being of the Demon clan, would grant her some measure of protection against her relentless pursuer. At that time, Matilda could scarcely fathom that the little girl before her was the sole daughter of the Demon King, a prodigious sorceress born once every millennium. Nor could she anticipate that the daughters of sworn enemies would become the closest of friends, delightfully entwined in rivalry for nearly 2 centuries to come. Initially, Lilith's protection of Matilda was born out of mere amusement, continually teasing her, and Matilda found herself unable to resist, for one must bow beneath the eaves. However, as they delved deeper into their relationship, they discovered numerous commonalities, and their bond flourished. Ultimately, Bai, viewing the situation from the assassin's perspective, found Matilda once more and prepared to strike, only to be intercepted by the Demon King, who, mistaking the assassin's intent as one to harm his daughter, swiftly obliterated the unfortunate king-tier assassin. Upon learning the truth, Matilda, constrained by her identity as the heir of the Angel clan, felt compelled to distance herself from Lilith. Yet, Lilith was not one to relinquish her attachments lightly. Regardless of Matilda's feigned aloofness or hurtful words, she remained steadfastly persistent. For an entire decade, their antics spanned from their clans to the esteemed Zyadric Academy, where they both ascended to the level of Grandmaster. Upon graduation, they chose to remain at the institution as educators, severing all ties with their families. Perhaps only in this manner could they coexist in tranquility. For over a century thereafter, what transpired remained shrouded in mystery to Bai Ye, as no assassin or killer had encountered either of the two during this period. Lilith was known to be a recluse, a fact Bai Ye was aware of. Yet, what of the dutiful Matilda? Surely, she could not be content to remain hidden within this secret realm. Could it be that her ability to conceal herself was truly so formidable? Not a single assassin from the outside world had laid eyes upon her. Bai Ye's professional curiosity compelled him to uncover the entirety of this woman's whereabouts over the years. As dusk settled, the four of them settled their bill and departed from the Sierra restaurant. Notably, the meal was on Biora, who insisted that after securing such a significant deal, it was only right for her to treat. Upon returning to the academy, the trio greeted the venerable gatekeeper, DeSovo. Upon learning of DeSovo's true identity, not a single awake soul would fail to regard him with utmost respect. Good night, Wuyue. Good night, Sophia. As for Lulu, well, after freshening up, Biora bid good night to Wuyue and the others before retiring for the night. Just before closing the door, Sophia glanced at Wuyue and said, Wuyue, you must spar with me again tomorrow. Let me test my sword against yours. And do not hold back. Give it your all. Of course, Sophia. Rest well. And I'll see you at the training grounds tomorrow. Wuyue replied with an encouraging glance before succumbing to slumber. On Sunday, with no pressing matters at hand, Lulu returned to the library and laboratory, likely not to be seen for several days. Biora busied herself tidying up their dormitory, preparing meals with Wuyue, embodying the essence of a devoted partner. That evening, Sophia once again engaged in a practice match with Wuyue, this time with earnest intent. Under Bai Ye's guidance, Wuyue deftly evaded nearly all of Sophia's attacks, even dodging the ice ring technique that had previously caught him off guard. However, Sophia had acquired a frostblade, significantly amplifying her magical output. With the aid of a dragon's essence, she withstood the weakened heart of one, forcing Wuyue back. Subsequently, she executed a frost blossom with her enchanted ice sword, freezing Wuyue's feet and claiming victory once more. It seems I still have a long way to go, Wuyue chuckled. Addressing Sophia, your only shortcoming lies in your equipment. Your skills are remarkable. Sophia's observation was astute, as Bai Ye understood that it was not merely the equipment that posed a challenge. Wuyue's combat experience was still lacking. Under Bai Ye's mentorship, had he not been present, Wuyue might have been defeated in the very first exchange by Sophia. Additionally, Wuyue currently lacked powerful offensive techniques compared to Sophia. His shadow evasion leaned toward defense and stealth, while Heart of One was purely a control skill. An assassin need not forsake devastating strikes in favor of other techniques. Bai Ye recalled instances of assassins specializing in illusion magic, effortlessly manipulating foes far superior to themselves. Nonetheless, Bai Ye firmly believed that possessing a couple of effective control skills sufficed, as an assassin should prioritize the art of the decisive strike. Thus, he resolved to seek an opportunity in the coming days to impart some offensive techniques to Wuyue. Consequently, Bai Ye began to reflect on the weaknesses in Sophia's various techniques, aiming to identify potential skills to counter them. Sophia's swordsmanship is nearly impeccable, and it continues to refine itself as her strength grows, transcending the bounds of humanity. Therefore, it is essential to focus on attributes. Fire counters ice, and it seems I must teach Wuyue a few fire-based skills, Bai Ye contemplated. Chapter 28, White Rainbow. The enviable transfer student today is Monday, marking Wuyue's first official day of classes, which fills her with great excitement. Rising early, she prepares a simple breakfast for everyone. And with some time left before class begins, Bai Ye invites Wuyue to the courtyard. Wuyue, I am about to teach you a fire magic technique. Master, is this specifically to counter Sophia? Indeed, but it's not solely for that purpose. You are currently lacking in offensive capabilities. This opportunity to battle Sophia is perfect for me to help you acquire a suitable attacking skill. Bai Ye paused and continued. There is a particularly effective technique against magic swordsmen and various melee professions called bone burning. Bone burning? Wuyue contemplated the meaning of the skill. As the name suggests, bone burning inflicts damage directly on the bones of the opponent, bypassing their defenses and flesh, effectively ignoring armor, Bai Ye explained. Wu Yue imagined a flame searing through her bones and joints, even penetrating her marrow. Such pain is not something everyone can endure. With this thought, Wu Yue shuddered. The move was indeed insidious, as even the sturdiest armor could not withstand an internal assault. However, the fire itself does not possess a high temperature, meaning its surface attack power is insufficient. This technique is more effective against tough enemies, disrupting their thoughts with pain, and sometimes even rendering them incapable of fighting. This move is not suitable for you, and I will not permit you to use it against your friends during practice, Bai Ye stated solemnly. Wu Yue firmly responded. I would never use such a move against my companions. Bai Ye felt gratified. If Wu Yue were to abandon her principles for the sake of power, he would teach her nothing. Therefore, I will teach you this technique, White Rainbow. Wu Yue was evidently unfamiliar with this term, so Bai Ye explained. In another realm exists a sword technique known as White Rainbow piercing the sun. With a crouch and a leap, the sword glimmers, unleashing white phosphorescent flames that sweep forth. Although it differs from the version in my world's martial arts novels, it originates from a technique called Assassin's Sword, one of which is the White Rainbow piercing the sun. The original technique requires a long sword, but as assassins, we excel with daggers. We need not possess the grandiosity of the longsword variant. We simply need to absorb the terrifying killing intent of the technique, locking onto our target with half an inch of sword light, seizing the essence of the sun and moon. Though Wu Yue did not fully comprehend most of this, she grasped the fundamental concept of the technique. Recognizing it as yet another extraordinary martial skill, she refrained from questioning further. Master, although I do not know what martial arts novels are, I will strive to learn diligently. Let us not rush. Mastering this technique is not something that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. It may require considerable time. However, once perfected, it can evolve in tandem with your growing prowess. Thus, it is best to begin with the foundational horse stance. Indeed, that is the way. The master and apprentice engaged in a brief practice session. Before long, the hour for class approached. Bela took hold of Sophia's hand, and together they exited the dormitory. Oh, good morning, Wu Yue. Bela exclaimed upon spotting Wu Yue, who was diligently practicing the horse stance. Curiously, she inquired about Wu Yue's activities. Wu Yue explained that she was honing a new technique. Sophia's interest was piqued. She had a particular fascination with weapons and techniques, and immediately expressed a desire to spar with Wu Yue, though Bela gently dissuaded her. Hey, Sophia. We still have class to attend. We can fight later. The trio made their way to the academic building. Their class was renowned as the finest in the entire school, which came as no surprise given the remarkable talents of its members. It would indeed be a travesty if they were not placed in the top tier. Upon entering the classroom, they found that there were still about 10 minutes until the lesson commenced, and the students, both male and female, were engaged in lively conversation. Wu Yue surveyed the room, which housed approximately 50 students, scattered across the tiered seating of the semicircular classroom. Upon noticing Wu Yue and her companions, the atmosphere shifted noticeably. For Sophia, the attention she garnered was predominantly one of admiration from her peers. As the daughter of a duke, coupled with her ethereal demeanor reminiscent of a 1,000-year-old glacial reserve, she had cultivated a significant following among both genders. The sentiments towards Bela, however, were somewhat more nuanced. Many in the class had been approached by Bela in her efforts to sell various wares. While some items were indeed intriguing, the majority were rather difficult to endorse. Lulu, a petite girl with white hair and cat ears, timidly cast her gaze toward the class, drawing attention as she entered alongside Sophia and Bela. Who is she? A new student? A boy inquired of his deskmate. So adorable, a girl exclaimed, prompting a flurry of chatter among the others. Wu Yue found it challenging to endure such attention and involuntarily shrank back, while simultaneously activating her calming technique, which offered her a modicum of relief. Sophia, noticing Wu Yue's discomfort, approached her and gently took her hand, signaling her to remain at ease, and then led her to their usual seats. This seemingly trivial gesture ignited a fervor within the classroom. Oh my goodness, Lady Sophia is holding the hand of the new student. The students were at a loss as to whom to envy more. Consequently, Wu Yue's previously subdued anxiety surged once again, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet the curious stares surrounding her. Alas, Wu Yue had always had minimal social interaction, and such grand occasions were beyond her experience. Bela, on the other hand, watched on with a mischievous glint in her eye. Just as Wu Yue felt overwhelmed by envious gazes, the bell signaling the start of class rang. prompting the students to quickly redirect their attention and take their seats, ready for the lesson. The timely chime of the bell was indeed a relief for the unfortunate Wu Yue. Without hesitation, Wu Yue quickly collected her thoughts and sat upright. The first lesson of Monday was taught by the homeroom teacher. She was quite curious about the kind of person the teacher would be. Before long, the classroom door swung open, revealing a graceful and mature woman, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Clutching a lesson plan, her expression stern, unmistakably a strict individual. The woman ascended the podium, laid down her lesson plan, adjusted her glasses, and surveyed the classroom before addressing the class. "Class monitor, please take attendance." As her words echoed, a tall, amiable boy sporting black-framed glasses rose from his seat. It was clear he had prepared for this moment in advance, as he promptly informed the teacher, "Report, Ms. Selena, there are 51 students expected, with 50 present. Classmate Lulu is absent. Master Lansel has informed you." Selena, satisfied with the class monitor's diligence, acknowledged the situation. Knowing that Lulu was indeed a talented summoner favored by Master Lansel. Without further ado, she continued, "Now, before we commence our lesson, let us welcome a new student. Wu Yue, please come to the front and introduce yourself." "Don't be nervous, Wu Yue. Relax," Bila encouraged her. Chapter 29. A significant discovery amidst the mixed gazes of her peers. Wu Yue gradually made her way to the podium, standing beside Selena. She bowed respectfully and began her introduction. "Hello everyone, my name is Wu Yue. I hail from the city of Cecil, and my profession is an assassin. I look forward to your guidance." Following her introduction, a moment of silence enveloped the classroom. Soon, under the enthusiastic applause led by Bila and Sophia, a warm round of clapping erupted. Wu Yue's appealing appearance invoked a sense of protectiveness among her classmates. The students of Class 1, generally of high caliber, refrained from discriminating against newcomers, allowing her introduction to be deemed a success. Selena nodded and continued, "Classmates, our new student Wu Yue has been personally placed in our class by Dean Lilith and Director Matilda. The reasons for this need not be elaborated. I expect you all to assist Wu Yue in acclimating to life at the academy. I will not tolerate any bullying. As a collective, we only take part in protecting one another. Let us not engage in any internal conflicts. Understood?" "Understood," the students chorused in unison. Given that Wu Yue was new, she might not be familiar with the content covered in the previous months. Sophia and Bila, as her roommates, will assist her, correct? The two girls nodded in agreement. "Very well, Wu Yue, you may return to your seat. Now, let us begin our lesson." Selena gestured for Wu Yue to take her seat before opening her lesson plan. "In our last class, we discussed the establishment of the Adventurers Guild. Today, we will delve into the history of the continent." As the homeroom teacher and the history and politics instructor, Selena emphasized the importance of this subject, which is a core requirement for every student at the Cydric Academy, distinguishing it from other adventurer academies in the outside world. The leaders of the coerced generation believe that history should be regarded with utmost significance. For an adventurer, learning from the past can prevent unnecessary detours and misguided paths. Particularly, the Academy's resurgence from the dark times 5 centuries ago serves as a profound reminder. The fall of the insightful eye exemplifies this notion splendidly. It is imperative for the students of the Academy to remember that chapter of history, the significance of which is self-evident. Consequently, graduates from the Academy, regardless of the illustrious paths they tread or the monumental deeds they accomplish, will invariably recall the Academy's past and comprehend the unique greatness of the Theodore Academy in comparison to other institutions across the continent. This is also the reason why Selena, serving as a history teacher, is additionally entrusted with the role of homeroom teacher. Indeed, history is undeniably a fundamental discipline of paramount importance within the Academy. Understanding this world greatly aids both Wu Yue and Bai. After class, a group of girls gathered around Wu Yue, bombarding her with a flurry of questions, to which she could only muster hesitant responses. Ultimately, it was Bila who extricated Wu Yue from the crowd. As the trio walked back to their dormitory, Bila shared insights regarding their course arrangements. Although they were all part of the same class of 51, they did not remain in the same classroom for every lesson. Given the diverse professions of the students, the Academy meticulously tailors educational plans for each individual. Students are also encouraged to select their courses, provided they obtain approval from the Academic Affairs Office. For instance, this afternoon, Bila is scheduled to attend an alchemy class in the alchemical laboratory, while Sophia will practice swordsmanship at the martial arena. Tomorrow morning, The three will reunite for a course on the types and behaviors of magical creatures, followed by Bai Ye's assassination techniques in the afternoon, alongside Sophia's ice magic class. Additionally, Kulu does not need to attend other general education courses. As long as she passes the year-end assessment, her focus is solely on learning summoning techniques under her mentor, Master Ransol. In this manner, Bai Ye also has the option to apply for various magic courses, as she is equally qualified. This advanced educational approach allows each individual to fully harness their innate talents and acquire knowledge most suited to their capabilities. Such a progressive teaching methodology undoubtedly positions the Theodore Academy as the premier institution for adventurers on the continent. Graduates from here are invariably remarkable figures, and even those who leave the academy before completion can easily secure teaching positions elsewhere, as the knowledge gained at Theodore is genuinely beneficial for a lifetime. In summary, for Bai Ye and her companions, the course load is not overly burdensome. The immediate goal is to help Bai Ye catch up on the general education material she has missed over the past few months. Thus, upon returning to their dormitory, the three promptly commenced their study sessions. During this period, Bai was not idle either, delving into an array of memories within her mind. Given the vast reservoir of knowledge Bai possesses, she could easily teach Bai Ye all the general education courses herself, and her instruction would likely be more detailed than that provided by the academy, as it is drawn from first-hand historical experiences, offering an immersive learning experience. Nevertheless, Bai refrained from doing so, opting instead to allow Bai Ye to develop her own learning capabilities, fostering collaboration among the roommates. What one must do now is to continuously digest the memories bestowed by the will of the world, mastering the abilities of assassins from countless realms, and subsequently imparting this knowledge to Bai Ye. This endeavor seemingly requires an infinite expanse of time, perhaps even in Bai Ye's lifetime. He may not assimilate even a fraction of these memories. Not only is the sheer volume of these memories staggering, but even if they could all be absorbed, the combined soul strength of Bai Ye and Bai would likely be inadequate, risking cerebral overload. Although possessing the memories of various assassins, Bai has discerned that many of them are utterly impractical. For instance, he found memories of a world akin to his previous life, where firearms were utilized for assassination. How could one learn from that? Can this world even produce guns? Suddenly, Bai felt a pang of uncertainty. For having witnessed the extraordinary magical constructs such as the magic-powered elevator and refrigerator, he pondered if perhaps this academy could indeed fabricate firearms, and that the weaponry crafted through magical engineering would likely possess formidable power. This notion sparked a flicker of anticipation within Bai. The idea of wielding magical firearms to take lives from a distance in another world was undeniably exhilarating. Perhaps they were merely a thought away from achieving this? Bai contemplated further. Then there were the cyber assassins from a near-future world, their bodies laden with peculiar cybernetics, a level of technology far beyond what this world could achieve. Moreover, the absence of computers precludes the existence of hackers, let alone employing hacking methods to commit murder. Additionally, there exist assassins from various worlds who are innately endowed with supernatural abilities or require the stimulation of spiritual energy, skills that are equally unattainable in this realm. After all, this world is governed solely by magical power. Where would one find spiritual energy? Wait, no, Bai Ye's meditation technique can indeed successfully stimulate it. This implies that the spiritual energy from a cultivation world could potentially be equated with the magical energy of this world. If this hypothesis holds true, it would signify a monumental discovery. It would validate that the bizarre skills contained within these memories are not beyond learning. It is merely a matter of finding the appropriate method to translate the energy that drives these skills into magical power. Bai reached this conclusion. This could serve as a breakthrough, significantly enhancing Bai Ye's capabilities and providing greater assurance in confronting their target. Bai has not forgotten the admonition from the will of the world, a clear indication that the task at hand involves an assassination target, a traverser. Chapter 30. The Life and Death Classroom today marks Bai Ye's inaugural lesson in the art of assassination. A group of students, all assassins by profession, arrives at an outdoor venue situated at the edge of the academy, amidst a grove of trees. This area has been deliberately transformed by the academy, featuring a landscape of grasslands, woodlands, caves, and even an artificial snowfield. A myriad of structures and tents simulate diverse terrains and scenarios, as assassins must navigate various climates and landscapes, with targets potentially appearing in myriad locations. Mastering the opportune moment is the essence of their training. Bai Ye was the first to arrive at the site, and upon his arrival, he was awestruck by the array of scenes before him. The academy truly spares no expense in its efforts. Bai Ye remarked that, from his professional perspective, the academy's approach was indeed thoughtful and meticulous. Just as Malnus had previously stated, Theodoric Academy truly deserves its reputation as the premier institution for assassin training, even as various disciplines flourish. Its instruction in the art of assassination remains unparalleled. It is unlikely that there exists a more suitable place for Wu Yu's studies anywhere in the world. While Bai Ye and Wu Yu were observing the myriad scenes around them, other students gradually arrived. In total, there were 7 students specializing in the assassin profession, including Wu Yu, which was neither too many nor too few for a class of approximately 50. Leading the group was a tall, slender boy who appeared somewhat malnourished, yet his gaze was strikingly sharp. Following him were 3 boys and 2 girls. However, in Bai Ye's eyes, only this tall boy seemed particularly competent, as if he had blood on his hands. The slender boy nodded in acknowledgement to Wu Yu without uttering a word, his attitude towards the newcomer one of cautious observation. The other 3 boys, aware of their unfamiliarity with Wu Yu, merely observed her from a distance. In contrast, the 2 girls' eyes lit up upon seeing Wu Yu, and they hurried over to greet her. "Hello, Wu Yu," said one of the girls, who was exquisitely dressed. "Hello, Wu Yu," the other girl, bespectacled and freckled, politely greeted her as well. "Hello to you both." The 2 girls introduced themselves. The fashionable one was named Lista, the daughter of a wealthy merchant from Mel City, who had caught the Academy's attention due to her talent for assassination. The other, somewhat shy girl was named Nicole, hailing from the northern town of Mahala, a girl from an ordinary family who was also admitted due to her innate abilities. While Bai Ye might have dismissed these inexperienced youths, in the grand scheme of the continent, those recognized by the Academy for their exceptional talents were indeed remarkable. They were akin to unpolished gems, with the right refinement. They could undoubtedly shine brilliantly beyond the Academy's confines. The 3 engaged in a brief conversation, establishing a preliminary understanding of one another. When Lista brought up the slender boy, she had something to say. "His name is Nair. He seems like an odd person, rarely speaks, and his gaze is quite unsettling." This was the extent of Lista's knowledge about Nair. However, Nair excels in assassination techniques, Nicole added. She further mentioned that Nair consistently survived until the end of each class, earning praise from the teachers who claimed he was a natural-born killer. "Survive?" Wu Yu inquired, puzzled. Lista explained, "I forgot that this is your first time attending this class. You will understand shortly." Before long, it was time for class to commence. Yet the teacher was nowhere to be seen. Just as Wu Yu felt perplexed, an unexpected change occurred. She suddenly noticed a slight disturbance in the air behind the 3 boys. Suddenly, one of the 3 young men was marked by a crimson line across his throat, and blood erupted forth, splattering the 2 individuals beside him. Having never encountered such a scene, the 2 were paralyzed with fear, their spirits fleeing in terror. As they turned to escape, Lysandra and Nicole were equally startled, never expecting someone would dare to carry out an assassination within the hallowed halls of the Theodoric Academy. "We must find a place to hide," Wu Yu exclaimed, invoking the calm mind technique to regain her composure. The victim's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were oblivious to his assailant until his final breath. Upon glancing at Nair's position, Wu Yu discovered that he had already reacted, sprinting towards the cave's contours. The 2 girls quickly stifled their fear and followed Wu Yu into the forest's embrace, where the dense foliage might provide cover. They would find an opportunity to escape and seek help from the Academy. "Master, what should I do?" Wu Yu implored Bai Ye for guidance. This was her first encounter with such a sinister assassin, unlike her previous confrontations with bandits, where the enemy was known and she had the formidable support of Miss Yin. This time the enemy was hidden while she was exposed and vulnerable, leaving her somewhat anxious. "Fear not, I am here with you. If necessary, I will once again take control of your body," Bai Ye reassured her. This situation was indeed peculiar. The Theodore Academy was situated in a secret realm, with only one entrance allowing entry and exit. Those who entered must have been under the Academy's jurisdiction. How could an assassin manage to infiltrate so easily? Furthermore, with numerous holy tier experts stationed within the Academy, not to mention the headmistress Lilith and the director Martilda, how could anyone pass through the gatekeeper's scrutiny? This is preposterous. Unless the assassin possessed the power to obscure the senses of several formidable beings, Bai Ye pondered another possibility. This could be a trial, orchestrated by the instructors themselves. If that were the case, it would elucidate the entire predicament. It seemed this instructor had an exceedingly radical teaching style. With this thought, Bai Ye ceased to worry about Wu Yu's safety, deeming it beneficial for her to undergo such trials. The trio entered the forest, weaving through the trees. Wu Yu glanced back and noted no one was pursuing them, likely having gone after others. She exhaled in relief, grateful for her earlier instincts. Otherwise, she would now be a lifeless body. What shall we do now? Lysandra inquired of Wu Yu. First, we need to find a vantage point to assess the situation. Then devise a way to notify the academy. That is our only chance of survival, Wu Yu calmly analyzed. It was their sole opportunity. While the assassin's attention was diverted, they needed to escape swiftly. Lysandra and Nicole concurred. Thus, the three of them ascended a tall, sturdy tree, affording them a panoramic view of the entire educational area. Yet, this vantage proved futile, for the assassins' movements were silent, and their combat was stealthy. Perhaps the others had already been dealt with. This is hopeless. We cannot see a thing, Lysandra remarked to Wu Yu. The trio ultimately resolved to seek assistance from the academy. The distance from their current location to the building where the chancellor resided was approximately 2 kilometers. If they could reach that place, they were certain that Chancellor Lilith and Director Martilda possessed the strength to assist them. Before the three could finalize their plans, a figure cloaked in dark crimson materialized behind them, holding 2 severed heads. A chilling voice penetrated their ears. I have found you. The first impression of the three was that this voice was not one that could emanate from a human being. Without further contemplation, they instinctively leaped backward, distancing themselves from the cloaked figure. Mu Yu behind you. Bai Ye's instincts warned him of imminent danger. Without hesitation, Mu Yu executed a shadow evasion, narrowly avoiding the cloaked figure's sudden attack. The reason for prioritizing Mu Yu as the target was that he had been observed closely. It was evident that Mu Yu was the backbone of the trio, possessing combat experience and having witnessed bloodshed. Eliminating him first would render the other 2 insignificant. Mu Yu transformed into a shadow, slipping into the cover of the trees. The cloaked figure emitted a sound of surprise, clearly taken aback by Mu Yu's swift reaction. However, he did not hesitate. Twisting his body midair, he lunged at Lista with his dagger. Thanks to Mu Yu evading the initial strike, Lista had the opportunity to react. With a flick of her wrist, she drew a short curved blade and unleashed several wind blades, just managing to fend off the cloaked figure's assault. She then executed a backward roll, increasing the distance between them. At this moment, Mu Yu concluded his shadow evasion, emerging from the dense foliage. Noticing the cloaked figure harassing Lista, he swiftly retrieved his icy magic dagger and charged at the halted adversary. Yet, the cloaked figure made no attempt to dodge, allowing Mu Yu's dagger to pierce his form. Just as Mu Yu believed he had succeeded, the figure shimmered and transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution technique. Bai Ye warned. Mu Yu understood instinctively and instinctively blocked behind him, successfully deflecting the cloaked figure's attempted backstab. The cloaked figure's strike had missed, and instead of pressing the attack, he stood still, observing the diminutive Mu Yu with keen interest. Mu Yu, remaining vigilant, inquired, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The cloaked figure cackled, his raspy voice responding, "Little girl, you certainly possess some skill, but it is still insufficient. If I were to unleash my full power, do you truly believe you would have survived this long? Moreover, have you not noticed something amiss?" Lista suddenly realized. "Where is Nicole? Are you searching for her?" A voice emerged from behind Lista, identical to that of the cloaked figure. Turning around, she beheld another figure draped in dark crimson, mirroring the first, dragging a battered Nicole, who was unresponsive and clearly lifeless. 2 cloaked figures? Mu Yu had never anticipated that there was more than one adversary from the very beginning. The situation had become perilous. What to do? What to do? At that moment, Lista suddenly turned to Wu Yue and said, "Wu Yue, I have a way to hold them off for a while. You must run and seek the headmaster. What about you? This is my last resort. You possess shadow evasion. You will surely escape. My tactic can only delay them. I implore you. One of us must make it out." Before Wu Yue could respond, the 2 cloaked figures initiated their attack, transforming almost simultaneously into dark red meteors, hurtling towards the 2 of them. "Run." Lista forcefully pushed Wu Yue away and, centering herself, summoned a fierce tempest, ensnaring both dark red figures along with herself within its grasp. Wu Yue cast one last glance at her. Although they had only recently met, Lista's spirit of self-sacrifice profoundly moved her. To honor her companion's sacrifice, Wu Yue sprinted towards the administrative building. She had underestimated Lista. Bai Ye acknowledged that Lista's willingness to sacrifice for others was indeed noble. Despite being a taboo in the assassin profession, such a person was best suited to be part of an adventuring team, shining brightly in the endless life of adventure, ultimately perishing in a bid to protect her comrades. The two attackers were likely one and the same. Bai Ye sensed that only one of the figures posed a genuine threat. Moreover, it was evident that they had deliberately withheld their full strength. The aura of murder emanating from them was overwhelming. If they had wished to eliminate Wu Yue, it would have been a mere flick of the wrist. Such formidable power, hidden intentionally, reinforced by Ye's conviction that this ambush had been orchestrated by their teacher, a deliberate trial. If that were the case, the bodies might not be real, and perhaps even the cloaked figures were mere phantoms. Yet Wu Yue remained oblivious. For her, these events were all too real. The fallen comrades, the splattering blood, were experiences she had lived through. Her mind was in a tumult, nearly on the verge of losing composure. Were it not for the calming technique still in effect, she would have been at a complete loss for how to navigate the current predicament. As she ran, Wu Yue emerged from the forested area into a cavernous region, replete with stone caves and tunnels, interconnected beneath the surface. Finding a single person here was no trivial task. Wu Yue then understood why Nair had chosen to flee in this direction. She had acted thoughtlessly, endangering both Lista and Nicole. The sounds from the forest had ceased, indicating that Lista could not hold out much longer. Navigating through the stone forest, Wu Yue sought a path to escape this area. Suddenly, she heard eerie cries. Glancing back, she saw two figures soaring from the forest, their cloaks unfurled like dark red bats, hurtling directly towards her. If one were to view this area from above, no one could escape detection. Wu Yue was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a hand reached out from the side, pulling her into a cave. As Wu Yue prepared to retaliate, she recognized the hand's owner, Nair, who had initially escaped into the cave area. If you wish to avoid death, remain silent, Nair said coldly. Wu Yue nodded in agreement, refraining from further conversation. The cloaked figures in the sky likely anticipated that Wu Yue would head towards the administrative building to seek help, and thus continued their pursuit. As the unsettling cries outside subsided, Nair inquired of Wu Yue, "Are there any survivors?" "None. They are all dead," Wu Yue replied. Nair, wearing an expression of anticipated knowledge, asked how Wu Yue had managed to escape. Wu Yue recounted the events that had transpired, stating, "The teacher held back." Nair bluntly assessed, "What do you mean by holding back?" Wu Yue was perplexed by this notion. "Have you not realized yet? This was a trial set by the teacher," Nair remarked, regarding Wu Yue as if he were a fool. "I thought you were quite capable to have survived," he added. "This lad is quick-witted. He possesses potential, which I find appealing." Interjected by Yi, who had been silent until now. Wu Yue exclaimed, "Master, did you know about this all along? You meant for me to endure a bit more, didn't you?" "Master, you're cruel. You made me believe they were all dead." Wu Yue, rarely given to temper, expressed his frustration. While the master and disciple were engaged in their playful banter, Nair had already risen and addressed Wu Yue. "Sing, that will be all. I shall take my leave. Your presence merely hinders me." Clearly, he believed that Wu Yue had escaped solely due to luck, saved by his companions, and that dragging along such a burden was less favorable than proceeding alone, which would enhance his chances of survival. Chapter 32. A self-sacrificial strike. Before Wu Yue could utter a word, Nair dove into the ground, vanishing from sight. It appeared that his choice of location was not merely due to the labyrinthine cave system. He excelled in earth element magic, a discipline that allowed him to conceal himself underground, establish effective defenses, and inflict substantial harm. No wonder Lucia remarked that he managed to survive until the end of every lesson. He was indeed an anomaly among assassins. "Master, what now?" Wu Yue asked Bai Ye, gazing at the spot where Nair had disappeared. "Now you comprehend. This time it is not serious. The two cloaked figures likely possess high-level abilities, which the teacher has intentionally suppressed. The choice is yours. You may remain hidden until this game concludes, or you may take the initiative to turn the tide of battle." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Wu Yue, without a trace of hesitation, resolutely declared, "Master, regardless of whether this is real or not, I refuse to be a coward. Lucia's self-sacrifice weighs heavily upon my conscience. This time, I must demonstrate my resolve to the teacher and to Nair." "Very well. Go forth and act without restraint. As I have said, I will support you in all things, Bai Ye reassured, knowing that further words would be futile. Meanwhile, Nair, having delved underground, encountered one of the cloaked figures, who in turn detected Nair's presence. A fierce battle was imminent. The cloaked figure conjured a fireball that erupted, forcing Nair to reveal himself. The two stood on opposite sides of a crater created by the explosion, poised for confrontation. In an unexpected turn, it was Nair who struck first. He pressed both hands against the ground, and two spikes of earth suddenly surged up beneath the cloaked figure. Strangely, the spikes did not pierce the figure's feet. Instead, he floated gracefully above them as if they were made of cotton. The cloaked figure smirked disdainfully and effortlessly unleashed two shadow blades that flew toward Nair in a cross formation. From the outset, Nair had no expectation that the earth spikes could inflict damage upon the cloaked one. Thus, after unleashing the spikes, he immediately began to chant the intermediate spell. Wall of Earth. The earth elements beneath swiftly coalesced, gradually forming a solid earthen barrier that stood resolutely before Nair just as the shadow blade approached. It was supposed to be that the shadow blade would strike against the sturdy wall, leaving merely a cross-shaped scar, yet the cloaked one seemed to have anticipated this. Clenching his hand to detonate the shadow blade the instant it made contact with the wall. In an instant, dust billowed, and shards of stone flew in all directions, some even striking Nair. TSK, Nair spat, brushing the dust and blood from his face. Indeed, you are my teacher. I still cannot surpass you. The cloaked one said nothing. Instead, he vanished and reappeared behind Nair, his dagger aimed menacingly at his neck. With a dull thud, fragments of rock mingled with a splash of blood. For Nair had preemptively crafted a stone armor. Although it did not entirely deflect the assault, it sufficed. Every action taken prior had been to lure his teacher closer. Only then would his next maneuver bear fruit. Stone armor, return, Nair whispered fervently. The shattered stone armor began to coalesce once more, but instead of returning to Nair, it enveloped the cloaked one, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. A smile finally graced Nair's face. After so many attempts, he had finally struck his teacher. Teacher, this is a skill of my own invention, presented to you for the first time today. I humbly seek your guidance. Ascetic, Nair pointed at the cloaked one, a cruel smile emerging upon his lips. A sickening sound erupted as countless stone spikes burst forth from the armor's interior, piercing the trapped cloaked one like a hedgehog. Blood gushing forth in a spectacular spray. It is done. Nair exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him. He had succeeded, not only surviving, but also vanquishing his teacher's puppet. Well done. But a bloodied hand pierced through Nair's frail chest, formed from the very blood of the cloaked one. Nair could hardly believe that a deceased puppet could trigger blood magic. An unfamiliar spell, he muttered, gazing at yet another identical cloaked one advancing towards him. Satisfaction washing over him as he succumbed to his fate. A promising seed, the cloaked one rasped. Now, only a little kitten remains, Hikek. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a dagger of deep blue hue, emitting a chilling aura, hurtled through the air from afar. The cloaked one reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to evade the dagger. Yet, just as it neared, Bai Ye materialized from thin air, delivering a kick to the cloaked one's face that sent him spinning to the ground. As the cloaked one attempted to rise, Bai Ye's eyes turned pitch black. Heart of the One. Though the effect was limited, the momentary daze proved fatal. Bai Ye seized the dagger, effortlessly slicing through the cloaked one's throat as if it were but tofu. Alas, it was not deep enough. The cloaked one seized the opportunity to roll out of the attack range, standing up in a disheveled manner, blood coating his hands as he felt his neck. Damn it! To think you would ambush from the shadow of the dagger? I truly underestimated you. Bai Ye took a deep breath, realizing that despite her recent flurry of attacks, she still could not vanquish him. She had observed Nair's battle closely. Her master had remarked that Nair was indeed far more formidable than anticipated, capable of single-handedly defeating a cloaked one. Had it not been for the final, malevolent strike of vengeful Bloodhand, Nair would surely have emerged unscathed. Now, even though Bai Ye had successfully launched a surprise attack and the cloaked one bore wounds, he remained perilously dangerous. Moreover, the cloaked one, despite sustaining a grievous injury, moved with the same agility as if unharmed. As Nair had articulated, this being was a puppet, devoid of humanity and insensible to pain. Bai Ye's voice echoed in Bai Ye's mind, inquiring about her progress with Bai Hong. I am not yet proficient, merely grasping the basics, Wu Yue replied. It had only been 3 days since she had encountered Bai Hong, and her understanding was still nebulous. Nevertheless, its power was undeniably tremendous, perhaps warranting a trial. That will suffice. After all, this realm is not the true world. Use it freely, Bai Ye encouraged. He had already discerned that their current surroundings were merely an illusion conjured by someone, and though every sensation felt authentic, it had no bearing on their reality. Then I shall proceed, Master, Wu Yue declared, stepping forward with determination towards the cloaked one, who assumed a defensive stance, poised to retaliate. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Just as they were about to be face to face, Wu Yue again utilized shadow escape. The cloaked one instinctively turned to guard his rear. As all assassins understood that one's back was the most vulnerable point, the cloaked one was acutely aware of this principle and reacted swiftly. However, this was precisely the outcome Wu Yue sought. By watching Nair's combat, Wu Yue had learned to anticipate her opponent's thoughts and exploit them. The more seasoned the combatant, the more they relied on instinctive actions like defense. The cloaked one's instinctual defense left him susceptible to Wu Yue's cunning. In that moment, the cloaked one recalled having been similarly deceived by Nair not long before, but by the time he realized it, it was too late. Bai Hong, Wu Yue exclaimed, as the dagger in her hand blazed with an intensity akin to a solar halo, causing even the ice magic dagger to struggle against the searing heat, beginning to melt. In an instant, Wu Yue's dagger descended in a devastating arc, severing the cloaked one's weapon, yet its momentum remained unyielding as it continued downward, slicing through the wrist and penetrating the body. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the cloaked one attempted to evade, but it was too late. The dagger glided through the cloak, the skin, and the bone. With a swift motion, the cloaked one was cleaved into 2 segments, not a single drop of blood remaining, all vaporized by the intense heat. After delivering this astonishing blow, Wu Yue could no longer sustain herself and collapsed onto the ground. The extreme heat had not only melted her dagger, but had also scorched half of her body, nearly depleting her magical energy. This was the price of forcibly executing such a technique. Had she not been certain that this was an illusion and not reality, Bai Ye would have vehemently forbidden her from employing it. Fortunately, Bai Hong's potency did not disappoint, delivering a decisive strike. As the cloaked one met its ultimate demise, the illusion began to unravel. To Wu Yu's astonishment, all her wounds had miraculously healed. Nearby, the lifeless body of Nair stirred back to consciousness, while the corpses of the cloaked ones transformed into mere puppets, and the sky reverted to its initial state of clear blue. Clap, clap, clap. From a distance, applause echoed. Wu Yu focused her gaze, revealing an emaciated dark elf woman, her sharp eyes gleaming, dressed in the customary leather attire of an assassin. She bore 2 antiquated daggers at her waist, and a radiant smile adorned her face as she regarded Wu Yu. Congratulations, Wu Yu, she exclaimed. I must admit, I did not foresee you enduring until the end. Allow me to apologize for my initial misjudgment. The dark elf's voice was melodious and resonant, a stark contrast to the raspy tones of the cloaked ones within the illusion. Are you my teacher? Wu Yu tentatively inquired. Oh, how rude of me to neglect my introduction. I am Calandria, your instructor in the art of assassination. With that, Karen extended her slender, delicate hand and gently ruffled Wu Yu's hair. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lista and Nicole regained consciousness. It's finally over. I was terrified just moments ago, Lista remarked, massaging her temples. Experiencing death, even in an illusion, is far from pleasant. From the outset, Lista discerned that Karen had conjured the illusion and manipulated the puppets to pursue them. When the puppets focused their assault on Wu Yu, Lista realized that Karen intended to rigorously test Wu Yu. The final scenario evidently conveyed a singular message. My target is solely her. I must withdraw promptly, lest both perish. If they die, what purpose does my trial serve? Fortunately, her exit was executed with relative finesse. Yet, an unsettling thought lingered. Why did it always seem as though the teacher regarded her as a burden? Chapter 33, Post-Class Reflection. All right, everyone, gather around. Karen called from the original clearing. The first to return was the boy who had met his demise at the outset, staggering as if he were a mere shell of his former self. Following him were 2 other boys who had just emerged from the plains, cradling their heads. They had been decapitated by the cloaked ones in the illusion, their faces pale and still reeling from the ordeal. Finally, Lista and Nicole arrived from the forest. Karen had granted them a swifter demise, so they appeared relatively unscathed. Once all 7 individuals had assembled, Karen swiftly scanned each one, assessing their mental states with evident satisfaction. Clearing her throat, she began, "Cough, cough, my dear students. Today's trial was conducted without prior notice, primarily to evaluate your ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances." As for the results, Karen cast a teasing glance at the 3 boys. You 3 truly exhibited a lack of vigilance. She first pointed to the boy who had been slashed across the throat. I deliberately allowed the puppet to reveal a flaw, generating a wave of air before launching its attack. Did you not notice? The boy bowed his head in shame. It was only at the moment blood gushed forth that he comprehended he had been ambushed. Unsatisfactory, Karen remarked, offering no further commentary as her gaze shifted to the other 2 boys. You possess a remarkable talent for concealment. 2 imposing figures stride unabashedly across the meadow, perhaps fearing that others might not be able to sever their heads. The 2 young men, chastised thoroughly, shield their faces with their hands. Thus, a beheading serves as a cautionary measure. Shortly thereafter, Karen addresses Lista and Nicole. Nicole, although your skills do not lie in close combat, I implore you not to stray too far from your companions. Just moments ago, the trio was ambushed by the cloaked figure in the forest. After leaping from the trees, Lista and Muyu quickly regrouped, while Nicole, unfortunately, lingered too far away, concealed in their blind spot, resulting in her untimely demise by another puppet strike. Lista refrained from laughing. That clever little girl. Did she not already discern the illusion I had orchestrated? Karen, upon noticing Lista's playful demeanor, feigned irritation and shot her a glare. Lista stuck out her tongue, tempering her smile. Through her perception of the wind, she realized they were ensnared in an illusion. This was the only significant achievement she could claim. Quite the dramatic display of self-sacrifice. You must know my intentions this time. You possess a keen insight, Karen remarked, appreciating those who understand boundaries. Yet Lista responded earnestly, Teacher, even in reality, I would have acted thus. It was the best judgment given the circumstances. One could certainly commend the daughter of a merchant for her astute understanding of timing and circumstance, devoid of mere self-interest. She is willing to sacrifice for the greater good. Well done. Karen turned to Nair, who had reverted to his initial indifference. The words he spoke during the battle likely exceeded all he had uttered prior. Well done. But be mindful of the enemy's hidden strategies next time. Indeed, Nair replied succinctly. To be fair, Nair's performance in this battle was commendable. His insight into the opponent's thoughts was disturbingly precise, even outsmarting Karen. Furthermore, his self-created skills promise a bright future. The world has gained yet another assassin who confronts challenges head-on. Finally, Karen turned to Muyu. You, Muyu, are the most delightful surprise of all. This trial was primarily intended for you. Frankly, I was somewhat resentful upon hearing from the academy head that a transfer student would join my class. I wondered why someone with connections would be placed in my charge. This trial was an opportunity to gauge your abilities. Had you reacted like those entitled heirs, trembling in fear, I would have promptly expelled you. At this juncture, a spark of genuine ire flickered across Karen's usually gentle visage. The earlier feigned anger now transformed into authentic indignation when discussing the entitled heirs. Sensing the instability of his emotions, Karen took a deep breath to regain his composure. You are truly exceptional. Firstly, your mental fortitude is remarkably strong, likely owing to the presence of another soul, Bai Ye, within your mind. Then, there are your unparalleled skills. Have you truly developed these on your own? Karen referred to the peculiar ocular technique that momentarily disrupted the movements of the puppets, which possessed formidable soul strength. And that final fire elemental spell was impressively potent, albeit somewhat detrimental to your health. Muyu first offered an apology in her mind to the otherworldly predecessor who had inspired her technique, then nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, teacher. Fascinating. However, you do have your shortcomings as well. Karen shifted his tone with gravitas and stated, Firstly, entering the forest is not a significant error. I do not imply that hiding within the woods is unwise. Rather, you should not ascend to the treetops to observe the movements of an assassin. The operations of assassins are fundamentally clandestine. An vantage point is only effective against classes such as mages, who are prone to exposing their locations. Moreover, you are the prey in this scenario. Secondly, while you had the presence of mind to seek assistance from a mentor, can you not fathom that the enemy would anticipate such an action? They will undoubtedly lay in wait along your path of rescue. ready to strike with lethal precision. Lastly, although you had already surmised the reality of being ensnared in an illusion, it is wise to refrain from employing tactics that inflict mutual damage. An assassin must learn the art of survival. This is my philosophy, which is why I frequently orchestrate survival games to hone your capabilities. In summary, Bai Ye, I have accepted you as my student. Lilith has truly presented me with a fine protege. Karen then reverted to a nonchalant demeanor, his swift emotional transitions astonishing. Well then, time is of the essence. I must seek out the academy head for tea. Class dismissed. With that, Karen dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Wow, Teacher Karen really is as elusive as a shadow, Bai Ye remarked to Lilith and Nicole. Indeed, Teacher Karen is always like this. He is so gentle in demeanor, yet so ruthless in battle. Nicole recalled the horrifying visage of the puppets in the illusion, a shiver running down her spine. It seemed another night of nightmares awaited her. Exactly. With such a melodious voice, why put on such a fade? Lilith had barely finished her complaint when a raspy voice whispered in her ear. What did you say? It turned out the puppet on the ground had risen once more, pressing against Lilith's back to murmur in her ear. Little one, can I not handle you? Karen chuckled softly from the office of the academy head. You truly enjoyed yourself this time. Lilith sat across from him, cradling a cup of red tea, taking a sip. Today, the academy head was clad in bunny pajamas. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Largely thanks to the exceptional student you provided me, and the unparalleled illusion you crafted. Bai Ye, that girl struck me as extraordinary from the moment I laid eyes on her. She certainly lives up to Lord Malna's recommendation. All right, your eyes are practically sparkling. You are such a hopeless romantic. Chapter 34, Side Story, The Mercenaries' Work, Part 1. Outside the city of Muir, in the northern wasteland, a caravan was slowly making its way northwest. In the center of the procession, a portly middle-aged man sat within a lavishly adorned carriage, his attire indicating a person of considerable standing. He was puffing on a pipe. An extravagant woman nestled beside him. As the carriage's curtains were drawn aside, the captain of the guard, mounted on horseback, addressed the man, "My lord. We have been on the road from Mahara town for 2 days and a night. The men are weary. What do you suggest?" The middle-aged man removed his pipe and cast a disdainful glance at the captain. "Have I commanded you to rest? 2 days. Merely 2 days without sleep. And this is how you falter? What do you think I am sustaining you for?" Upon reaching Tafuport, it seems that the time has come for you to rest thoroughly and to bring in a new cadre. The captain of the guard gritted his teeth and forced a grim smile as he addressed the man. "My apologies, my lord. I failed to consider this adequately. They are not weary, not in the slightest." "Very well, be gone." "Yes." Leaving the carriage, the captain of the guard spurred his horse to the front of the convoy, where the vice-captain was leading the way. Noticing his superior return with a scowl, he inquired, "What did I tell you? That fat pig would never agree." "You were right. He is unwilling. Damn it. Had I known, I would never have accepted this task." The vice-captain smote his thigh in frustration. "I apologize. It was a misjudgment on my part. I thought escorting would be a straightforward task, especially with such generous rewards. It's infuriating. Does he not see us as human? He indulges in luxury inside, while we endure the elements outside without rest. If I keep serving him, I'll surely..." Before he could finish, a massive sword flew from the front of the convoy, piercing through the vice-captain completely. The tremendous force propelled him backward, crashing into the driver and shattering the carriage behind him. All transpired in an instant. The captain was left in shock, witnessing his comrade's demise before his very eyes. "Who?" the captain shouted, peering ahead to see a figure standing in the middle of the broad road, cloaked and indiscernible in gender. "Stop! Halt!" the captain bellowed urgently. The carriages, already on high alert after the deafening crash, came to a standstill upon hearing the captain's command. The guards from each carriage rushed forward, only to find the wreckage and the 2 intertwined corpses, one of which belonged to the vice-captain. The gruesome sight sent shivers through the ranks. The captain directed his voice toward the figure, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you attacked us?" The individual appeared neither as a mountain bandit nor a mere robber. Perhaps they were not motivated by greed. Yet, the figure paid no heed to the captain's inquiries and continued to advance toward the convoy. "Damn it. It seems today will end in bloodshed," the captain thought, recognizing the lack of intent for negotiation from the assailant. He swiftly commanded his subordinates, "Form up." Over 20 warriors, all seasoned fighters, equipped with large shields, were the backbone of his guard's reputation. Once they formed a shield wall, even an elite opponent would find it challenging to breach their defenses in a brief span. The captain, being a mid-tier warrior himself, believed that while they might not defeat the foe, they could at least maintain a position of strength. He hoped the adversary would retreat, thus minimizing unnecessary casualties. However, upon sighting the shield wall, the figure showed no sign of hesitation. Instead, they propelled themselves forward with increased speed. Shield defense, the captain commanded. While a single novice warrior's shield defense could not withstand the figure's strike, the combined effort of over 20 novice warriors was a different story. The shields emitted a radiant glow, converging into a singular luminous barrier, forming a light shield before the wall. As the figure closed in, merely 10 meters away, they summoned a massive fiery sword out of thin air, raising it high above their head. A magic swordsman. The captain was taken aback to discover that, despite wielding a colossal sword, the opponent was neither a warrior nor a berserker, but rather a rather rare class known as a magic swordsman. This signaled imminent danger, for it was apparent that this individual was of considerable rank. Uncertain if the shield wall could withstand the impending strike, he watched as the foe brandished a flaming sword. Leaping into the air, the sword's blade erupted once more, expanding in size and spinning gracefully before descending with lethal intent. This strike, imbued with tremendous force, was accompanied by a torrent of searing heat emanating from the flames. Before the sword could even make contact with the light shield, the barrier had already begun to melt away. In the blink of an eye, the intense heat rendered the shield utterly ineffective, reducing the once formidable shield wall tactic, capable of withstanding an elite warrior's full power, to mere paper before overwhelming force. When the massive sword finally collided with the shield wall, over 20 individuals had already succumbed to the scorching temperatures, leaving them unable to flee even if they wished to. Break! The adversary bellowed, as the flaming sword surged once more, triggering a violent explosion that obliterated the shield wall and scattered the defenders behind it, their burning limbs and severed appendages filling the air. The captain's eyes burned with fury. His prideful shield wall tactic had been effortlessly dismantled. His comrades were now mere fragments, scattered like leaves in a tempest, leaving him as the solitary survivor. "I shall fight you to the bitter end," the captain roared, his madness fully realized as he brandished both sword and shield, charging at his nemesis. Meanwhile, within the confines of the carriage, the middle-aged man had not fled. Perhaps he believed that the strength of the escort team was more than sufficient to handle a single opponent. He remained, embracing the alluring woman beside him, awaiting the resolution of the conflict before continuing their journey. He hoped that these fools would conclude their task swiftly. After all, this cargo was required by that esteemed individual. Should they miss the deadline, not only would these incompetent buffoons face retribution, but he would also suffer consequences. The thought of that powerful figure sent shivers down his spine, causing him to tremble as he contemplated the repercussions. Just then, a knock echoed on the carriage door. "What is it? Finish up quickly and don't waste time," he barked, irritation evident in his tone. No response came from outside, only another knock. As he prepared to open the door and unleash a tirade of curses, he was startled to find that the visitor was not the beleaguered captain, but rather an unfamiliar figure cloaked in a dark mantle. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the individual was holding a severed head. It was the captain's. Fear gripped him, and he stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. The woman beside him screamed in terror. "Someone has paid for your life," came the emotionless voice of a woman. The chilling words enveloped him like ice. "Who is it? Who seeks my demise? Is it Babu? Was it merely for seizing his territory? No, it cannot be him. Perhaps it is Sediment?" He speculated, panic rising within him. Enough of the conjecture. Knowing will avail you nothing, for your fate is sealed. Without further ado, the figure unsheathed a sword, and a glorious head fell to the ground. As the alluring woman fled from sight, the assailant removed her hood, revealing long, fiery red hair, and casually approached a nearby cart meant for transporting goods. What purpose does this large iron box serve? She pondered. Though her mission had been accomplished, there was no rule against earning a little extra. With a swift motion, she cleaved through the iron lock, and the box creaked open slowly. However, the scene before Yin caused her brow to furrow in distress. Chapter 35, Side Story. The Mercenary's Work, Part 2. The foul stench assaulted Yan's senses, prompting her to instinctively turn her head and cover her mouth and nose. After a while, as the odor began to dissipate slightly, she turned her gaze back. Within the dark iron box lay several small figures, strewn about haphazardly. Some were already battered and bruised, their wounds festering, perhaps one of the sources of the repugnant smell. Human trafficking? Yin initially presumed this was merely the work of an ordinary trafficker, but then reconsidered. Which trafficker would allow their merchandise to suffer such extensive damage? Risking a drop in value? Perhaps these children were not meant to be transported as commodities at all. Suddenly, Yin recalled hearing from an informant during her investigation into the target that in Tafuport, there was an individual codenamed Black Death, who was the intended trading partner for her current target. Seizing the opportunity, Yin had laid in wait for several days, ultimately intercepting the convoy here. What sort of person would require so many children? Yin stepped away from the truck and wandered nearby, eventually discovering a trembling old man cowering beneath one of the vehicles. He did not appear to be a mere servant or driver. With a swift motion, Yin yanked the old man from his hiding place and brought him before the cargo truck, throwing him to the ground. Speak. What is this? The old man, shaking uncontrollably, pointed at the cargo vehicle, stammering. Miss, I am merely a steward. I truly know nothing. Yin understood that the old man was merely stalling for time. With her massive sword, she thrust it into the ground beside him, causing the old man to nearly lose his wits. Do not kill me. My lord, well, that scoundrel has correspondence with the buyer. It may be with him. I swear I speak the truth. Miss, please spare me. With a swift kick, Yin knocked the old man unconscious before returning to the target's body, meticulously searching for clues. Finally, within the inner pocket of the target's clothing, she discovered a letter. Yin opened the envelope and examined its contents. The front was filled with meaningless drivel, but the reverse began to detail the transaction. The self-proclaimed buyer known as Black Death commanded the target to sell all the slaves in his possession. Indeed, it was a command. Quality and life were irrelevant. The only demand was that they be delivered within a week, or there would be dire consequences. What kind of person would require so many children? Yin decided to refrain from pondering this matter further. She was a mercenary, not a guardian, and her purpose was to kill, not to investigate. These affairs were not her concern. Yet, out of a sense of personal compassion, she felt pity for the children and wished to lend them a hand. Nothing more. Yin then whistled, summoning a majestic bird resembling a hawk, and briefly explained the situation, instructing her informant in Moer City to bring assistance to handle the aftermath. Having completed these tasks, Yin did not linger. The fate of these children was no longer within her control. Upon returning to Moer City, Yin casually sought out a tavern to meet with the employer of this mission, a middle-aged woman. The job is complete. Where's my payment? Yin stated bluntly. Oh, it's right here. Please count it, the woman replied. A woman placed a bag of gold coins upon the table. Yin, without a glance, promptly received it into her pouch. No one dared to challenge her commission. Is he truly dead? The woman inquired tentatively. Dead beyond any doubt. Would I deceive you? A hint of ire laced Yan's words, for being questioned by her employer was among the most vexing of experiences for a mercenary. No, I do not doubt you, truly. The woman hastily clarified, sensing Yan's discontent. I merely worry that he might seek revenge. It appeared she had more to express, and Yan gestured for her to continue. Perhaps in search of a confidant, the woman unraveled her tale to Yan. To Yan's surprise, the woman was the wife of the target, having been wed for over 20 years. Initially, her husband had little wealth but possessed a kind heart and a diligent spirit. It was these qualities that had drawn her to him. During their early marriage, they indeed shared a bond, with her husband engaging in modest business ventures while she managed the household chores. However, their fortune was short-lived. At an unknown point, her husband fell prey to the vice of gambling, squandering their savings and accruing substantial debts, with relentless creditors frequently knocking at their door. He abandoned their home, vanishing to evade his obligations. Years later, when she encountered him again, he seemed to thrive, having gained considerable weight and wealth. He had settled his debts, acquired a grand house in Moer City, and moved back in. She had genuinely believed he had transformed. However, her husband, as if a different person, began to leave early and return late, his activities shrouded in mystery. Each night, he returned inebriated and prone to violence, often directing his wrath at her. Furthermore, he frequently brought home various women. One fateful day, a man clad in black paid an unexpected visit. Her husband appeared to know him well and treated him with a mix of reverence and fear. The man, donning a beaked mask, concealed his identity, but thereafter, her husband began to personally conduct business and deliver goods, the nature of which remained unknown. Upon returning home, he grew increasingly violent, leaving her battered and bedridden. Unable to endure such a life any longer, she resolved to sell her remaining jewelry to hire an assassin, seeking an end to her dark existence. "I am truly at my wit's end," the woman confessed, tears finally escaping her eyes, a torrent of years of grievances flowing forth. Yin listened quietly, absorbing the woman's lament, refraining from offering words of comfort, as she had not lived through such tribulations and felt unqualified to do so. After a long pause, the woman released her pent-up sorrow and, with reddened eyes, expressed her gratitude to Yin. "Thank you for allowing this old woman to share her tale. It is no trouble. Heeding an employer's concerns is part of a mercenary's duty. Having accepted your payment, I am obliged to assist you," Yin replied. She then inquired, "Madam, do you possess any further information regarding this man in black? I only know he hails from Tafuport, and during their dealings, they always avoided my presence. Beyond that, I know nothing," the woman replied honestly. "I understand. Then this matter shall be concluded. Madam, life must go on. Ultimately, I advise you to swiftly pack your belongings and depart from this place. Surely, that individual will dispatch someone to your home to obliterate all evidence, including you." "Oh, very well, I shall leave at once." Exiting the tavern, Yin inhaled deeply. Such is the life of a mercenary, perpetually encountering various justifications for employment. Having witnessed far too much. However, this particular mission, with its myriad clues, cloaked figures, avian masked faces, slave trading, and a drastically altered husband, suggests profound depths lurking beneath the surface. At this moment, Yin recalled Bai Ye, calculating the days since their last parting. It had been 2 weeks, and he pondered her current state. Alas, he only knew she had come to Moer City to pursue her studies, yet failed to inquire which academy she attended. He had intended to visit her once the mission concluded, but now, with so many adventurer academies in the city, where could he possibly seek her? For the time being, he resolved to accept various tasks in the city. Indeed, it was not merely an idle wait for fortune. Chapter 36. The initial task. Another sunny morning dawned, and Bai Ye continued to solidify her mastery of Baihong under Bai's guidance. Having been at the academy for half a month, she had traversed most of its grounds and was quite familiar with her surroundings. Yes, precisely. The key lies in regulating the flow of elements within one's body, particularly during the moment of wielding the dagger. It is not merely about raising the temperature. Such an approach would surely harm both the dagger and yourself. Understood, master. Bai Ye could not forget the moment in the illusion, where she melted both the dagger and half of her own body. Thus, she had been diligently practicing how to control the temperature with nuance, much like a solar halo, transitioning from infrared to violet. This technique significantly alleviates the burden on both weapon and body, ensuring that one does not inflict 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while sustaining 800 upon oneself. Bai Ye currently progressed with remarkable speed, nearing a parity with Sophia during sparring sessions. Perhaps, in the future, she might even incorporate additional magic. Bai was contemplating this when suddenly, he lost consciousness for a brief moment. Upon awakening, he found himself in that stark white space once more. To be dragged here without prior notice. Bai's consciousness remained somewhat hazy. The golden orb, embodying the world's will, floated serenely at the center of the space, its mechanical voice resonating. "You have arrived." A courtesy notice would have sufficed. Truly, the urgency necessitated this course of action. "Very well, what brings you to summon me?" Bai thought it unlikely that he was called merely for casual conversation or a meal. "It has appeared." "What has appeared?" Bai initially failed to grasp the situation. "The target has manifested." Indeed, this individual is named Daibetwen, engaged in forbidden endeavors. The worlds will stated with certainty. This person has only existed in this realm for 4 years, having committed countless acts of slaughter, and their experiments are exceedingly inhumane. However, their abilities are relatively weak, making them suitable for your practice. Relatively weak, you say? Wait a moment, clarify that. It better not be merely your opinion of weakness. Bai had no desire to court death and needed to ascertain the details before proceeding. The world will, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. "Rest assured, this individual is no match for you. Just be wary of his kin." Bai Ye seemed to grasp the essence of the message. This adversary's combat prowess fell short of Wu Yu's, yet his associates appeared poised to begin their intelligence gathering. "Understood. Is there any further information?" Bai Ye inquired. "Even I find it challenging to peer into the affairs of those from another realm. It is only due to the magnitude of his actions that I became aware of his existence. The location lies somewhere in the northwest of Mower City. Very well. I shall devise a plan upon my return. Bai Ye waved his hand and turned to leave. Suddenly, the world will called out to him. What is it? Regardless of what that man may say or attempt to persuade you with, do not place your trust in him, understood? The tone of the world will shifted, imbued with a hint of pleading. Bai Ye merely offered an affirmative response. Master, are you there? Bai Ye's consciousness was jolted back to reality by Wu Yu's urgent call. Wu Yu, it is wonderful that you have finally responded. I feared I might bite my tongue in my anxiety. It's nothing. I was just summoned by the employer, Bai Ye reassured Wu Yu. Is it the world Wu Yu mentioned before? Why? A target has emerged. We have work to do. Bai Ye then conveyed the situation to Wu Yu. So, you mean that person is in the vicinity of Mower City? Exactly. Our immediate task is to gather intelligence and find a way to exit the academy. Additionally, Bai Ye recalled the mention of Kinbai the world will, a term that might simply reflect the divine's preference for certain expressions, yet the reality required allies. Ultimately, Bai Ye felt somewhat uncertain about this endeavor. Let us set that aside for now. Bai Ye resolved to delay that matter and prioritize their exit. Resolute, Wu Yu first returned to the dormitory to discuss their desire to leave the academy with Bila and Sophia. Generally speaking, the academy does not permit students to freely enter or exit the gates of the secret realm, except for family visits or assigned tasks, Sophia informed Wu Yu. If there is truly an urgent matter at hand, she was about to suggest leveraging family influence when Bila interjected, why not consult Miss Martilda? If you genuinely have a compelling reason to leave, it could be worthwhile. I think that's a sound idea. Bai Ye acknowledged Bila's logic. Under the academy's indifferent governance, Martilda was their sole option. Very well, I shall meet with Miss Martilda. Wu Yu prepared to rise. At that moment, Lu returned, her eyes shadowed by fatigue. Lu, you're back. You must be exhausted. The meals are in the refrigerator. Make sure to eat and rest well. Bila had already prepared everything for her. However, Lu did not rush to eat. Instead, she addressed everyone. I will be leaving the academy the day after tomorrow. Huh, you too? Bila exclaimed in surprise. Is there a secret rendezvous happening? Yes, I am going out of the city with a teacher to gather materials, Lu said, stuffing a piece of bread into her mouth. And what does Bila mean by that? Eventually, Wu Yu arrived at the academic affairs office, standing before Martilda's office. Master, are we truly going to reveal the truth to Miss Martilda? I harbor apprehensions, yet there is no need for concern. Simply follow my guidance. Based on Bai Ye's understanding of Matilda, as the former heir of the angelic lineage, she ought to be a person of profound righteousness. Upon learning of heinous deeds committed by others, it would be unthinkable for her to remain indifferent. It suffices to conceal the existence of Bai Ye. Upon entering the office, Matilda, adorned with spectacles, addressed Wu Yu. Ah, it is you, Wu Yu. Stand there and do not move. She gestured towards a small room adjacent to them. Do you see that small chamber? Step inside. Wu Yu had contemplated her words, but was interrupted by a sudden tremor. Turning her gaze to the right, she noticed a compact room, scarcely large enough for one individual. Although puzzled by its purpose, she complied with Matilda's directive and entered. The door closed automatically behind her, and a radiant light enveloped her. Wu Yu felt as though the world was spinning. Her entire being was cleansed thoroughly, culminating in a warm breeze that dried her off. When she finally emerged from the chamber, she was so pristine that her skin reflected light, and she bore a delightful fragrance. It is only natural to be unfamiliar on your first visit. In the future, prior to coming to see me, please visit the cleansing magic chamber for a thorough purification. Would you? Matilda remarked while scribing official documents. Understood, Wu Yu replied. Now what is it you wish to discuss? Wu Yu began with her desire to leave the city. Are you departing for a family visit or a mission? Matilda inquired, glancing up at Wu Yu. To be precise, I am applying for a mission. Oh, what sort of mission do you intend to apply for? It had better not be trivial matters, or that will not do. Wu Yu recounted to Matilda her dream from the previous night, where her consciousness was drawn into a pure white expanse. Within that realm, a luminous orb informed her that in a location northwest of, there existed an individual named Daybetwen, a being of utmost depravity, and instructed her to eliminate him. Stop. What is this nonsense? Matilda exclaimed, her expression shifting as she recalled a dream of her own from the previous night, which bore a striking resemblance to Wu Yu's account. Wu Yu assumed Matilda thought her words were mere folly and attempted to clarify, But to her surprise, Matilda rose abruptly, grasping her shoulders with earnestness. Was it a white space with a golden light in the center? Yes, indeed. Could it possibly be true? Matilda mused, for the first time perceiving the dream with such vivid realism. Did it explicitly call for you? Wu Yu nodded. I understand now, Matilda declared decisively. This is an oracle. Wu Yu, I shall arrange for your paperwork immediately, and I will also investigate this day between. Prepare yourself. Once everything is in order, I will inform you. Bai Ye was taken aback by the smoothness of the proceedings, especially noting the significant change in Matilda's demeanor upon hearing Wu Yu describe the dream. Surely, this was the world while offering assistance. Chapter 37. The Pursuer. Thus, on the morning of the second day, Wu Yu, accompanied by Calandria and her mentor, Master Lansoul, embarked on their journey. Before their departure, Duality had meticulously prepared various potions a day in advance, placing them into a backpack and handing it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, these potions are for your journey. They are all composite types and quite potent. This is far too precious. I cannot accept this. Without hesitation, Wu Yu waved her hand in refusal. Those vials of potion were indeed quite valuable. It's nothing. These are my newly developed concoctions. And I was just lamenting the lack of a testing ground. Consider yourself my free test subject, Biora insisted, pressing the backpack into Wu Yu's hands. Rest assured, there should be no side effects. Seeing Biora's determination, Wu Yu ceased her objections and slung the backpack over her shoulder. Biora then approached Calandria, advising her to be cautious on the road, to eat and sleep on time, and the like. Sophia, standing nearby, simply remarked, Be safe, Wu Yu. I shall await your return. Yes, wait for me, she responded, before stepping out with Calandria. An elderly man clad in a deep purple robe and wearing a wizard's hat had been waiting for quite some time. This was Master Randisul, another formidable figure at the saint level, a paragon of summoning magic, who had just taken Calandria as his pupil. Wu Yu stepped forward. Greetings, Master Randisul. I am Wu Yu, Calandria's roommate. With a kind demeanor, Randisul replied, No need to be so tense, child. I am but an old man without heirs. You may simply call me Ian, just like the little bookworm does. The term little bookworm referred to Calandria, who spent her days either immersed in the Academy's library or en route to it, destined to eventually read every book there. Wu Yu felt a warm affinity for Randisul, reminiscent of her grandfather Malna's back in Cecil. Despite their apparent age difference and Malna's often stern demeanor, their essence was remarkably similar. In fact, Randisul was even more amiable, resembling a kindly, neighborly grandfather. Very well, Grandfather Ian, Wu Yu replied. Good child, let us be on our way. Little bookworm, no sleeping until we arrive. Ah, Ian, finally decided to emerge from your little den, teased the gatekeeper, Lord de Sovo, indicating a familiarity that suggested a long-standing friendship. Ian, undeterred, retorted with a laugh, and you, old tortoise, spend your days cooped up in your shell, gesturing towards the guard's booth. Their banter, though light-hearted, revealed the depth of their camaraderie forged over the years. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the trio set forth once more. This old coot is nearly my age, Ian remarked to Wu Yu during their journey. In our youth, we formed a team, and not long after, he dragged me into military service. He became his royal guard while I served as a court mage. We devoted over 50 years to the kingdom, and when weariness set in, he brought me to the Zyadalek Academy to teach. He didn't last long before retiring to become a gatekeeper, and he has remained there ever since. Speaking of our youth, we both fancied the same girl, which led to a quarrel between us. Little did we know, she had no regard for either of us. Her heart belonged to a prince from a foreign land. Sighing, Ian continued, Look at me, growing old and prone to reminiscing about the past. How embarrassing. At over a century old, Ian Randisul remained spirited. One could only wonder what memories burdened Malnus, who had lived for millennia. Would 1,000 years of recollections weigh heavily upon him? Wu Yu had little concept of such depth, having lived but 30 years in her previous life. However, burdened with so many memories, he understood that bearing the weight of reminiscences was no simple task. The joy, pain, sorrow, anger, and bitterness would gradually wear down both body and spirit over the passage of time. It was no wonder that Malnus had always maintained such a somber demeanor. Having witnessed too much, he had become numb. Accompanied by the elders' recollections, the three of them gradually approached the gateway to the secret realm. Following a familiar path, they arrived at the interior of the Zalduo Grand Hotel, where Naka was still engaged in her duties as a greeter. Upon seeing Wu Yue emerge from behind, she promptly set aside her tasks and approached him. Wu Yue, is that you? You're out so soon. Do you miss home? Naka speculated that Wu Yue must be feeling homesick. After listening to Wu Yue explain the circumstances, although she found it puzzling that he had been assigned a task so soon after entering the academy, she refrained from questioning further, acknowledging that the academy's arrangements had their own rationale. At that moment, Naka noticed Ian standing beside Wu Yue. Greetings, Master Ransol. Hello there, Naka. Ian replied with a smile. Entirely unperturbed. We must hurry along, so we shan't linger any longer. Understood, please take care. Wait. Wu Yue, should you require any supplies, intelligence, or need to contact the academy during your journey, just visit the local hotel branch. Remember that. Naka called out to Wu Yue as he departed from the hotel. Got it. Senior Naka. Wu Yue's voice faded into the distance. At the northern gate of Mel City, Ian spoke to Wu Yue. All right, child, this is where we part ways. Ian and Kurulu were headed towards the northeastern Peyton Hills, thus they needed to diverge here. Goodbye, Wu Yue, and stay safe, Kurulu murmured before drifting back into slumber. Farewell. Grandpa Ian, please take care. After bidding farewell to the elder and the young one, Wu Yue set off alone towards the northwest, not far from the city. As he traversed an uninhabited stretch of road, Bai Ye suddenly warned Wu Yue, be cautious. Someone has been following you. He had noticed it from the moment they left the city. That individual had trailed Wu Yue since he exited the hotel, cloaked and lurking. They likely feared the presence of Ransol beside Wu Yue, making it difficult to act. Thus, they waited for an opportunity to strike in a deserted area outside the city. Really? I didn't notice at all, Wu Yue admitted, acknowledging his shortcomings in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Ahead lay a vast expanse of farmland. He could use it to shake off his pursuer. Bai Ye surveyed the surroundings and deemed that only the field filled with towering, unfamiliar crops could be of use. Drawing the pursuer in there would allow the initiative to return to the assassin, who could then decide whether to kill or flee. Without hesitation, Wu Yue dashed into the field. And realizing they had been compromised, the pursuer, unwilling to be outmaneuvered, pursued him with astonishing speed. Wu Yue wove through the tall, dense foliage, his small frame agile. While the pursuer struggled to keep pace, the leaves relentlessly whipping against him, severely hampering his progress. Perhaps growing impatient due to the interference, the pursuer drew two short swords and began to slash at the surrounding crops. Soon, a broad and straight path emerged in this unripe field. The farmer expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Chapter 38. A fateful reunion. Thus, the two began to wreak havoc in the fields. The pursuer, wielding dual swords, indeed accelerated with astonishing speed, resembling a lawnmower operating at full power, swiftly gliding across the land. I can't keep up, master. He is too fast. We're about to be caught. Wu Yue glanced back in alarm. There's no other choice. Let us settle this in that clearing ahead. In the blink of an eye, a distance of several dozen meters was covered. Wu Yue feigned a move to escape the field, but instead executed a shadowy maneuver to weave back into the crops. The pursuer lunged out of the field, unable to spot Wu Yue's figure. Just as he was bewildered, he felt a sudden chill at his back. Instinctively, he raised his dual swords to defend himself. Wu Yue, having missed his strike, leaped back into an offensive stance. Wait, are you serious? The man exclaimed. Wu Yue recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, but could not immediately place it. It seemed Bai Ye had a knack for remembering the features of everyone he had encountered. It's me. Have you forgotten so soon? The man pulled back his hood, revealing fiery red curls and an imposing visage. Miss Yen. Wu Yue finally recognized her. Hee. Didn't he expect this, did you? Why have you been following me? Wu Yue's expression turned wary. Well, I happened to see you walking out of the Xie Erdwa Grand Hotel while I was taking a stroll nearby, and I thought I'd follow you for a while to see what you were up to. I swear, it's not because of the Saint-Tier powerhouse beside you that I hesitated to greet you. Yen deliberately concealed the fact that she had been waiting for Wu Yue at the hotel entrance for 2 full days, even having pawned her great sword out of desperation. By the way, Miss Yen, where is your sword? If you had that absurdly large blade with you, I might have recognized you sooner. Oh, I sent it for maintenance. Yes, maintenance. Although there was a lingering feeling that something was amiss, it was indeed delightful that the person trailing him was none other than Yen, an old traveling companion. A loud grumble interrupted the moment, emanating from Yan's stomach. Miss Yen, you must be hungry. Here, take this. Wu Yue offered her a piece of bread, which she devoured ravenously. This woman is still as oblivious as ever, Bai Ye remarked helplessly. Oh, right. Wu Yue, where are you headed? Wu Yue recounted the entire situation to Yen. So, there's someone conducting forbidden experiments in a certain location northwest of Mo City, and you're planning to eliminate him, correct? Yen summarized after listening intently. If that's the case, I encountered child traffickers during my last mission a couple of days ago. Could there be a connection? Yen relayed the details of her last task from 3 days prior, involving a slave transport caravan and a peculiar man wearing a bird-beaked mask. Such valuable information. So, Tafu Port is conveniently located in the northwest of Mo City, Bai Ye remarked, surprised by the coincidence, as he had been troubled about gathering intelligence. Yen's arrival had provided just the lead he needed. There's no need to wander aimlessly. We'll head straight to Tafu Port. How about that? Is it useful? It can be said that it is exceedingly useful. Thank you, Miss Yen. Wu Yu sincerely remarked that without Miss Yan's intelligence, one would undoubtedly traverse numerous detours. May I accompany you? Yen inquired. Consider this. Such a person is surely dangerous. An additional companion equates to augmented strength, does it not? I refuse to let you venture into peril alone. Yen fervently sought to persuade Wu Yu to allow her to join the expedition. Wu Yu gazed at the eager Yen and responded, but if I take you along, won't it interfere with your duties? What duties? Protecting you is my responsibility. Once this mission concludes, allow me a brief respite to touch upon it, and consider it my reward. The plot thickens. I believe that would be beneficial. We currently require a formidable ally, Bai Ye declared without a second thought, readily endorsing Wu Yu's decision. Master Wu Yu, however, found herself at a loss for words. The characters of these two individuals had indeed deteriorated significantly. Ultimately, Yen, through her straightforward approach, once again joined Wu Yu on her journey. Everything felt like a fateful encounter. Along the way, there were no significant events. It is not every outing that one encounters bandits. That would be excessively unfortunate, let alone facing that previous mid-level adversary. Wu Yu, your strength has significantly increased. It has only been a little over half a month. How did you achieve this? Yen casually inquired. It must be due to the excellent training from the academy, Wu Yu replied. While this was indeed one reason, a greater factor was her master. I reckon you could now hold your own against advanced opponents, Yen observed astutely. This led Bai Ye to ponder. Was their current target not even at the advanced level? Although a traveler from another world, how could one lack formidable strength? Bai Ye was skeptical. The issues that plagued the will of the world could not be so simple. With human experimentation, loyal subjects, and masked conspirators, a vast web of intrigue was slowly being woven. After 3 days of travel, the duo arrived at Dafu village, the closest settlement to Tafu Port. However, the entire village exuded a morose atmosphere, devoid of any signs of life. Yan's extensive mercenary experience immediately signaled that something was amiss. As they surveyed the village, an arrow suddenly flew from the rooftop of a nearby house. With remarkable reflexes, Yan swiftly grasped the arrow and hurled it back. A chilling scream echoed as a figure tumbled from the rooftop. Let us advance. Yen unsheathed her twin swords and charged ahead, with Wu Yu closely following. Lying on the ground was a young boy, an arrow protruding from his arm, groaning as he clutched his wound. Yen pointed her sword at him, declaring, You, young man, possess quite the audacity to ambush me. Who are you, and why did you attack us? Wu Yu demanded. The boy, however, averted his gaze, unwilling to speak, a movement that exacerbated his pain, causing him to grimace. Seeing the boy's reluctance, Yen contemplated employing some typical mercenary tactics. Do not harm my brother. Suddenly, a small girl, around 8 or 9 years old, burst forth, brandishing a rusty knife and lunging at Yen. However, she was swiftly disarmed and subdued by Yen. Release me, you wicked villains. The little girl, having already lost her parents to Mingming, now feared that she might lose her brother as well. With tears streaming down her face, she cried out loud. Yen, unable to bear the sight of her distress, reluctantly released her. The girl broke free from her constraints and collapsed onto the young man's chest, weeping even more fervently. Wu Yu, what are we to do? Yen felt utterly helpless. For now, let us leave them be and allow them a moment to calm down. Wu Yu discerned the underlying meaning in the girl's words. It appeared that something truly dreadful had transpired in this village. The two could only seek a cleaner, vacant room to rest in, leaving the siblings outside. Chapter 39. The Ghost Village. After a considerable time, the cries gradually subsided. The young man held his weeping sister in his arms, gently patting her frail back. During this period, the two within the room had indeed committed no wrongdoing, and the young man recognized that his own nerves had been overly frayed, reacting with hostility to anyone he encountered without discerning friend from foe. Thus, he carefully lifted his sister and made his way towards the room where Wu Yue and the others were, knocking on the door. The door was opened by the formidable red-haired woman, who fixed her piercing gaze upon the young man, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from her. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a lion, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Yin seemed to realize that her demeanor had been overly aggressive, and she quickly averted her gaze, striving to appear less intimidating. "Have you calmed down, young man? If you have something to say, feel free to enter." She then turned and returned to the room, leaving the decision to him. With a determined grit, the young man stepped over the threshold and entered the room. "Don't just stand there, take a seat," Yin urged, noticing his immobility. The young man remained still. "Are you trying to drive me to distraction?" Yin thought to herself. After all, they had just had a confrontation, and it was unlikely he would relax so swiftly. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Ultimately, it was Wu Yue who stepped forward, engaging the young man in conversation, which finally put him at ease, prompting him to sit on the bed opposite her. "Is there something you wish to discuss with us?" Wu Yue attempted to initiate a dialogue. "Perhaps we should tend to your wound first. It would be unfortunate if it became infected," she suggested, aiming to divert his attention. "Miss Yin, I am not well versed in treating wounds. Could you assist?" Wu Yue hoped to ease the tension between the two. She was attempting to employ her somewhat unrefined interpersonal skills to lighten the mood, which proved to be somewhat effective. Upon observing Wu Yue's efforts, the young man gradually lowered his guard, replaced by a hint of remorse. "I'm sorry," he murmured inaudibly to the two, hearing his apology while tending to his injury. Yin continued her work without pause. "Could you not have been more straightforward from the beginning?" She chided lightly. "I truly am sorry." The young man raised his voice, a mixture of desperation and regret. "It's quite all right. You have not harmed us, and we bear you no ill will," Wu Yue reassured him, soothing his turbulent emotions. Noticing that neither of them harbored any resentment, and seeing Yan's formidable strength, the young man decided to confide in them, seeking their assistance for the village. Once, the siblings were the offspring of the village chief. Half a month ago, an enigmatic group of individuals, clad in peculiar attire, arrived in the village. They uttered not a word and moved in a most bizarre manner, hardly resembling ordinary humans. Upon their arrival, they commenced a brutal assault, abducting the villagers. Attempts at resistance proved futile, as no conventional weapon could deter these assailants, who seemed impervious to pain. Those brave enough to confront them met a swift demise. And even the corpses were taken, alongside the living. The village boasted no professionals, save for the chief's son, who had recently awakened his abilities. Yet, what could a novice do? The village chief, driven by selfish motives, concealed the siblings in a cellar while he and the remaining villagers fell prey to the intruders. When the siblings cautiously emerged from their hiding place and returned to the village, they were met with an eerie silence. There were no signs of fire. The houses stood intact, and not a drop of blood stained the ground. It was as if the entire populace had vanished into thin air. Despite having witnessed the onset of the catastrophe, the youth found it difficult to grasp the reality before him. How could an entire village be abducted without a trace? The haunting absence of carnage and chaos was far more terrifying than the sight of bodies strewn across the landscape. In the ensuing days, the young man tended to his sister while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. He sought assistance from neighboring villages, but upon reaching the nearest one, he discovered that its inhabitants had also inexplicably disappeared. His hopes of seeking refuge in larger cities were dashed, as his abilities rendered him incapable of journeying to either Tafford Port to the west or Moker City to the south. Moreover, he had to care for his sister, who was as helpless as a fledgling. With no other options, the youth returned to the village, hoping to encounter someone passing through who could carry news of their plight. However, what he encountered were only thieves and bandits. He was forced to hide in the cellar, comforting his frightened sister. Finally, when the marauders departed, he cautiously emerged to assess the situation, only to find 2 strangers standing at the village entrance, looking about, mistaking them for the return of the assailants. The torment of the past few days drove him to an irrational act. He knocked an arrow and aimed at the pair. As the 2 strangers pondered the situation, they considered the bandits' history of pillage and slaughter. Yet, the youth's account was utterly bewildering. What manner of person could orchestrate the disappearance of an entire village and then restore the scene to its original state? For the two individuals, the method was of little consequence. What mattered was uncovering the whereabouts of the perpetrators. From the youth's tale, it became evident that the architects of this ghostly village and the individuals trafficking in slaves were likely one and the same. The insatiable demand for experimental subjects had led the mastermind to escalate his efforts. No longer content with merely purchasing slaves, he had begun actively raiding nearby villages, abducting their inhabitants. Bai Ye sensed that matters were about to become precarious for such a meticulous strategist who had remained hidden for 4 years, was now willing to risk everything for daylight abductions. This could only imply one possibility. He no longer wished to wait. His experiment is nearing completion, and his power will be unprecedentedly enhanced. Once he attains this strength, he will possess the means to defy the kingdom's sanctions. But what is it? What could it possibly be? Can the current Moonless truly contend with it? Moonless listened quietly to the boy's tale, remaining silent, lost in contemplation. Another question arises. Has the kingdom made no moves during this time? Yin suddenly sensed something amiss. Logically, with the disappearance of at least 2 villages' inhabitants, there should have been reports made by now. Could it be that no one has passed through recently? How is that possible? This village is a crucial waypoint from Moer City to Tafuport, bustling with traffic. Surely, a ghost village would not go unnoticed. The truth, it seems, will only be unveiled upon reaching Tafu. Yin too sensed the impending danger. However, once Moonless had made her decision, he was resolute in following her. Meanwhile, the silent Moonless was engaged in a discussion with Bai Ye within her mind. Moonless, this mission will be perilous. If a temporary retreat is necessary, seeking assistance is not out of the question, Bai Ye proposed, highlighting the considerable risks involved. Even if he were to intervene, the outcome remained uncertain. But master, if we flee now, how many more will suffer the same fate as them? Moonless countered. She empathized with the siblings' plight. After all, she too had once been alone, nearly captured by human traffickers. Indeed, if not for Marina's during this time, she often pondered her path forward. Was the purpose of her strength merely to protect herself and her family? What lies ahead, she did not know. But now, master, I have discovered my path. There are those who need our aid, are there not? This declaration profoundly impacted Bai Ye. In his past life, he had lived solely for vengeance. Even after achieving retribution, he remained mistrustful of others, living only for himself. Perhaps, in this alternate world, he could attempt a different way of living? The former chief assassin found himself contemplating change for the first time, influenced by his disciple, Moonless. Chapter 40. The Desolate City and Cold Port. Since you have made your decision, I hope you will see it through. Bai Ye acknowledged Moonless' determination, understanding that this was a part of her growth. As her master, his role was simply to support her. Then let us depart for Tafu Port, Moonless declared suddenly, rising to her feet and addressing Yin. I want to go too. The boy exclaimed to Moonless. This orc girl, seemingly of similar age, radiated an indescribable aura, one of boundless hope for the future. A confidence that was contagious to those around her. For the youth, remaining in the village holds no promise of advancing the situation. It would be far more prudent to accompany his sister to Tafuport, where they might uncover the fate of their parents. Whether alive or deceased, some resolution is necessary. Nozuki and her companions ultimately consented to allow the siblings to embark together, for leaving them in this cursed village would be an unwise choice. Who could predict when another band of rogues might appear, and what reckless actions this foolish boy might take then? Although their party had grown by 2, it was fortunate that Nozuki had ample provisions, sufficient for 4 to reach Tafuport. By the way, Miss Yin, what sort of place is Tafuport? It is so far from your city, and there are no large cities nearby. Along the journey, Nozuki inquired about information regarding Tafuport. Are you unaware? Tafuport is the only harbor in the northern domain of Dorok. You are familiar with the northern domain, I presume? This port belongs to their family. I have visited once or twice. The permanent population is sparse, resembling a small town. Even those who travel by boat to the opposite shore are few, considering the proximity of Laopa Port in Muir City. Who would choose to venture into the cold northern lands to take a boat, aside from the locals? I see. Nozuki mused, gaining some insight into Tafuport. Perhaps that individual is exploiting the scarcity of people, hiding in the northern domain to conduct his human experiments, Bai Ye speculated. This fellow truly knows how to survive, yet this also subtly indicates that his own capabilities are quite lacking. In the northern domain of the Dorok Kingdom lies Tafaport. Despite it being merely the onset of night, the streets were nearly deserted due to the recent tales of a serial killer circulating within the town. Those who wandered the streets alone at night would suddenly vanish, leaving no traces of struggle at the scene. Previously, all missing persons were treated as such by the guards. But in recent days, the number of disappearances has surged, with even patrolling guards falling victim. The mayor, in a state of alarm, dispatched reports to the capital while organizing extensive searches, yet yielded no results. Even those sent out returned with no word. Powerless. The mayor could only decree that residents refrain from venturing out at night, while guards patrolled in teams. Nonetheless, disappearances continued, and the criminal's reach had extended indoors. At this rate, Tafu Port now exists shrouded in an unnamed terror, steeped in desolation. On such a gloomy day, for unexpected visitors arrived. This was not how it appeared during my last visit. Gazing at the now grim Tafu Port, Yen found it hard to believe, the last time she came. The streets were bustling with vendors selling exotic curiosities from across the water at exorbitant prices. How could it have transformed into such a wretched state? Indeed, something is amiss. It seems we have arrived at the right place. Bai Ye observed the scattered debris along the roadside, clearly indicating that it had not been cleaned in several days. Halt! Strangers. 2 armored soldiers approached, one of whom, adorned in a distinguished uniform, appeared to hold a high rank. He greeted the group with a bow and inquired, "I am the constable of Tafuport. My name is Dominic. From whence do you come, and to where are you headed?" "I apologize, this is a routine inquiry. I kindly ask for your cooperation. We hail from your city, and we have come specifically regarding your matters." Yun impatiently remarked that these guards were the most bothersome, constantly asking questions. Upon hearing this, Dominique's initial reaction was unexpectedly one of delight. Finally, there was a response from the capital, and in a few days, Tafu would meet its demise. However, upon observing the group accompanying Wiyue, aside from the woman who had just spoken, the rest appeared to be mere children. The fervor in his heart was extinguished by a cold splash of water. "Are you truly sent from the capital?" He cast a pointed glance at the trio, his meaning unmistakable. "Ah, yes, indeed, not all of us hail from Moor. These 2 children are from Daft Village. Their home was attacked, leaving only the 2 of them. We encountered them and brought them here." "What? Daft Village was attacked?" The constable, Dominique, nearly fainted. One incident at Tafuport was not enough? Now another from Daft Village? Hey, you don't mean to say you were completely unaware, do you? Yin had never held a high opinion of these idle folk, and now his disdain had only deepened. After a prolonged moment, Dominique finally spoke. "Follow me. I will take you to meet the mayor." He then signaled for another soldier to escort the siblings to a place to rest. Another townsperson missing? Even before entering the door, they could hear the mayor's angry shouts from within. Dominique knocked and then pushed the door open. "Mayor, these 2 are helpers sent from the capital." He hesitated to utter the word helpers. Clearly, the weary-faced mayor was equally skeptical. "Ah, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Watch closely." Yin shook his head. He had not intended to resort to this, but without it, gaining their trust would be impossible. He then drew forth his adventurer's badge from his pocket, its golden sheen affirming Yun's status as a high-level adventurer. This signified that Yun possessed at least the prowess of a master-level adventurer. In truth, with her abilities, she could easily ascend to higher ranks. Yet one of the criteria for advancement was reaching the Grandmaster level. She had been stuck at the Master level for quite some time. For a mercenary like her, lacking connections, surviving and achieving Master rank was already a rare feat, let alone Grandmaster. Upon seeing the dazzling badge in Yun's hand, those present finally believed her. In all of Tafuport, there was not a single high-level adventurer. If they did not trust her, who would they trust? "I apologize for my earlier offense, esteemed adventurer," the mayor said, bowing slightly. "The situation here has been quite unstable lately. I am here to provide you with a brief overview of the current state of Tafuport." Listening to the mayor's explanation, Bai Ye felt overwhelmed. He had thought that the assailant was merely attacking villages in the wild, but it seemed they had the audacity to strike even a fortified town like Tafuport. "Wiyue, regardless of the circumstances, we must request assistance from the academy," Bai Ye said to Wiyue. It was not that Bai Ye was afraid. He had faced more perilous missions before. Rather, he was unwilling to put Wiyue at risk. She still had a bright future ahead, with family and friends waiting for her, unlike his past self, who had nothing to lose and dared to take reckless chances. "I understand. I will heed Master S' advice and head to the hotel branch mentioned by Senior Sister Nako shortly. Wu Yue understood her master's concerns. She would never recklessly confront an enemy in a moment of impulsiveness. After listening to the mayor's description, Yin spoke up. Isn't it simple? We can use a bait. While the perpetrator is committing the crime, we can capture him. After all, people do not teleport away. It is merely that by the time one discovers the crime scene, all traces have vanished. So, let us prepare the bait and reel in this elusive fish lurking in Tafu. Chapter 41. Fishing who shall serve as the bait? The mayor inquired. Allow me, Wu Yue volunteered. Indeed, it was most fitting for Wu Yue to assume this role. Her innocent appearance and ability to escape at any moment made her the perfect bait. Dominic, however, found it hard to believe that this petite half-elf girl could be effective. Hey, tone down that gaze. I assure you, even 10 of you wouldn't be enough to take her on. Don't underestimate me. I am, after all, a mid-tier knight. All right then, perhaps 3 of you wouldn't suffice to take her down. Dominic was on the verge of exasperation with this woman, yet he dared not express his frustration, knowing full well he could not best her. Enough of this banter. Instead of squabbling, we ought to swiftly devise a plan, the mayor interjected to diffuse the tension. As night fell, a gentle drizzle enveloped the border town, casting a veil of mist over the streets. The thoroughfares lay desolate, devoid of pedestrians, illuminated only by the dim glow of street lamps reflecting off the puddles below. Such a tranquil scene could only be appreciated by those with a discerning eye. A man cloaked in a mantle, obscuring his imposing figure, silently traversed the empty streets, making it difficult for anyone to recall his features at first glance. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a distinctive trait. He donned a beaked mask. The masked man wandered aimlessly down the street, seemingly unnoticed by the patrolling guards who brushed past him. At that moment, the man halted, for he caught sight of a small half-elf girl in the distance. She wore a white dress, meandering along the deserted street, humming an unfamiliar tune, her mood light and carefree. 300 meters away stood Wu Yue, disguised as the town girl. Master, what a peculiar song, Wu Yue remarked. You wouldn't understand. This melody is quite fitting, Bai replied. Observing the man's predatory reaction, Bai realized their plan had succeeded. Wu Yue, follow the plan, do not rush. Understood. As the man slowly approached, Wu Yue pretended not to notice, continuing to hum her tune as she walked forward. Just as the man was about to catch up to her, Wu Yue accelerated and dashed ahead. The masked man, swift on his feet, reacted instantly, pursuing her with remarkable speed, matching Wu Yue's agility, indicating that he was no ordinary foe. With a deft glide, Wu Yue slipped into a narrow alley, a pre-selected dead end, designed to prevent the man from escaping. Observing Wu Yue dart into the cul-de-sac, the man remained unfazed, strolling leisurely into the alley, believing it to be an effortless capture. As Wu Yue reached the end of the alley, she turned back, feigning fear as she confronted the man. Who are you? Stay back. If you come any closer, I will call for help. The man remained silent, resembling the abduction group from that fateful night in Dark Village. Unfortunately, it was not the real Bai Ye who discerned his presence. That individual remained as elusive as ever, failing to reveal his true form. Do not be hasty in eliminating him. Allow me to leave a mark, Bai Ye remarked, recalling that she had yet to teach this technique to Wu Yue. With that, Bai Ye began to control Wu Yue's body. Just as the man's hand was about to make contact, she deftly lifted the hem of her dress, retrieving the ice magic dagger concealed within her leg, and swiftly slashed upward, severing the man's hand cleanly at the wrist. Anticipated cries of anguish never emerged. After all, this creature was a monster. Perhaps the man realized that this form was not Bai Ye's true opponent, as he removed his bird-beaked mask, revealing a chaotic and unnameable visage that was utterly horrifying. He let out a thunderous roar, his body swelling, growing larger and taller, his clothing tearing apart. Ultimately, he manifested as an exceedingly unstable humanoid monster. How grotesque, Bai Ye thought, a chill running through her as she gazed at the ever-expanding creature. The monster let out a deafening roar, its massive fist descending upon her. With no route for retreat, Bai Ye resorted to shadow evasion, slipping behind the beast. Just as she had done with the Goblin King, she targeted the creature's Achilles heel with rapid strikes, not with the nearly rusty little dagger, but with the ice magic dagger, which effortlessly sliced through its flesh and sinew. Yet, the monster seemed indifferent to her assaults, awkwardly turning in the narrow alleyway to deliver another punch. It appeared that this entity lacked any semblance of will. Easily dodging the blow, Bai Ye retaliated with a shadow corruption attack, which instantly slowed the creature's movements. Evidently, magical strikes were effective. Then White Rainbow. Wu Yu struggled to regulate the temperature of White Rainbow, but Bai Ye wielded it effortlessly, its power far surpassing Wu Yu's. Fiery flames tore through the night sky, illuminating the dark alley as if it were daylight. The intense heat carved a significant gash in the monster's body, charring flesh and releasing a foul odor. "It seems about time to let you go," Bai Ye declared, as a wisp of black light emanated from her fingertips, which she directed toward the creature's healing wound. The black light shot forth, penetrating the monster's form. "Yan, now," Bai Ye shouted upward before hastily exiting the alley to avoid collateral damage. "Here it comes." With Yan's voice, flames erupted from the rooftop as he, wielding dual swords, transformed into a whirlwind of fire, aimed directly at the monster's head. The creature surprisingly managed to react, crossing its arms in a futile attempt to shield itself from the descending inferno. With a thunderous crash, the monster was obliterated into fragments. "Perhaps that was a bit excessive," Yan mused, glancing at the smoldering remains scattered around, offering an apologetic smile. "No, the plan was a resounding success." Wu Yu emerged from the corner, addressing Yan. "It is now within the sewer system of Tafuport." Wu Yu pointed to the sewer manhole cover beneath Yan's feet. She had just injected the death mark into the creature, which would now follow it until its ultimate demise, assisting her in pinpointing its location, ideally leading her to the enemy's lair. This meant that her previous strike had not completely annihilated it. Yin finally began to grasp the formidable nature of her opponent, although the creature moved sluggishly. Its recovery abilities were astonishingly robust, enabling it to recuperate as long as it was not struck at a vital point. One such creature was already proving to be a considerable challenge, if the adversary had more than just this one. "Wu Yu, that last strike was quite impressive," Yin remarked on their way back. "Oh, would you like to learn? I could teach you," Wu Yu teased. "Haha, sure. I'd be delighted to learn from you," Yin replied in jest. However, given Yin's loyalty to Wu Yu, Bai also resolved to teach Yin a few techniques when opportunity allowed. Chapter 42. Mobilization. The following morning, the mayor convened all the defensive forces in the hall, even hiring every adventurer who happened to be lingering in Tafuport from the Adventurers Guild. Yet, even with these efforts, fewer than 100 individuals gathered in the hall. Observing the scattered few before him, the mayor felt overwhelmed. He had heard of last night's events, the colossal monster, and its terrifying regenerative capabilities. With just this motley crew, they seemed woefully inadequate to face the threat. There were likely more such creatures lurking. Yet, what could be done? The enemy had already seized control of the information channels between Tafuport and the capital, rendering their messengers utterly ineffective, perhaps even ambushed along the way. Sighing, the mayor straightened his attire and ascended the podium, casting a glance at the somber faces below. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are likely aware of the situation. We can now ascertain the location of the culprits. They are directly beneath Tafuport." A gasp rippled through the crowd. The notorious kidnapper and murderer, who had cast a shadow over Tafuport, was indeed hiding right beneath the town. An array of murmurs erupted among the assembly. "Ahem, quiet down, please. This information was just acquired last night. In light of this, we must take the initiative to strike directly at the criminal's lair and restore peace to Tafuport." In response, there was only a profound silence from among the adventurer squads. Someone finally spoke. "Mayor, why not seek assistance from the capital? Wouldn't it be better to have troops or more formidable adventurers to aid us?" To be candid, from the onset of this incident, I dispatched messages to the capital, yet there has been no response whatsoever. I regret to inform you that Tafuport is now a solitary fortress. The silence was palpable. "We now face two paths ahead," the mayor declared, prepared to lay bare the options. "First, we can surrender, resign ourselves to inaction, and await the dark hand to reach out time and again for each of you and your families. In such circumstances, should you wish to flee, I shall not hinder your escape. However, it is contingent upon your ability to evade the grasp of the mayor, who is not threatening anyone. He possesses the means to sever all ties between Tafu and the royal capital, capable of eradicating the entire influence of Dark Village overnight. Can you truly escape?" The assembled crowd, well aware of the slimness of this hope, bowed their heads in silence. "Secondly, let us gather all our living forces and strike directly at the enemy's lair. Such a course of action may indeed be perilous, yet compared to living in perpetual darkness, in a state of fear and unease, do you not yearn to take a chance? Upon hearing the mayor's words, some in the crowd felt a stirring of resolve. Indeed, Tafo Harbor is the very lifeblood of our existence, and now it lies in ruin. That criminal must pay the price. The northern folk, known for their fierce spirit, soon echoed voices of support among the crowd. Mayor, we shall fight. Yes, Mayor, this scoundrel has disrupted our peace. He must be brought to justice. Before long, the majority expressed their backing. The mayor glanced at the few adventurers in the corner reluctant to join and added, very well, I shall not force the remaining few. Please stay within Tafo Harbor and refrain from venturing outside, for your safety cannot be guaranteed otherwise. Every life is precious, and he held no authority over the choices of others. Thus, the final count of those willing to fight stood at 76, all seasoned professionals, including the mayor, Sheriff Dominic Yen, and Wu Yue. The total reached 80. Only a handful of outsiders chose to depart, unwilling to squander their lives in a foreign land. Excellent. It appears those who remain are indeed prepared to strive for a brighter future. Allow me to forewarn you, even with 80 professionals, one of whom is a master-level warrior, our situation remains grim. Next, the mayor instructed someone to retrieve a map of the Duality Kingdom, pointing to Tafo Harbor. According to intelligence from a certain assassin among us, the creature, upon entering the sewer system, did not linger long. After a brief recovery of its mobility, it began to gradually move eastward and is still on the move. As it recuperates, its speed will only increase. The mayor signaled for Wu Yue to step forward and mark the creature's trajectory on the map. Wu Yue skillfully outlined the creature's approximate path. Once the death mark was successfully placed, the general direction and distance to the target could be discerned. Such a potent skill, however, demanded immense mental fortitude, which Wu Yue could not sustain alone. Thus, Bai Ye took on the task of surveillance and support. As the latest point was marked on the map, the crowd collectively gasped. The distances between the points grew increasingly vast, advancing almost in a straight line. Indeed, a straight trajectory. This indicated that the creature traversed the underground with accelerating speed, unhindered. What does this imply? It suggests the existence of an extensive underground tunnel deeply embedded within the northern territories of the Duality Kingdom. The crowd stood in stunned silence, recognizing that such a grand undertaking necessitated immense manpower. Did this not elucidate why the criminal sought captives across the land? An adventurer pondered aloud, clearly. This creature has not yet fully recovered. It has not even reverted to its human form, hence it has covered only this much ground. Indeed, the precise location of the monster's destination in the east remains uncertain. However, it is not inconceivable that it could be in close proximity to Tafo Port. Should the creature return to the enemy's lair to deliver a warning, it would grant them the opportunity to prepare defenses, complicating our endeavors. The northern region of Mel City comprises merely 5 villages and 2 towns, with Tafo Port situated at the far west and Jekyll Village at the extreme east. As the monster has only recently departed from Tafo, having yet to reach Dafu Village, if we set forth now, we could soon catch up to it. Nevertheless, we must refrain from directly annihilating it. Rather, we ought to allow it to lead us to the lair of our adversary, Dominic suggested. Subsequently, the group meticulously deliberated on the provisions, water, and other supplies necessary for this expedition, which could extend over a considerable duration. It is imperative to prepare ample supplies in advance. Otherwise, we may succumb to hunger before we even encounter our target. These arrangements were entrusted to the mayor and Dominic, as Yin and Wu Yue would be of little use remaining there. Wu Yue decided to visit the Sayador Hotel branch in Tafo Port. After inquiring about the hotel's location from the mayor, the two departed the hall. The Sayador Hotel branch is located along the coastal street of Tafo Port, and its standard is undoubtedly inferior to that of the headquarters. It resembles an ordinary inn, save for the prominent signage of the Sayador Hotel and the conspicuous half-price discount for academy students displayed on a placard at the entrance. Is this the place you mentioned? Wu Yue? Yin remarked, feeling that it appeared to be an unremarkable lodging. What intelligence can we possibly glean here? I am not entirely certain, but that is what my senior informed me. Wu Yue too could discern no obvious clues, yet beneath the seemingly mundane hotel lies a hidden realm. Thus it should not be underestimated. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to stay? A young female attendant greeted them with a smile, her demeanor calm despite the chaos outside. Yet, a palpable worry flickered in her eyes, hinting at her unspoken concerns. Upon seeing Bai Ye enter, her gaze brightened with a hint of recognition. This was the first impression White Knight gathered upon entering the establishment. "Greetings, I am a student of Sayador Academy. My name is Bai Ye," she said, approaching the counter to present her identification. "Ah, Junior. Tafo Port has been rather tumultuous of late. May I inquire if you have come here on an official mission?" The receptionist quickly deduced that Bai Ye was tasked by the Academy and had sought her out. "Since my senior is aware, I have indeed come prepared. Please, follow me into the back room. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Melly. You may simply call me Melly. I graduated from the Academy 3 years ago and have since been assigned as the manager of this hotel." Bai Ye pondered that this Melly was several years her senior. "Upon my arrival in Tafo, I encountered a bizarre kidnapping case where the victim vanished without a trace and the crime scene was left impeccably clean. Had it been an isolated incident, we might not have deemed it significant. After sharing intelligence with other operatives, I discovered that in just 3 years since my appointment, nearly 100 abductions employing similar tactics have occurred throughout the kingdom." As she spoke, Melly unfurled a map of the Dorok kingdom, which was marked with hundreds of red dots, signifying the locations where victims had met their tragic fates. Notably, almost half of these red dots were concentrated around Tafo Harbor. The perpetrators primarily targeted single men and women, orphans, and vagrants, individuals whose disappearances would be challenging to detect, significantly hampering the efficiency of the guards' investigations. Initially, there seemed to be some hesitation on the assailant's part, but in recent months, he has become utterly unhinged, brazenly abducting entire villages in broad daylight. Melly's teeth clenched as she mentioned this, for she hailed from a neighboring village to Duff, which had been devastated by these events. Nevertheless, she endeavored to suppress her emotions, recognizing that the matters at hand were of greater importance. "Over the past 3 years, I have tirelessly investigated and recently identified a suspect. This individual is named Davidin, a peculiar figure who mysteriously appeared 4 years ago. According to eyewitness accounts, he seemed to have descended from the heavens." Davidin. Bai Ye was astonished. Had she truly uncovered a time traveler? Melly continued, explaining that when Davidin first arrived, he was completely naive, marveling at everything around him. Kind-hearted townsfolk, noticing his homelessness, offered him food, shelter, and job opportunities. He worked as an assistant at a private alchemy shop near the harbor. Strangely, within just 3 months, Davidin's alchemical skills surpassed those of the shop's owner, prompting him to venture out on his own. A new clinic was established, where Davidin utilized his remarkable alchemical expertise to create various potions for healing and even crafted prosthetics for several disabled individuals. A doctor of such high moral standing and kindness naturally garnered the admiration of the townspeople. However, mere days before my appointment, Davidin mysteriously vanished from Tafo Harbor. Shortly after his disappearance, the first missing person case emerged. Recent intelligence indicates that during Davidin's 3-year absence, another peculiar man surfaced within the kingdom, never revealing his face, perpetually donning a beaked mask and calling himself Black Death. He has been frequently trading with various slave merchants across the realm. Wu Yu and Yin exchanged glances. As this aligned perfectly, Davidin, Black Death, a series of disappearances. Thus, Melly, regarding Davidin's whereabouts. No, although we suspect that Davidin might be Black Death, we have never been able to ascertain his location. There have been no records of him renting any carriages or ships. Melly shook her head. This individual's movements were elusive, as if he could teleport from one place to another. Is it possible that he does not operate on the surface at all? Wu Yu informed Melly about the underground tunnels. Melly was taken aback. Such an extensive subterranean network had eluded the Academy's intelligence network? If this were indeed the case, everything would make sense. Melly exclaimed with excitement. Through an intricate network of underground passages, Daibite appeared in various villages and towns, orchestrating a series of mysterious disappearances. The Black Death also utilized this clandestine means to transport slaves with utmost stealth. Presently, the most perplexing matter was the contemplation of those peculiar beings. Daibite, a master of alchemy, had surpassed the proprietor of a private alchemical establishment in a mere 3 months. This proprietor was none other than the esteemed Mary, who reminded everyone of the astonishing transformation. In just 3 months, a mere novice had ascended to the rank of a superior alchemist, and it was evident to Yin that an individual could face immense challenges in self-improvement without the guidance of a renowned mentor. Of course, this is a transmigrator. How could one possess no exceptional abilities? Bai Ye remarked, though only Wu Yu could hear him. Moreover, during his time at the clinic, He manufactured human body parts using alchemy. This is the crux of the matter. Yan's voice rose in intensity, startling those present. However, the attendees, lacking a comprehensive understanding of alchemy, failed to grasp the significance of Yan's words. Human transmutation, human transmutation. Yan reiterated emphatically. Mary finally recalled lessons from her academy days regarding this long-forgotten technique, which had vanished from the continent for so long that it was nearly forgotten. This forbidden doctrine of alchemy, in contemporary perception, was merely the meticulous mixing of materials to concoct various potions. Yet, this was but a fraction of true alchemy. Its ultimate essence lay in creation. Human transmutation represented one form of alchemical creation. Having encountered monsters, Yin finally understood the fate of the missing individuals and the true nature of the so-called human experiments. This is troublesome, Bai Ye thought to himself. Wu Yu, quickly devise a way to contact the academy for assistance. We must depart at once. Understanding Bai Ye's intent, Wu Yu turned to Mary and said, Senior Mary, the situation is extremely urgent. Can you reach the academy? This individual is certainly trapped, but I have a messenger bird provided by the academy, Mary replied, gesturing toward a mechanical bird in the room. At first glance, it appeared merely decorative. Surely, it was a magical creation. Bai Ye was no longer surprised by such things. Mary succinctly conveyed their predicament to the mechanical bird, pressed a button, and it emitted a few chirps before flapping its wings and soaring out the window. That should suffice. The academy will be informed of our situation. As long as I possess this communication device, they will locate us, Mary stated, fastening a bird-shaped insignia to her chest. Let us proceed. Hey, Senior, are you joining us? Of course. I have been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to give him a good kick, Mary replied, retrieving a bow from the wall and slinging it over her shoulder while securing 2 daggers at her waist. She turned to Wu Yu with a smile. Chapter 44. The Great Underground Hollow. Upon the return of Wu Yu and her companions to the hall, the fervent discussions among the crowd had yet to subside. The primary contention revolved around supplies, as no one knew how far the expedition would extend or how much time it would consume. The underground conditions remained shrouded in uncertainty, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment. More than 80 mouths awaited nourishment, yet the meager supplies prepared prior to entry were insufficient for distribution among the multitude. Even reaching the depths of Dark Village posed a significant challenge. Ultimately, the mayor decreed a phased approach, assigning the front line the task of reconnaissance. When the supplies dwindled, they were to retreat while the rear echelon advanced, with a dedicated team designated to transport provisions from behind. This formed a continuous supply line aimed at forward exploration. Upon the front team discovering the enemy's stronghold, they relayed the information to the rear, and after a brief respite, they launched a full-scale assault. Although dispersing their forces heightened the risks for those at the forefront, it remained the sole method to ensure a steady supply. At this juncture, the mayor noticed Yin and her companions entering, accompanied by Miss Mary from the Harbor Hotel. Confusion flickered across his face as he inquired. Wu Yu conveyed the situation to the mayor, omitting any mention of the academy's existence, merely stating the intelligence provided by Mary and expressing a desire to join the expedition team. Initially, the mayor disagreed, until Mary unveiled her adventurer's badge, declaring her recent attainment of the master level. Could she now join? The mayor promptly acquiesced, gaining another master-level ally significantly enhanced their odds. Moreover, upon learning that their adversary was none other than Daibite, the mayor was taken aback. Daibite had vanished 3 years prior, a fact that had once left the mayor lamenting the loss of such a skilled physician, well-versed in the art of alchemy. Now, he was informed that the benevolent Daibite had devolved into a slave trader and a practitioner of human experimentation, committing hundreds of abductions and mastering the forbidden art of human transmutation. Mayor, judging by your expression, does this mean Daibite was not like this before? Far from it, came the response. Before his disappearance, he was a paragon of virtue, not only healing the sick, but even rescuing stray animals. I once witnessed him bring a dying stray dog home, and by the next morning, that dog was bounding about full of life. How could such a good person resort to such heinous acts? Just the next day, Yin sensed something amiss. From her knowledge, even a high-ranking priest summoned from the church to employ healing magic would struggle to restore a dying being to full vitality overnight. Given Daibite's expertise lay in alchemy, such miraculous healing was improbable, unless the creature that emerged from his abode was not a stray dog at all. When Yin voiced her suspicions, a chill swept through all present. No wonder human transmutation was deemed a taboo. It was utterly abhorrent. We must now assume that every case Daibite has committed over the years resulted in victims transformed into abominable creatures akin to that night. The mayor's expression turned grave. They spoke of hundreds of cases, implicating countless victims. Hundreds of such monsters? Fear not, Mayor. It is improbable for hundreds of monsters to congregate in one location. If we strike unexpectedly, the creatures elsewhere will be unable to support each other. Wu Yu relayed Bai Ye's thoughts. Furthermore, should the Academy's assistance arrive in time, the world will have stated that Daibite's combat prowess pales in comparison to Wu Yu's. There lies our opportunity. Mr. Mayor, the situation is as follows. We must depart immediately. Mary addressed the mayor. I understand. The mayor replied, aware that the gravity of the situation left no room for hesitation. He turned to Dominique and commanded, inform everyone. The first team shall set out at once, and the subsequent teams must begin preparations immediately. At the main entrance of the sewer in Tafu Port, 81 individuals assembled, each bearing a solemn expression. The mayor divided the group into 9 teams, each comprising 9 members, ensuring a balanced distribution of professions. Ladies and gentlemen, what lies ahead may be the worst imaginable. We could face hundreds of pain-resistant, highly regenerative monsters. I, Harold, have spent over a decade as an adventurer and another as your mayor, yet I have never encountered such malevolent entities. To be frank, I am uncertain, and I fear for my life. Every individual present shared this sentiment. However, behind us are the thousands of ordinary citizens of Tafuport, our families and friends. Yet, a sinister hand, one we are all too familiar with, has betrayed our trust, extending its wicked grasp towards those who once aided him. Debituan, once the finest doctor in Tafuport, now a demon lurking underground, abducting innocents. Among his victims, do you not have dear ones? Friends? It is time we hold him accountable, regardless of his filthy justifications. Let us commence. Upon hearing the mayor's address, the crowd felt a surge of anger within, galvanizing them to begin their tasks. The first team, led by Yen, was the most formidable, with Wu Yu among them. They would venture forth first, prioritizing the pursuit of the monster that had yet to regain its human form, aiming to control its pace and follow it to Debituan's lair. The mayor cautioned, please exercise the utmost caution. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, prioritize your safety above all else. Rest assured, Mayor, if it's merely that kind of creature, we can handle a few more, Yin reassured, patting the mayor on the shoulder. Let us be off. The 9-member team set forth. As they entered the sewer, they were greeted by the unique sense of the local environment and the enthusiastic welcome of the sewer's native inhabitants. However, after a short while, they acclimated. The team soon arrived at the sewer entrance through which the monster had fled, where remnants of their previous markings still lingered. Dried bloodstains marred the walls, leading deeper into the abyss. It appears our course is correct, Yin deduced. Wu Yu, how far is it from us now? It seems to be beneath Dafu village. She replied, that means it's a 2-day journey, right? It took us that long to travel from Dafu village to Tafu Port. Not quite. We were moving slowly then. With 2 children in tow, we can catch up to it in a day, Yin asserted confidently. With 9 fully energized professionals in pursuit, they could indeed reach it within 24 hours. Moreover, a mage was present to provide the blessing of wind, enhancing their speed. Plans are all well and good. Yet who knows what lurks in the depths below? Will anything impede the team's progress? As the team's mage cast protective spells upon them, the pace of their march noticeably quickened. At the very least, traversing the city's sewers posed no significant challenge now, as Bai Ye remarked. Indeed, they encountered no hindrances within the sewer system, successfully reaching the terminus of the Tafu Port's underground passage. What lay before them was not a wall, but rather a vast cavity, excavated by human hands, leading further into the depths of the earth. Chapter 45. A supplemental meal to their astonishment. The end of the Tafu Port sewer revealed an enormous hollow space. The chilling draft emanating from the abyss sent shivers down their spines. Are we to descend into this darkness? Inquired a priestess, gazing apprehensively into the black void that seemed to stretch infinitely. Fear not, my dear, for you shan't be at the forefront, replied Yen reassuringly. Who shall illuminate our path? I shall descend first for a look. The same priestess stepped forward, chanting softly, a sphere of light gradually materializing. As the luminescence filled the space, the interior of the cavern came into view, proving not to be very deep, merely devoid of light, which lent it an illusion of depth. Without a second thought, Yin leaped into the void, surveying his surroundings and finding no immediate danger. He called up to Wu Yu. "Come down, it is quite safe." Wu Yu followed suit, and Yin effortlessly caught her, gently placing her on the ground. The remaining 7 members devised their own methods to descend into the hollow. During this interval, Wu Yu and Yin ventured ahead to scout the path, examining the walls. "They do not appear man-made," Yin remarked, drawing closer to inspect. The rock layers were distributed naturally, devoid of any signs of artificial excavation. An underground tunnel, so nearly straight and untouched by human hands? Such a phenomenon was virtually unheard of. Perhaps it had been carved out ages ago? The span of time was unfathomable even to Yin. It must have taken a monumental force to create such a flawless passage, which still retained its straightness. However, it could not be dismissed that later races skilled in excavation might have expanded upon this foundation, creating an extensive subterranean network. "This is not good news," Yin noted. "If various monsters lurk below, we will inevitably face combat, significantly draining our resources." At that moment, the rest of the team descended from above, catching up to Yin and Wu Yu. "From now on, we must maintain silence. Furthermore, should we encounter scattered monsters, Wu Yu and I will handle them. You are to refrain from engaging to conserve energy." While the lower-tier monsters were manageable for all, if everyone were to intervene during every encounter, the depletion of stamina and magical energy would be excessive. By alternating attacks between Yin and Wu Yu, they could swiftly conclude battles while minimizing exhaustion, an undeniably prudent strategy. The group nodded in agreement. The expedition had commenced at night, and it was now roughly dawn. Yet, in the subterranean realm, the passage of time held little significance. Wherever they wandered, darkness enveloped them. In just a few short hours, the group had already encountered numerous monsters, including cave spiders, cave goblins, cave slimes, and even a few lizard men. However, all of these foes were swiftly dealt with by Yin and Wu Yu. As the team approached the creatures, the monsters retreated a distance, seemingly quickening their pace, likely on the verge of regaining their human forms. The condition of the team remained favorable, with no signs of fatigue. They were all professionals, their physical capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Even the least athletic of them, the cleric, exhibited strength well beyond that of the average person. Suddenly, Yin, who was leading the way, signaled for the group to halt. Wu Yu stepped forward to investigate. Before them lay a vast underground lake, its eerie blue luminescent stones illuminating the entire space. Along the edge of the lake, dozens of tents of various sizes were scattered. Judging by the materials and design, these tents resembled those inhabited by the goblins they had encountered earlier. Based on the goblins they had slain, each tent could accommodate at least 6 of the creatures, which implied that these 50 to 60 tents likely housed several larger beings as well. Yin quietly informed Wu Yu, gesturing towards the distance where a few particularly large goblins loomed. Bai Ye began to calculate the implications. He recalled that a single goblin king had nearly led the Xingho team to annihilation. Had it not been for Malnaz's powerful fire magic, he alone would have been incapable of vanquishing the Goblin King. The imposing figures before him, while lacking the legendary protections of a Goblin King, were certainly not adversaries that a handful of mid-level adventurers could contend with. Especially in the absence of a formidable area of effect spell like Malnaz's, the presence of hundreds of smaller goblins would pose a significant threat. In summary, a direct confrontation was not advisable. But what about the rest of the team? What would they do upon encountering these foes? Bai Ye was furiously contemplating various possibilities. Should they attempt to divert the monster's attention? Glancing at the straight underground tunnel, he noticed a perfect fork in the path. A plan began to form. Wu Yu, I need to borrow your body for a moment. Damn it. Wu Yu, what should we do? Should we just break through? I can handle those larger goblins, Yin frowned. Contemplating the situation. If it came to facing the larger goblins, he felt confident. However, once the battle commenced, he would be unable to protect the others. Everyone, gather around. I have a plan. Bai Ye beckoned the group closer. Will this really work? The mage inquired. This plan is rather audacious, another remarked. Trust me, this method is guaranteed to succeed and provide a lasting solution. Bai Ye assured them. Interesting, I find it feasible. Yin expressed his enthusiasm for Wu Yu's idea, although he couldn't shake the feeling that this was not the sort of strategy Wu Yu would typically devise. Let us prepare then. Once ready, I shall commence, Bai Ye declared, beginning to cast various enhancement spells upon himself. Before departing, Bila had handed Wu Yu a pouch of potions, which he had yet to examine. Let me see a composite healing potion, 2 vials, A potion for diving and night vision, 1 vial. A potion for leaping and feather fall, 1 vial. A coagulating blood and detoxification potion, 1 vial. A potion for swiftness and frenzy, 1 vial. A potion for clarity of sight and mental acuity, 1 vial. As I ventured into the realm of the White Knight, my senses became overwhelmed, for indeed, the alchemical genius had perfectly amalgamated 2 attributes, yielding results far beyond mere numbers. It seems I shall now seek her assistance for poisons as well. White Knight has not forgotten the matter of toxins. He delicately selected the potions of swiftness and frenzy. Precisely what he required at this moment. I am prepared. Wuyue. We may commence at any time, he declared. Yin, accompanied by the mage and archer, approached and spoke. Very well, I shall proceed. With a gesture, White Knight inscribed a rune upon the ground. At the periphery of the goblin encampment, several goblins stood guard, when suddenly, a flash of white emerged from the side, swiftly severing the throats of a few goblins. Subsequently, White Knight targeted a colossal elite goblin within the camp, launching 2 shadow blades. The armored adversary felt only a faint sting as the blades grazed its skin. Startled by the sudden pain, the elite goblin scanned the area, finally spotting a white-haired figure at the entrance of the camp. Aya! The elite goblin bellowed, its voice echoing throughout the encampment, conveying a clear message. All goblins, mobilize. Today, we feast. Chapter 46. Collapse. The elite goblin's roar reverberated through every corner of the vicinity, drawing an increasing number of goblins toward White Knight. Come on, he murmured, turning slowly toward the fork in the path. Believing White Knight was fleeing, the elite goblin charged forward with a mighty shout, swinging its wooden hammer at him. However, White Knight effortlessly evaded the blow. After consuming the potion, everything around him appeared to slow down. This potion certainly packs a punch. Suddenly, he recalled Biela's words about the potency of the brew. The only potential drawback was the frenzy effect, which might impair judgment. But this was negligible compared to the benefits bestowed by the potion. Before the elite goblin could raise its hammer again, White Knight had already circled behind it, plunging his dagger into its back. The elite goblin let out a final, furious cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having effortlessly dispatched an elite goblin, White Knight paused to catch his breath. While the potion enhanced Wuyue's agility, it also intensified the physical strain. Prolonged exertion was unwise. Otherwise, he could simply charge into the enemy ranks and wreak havoc. At that moment, a horde of goblins surged from the camp, and upon seeing their fallen elite comrade and the panting figure of White Knight, they hesitated, gripped by fear. Most goblins were creatures that preyed on the weak and recoiled from the strong. When faced with an overwhelming adversary, they would falter. Though the minions stood paralyzed by trepidation, several elite goblins knew not the meaning of fear. They were driven solely by the presence of a female and the promise of food. They raised their weapons and charged at White Knight. This time, White Knight dared not exhibit bravado. He turned and fled, observing their enemy retreat. The minions shed their earlier apprehension and eagerly pursued their leaders. Excellent. The bait has been taken. Yuan and his companions observed the unfolding situation, noting the goblins pouring forth in pursuit of Wuyue. As they prepared to execute the next phase of their plan, Bai Ye swiftly darted into a pre-identified fork in the path. This area, as Yuan had previously indicated, was excavated from the original underground tunnels, likely by Daibite. However, it appeared that this particular branch had not been fully opened, leading to a dead end. Upon reaching the terminus of the fork, Bai Ye discovered remnants of used digging tools and several human corpses, long since decayed, rendering their former appearances unrecognizable. It seemed these were the victims abducted by Daibite, who had perished while digging in this very spot. Just as he pondered this grim reality, a throng of pursuers approached, with the leading elite goblin grinning maliciously at Bai Ye. There appeared to be no escape now. Yet, Bai Ye remained unfazed, tiptoeing and gazing expectantly towards the cave entrance. It seems like they are nearly all here, Bai Ye remarked, though none present could comprehend his words. Well then, farewell, he called out, waving goodbye to the gathering goblins. What could this mean? The leading goblin struggled to fathom the meaning of this seemingly doomed female's words. But before it could process this, the prey before it transformed into a swirl of purple smoke and vanished. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the cave entrance behind it. Haha, Wuyue, your plan is truly remarkable. This will certainly ensnare them all, Yuan exclaimed, conjuring a massive fireball. Beside him were the team's mage and archer, one tirelessly shaping fireballs while the other unleashed a barrage of explosive arrows. Their combined magic and arrows bombarded the ceiling of the newly carved fork, which lacked reinforcement, causing it to collapse under the relentless assault, burying countless goblins within. Those goblins who had not yet entered the cave were crushed beneath the falling debris. Wu Yue, exhausted from the previous exertion, especially after Bai Ye had utilized his shadowy teleportation from such a distance, found herself unable to respond to Yuan. Upon returning, Bai Ye had exhausted himself, relinquishing his form back to Wu Yue and beginning his recovery. Thus, Wu Yue silently observed the dramatic interplay of the hunt and counter-hunt. Aside from Wu Yue, Yuan, the mage, and the archer, the remaining 5 members of the team busied themselves clearing the remnants of the defeated goblins. Most were trapped within the fork, while only 20 or so managed to escape, soon overwhelmed by the 5, with some perishing and others fleeing. Well, at least for the time being, they cannot escape, Yuan declared, firing one last fireball to cease his magical efforts. The pile of boulders firmly sealed the cave entrance, rendering the hundreds of frail goblins within incapable of displacing them. Even the larger goblins were powerless. Nonetheless, as a precaution, Yuan inscribed a warning in a conspicuous location, indicating that hundreds of goblins were trapped inside. This battle had taken a significant toll on the team, with Wu Yue bearing the brunt of the exhaustion in terms of physical strength, magical energy, and mental fortitude. The 3 individuals tasked with creating the entryway were equally fatigued. Yin fared slightly better, while the other 2 collapsed onto the ground, evidently drained of their magical energy. It seemed prudent to request a brief respite. Noticing the exhaustion etched on their faces, Yin suggested they rest until the second team arrived, at which point she would brief them on the situation. Still brimming with vitality, Yin resolved to venture further, reassured that the likelihood of encountering another goblin tribe of such magnitude was minimal. A tribe of this size would command a vast territorial influence. It was conceivable that this tunnel harbored only their clan. Wu Yue held no concern for Yin. Her experience surpassed that of everyone else combined, rendering her calm. Moreover, she understood that Yan's apprehension stemmed from the fear of the creature reverting to its human form and escaping, prompting her decision to pursue alone. Take care of yourself, Yin's sister, Wu Yue remarked, opting for a more affectionate address. Upon hearing this, Yin paused momentarily, then beamed a radiant smile at Wu Yue. Rest assured, Wu Yue. We have yet to settle our commission, Yin reassured, causing a blush to bloom on Wu Yue's cheeks. Yin then prepared to set off. Wu Yue, inform her of the distance. Bai Ye interjected. Wu Yue quickly called out to Yin, relaying the distance to the creature, which had already exited Dafu village and was moving eastward. If Yin pursued at full speed alone, she could catch up within half a day. She planned to subdue it to prevent further movement. Awaiting the arrival of the main force for further discussions, Yin acknowledged her understanding and dashed away without a backward glance. Master, how is your recovery progressing? Wu Yue inquired with concern. Bai Ye's recent actions had completely drained Wu Yue's magical energy, and the fatigue she felt was undeniable. Her aching body was a testament to that. As for her mental fortitude, Bai Ye had shouldered that burden alone. It sounds like you're not entirely well, Wu Yue noted. Remember, when using that last resort in the future, do not stray too far from the marker. Otherwise, you might end up like Bai Ye, mentally depleted. Chapter 47. The Golem. Approximately 2 hours after Yan's departure, the second team caught up with Wu Yue and the others, led by Meili. Upon seeing Wu Yue and her companions resting on the ground, along with the camp near the underground lake and the warning signs Yin had left on the cave walls, she quickly grasped the events that had transpired. Wu Yue, we finally caught up with you. It appears you have just endured a grueling battle. But where is Yin? Meili inquired as she approached Wu Yue. Senior Meili, Yin's sister has gone ahead to scout. She asked us to rest here until you all arrive so we can proceed together, Wu Yue explained. Oh, I see. However, judging by your condition, Meili observed, noticing Wu Yue's fatigued demeanor, it is clear you are not well. Although you bear no wounds, your every movement betrays exhaustion, indicating a depletion of both physical strength and magical energy. The others in the team appeared similarly drained, having encountered no battles during their journey as the first team had thoroughly cleared the area of monsters. I am fine. We must hurry and catch up with Yan's sister, Wu Yue insisted. Wu Yue harbored no concerns for Yan's safety. Based on the strength of the foes encountered previously, there were virtually no threats that could endanger Yan. who could even refrain from using his magical powers. Bai Ye's urgency stemmed from the desire to locate the lair before Daibite sensed something amiss. According to Bai's analysis, should that monster fail to return to its nest for an extended period, Daibite would inevitably grow wary and summon all his subordinates. Meanwhile, our own forces had yet to assemble, and the vanguard would undoubtedly face encirclement, leading to dire consequences. Observing Bai Ye's haste, Mei Li remarked, "Very well. You shall follow closely behind us. Make haste to recover, and do not overexert yourselves." Understanding her words, Bai Ye subsequently integrated the remaining 7 members of the first team into Mei Li's second team, forming a group of 16 as they pressed onward. Meanwhile, on Yan's side, after bidding farewell to Bai Ye and the others, she advanced at remarkable speed, leaving behind numerous corpses of magical creatures. The nearly straight tunnel was growing tiresome, and the repetitive battles drained both body and spirit. After an indeterminate period of travel, estimating 3 to 4 hours since departing from Dafu village, Yan surmised she was close to catching up with the monster. Suddenly, a plethora of magical creatures' corpses appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, Yan noted their grisly demise. They had not succumbed to blades, but had been brutally crushed by heavy objects. This was likely the handiwork of an alchemical beast. As it reverted to its humanoid form, the magical creatures began to harbor hostility and attacked incessantly. Yet, the creatures' strength far surpassed their expectations, exacting a fatal toll. "It's not far now," Yan mused to herself. The bloodstains of these creatures were still fresh, indicating the carnage had occurred within the last hour. With renewed determination, she leaped over the bodies and quickened her pace, following the trail of blood. Sounds of combat echoed. Within mere steps, she heard a roar from ahead, closely resembling that of the monster from the previous night. Accompanying the creature's growl was another sound. Could it be an earth dragon? She pondered, but it did not resemble the roar of one. This did not seem to be the voice of a typical creature. Intrigued, Yan continued her pursuit toward the source of the noise. As she drew nearer, Yan finally discerned the combatants. One side consisted of a severely battered alchemical monster, barely maintaining its humanoid form, while the opposing side was a colossal golem adorned with an array of peculiar runes, delivering relentless punches to the creature, which stood a head shorter than itself. The golem's body emitted a continuous humming sound with each strike, explaining why the earlier noise had not sounded like that of a living being. Where did this golem come from? Yin wondered, having never encountered such a massive construct before. The closest resemblance she could think of were the various elemental puppets summoned by mages. The monster was soon felled by a powerful blow from the golem, which then stomped down with ease, crushing the creature's head and sending repulsive matter flying in all directions, yet none of it touched the golem, as if it were shielded by an invisible barrier. Wyan was uncertain whether the golem before him was friend or foe. However, noticing that the golem exhibited no intention to attack, he gestured amicably, indicating his lack of malice, and pointed towards the thrashing creature on the ground, signifying that he had come for its sake. Wyan pondered whether the golem could comprehend his intentions. Should it fail to do so, combat would be the only recourse. Yet, the golem merely tilted its head at the curious motions Wyan was making and inquired, "Young lady, may I ask what you are doing?" You can speak?" Wyan's face flushed with embarrassment at having performed such peculiar gestures before a sentient golem. He wished he could vanish into a crevice of the earth, and now it felt as if he were indeed within one. "This golem was summoned by me, so naturally, I can communicate through it," came the voice of an elderly man, sounding quite advanced in years. "Then, might I inquire why you are present here, esteemed elder?" Wyan asked cautiously. It was evident that only a master of significant prowess could summon such a golem. No need for all the formalities. "I am merely an old man with time on my hands, guiding this golem on a leisurely exploration. I stumbled upon this small cave, which unexpectedly connects to such an expansive underground realm. Intrigued, I wish to investigate further," the elder replied, appearing quite affable. With this revelation, Wyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was a comfort to know he was not facing an adversary, for he doubted his ability to subdue such a massive golem. "Given this, you must have entered from the other end of the tunnel, correct?" "Indeed. I discovered this cave near the vicinity of Ni's town, leading straight to this location," the elder confirmed, devoid of any pretension, sharing all he had observed along the way with Wyan. On this journey, the golem encountered numerous magical creatures, yet they showed little interest in it. Only a handful of humanoid monsters attacked upon seeing the golem, and the outcome was predictable. They ended up much like the pile of remains on the ground now. Human transmutation. What a pity. Yet another unfortunate soul who has strayed down the wrong path, the elder remarked, his voice tinged with sorrow. Truth be told, I have been pursuing this creature from the depths of Tafuport. Yin recounted the series of events to the elder. Ah, I see. It seems the situation has indeed escalated beyond control, the elder acknowledged. Given such circumstances, I cannot turn a blind eye. Young lady, I am currently still in Ni's town and cannot arrive immediately. Let this golem act on my behalf and lend you assistance. Yin was taken aback by the elder's generosity, quickly expressing her gratitude. With the enemy's card still unknown, having the support of a golem of such caliber would significantly alleviate the pressure on the front lines. Thus, the duo, one person and one golem, kept guard over the barely conscious alchemical creature while engaging in light conversation. By the way, I haven't yet inquired about your name. Esteemed elder, Yin suddenly recalled, directing her question towards the golem. Ah, I am called Ian Landor, the elder replied. Chapter 48, A Dragon? Within the subterranean tunnel, Yin and Ian exchanged casual banter, and upon learning that Ian was acquainted with Wuyue, Yin was taken aback. It turns out that the senior was the one walking beside Wuyue in the city of Mel. So, you were the one following us back then. Fate is indeed a curious thing. An unconnected mercenary and a master of the academy became temporary comrades under Wuyue's guidance. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while. Wuyue and her companions should have arrived by now. Yin, estimating the timing, glanced toward the direction they had come from and caught sight of a magical light floating in midair, signaling the presence of the first and second teams. He waved to indicate his location and turned to address Ian's golem. Senior Ian, I shall go greet them to prevent them from being startled upon seeing you. With such a colossal golem, who wouldn't he feel intimidated? Among the expedition team, Wuyue was the first to spot the waving Yin and hurriedly ran to meet him. Wuyue, how is your recovery going? You seem quite spirited, so I assume you are nearly back to your former self, Yin remarked with a smile, giving her shoulder a friendly pat. Let us go see Senior Ian over there. He truly is an intriguing elder. Wait, is Ian the same Grandpa Ian who was beside me back then? Wuyue exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Ye was equally surprised by the serendipity of Wuyue's connection to Ian. It had only been a few days since they parted, and here they were once again, in this desolate underground. Wuyue peeked around Yin and saw the enormous golem towering nearby, waving its massive hand in greeting. That must be the elder's summoned creature, Bai Ye commented. It's so enormous. Wuyue had indeed never encountered such a gigantic being. The largest she had seen were the various elemental puppets of Malnus, yet Ian's golem, standing several meters tall, exuded an extraordinary presence. Go on, I still need to inform them, Yin said as he brushed past Wuyue, making his way towards Mary. Wuyue slowly approached the golem, and Ian's gentle voice resonated. It's good to see you again, child. Hello, Grandpa Ian. Although it felt peculiar to converse with a golem, Wuyue politely greeted Ian. Subsequently, they exchanged stories about what had transpired since their separation. From Ian, Wuyue learned why he had the time to explore. It was simply because he had been rather idle. Little Lulu, the sleepyhead, had dozed off for an indeterminate duration along the way. Whether during their journey or while attending classes, Ian bore no resentment, acknowledging that everyone has their own pace of learning. Lulu simply enjoyed immersing herself in the library, researching new ideas. Ian had initially chosen her as his apprentice for this very quality. After all, Lulu could thrive independently, even without a teacher, thus allowing Ian some leisure. Consequently, the idle elder summoned a golem at whim and roamed about with it. Was it true that Lulu could sleep so soundly? Was it truly necessary to bring her along for gathering materials? Were they collecting inspiration from her dreams? Bai Ye was left speechless. Nonetheless, Ian provided a wealth of useful information, such as the fact that he had not encountered any forks in the road during his journey. The main artery of the underground tunnel seemed to be singular, which was the very path they were on. Both ends had been thoroughly explored, yet they had found no trace of Dibit. Once again, I cast my gaze upon the fragmented creature sprawling on the ground. It appeared that this monster had reached the crossroads leading to Debit. If all went as anticipated, there should be mechanisms lurking in the vicinity, analyzed by Yi. Wuyue conveyed Bai Ye's conjecture to Ian, who pondered for a moment before responding. That simplifies matters considerably. With that, Ian lifted the foot of the golem. lifting the restrictions placed upon the creature. Most of the monster's intellect had been obliterated, leaving only a fervent will to survive. Once it escaped control, it resumed its original path, mending itself while advancing. Wu Yu and Ian hurriedly pursued, observing the creature slowly moving towards the diagonal cave wall, extending a tentacle into a small opening within it. With a crack, it seemed as though something had been pressed, causing the entire space to tremble. The segment of tunnel where the golem and Wu Yu were situated began to descend, replaced by an entirely new passageway. In the distance, Yin and the others sensed the vibrations, only to find that Wu Yu and the enormous golem had vanished. Realizing something was amiss, Yin rushed to the spot where the two had disappeared, but discovered no clues. Nothing left behind? Yin furrowed his brow. Logically, with the golem's prowess, safeguarding Wu Yu should have been a trivial matter. How could they have vanished so suddenly? What is happening? Meli, who arrived shortly thereafter, inquired of Yin. Wu Yu and the others are missing, Yin replied gravely. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Ian descended smoothly into a vast cavern below. Ian once again placed his foot upon the flesh chunk, blocking Wu Yu from moving forward. Do not stir, child, Ian cautioned. It is best not to alert the adversary. Remaining still is our optimal choice. The cavern was incomprehensibly expansive, with intermittent wails of both humans and non-humans echoing through it. Most terrifyingly, Wu Yu discerned a colossal roar, unmistakably from a formidable beast. A dragon? Ian mused aloud, having evidently heard it as well. Shortly thereafter, the disjointed path began to tremble once more, gradually ascending. Get back! Yin, sensing the vibrations above, swiftly pushed Meli aside. Reacting quickly, Meli leaped back, narrowly escaping the tremor's reach. Subsequently, the section where Wu Yu and the golem were situated rose to the surface. Upon confirming Wu Yu's safety, Yin and Meli finally exhaled in relief. We have located Debit's lair, Wu Yu announced to the group. The day following the discovery of the entrance, apart from the supply transport team, 8 squads consolidated into one. Mayor Halal, Sheriff Dominic, Yin, Wu Yu, Meli, Ian's golem, and other squad leaders gathered around the fire to convene a strategy meeting. Everyone should be in top condition now, Halal inquired of the assembly. After a day's rest, even the members of the first squad had essentially regained their strength. The group now brimmed with determination, eagerly anticipating the impending confrontation. Yin surveyed the squad leaders, shaking his head. These individuals had yet to engage in true combat with the alchemical monsters and had not encountered significant peril along their journey. Such confidence comes at a cost. Ultimately, the group agreed to launch a full-scale assault on the lair of Dibite in 1 hour, while the others confirmed their battle readiness. Bai Ye found himself reflecting on the terrifying roar he had just heard from beneath the ground. If all went as expected, the owner of that voice was indeed the kin referred to by the world will. But what could it be? Could it be a dragon? Bai Ye recalled discussions at the Blacksmith Association regarding dragons. The might of dragons is indisputable. Could their mere 80 members truly defeat one? Not to mention the other alchemical monstrosities that might be lurking. It would be unwise to send Wu Yu into battle against a dragon. Bai Ye would never make such a decision, for assassins are not suited for direct confrontation, at least not at this juncture. Their hopes now rested solely on the prowess of Yin, Mei Li, and the golem, all of whom possessed mastery beyond the ordinary. Chapter 49. The Philosopher's Stone. Be light on your feet. Do not reveal our presence, Mayor Harrell instructed Dominic, who was clearing the path. Due to the limited area of the platform, only about 20 individuals could descend at a time, necessitating a division into 4 groups. Leading the charge were Dominic and a few other teams, who had expended little energy along the way. Understood, Dominic replied, moving towards the control mechanism. He glanced back at his comrades, confirming their readiness before gently pressing the lever. With a series of thunderous sounds, the ground beneath Dominic and his companions began to sink slowly, and soon, over 20 individuals vanished from sight, replaced by a new path. The remaining members followed suit under the mayor's direction. When the massive golem, along with Wu Yu, Yin, Mei Li, and the mayor, arrived as the last group. Those who had entered earlier had already established a temporary camp under Dominic's guidance. From the current situation, it appeared that Dibite and his alchemical creations had yet to be disturbed. This might indirectly indicate that Dibite could not share sensory experiences with his creations, nor could he manipulate the golem directly as Ian did. Observing the behavioral patterns of this particular creature further corroborated this notion, regardless of the circumstances. Its actions revolved around restoration and return, likely the commands Daibite had instilled within it upon its creation. Daibite may not have anticipated that this would be exploited, serving as a guide to trace back to his lair. It seems that despite being a traveler and possessing a golden finger, Daibite's thought processes remain remarkably human, Bai Ye mused. In fact, as Bai Ye surmised, Daibite had not considered such complexities when creating them, or he possessed the capability to do so without much thought. This space was far more extensive than anyone had imagined, and the absence of illumination rendered it even more profound, stretching endlessly into the darkness. Harrell instructed everyone to remain on standby while he, along with Wu Yu and others, ventured ahead to scout the situation. Within this vast expanse, an eerie silence prevailed. The tremendous roar that Wu Yu and Bai Ye had heard earlier did not resound again. How strange, Mei Li remarked, if this is truly his lair. There should be numerous guards akin to that creature, should there not? Indeed, he ought to recognize that as an alchemist. The most critical asset he lacks is the ability to protect himself, yet, it is rather peculiar that the lair is so desolate. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths. One that both Wu Yu and Ian identified as the sound they had previously heard, likely emitted by some dragon-like creature. What could that sound be? Halal was startled by the sudden roar. Ian's voice emanated from the golem. Mr. Mayor, if I am not mistaken, that could very well be a dragon. A dragon? This term existed for Halal solely in legends and theatrical performances. To discover that such a formidable being truly exists in reality is utterly unbelievable. However, do not be overly frightened. It may not be a purebred dragon, or perhaps not even a living one, Ian added. True dragons have long since vanished, and what remains on the continent are predominantly subdragon species. Given that we are underground, I suspect that this is likely an earth dragon. Nonetheless, most adventurers may only encounter subdragons a few times in their lifetime, and Mr. Mayor is no exception, hence the shock upon hearing the dragon's roar. Rest assured, Mr. Mayor, it is merely an earth dragon. Yen, however, appeared untroubled, having encountered earth dragons before. If it were an ordinary one, she could handle it alone. Not to mention that they had 2 master-level warriors on their side. Ian interjected, Child, do not underestimate the situation. I have seen my share of earth dragons. But this sound is unlike any typical earth dragon. Do you think a dragon residing in the lair of Daibit would be an ordinary specimen? Perhaps it has undergone transformation through alchemical means, becoming something altogether different. After hearing Ian's analysis, Yin too sensed the anomaly. If this dragon possessed super regenerative abilities akin to Daibit's other creations, it could indeed pose a significant threat. Following that roar, a heavy stone weighed upon the hearts of the group. Although no other creatures were immediately visible, the mere presence of a potentially alchemically altered earth dragon was sufficiently menacing. Nevertheless, they had to proceed with their task. The group continued deeper into the caverns, surveying the terrain and observing their surroundings. Finally, as they rounded a massive boulder, Yen, leading the way, signaled for the others to halt. She mouthed the words, Ahead, there are people. An alchemical beast resembling a dog was in the lead, followed closely by a man clad in a black coat, indistinguishable from the creature they had encountered that night. As the duo, man and beast, approached, Yen instinctively reached for the twin swords at her back, poised for action. Uncertain whether engaging would alert the formidable foe lurking within, she understood that should they be discovered, they would have no choice but to strike preemptively. The dog seemed to have sensed an unfamiliar presence, barking once, and the man in the coat, as if comprehending, began to move toward their hiding place. They're coming, Yin signaled to Mei Li and Wu Yu, urging them to resolve the confrontation quietly. Mei Li understood, deftly withdrawing an arrow from her quiver and knocking it onto her longbow. Wu Yu gripped her dagger tightly, prepared for the impending action, awaiting Yan's command. At the very moment the dog turned the corner, Yan silently unsheathed his sword, decapitating the creature with a single stroke, allowing its headless body to stagger aimlessly. Simultaneously, Mei Li performed a somersault from behind Yan, shooting an arrow into each of the coat-wearing man's eyes, rendering him blind. The arrows struck true, obstructing the creature's vision. Suddenly deprived of sight, the dim-witted figure flailed about like a headless fly. Then, Wu Yu stealthily approached from behind, plunging a dagger enveloped in purple smoke into the back of the monster's head. The effect of shadow erosion was evident, as the creature's speed visibly diminished. However, Wu Yu lacked the capacity for significant harm, prompting Yin to step forward and deliver a final blow, severing the monster's head. Of course, merely decapitating the creature would not suffice to slay it. Under Ian's guidance, they located the core within the monster's body, a small, blood-red crystal. The earlier navigation monster possessed one as well, merely escaping Yan's blade. Once the crystal was extracted, the alchemical beast ceased its operations. Akin to a machine stripped of its power. "Ian, what is this?" Wu Yu inquired. "The Philosopher's Stone," Ian replied. "The lifelong pursuit of alchemists. The mythical substance said to be the key to immortality. However, what resides within these monsters is merely a rudimentary form of little use. I cannot divulge more. It pertains to the world's taboos. Just know this, it is certainly not a good thing." This was the first time the group had heard of such a thing as the Philosopher's Stone, and given Ian's grave demeanor, they refrained from pressing further. Only Bai Ye scoured his memories for relevant information, uncovering a relentless cycle of conflict, insatiable desires, and morally reprehensible experiments. Taboos, absolute taboos. Humanity's greed truly knows no bounds. For the elusive promise of immortality, individuals would sacrifice their lives and endanger future generations. In the interest of caution, Yin incinerated the two alchemical monsters, turning them to ash with fire magic. Who knows whether Daibite could have resurrected them? Regardless, after tidying up, the group ventured deeper into the labyrinth. The environment had markedly changed since encountering the two monsters, displaying clear signs of artificial repairs, with an increasing number of branching paths. "We cannot proceed any further." Yin halted the group. A few indistinct figures ahead caught everyone's attention. Mei Li, with her keen eyesight, discerned the scene clearly, a group of humanoid alchemical monsters surrounding something. As they pondered the situation, a chilling scream pierced the air. "No, please don't kill me." It appeared that the unfortunate soul caught in the center was a prisoner attempting to escape. Yet, the monsters merely surrounded him, remaining motionless until their master issued further commands. Observing the predicament, Yin cast an inquiring glance back at the others. How should they proceed? Should they rescue him or not? Defeating these monstrous beings is not the issue. However, given the current situation, they seem to be awaiting something. Are they waiting for their master's command? "We cannot proceed." Wu Yue suddenly interjected, conveying Bai's intent. For Daibit, this individual represents a vital experimental subject, and the mere fact that he refrained from ordering his subordinates to execute him on the spot serves as ample evidence of this. What Daibit intends to do next is to have these creatures return the experimental subject to the prison. With a stroke of luck, the shadowy figure of Daibit himself may even make an appearance, though such a possibility is rather slim. Upon hearing Wu Yue's analysis, the others found it quite reasonable and decided to bide their time. If it were the first scenario, they would follow the creatures to the location where the hostage was held, aiming first to rescue the captive. Should it be the latter situation, it would mean he was willingly walking into the mouth of danger. Before long, two of the monsters encircling the man sprang into action, seizing his ankles from either side and dragging him away. "What are you doing? Let me go, you beasts!" the man exclaimed, filled with fear and confusion. Although he did not comprehend their intentions, he was acutely aware that those who were taken by these creatures seldom returned. Just the day before, he had been walking down Tafu Street, only to be struck unconscious and awaken in a dark, damp dungeon, surrounded by others who shared his plight. For the past 2 days, he had desperately sought a means of escape while others were continuously taken away. Finally, as the monsters were about to pounce on him, he summoned all his strength to break free from their grasp and fled the dungeon. Yet, upon his escape, he found himself lost, wandering aimlessly through the intricate underground maze, ultimately leading to his discovery. The monsters paid him no heed, merely dragging him back toward the dungeon. The pain radiating from the back of his head rendered him acutely alert. Truth be told, he had relinquished all hope of fleeing. The mere thought of his wife and child brought tears to his eyes. "Ah, how I long to see you once more, Lika." Before long, the man was brought to the entrance of the dungeon. When the survivors in the other cells witnessed this would-be escapee, they displayed little reaction. Having been imprisoned for a longer duration, had they not considered escape? Yet, it was futile. One could not escape the clutches of these monsters. The only option left was to await death in place. After unceremoniously tossing the man into a cozy little nook, the monsters showed no inclination to linger, turning to depart. However, they were met by several figures standing at the dungeon's threshold, accompanied by a colossal golem. The monsters revealed no emotions, even if they could. It was beyond their capacity. At this moment, their singularly focused minds could only adhere to one preordained directive: eliminate the intruders. Having discovered the weaknesses of the alchemical creations, dispatching them became considerably easier. As the sight of the heap of corpses unfolded before them, the dungeon erupted into chaos. The onlookers watched in awe as a group of formidable warriors charged in, effortlessly cleaving the dreaded undead monsters beneath their feet. "There's hope," someone shouted, igniting the entire dungeon to prepare for a collective outcry. Ian understood that he could not prevent the joy of salvation among the people, so he cast a soundproofing spell on the dungeon door. The cheers and tears of reunion lasted for a while until the survivors finally calmed down. Harold gathered everyone together to explain the current situation, including the mastermind, Bai Ye, and the expedition team stationed outside. Upon hearing the news, the survivors rejoiced at their extraordinary luck in enduring until rescue arrived. "Now, is there anyone who can share any information? Any information at all?" Harold continued. The crowd fell silent. For them, each day was spent in the dungeon in a daze, witnessing their companions being taken away one by one, never to return. It seemed that no valuable intelligence could be gleaned from this place. Thus, the best choice was to expedite the evacuation of the survivors. A few individuals then led the crowd back to the camp. Dominic approached, casting a glance at the number of survivors, which was less than 1/10 of the total number of missing. "Since we have rescued everyone, we have no further concerns. Dominic, gather everyone. We shall depart." "Yes, Mayor." Meanwhile, a few alchemical creatures wandered through the dungeon, seemingly searching for something. Programmed to retrieve subjects from the dungeon, they had yet to encounter an empty dungeon, which left them in a state of confusion. Sooner or later, Bai Ye, who had not seen new experimental subjects for a long time, would realize that something was amiss. In the deepest part of the underground labyrinth, a man cloaked in black and wearing a beaked mask sat upon a stone seat, propping his head with one hand as if he were meditating. He was known by the codename Black Death, named Between, the mastermind behind countless disappearances and deaths over the past 4 years, his true identity being that of a world-traveling alchemist endowed with knowledge by the gods. No, she is innocent. She is innocent. Do not let her leave me. I beg you. I implore you." The words slipped from his lips in a dreamlike state, jolting him awake. Realizing that it was all a nightmare, Bai Ye attempted to wipe the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, only to be thwarted by the mask he wore. Upon awakening, he immediately turned his gaze to a massive incubation chamber beside him, which contained a naked woman submerged within. Bai Ye slowly rose and approached the chamber, extending his gloved hand to gently caress its surface. For years, Elena. Trust me, I will soon find a way to bring you back to life in this world. As long as I can successfully forge the Philosopher's Stone, I will surely bring you back to my side. For this, I will spare no expense, even if it means selling my soul to the devil." Chapter 51. Conflict. As Bai Ye tenderly caressed the incubation chamber, a squad of soldiers burst into the hall, standing in formation before the man, without the need for any communication. This was the very team Bai Ye had dispatched to retrieve subjects. Their empty hands signified, "Are there intruders?" Bai Ye inquired, as if seeking confirmation from his subordinates, though in reality, he was merely speaking to himself. It was only upon descending to the deepest level of the underground that one realized the intruder's meticulousness and adeptness at infiltration. Or perhaps it was merely a reflection of one's own recent mental laxity. Nevertheless, such considerations were trivial. With guests present, the host could not afford to be negligent. With a grand gesture, Bai Ye commanded his subordinates to eliminate the invaders at all costs. Observing his men move out of the hall like soulless automatons to relay the message to others, Bai Ye took a deep breath. It felt reminiscent of that fateful day. Meanwhile, the main expeditionary force was traversing the primary pathway leading deeper into the cavern. Many were witnessing such peculiar architectural styles for the first time. Distinct from the previous subterranean caves, yet they appeared so naturally formed, devoid of any signs of human construction. Ian cast a glance at the cave walls and remarked, "Given the material, it is likely constructed through alchemy. There remains a significant residue of magical energy." A question arose among the group. Why would he go to such lengths to renovate the entire subterranean walls with alchemy? Perhaps it would facilitate his efforts to obliterate this place when the time comes. Ian's calm words startled the assembly. If what Ian suggested held truth, did that not render them akin to fish in a barrel? With but a snap of his fingers, he could confine them eternally to the depths below. Rest assured, for I am here to safeguard you, Ian reassured with a grin. It was uncertain how many took solace in his words, but the reality was that they were now precariously perched, with retreat routes potentially sealed and Daibite looming as a formidable adversary. Before the group could collect themselves, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. They're coming, Bai Ye alerted. Assuming no unforeseen events had transpired, Daibite had likely become aware of their predicament and issued a command to his minions to annihilate the intruders. The confrontation loomed imminent. In no time, nearly 100 grotesque alchemical creatures manifested before the expedition team, some humanoid, others of various monstrous forms, standing in an orderly formation that obstructed their path deeper into the cavern. Simultaneously, a resounding crash resonated from behind the expedition, revealing that two walls had converged, sealing off their escape route. One could not help but feel that this was a foreboding omen. Indeed, the walls held secrets. Panic began to ripple through the crowd as many contemplated retreat. But where could they flee? Stay calm. Harold hastily sought to soothe the team's frayed nerves. If morale faltered, they would be in disarray long before the creatures made their move, rendering any efforts futile. As previously discussed, form ranks. At the mayor's command, the group regained a semblance of composure and began to follow the plan methodically. The strategy was straightforward. According to Ian's teachings, if someone could restrain the monsters, others would need to extract or destroy the Philosopher's Stone within them. Thus, the sword and shield warriors were positioned at the front line to withstand the creature's onslaught, while the second row, armed with polearms, would pierce the monsters' bodies to immobilize them, allowing the remaining members to strike accurately and shatter the Philosopher's Stones. This represents the finest strategy that can be devised in the short term, especially considering the relatively few monsters stationed within the nest. Were it a prolonged engagement, such a method would be constrained by the team's stamina and magical recovery, making it exceedingly challenging to endure into the later stages. In summary, the expedition team readied their formation before the monsters surged towards them. The front line was occupied by the alchemical beasts, their eyes glistening blood red and drooling at the corners of their mouths. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of their bodies colliding against the shields resounded one after another. The first wave of alchemical beasts was swift and small, their impact on the shield wall negligible. As some of them shook their heads, preparing to charge forward, a spear suddenly protruded from the wall of shields, piercing straight into the mouth of one beast, followed by a barrage of arrows and spells that obliterated the creature, along with the Philosopher's Stone, into mere fragments. Soon, all the small alchemical beasts were vanquished, only to be succeeded by their larger counterparts, such as a nameless two-headed bull, a gigantic, spiked crocodile, and a lion with a scorpion's tail that spewed fire, creatures that would be considered rare even in a fantastical realm. Regardless of their actual strength, their intimidating presence was undeniable. Not to mention, the front line would surely falter against a behemoth like the conjoined rhinoceros. Just as the shield-bearing warriors braced for the impending onslaught, a colossal golem descended from the heavens, landing upon the conjoined rhinoceros and forcibly shattering its 6 limbs, rendering it immobile and trapped. This was Ian's golem, which, despite the rhinoceros's already formidable size, appeared as nothing more than a toy in comparison to the towering figure. After dispatching the rhinoceros, Ian turned his attention to the two-headed bull, which had just breached a section of the shield wall and was poised to advance further, only to notice the approaching golem. Fearlessly, it shifted its focus to Ian. Both heads lowered simultaneously, and with a powerful push from its hind legs, it charged towards the imposing golem. Yet, the golem merely raised its massive hand to block, halting the bull, which had never known retreat. Then, with both hands, it seized the 2 heads of the bull, twisting them apart. With Ian's entrance, repelling the second wave was now a trivial matter. The final humanoid alchemical creature would not be significantly stronger than the previous ones. If this is indeed all that Daibit possesses, then the expedition can essentially declare victory. However, a sudden, thunderous roar caused all present to stiffen in alarm. Has it finally arrived? Bai Ye murmured to himself. From the outset, these minor creatures had not been within Bai Ye's considerations, for he believed that the expedition team could effortlessly handle a few alchemical beasts. It was only this so-called progeny that instilled a deep-seated apprehension in Bai Ye. Dragons, by their very nature, possess an inherent intimidation factor against other races. As the apex of fantasy beings, the mystery surrounding dragons casts a powerful aura around them. Even if this creature, as old Ian suggested, is not a purebred, Bai Ye had no desire to engage in battle with it. At this moment, Yin also heard the dragons roar and exchanged a glance with Mei Li. The two set aside their current skirmish and swiftly made their way towards the source of the sound. Ian, having just crushed the scorpion-tailed lion underfoot, followed suit. The current battlefield has begun to reach a stalemate, particularly after the departure of several master-level combatants. Over 70 members of the expedition team are entangled in a chaotic melee with more than 20 humanoid alchemical monstrosities, with spells and arrows soaring through the air. Wu Yue follows Yin and the others deeper into the fray. Chapter 52. Decapitation. When Wu Yue catches up with the trio, they are engaged in a fierce struggle against a colossal dragon. What sort of dragon is it? Even with its limbs planted on the ground, it towers over Ian by several meters, resembling a magical giant. Although its full form is obscured, Bai estimates its length exceeds 100 meters. Strangely, this dragon is devoid of scales. Its body appears to be a patchwork of mended segments, with sinewy muscles exposed, and a faint red glow emanating from the center of its chest, likely the philosopher's stone within. This terrifying dragon is now violently thrashing its head, attempting to bite Yin, who is deftly evading its strikes, while Mei Li stands a short distance away, firing enchanted arrows to restrain it. Each arrow, aimed at the dragon's eyes and chest, easily penetrates its flesh, causing explosions upon impact. However, the effectiveness is minimal. Like the other monsters outside, this dragon is an alchemical creation of Daibite, utterly oblivious to pain. Meanwhile, Ian's golem rises from the ground, evidently having just been struck by the dragon, yet it appears unscathed, demonstrating an extraordinary level of defensive capability. Wu Yue, do not concern yourself with us. This is a battle beyond your involvement. Yin shouts, narrowly dodging a bite from the dragon and retaliating with a swift strike of her sword against its head, leaving a deep gash that quickly heals. Damn it. Its recovery ability far surpasses those previous foes, Yin thinks as she swiftly retreats, widening the distance from the dragon. Mei Li interjects, we lack the magic to suppress its regeneration. This could go on indefinitely. The supply of arrows is limited, and should they run out, she would be forced to conjure arrows through magic, but how long can her magic endure? Ian struggles to maneuver the golem against the dragon's claws, the protective shield on its surface rippling continuously, indicating that it requires Ian's remote magical energy supply. The golem's massive size has become a disadvantage, unable to evade. It can only absorb damage. Yan's stamina is not infinite either. Should this persist, their physical and magical resources will inevitably be exhausted first. Once again, Wu Yue stands helplessly on the sidelines, watching her comrades fight, acutely aware that she cannot intervene in a battle of this caliber, only feeling the anxiety build within her. Senior, if we can defeat the creator, these creatures will lose their ability to act, won't they? Yin inquires during a brief moment of respite. Theoretically, that should not be the case, Ian replies. Normally, when the caster dies, all their spells should be negated. This is a fundamental principle known to all mages. However, does this principle apply to alchemy? Alchemy adheres to the law of equivalent exchange, so the death of the alchemist should not affect their creations. Upon hearing Ian's words, a collective sense of regret fills the air. If only they could directly eliminate Daibite and bring an end to all of this. Wait, he is using the Philosopher's Stone. Ian suddenly realized that the Philosopher's Stone was crafted by Dabbit and subsequently embedded within alchemical creations, a process that undoubtedly required the use of magic. Once Dabbit perished, the Philosopher's Stone would lose its potency, reverting to an ordinary stone. This was a promising development. Yin displayed a confident smile, his hands never pausing as he unleashed a flurry of attacks with his dual swords against the dragon's back. Wu Yue, it's up to you. Me? You can do it, right? All present understood that while Ian, Yin, and Mei Li occupied the dragon, Wu Yue would infiltrate to execute a decisive strike on Dabbit, thereby resolving all issues at hand. I understand. Leave it to me. Wu Yue accepted this critical task, one capable of turning the tide of battle. It seemed fated that Dabbit must meet his end at their hands. Bai sighed and remarked, is there someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes? In any case, while the alchemical dragon's attention was fully on the three, Wu Yue stealthily maneuvered around, progressing deeper into the lair. Along the way, no other creatures were encountered. The previous ones likely represented the entirety of Dabbit's forces. Thus, Wu Yue made her way unimpeded to a grand door. "Prepare yourself," Bai advised. "Oh right." Wu Yue opened her pack and retrieved the remaining potions given by Biora. The potions for diving and night vision are useless, and the bleeding and detoxification ones are temporarily unnecessary. "I'll take these too." Bai glanced at the potions. Selecting two, the leap and featherfall potions to enhance jumping ability, along with a bottle of clarity and focus potion, which would prove invaluable for her ocular technique later on. Wu Yue picked up the two potions and gulped them down. To be honest, the taste was peculiar, but the enhancement was worth the discomfort. Soon, Wu Yue felt the effects of the potions. Her body became incredibly light, her vision clear, and her mind sharp. Now she understood why Bai held Biora in such high regard. The efficacy of these potions was remarkable. "Very effective. Master, we can set off now." With newfound confidence, Wu Yue stood ready to push the door open. "Wait." Use shadow step to enter. "Do not expose yourself too early," Bai cautioned. Despite the caution they had maintained throughout their journey, victory could not be guaranteed until the final moment. It was always wise to remain vigilant. The most perilous aspect was that everyone had associated the alchemist with Dabbit, believing him to be nothing more than a poorly skilled logistics profession. Only Bai sensed that Dabbit's combat prowess might be unexpectedly formidable. After all, the worlds had declared that Dabbit was not their opponent, yet one could not simply assume that Dabbit was inferior to Wu Yue, as that would disregard the calculations of one's own capabilities. This implied that Dabbit's personal strength was likely superior to Wu Yue's, even potentially surpassing her when he exerted his full power. Of course, this was merely Bai's speculation. All they could do now was exercise utmost caution. Wu Yue heeded Bai's advice, employing shadow step to slip through the crack of the door. The man seated upon the stone throne supported his head with one hand, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation, as if caught in an unending slumber. In truth, these days, Dabbit has not rested at all, being preoccupied with an overwhelming multitude of tasks. He must coordinate the population plundering operations across various regions, engaging in relentless experimentation, meticulously recording data, and repeating the cycle of experiments. His leisure time is almost entirely spent in the presence of massive petri dishes. On the other hand, he dares not sleep, for once he succumbs to slumber, memories of the past surge into his mind unbidden. At this moment, he finds himself alone in the grand hall, having dispatched all his subordinates to eliminate the intruders. This predicament is largely due to the fact that he has only been in this world for 4 years, and during this time, he has devoted himself almost entirely to experimentation, neglecting self-defense. His only endeavor has been to excavate this vast underground cavern, seeking refuge within its depths. However, there is no time for regret, for at this moment, a white figure emerges from behind a stone pillar beneath him. Chapter 53. He does not care. A pair of large eyes fixated intently on the man seated upon the stone throne, as Wu Yue quietly approached the steps below. "Focus your mind. Control your breathing," Bai Ye advised. It seemed that Dabbit was presently in a meditative state, making this the perfect opportunity. If she could stealthily advance, a single strike could terminate him. Yet, Wu Yue's instincts, honed from years as an assassin, warned her that true hunters often present themselves as prey. The seemingly defenseless man might have already laid intricate traps. Nevertheless, even if that were the case, she retained a contingency, and for now, she would entrust the matter to Wu Yue. Wu Yue's concentration had never been as acute as it was now. Enhanced by Biola's miraculous potion, she perceived her surroundings with heightened awareness. Perhaps she could succeed. Having endured numerous battles, Wu Yue had developed her own insights into the assassin's craft, effortlessly mastering many skills. She was no longer the timid girl who once feared even striking a slime. If possible, she did not wish for her master to intervene this time. With that thought, she tightened her grip on the dagger once more. At this moment, Wu Yue stood merely 7 steps away from Dabbit, the optimal distance for action. "Now," Bai Ye urged, seizing the moment. With no finesse, Wu Yue thrust her dagger towards Dabbit, aiming directly for his throat. There were no sudden alchemical beasts to block her strike, no stone thrown to ensnare the man, nor the elaborate traps Bai Ye had anticipated. The ice-blue dagger simply and effortlessly pierced the man's throat, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering onto Wu Yue's fair visage and snow-white hair. "What is happening?" Both Bai Ye and Wu Yue were taken aback. The bird beak mask slipped away, revealing a sickly visage adorned with a smile directed at Wu Yue. Slowly, the man opened his mouth, his voice elegant and magnetic. I suppose I have disappointed you, Mr. Assassin. Bai Ye was startled to see Daibit speak normally despite the dagger embedded in his throat, prompting her to retreat several meters. Having not even had the chance to withdraw her dagger, upon hearing Daibit's reference to the Nameless One as Bai Ye, a tremor coursed through him. This man was acutely aware of his existence. The unsettling sensation of being seen through by his intended target left Bai Ye feeling perturbed. Yet he quickly regained his composure and addressed the Nameless One. In that case, there is no need for concealment. Allow me to take charge. Despite his reluctance and the desire to fulfill the task himself, the Nameless One recognized that, given the unforeseen circumstances, entrusting the matter to his master was the wisest choice. Thus, he closed his eyes, and when they reopened, it was Bai Ye's consciousness that emerged. Bai Ye remained silent, observing as Daibit gradually withdrew the dagger from his throat. Miraculously, the wound began to heal, revealing that Daibit had transformed himself into an alchemical creature capable of rapid regeneration. Once fully restored, Daibit gently caressed the healed area and adjusted his collar, performing a nobleman's bow reminiscent of the medieval era. He then spoke, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Daibit One, indeed my true name, which I trust you have heard from the world will. If memory serves, I am the last individual to arrive in this world, aside from yourself. Ah, how surprising it is that merely 4 short years have passed, and yet another unfortunate soul has been ensnared by this unfathomable vortex." At this juncture, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Daibit's mouth, indicating his profound discontent with the world will. "You have certainly expended considerable effort this time. I concede my oversight in allowing you to breach my doorstep unnoticed. Frankly, your assassination attempt caught me completely unawares," he remarked with a rueful smile. "Mr. Killer, you must be quite perplexed as to how I came to know your identity." Daibit continued, noting Bai Ye's impassive expression, which suggested a lack of interest in the previous topic. "It appears that you harbor a significant distrust towards me, Mr. Bai Ye," he added with a hint of amusement. "There is no need for such feigned cheerfulness, Daibit. Your demeanor is quite distasteful," Bai Ye retorted, furrowing his brow. He discerned that this man was far from the composed facade he attempted to project. "Is that so?" The smile on the man's face began to fade, revealing a more pathological aspect. "Let me be candid, Mr. Bai Ye. For years ago, upon my arrival in this world, a voice echoed in my mind, forewarning me. It proclaimed that I would meet my demise at the hands of a killer named Bai Ye, accurately depicting the scene we have just witnessed." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's composure faltered. Someone had foretold Daibit's fate 4 years prior? The notion of being scrutinized by fate sent shivers down his spine. Daibit, oblivious to Bai Ye's changing demeanor, continued, "Initially, I dismissed this prophecy until just now, when your dagger pierced my flesh. In that moment, everything became clear to me." Daibit spoke with a serene smile, as if he had attained profound enlightenment. "According to the original script, I had intended to engage in a fierce battle, perhaps even to perish alongside you. However, my perspective has shifted. I wish to wager against this predetermined fate. Whether you believe it or not, Mr. Bai Ye, I implore you, kill me." Upon hearing the multitude of revelations from Daibit, Bai Ye was taken aback, momentarily questioning the man's sanity. Did he truly intend to kill him? "You had better provide me with a plausible explanation," Bai Ye said, fixing his gaze on Daibit for an extended period. "I understand that all of this may sound absurd, but I have my own ulterior motives, or rather, I came to this world for this very purpose," Daibit remarked, his expression tinged with sorrow as he glanced at the nearby culture vessel. It was hard to believe such an expression could manifest on the face of an alchemical madman. Following Daibit's line of sight, Bai Ye finally noticed the enormous culture vessel beside them and the woman within. "For her? Indeed, I am reluctant to elaborate further. Yet I would sacrifice everything for her," he said, a smile gracing his lips. "So, you would kill so many innocents for her?" Bai Ye challenged. In truth, throughout this journey, Bai Ye had little regard for the lives of the people in this world. He only voiced such concerns for Wu Yu's sake. "I do not care." In response to Bai Ye's probing, Daibit suddenly erupted in hysteria. "All I desire is her return, to be by my side once more." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was finally convinced that the man had indeed lost his mind, his psyche irreparably fractured. Yet in the next moment, Daibit's demeanor appeared to stabilize as he stated, "Since my fate is already sealed, I shall not resist. However, I can refine the manner of my demise. For I have glimpsed the future I yearn for, a future that includes her. Kill me, Extract the philosopher's stone I have successfully forged within me, and place it within her. Thus, she shall live, she shall live. Daybite's emotions fluctuated erratically, oscillating between lucidity and madness, at times expounding on complex knowledge that Bai Ye could not comprehend, and at others reminiscing about the past. Bai Ye merely observed, looking at this pitiable man. Regardless of his past tribulations, he was now merely a target of countless deaths, his history, no matter how poignant, eliciting no empathy from Bai Ye. I understand. So in essence, killing you and extracting the philosopher's stone is the objective, correct? Regardless, Bai Ye allowed Daybite to finish his exposition before confirming once more. Essentially, Daybite's intentions, as Bai Ye summarized, were that in the words of the seer, Daybite was exhausted by Wu Yu, ultimately to be dealt with by Bai Ye. However, Daybite now sought to play a clever game, wishing to extract the philosopher's stone under the unaltered outcome of being slain by Bai Ye, thereby granting his beloved a chance at revival. This was the selfish ambition of the man named Daybite, knowing full well that his soul would thereafter descend into the clutches of the demon that had bestowed upon him the art of human transmutation. How utterly selfish. Would he truly go to such lengths for his beloved? Since I am destined to die by your hand, why not gamble on that possibility? Besides, it offers you certain benefits as well. The outcome remains unchanged, does it not? Indeed, as he stated, for in that future, Wu Yu was gravely injured, and Daybite's last act led to a collapse, with the expedition team suffering devastating losses. Could we not avert a great battle? Why not embrace the opportunity? After imparting his final instructions, including the procedure for embedding the philosopher's stone and the words to be spoken upon the woman's awakening, Daybite returned his bloody dagger to Bai Ye, signaling that he could proceed. Bai Ye accepted the dagger stained with crimson, gazing intently into Daybite's eyes, striving to discern something, perhaps the evasion in a man's gaze born of deceit, or the primal instinct for survival before death. Alas, he perceived none of these. The man spoke no falsehood and exhibited not a trace of fear in the face of mortality. Instead, Daybite's eyes shimmered with boundless anticipation for the imminent revival of his beloved, tinged with a hint of fervor. Yet, such matters had become inconsequential. Bai Ye's sole task was to fulfill the wretched resolve that Daybite possessed. Withdrawing his scrutinizing gaze, Bai Ye plunged the dagger into Daybite's heart, effortlessly extracting the resplendent blood-red gemstone that had supplanted it. Unlike the earlier crude attempts he had seen, this philosopher's stone was particularly exquisite. Surely, it had been successfully forged. Daybite himself could not help but marvel at the achievement. Only he knew the arduousness of creating a true philosopher's stone. After uttering this realization, he resembled a marionette with severed strings, collapsing weakly against the stone pedestal. Bai Ye spared him no further glance, hastening towards the incubator, rather than squander time. It was imperative to place the philosopher's stone within, for it might yet yield a semblance of compassion for them both. Shaking his head, Bai Ye followed Daybite's prescribed steps to prepare the philosopher's stone. Meanwhile, Daybite struggled to lift his head, witnessing the gemstone gradually transform into a genuine heart. Entering the left chest of the woman, he observed as the liquid within the incubator receded, and the woman within began to rouse. Elena, you have returned. It was as if he had been transported back to those joyous days, those moments of fighting side by side. In that instant, it felt as though he and Elena shared a single heart, becoming one, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. I promised I would. The beautiful woman named Elena gradually opened her eyes, the first sight to greet her being a silver-haired girl with cat ears. You are awake, Bai Ye stated, the carefully prepared words echoing in her mind. The newly born artificial being possessed neither memories nor emotions. Elena effortlessly embraced all the settings Daybite had meticulously prepared for her. In her world, only he was absent. He even considered the possibility of her sorrow upon discovering the truth. One could not help but concede that the man named Daybite truly loved her. We must take our leave, Elena. Others await us outside, Bai Ye urged. At that moment, Elena stood beside a lifeless body, its left chest hollow, yet the man's face bore a smile. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the corpse, Elena felt an inexplicable sorrow, a single tear cascading down her cheek. It seemed as though she had forgotten something, yet could not recall what it was. As I gazed upon this scene, I felt a stirring within me. I retracted my earlier sympathy. It was an affront to him. Hurry up, Bai Ye urged. Oh, coming. Elena finally snapped back to reality, turning to walk towards Wu Yu. As she reached the doorway, she unconsciously glanced back at the man on the stone pedestal. The heat radiating from her chest revealed a harsh truth. This was likely her last glimpse of him. For a fleeting moment, she imagined an unfamiliar boy smiling at her, inviting her to visit his home. Then, the vision shifted. A young man, driven by the ideals of rescuing his nation for a girl, sold his possessions, recruited an army, and waged war. He was the one who shielded her from harm in battle, the one who tirelessly campaigned to gather funds for the war, the one who was appointed as a general by the king at such a young age. The girl, betrayed by the very nation he fought to save, stood before the pyre, her last sight being that of the man who resisted with all his might. After all these images flashed before her, Elena found herself in tears. Yet, she knew not who he was. Perhaps she would never know. This was the burden left to her by the philosopher's stone, or perhaps a form of protection bestowed by Daibite. After expending such effort, they had crafted a stranger, one entirely unrelated to her beyond mere appearance. For this, a grievous sin was committed, one that could not be forgiven and would undoubtedly invite scorn from all. One might ask, was it worth it? Yet the man named Daibite one did not care. Of course, it was worth it. He cared for nothing but her. Chapter 54. Aftermath. Bai Ye quietly observed Elena, who stood at the doorway, tears streaming down her face. His brief past life had been consumed by the pursuit of vengeance, leaving no room to witness the warmth and chill of human emotions. Orphaned at a young age and subjected to rigorous training, he had been indoctrinated with the mindset of an assassin. Bai Ye lacked normal emotions. He was merely a heartless machine, following the directives of his organization. In a sense, he was no different from Daibite, both taking lives for their own selfish desires. Yet Bai Ye found it impossible to empathize with Daibite. Was it because he lacked someone of special significance? But upon introspection, if such a person did exist, would he, Bai Ye, be able to commit the same acts as Daibite for their sake? It was hard to say. With this thought, an indescribable feeling surged within Bai Ye. He realized it was time to withdraw. Lingering any longer would be embarrassing. Wu Yu, do you remember the words Daibite prepared? I remember, master. Good. It is entrusted to you. With that, Bai Ye hastily returned his consciousness to Wu Yu, plunging into silence. As an observer, Wu Yu had witnessed the entire unfolding. And while he was somewhat shocked by Daibite's mention of a prophet, he remained baffled by the principle of the philosopher's stone transforming into a heart, granting life to an individual. However, Wu Yu was deeply affected by Daibite's motives for his crimes. Despite Daibite's erratic storytelling, the perceptive Wu Yu managed to piece together a relatively coherent narrative. Daibite and the present Elena were childhood friends, and as they grew, they fought side by side for the salvation of their nation. However, due to the decadence of the ruling class, the two were betrayed, and Elena was unjustly branded a witch and subjected to the flames of execution. The fortunate Daibite, having narrowly escaped, succumbed to madness in the wake of Elena's demise. He delved deeply into the study of dark magic, committing countless atrocities against innocent children, all in a desperate pursuit to resurrect his beloved. Even as he was apprehended and led to the gallows, he continued to murmur Elena's name, proclaiming his innocence or pleading with the judge for a punishment equal to hers. This deranged man ultimately fulfilled his long-cherished wish and departed in peace, even if he would not witness it, and even if his cherished Elena would never remember him again. Wu Yu let out a sigh and approached, gently patting Elena on the back. Once Elena's emotions had stabilized, she followed Wu Yu back along the path, arriving at the location where Yin and the others were. Upon seeing Wu Yu return unscathed, Yin breathed a sigh of relief, only to be met with a look of confusion as he noticed Elena trailing behind Wu Yu. Wu Yu, who is this? Ah, this is Elena, an experimental subject we rescued from Daibite's laboratory. Wu Yu explained the prepared narrative. Oh, I see, Yin responded casually, recognizing that the sudden appearance of a living person would naturally evoke curiosity. Thanks to you, Wu Yu, had it not been for your intervention, we would have been in grave danger. Yin recounted the perilous situation they had just faced. After Wu Yu's departure, the battle for the three had become dire. Initially, Mei Li's arrows had run out, forcing her to use magic to conjure projectiles, but her magical energy soon dwindled. With the loss of ranged support, Yin found it increasingly difficult to evade the dragon's attacks, coming perilously close to being struck multiple times. The statue of Lord Ian, too, had suffered greatly, now in a state of disrepair. Pointing to the motionless statue, which was missing an arm and a leg, Yin remarked that it seemed Ian had given up on it. Just then, The dragon suddenly collapsed, much like the previous humanoid monsters. I knew you would succeed, Yin said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. This dragon must be of Grandmaster caliber. Mei Li, leaning against the wall, looked pale, indicating she was exhausted from her magical exertion. Perhaps even stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster. Especially with such a massive form, Yin added. Were it not for Wu Yue's decisive strike, the three of us would surely have perished. That is a certainty. Oh, we must find a place to celebrate with a drink when we return, Yin declared. At that moment, they heard the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from outside. It seems the rest of the expedition team has arrived, though it looks like they have suffered considerable losses. The first sight that greeted them was the enormous dragon carcass. Many were left speechless, their jaws dropping in astonishment, as they had never witnessed a real dragon before. Just moments ago, they had thought their battle against a dozen undead monsters was perilous. Nearly all bore wounds, and several comrades had perished. Had the monsters not suddenly ceased their movements, many more would have met their demise at their hands. They had not anticipated encountering an even more intense conflict here. Even the once brilliant golem has been reduced to this wretched state. Mayor Harold stepped forward, eager to inquire about the battle's outcome. Debitor is dead. It is all over now. The subsequent cleanup will be your responsibility, Mr. Mayor. We have little more to do here, so we shall take our leave. Seeing Yin prepare to depart, Harold hastily urged, at least stay in Tafuport for a few days, so we can properly express our gratitude for your assistance. That will not be necessary, Yin replied. I merely lent a hand out of respect for her, and besides, the credit for this mission belongs to her. Whether we stay or go, it would be best to consult her. Yin glanced at the side, where Mu Yu was engaged in conversation with Mei Li. All along, Harold had assumed Yin was an adventurer sent from the royal capital to provide support, while Mu Yu, though formidable, had been overshadowed by the might of Yin and her companions. Who would have imagined that this seemingly delicate girl was the leader? Upon reflection, it became clear that both Yin and Mei Li were elite warriors brought forth by Mu Yu, and the puppeteer behind the golem seemed to have a significant connection to her. Harold slapped his forehead in realization and hurried over to Mu Yu, expressing, Miss Mu Yu, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. Without you, this operation would undoubtedly have ended in disaster. As a token of our appreciation, might I invite you to stay a few days in Tafuport, allowing us to host you properly? Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Mayor. But we have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accept your invitation. We shall surely visit Tafu again on another occasion, if that is agreeable. Mu Yu politely declined with a somewhat awkward turn of phrase. Ah, how unfortunate. Since Miss Mu Yu has no intention of staying, I shall not insist. But do remember that Tafuport will always welcome your return. With that, Harold began organizing the aftermath. Intending to search Debitor's lair thoroughly to ensure no remnants remained and to escort survivors safely back. There was much to be done, including reporting to the royal capital and coordinating with surrounding towns to inform families. Indeed, a great deal of work lay ahead. Then we shall take our leave. Yin said to Mu Yu and Mei Li. Are we to retrace our steps? Mu Yu suddenly realized as they walked. It seemed they would have to traverse the underground passage once more. Is there anyone here capable of teleportation magic? Speaking of which, Mei Li, did the signal you sent reach the academy? Mu Yu recalled the mechanical bird Mei Li had released, specifically designed for communication with the academy, along with a tracking device. Well, calculating it should have arrived at the academy by now, Mei Li replied after a moment of contemplation. Before she could finish her sentence, a brilliant light erupted before the three of them, and a magical circle manifested out of thin air. Chapter 55. The mischievous headmaster. The trio, taken aback by the sudden brilliance, momentarily thought they had triggered a trap. Yin reacted swiftly, lifting Mu Yu and retreating, while Mei Li stepped back 10 paces. Drawing her bow, white arrows of light forming in her grasp. No one had anticipated that a magical trap would emerge at their most relaxed moment. Could it be a contingency left by Debitor? Yin fixed her gaze on the magical circle, determined to protect Mu Yu at all costs, no matter what transpired. As the atmosphere grew tense and everyone braced themselves for a fierce battle, the radiance of the magical array began to wane, revealing a diminutive figure before the three. Is that the headmistress? Mei Li instantly recognized the little girl before her as none other than the notorious king of idleness from Theodric Academy, the whimsical old lady, and the arch-nemesis of the director, Headmistress Lilith. Ah, surprised, are you? Unexpected, I suppose. Lilith chuckled exaggeratedly, clearly reveling in her mischievous prank. The trio, Mei Li could hardly endure her headmistress's demeanor. Despite being hundreds of years old, she still behaved like a child. Observing the utterly speechless expressions of the three, Lilith felt a surge of triumph and continued, "Ahem, little Mei Li, the moment I received your message, I rushed over immediately. So, where's that rascal? Allow me to deal with him swiftly." The matter has already been resolved, headmistress." "What? I thought I might find some amusement here. What a wasted trip." Upon hearing that everything was fine, Lilith immediately pouted. Mei Li wiped her brow, realizing that while they had been fighting desperately, their headmistress had merely come for entertainment. Although the immediate crisis had passed, some aftermath tasks remained unfinished, one of which required her direct intervention. Understanding that the headmistress might be displeased, Mei Li hastily informed Lilith about the situation concerning Debitor and Elena. "Oh, human transmutation? I haven't heard that term in ages." Lilith's interest was piqued. Even after living for centuries, she had only encountered references to human transmutation in ancient texts. "Well then, little Mei Li, lead this headmistress to see it. Show the way." With a flick of her hand, Lilith gestured for Mei Li to proceed ahead. Thus, without traveling far, the three returned to the expedition team's location with Lilith in tow. Upon seeing them return, Harold assumed that Bai Ye had changed her mind and approached with a beaming smile. Before he could utter a word, Lilith interjected, "You there? Are you the one in charge?" Harold, taken aback by being addressed this way by an unfamiliar little girl, felt his smile freeze on his face as Mei Li and Yin exchanged knowing glances behind Lilith. Having learned from his experience with Bai Ye, Harold quickly understood that this seemingly ordinary little girl was far from it, especially with Mei Li and Yin following closely behind her. "Indeed. I am the person in charge here. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit, milady?" "Oh, it's nothing significant. I heard that you have a woman here. A homunculus, correct?" "That is indeed the case, but then that settles it. I shall take her with me." "Where is she?" Well, that might not be appropriate. Such a significant matter should be reported to the capital first." Lilith's demeanor was resolute, as though she were here to retrieve a particular item. Just as Harold was about to refuse, Lilith produced a badge made of sapphire, which dazzled everyone's eyes upon its revelation. For the first time, Halal beheld the adventurer's badge, having previously only seen it illustrated within the pages of Adventurer's Essentials. He found himself momentarily entranced by the radiant blue gem before snapping back to reality, hastily kneeling on one knee and uttering, "Esteemed Archmage, please forgive my rudeness." The sapphire badge, without a doubt, belonged to a Saint-tier mage adventurer. Among the already rare sorcerers, how many could truly claim the title of a Saint-tier? The stature of such a formidable figure was akin to that of a king, who would often find himself yielding even more deference. "Oh, it has not been utilized for over a century, yet it remains quite effective," Lilith remarked succinctly, further astonishing Halal. This indicated that the seemingly youthful Saint-tier adept had been a high-level adventurer 100 years prior. Piecing together various bits of information, Halal recalled a legend, one that spoke of a conflict between angels and demons a century ago, referring to a prodigious magical talent of unparalleled rarity, which pointed directly to the demon's representative. A cold sweat cascaded down Halal's brow as he questioned who had granted him the audacity to negotiate with her. "Enough of this. We must hurry, or we shall be drowned." "Take me to see the automaton," Lilith said impatiently, tapping her staff against Halal's bald head. "Why, yes, of course. Please, follow me," Halal stammered, rising cautiously and obediently leading the group to the presence of Elena. At that moment, Elena appeared utterly bewildered, grappling with the uncertainty of her existence, the nature of her surroundings, and the path that lay ahead. All that filled her mind were the fragments of information imparted by the White Knight upon her awakening. Yet her memories felt achingly vacant. As the figures of Bai Ye and his companions emerged in her line of sight, she felt a flicker of familiarity. Bai Ye was the first person she encountered upon regaining consciousness. This sense of recognition blossomed into a reassuring comfort, gradually calming her restless heart. However, it was a small girl who broke the silence first. "Elena, is that you?" "Why, yes, it is," Elena replied. "Come with me," Lilith stated matter-of-factly. "Ah, okay." Elena responded without much thought, realizing that pondering was futile in her current state of mental blankness. As Elena slowly approached, hiding behind Bai Ye, Lilith nodded and then addressed Halal. "No one named Elena has ever appeared here. Do you understand?" "Yes, I comprehend," Halal acknowledged, recognizing that silence was his only path forward. There were no alternatives. Good. Do not create any trouble for me, Lilith remarked half-jokingly. Let us depart. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Did you see that bald fellow's expression? Lilith exclaimed as soon as they were out of Halal's sight, revealing her true nature. Principal, can we not act normally? Miss Yin is still here. How embarrassing. Mei Li interjected. All right, Lilith replied, having had her fill of laughter. Everyone, gather around me. We are returning. Does Miss Yin wish to return to the academy as well? Mei Li inquired. Ah, indeed. I have yet to ask who you are, Lilith remarked, finally noticing the quiet figure of Yin, who had been silently trailing behind. In truth, it was merely Lilith's overwhelming presence that rendered Yin speechless. Ultimately, under the introduction of Wu Yue, Lilith finally became acquainted with the mercenary. A magic swordsman, you say? With such promising talent, would you care to return with me? I could offer you a teaching assistant position. The proportion of magic swordsmen within the academy was quite minimal, let alone those of master-level caliber. There was indeed one royal-level magic swordsman, but surely one individual could not manage the workload alone, which sparked Lilith's interest in recruiting talent. Hey, can I join too? Yin, although preferring a life of freedom, acknowledged that the perilous existence of bloodshed was not without its challenges. Teaching at the academy? Glancing at Wu Yue, Yin mused that entering the academy would mean seeing her every day. After much contemplation, Yin finally resolved, I will do it. The allure of such a stable position within the system was simply irresistible. It is definitely not for Wu Yue, absolutely not. Chapter 56. Return to the academy. Seeing the dazed expression on Yan's face, Lilith couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Perfect. I've just acquired a free laborer. Yet, she displayed none of this amusement outwardly. All right, let us hurry back. I still need to catch a nap, Lilith urged. Subsequently, the group began to gather around her. Are you ready? You might feel a bit dizzy. With that warning, Lilith commenced the incantation for the teleportation magic. A bit dizzy, you say? Ugh. Observing Yin, who was doubled over and retching uncontrollably, Lilith shook her head. Alas, the youth of today are truly lacking. Just one teleportation and they're like this. Beside them, Mei Li felt slightly queasy, but fortunately, it was not her first experience with teleportation, and she had mentally prepared herself. Wu Yue, employing her calming technique, merely felt a slight dizziness in her head, which was tolerable. However, upon glancing at Elena, she noticed that Elena exhibited no discomfort whatsoever. Could it be the effect of the Philosopher's Stone? Only Yin was in such a predicament, which was unavoidable. Wu Yue approached Yin from behind and gently patted her back. Thank you. Wu Yue, I feel much better, Yin said weakly. Finished throwing up? Once you're done, we should leave. Thankfully, I had the foresight to avoid directly teleporting back to the academy. Otherwise, that woman would have seen us. Tiska. Lilith wrinkled her nose. Someone as fastidious as Martida would certainly not permit any untidiness in the academy. Otherwise, she would obliterate the very ground. All right, from here on, you three can proceed on your own. I will take her back first. Before the trio could respond, Lilith seized Elena and vanished from sight. Short-range teleportation doesn't even require an incantation? Mei Li glanced around and remarked, fortunately, the esteemed headmistress didn't leave us at the entrance of the secret realm. We can already see the back gate of the academy from here. Secret realm? Yin wiped her mouth and inquired. Oh, I forgot that Miss Yin isn't yet familiar with the circumstances of our academy, Mei Li said as she helped Yin to her feet. The conversation then flowed easily as Mei Li shared an overview of the academy with Yin. Is there truly such a place? Yan has traversed numerous places and encountered countless peculiar events, yet she had never heard of the existence of such miniature worlds, nor of a legendary academy like this one. This experience far surpasses that of being a mercenary. Yan increasingly believed that her decision to accept Lilith's invitation to work here was exceedingly wise. Unbeknownst to her, what awaited her was an endless abyss of challenges. Upon entering the rear gate of the academy, Yan found herself in a dense forest, which, from her vantage point, was the very same woodland where she had participated in assassination training under the moonless sky. As she passed by the clearing where Teacher Collins spoke, she noticed a throng of students gathered, presumably there for practical training. Judging by their equipment, they appeared to be warriors, pairing off for combat practice. The clashing of swords ringing incessantly in her ears. It seemed not every instructor was as extravagant as Colin, capable of conjuring a simulated battlefield. Melly, I must say, the caliber of these students appears quite commendable, far superior to the inept individuals I've encountered outside, Yan remarked, casting an observant glance at the trainees. Aside from a lack of practical experience, their breathing, steps, and movements were all indicative of rigorous training, with an average proficiency at an intermediate level. Such prowess could easily secure them a position as captains in a kingdom's knightly order. This is attributable to our academy's formidable faculty. Do you see that man? He graduated in the same cohort as I did, and he is now a master-level instructor, even leading a formidable adventuring team outside, Melly explained. Ah, indeed. He possesses considerable skill. He must be regarded as a prodigy within the academy, Yan mused, surveying the robust figure instructing the students. Miss Yan, you are mistaken. The academy is never short of master-level talents. In fact, some students attain mastery before graduation. Individuals like him and myself are merely ordinary, Melly sighed, feeling like a mere fish in a vast ocean compared to the true monsters of the academy, relegated to an information role post-graduation. Really? I had thought my master-level prowess would allow me to thrive here. Yan felt a jolt of disillusionment from Melly's words. Sensing Yan's concern, Melly added, There is no need for despair, Miss Yan. The academy is in dire need of magic sword instructors. Otherwise, why would the principal be so eager to offer you a position as a teaching assistant upon learning of your skills? Did I almost let that slip? Is that true? Yan asked, half convinced. Indeed. Right here, Melly replied as they approached the administrative building. I must report the details of this incident to the information department. You should accompany Junior Wu Yue to find Miss Martida in the academic office. She will ensure everything is arranged. Having fought alongside each other, their bond had grown significantly, and they exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other without words. Until next time, Melly, Yan extended her fist in farewell. Melly paused momentarily, realizing that this was a customary parting gesture among mercenaries, and she reciprocated by tightly clenching her right fist to meet Yan's. Until next time. As Melly disappeared down the corridor, Yan and Wu Yue turned to ascend the stairs. Sister Yan, over here. Wu Yue called out to Yan, beckoning her toward the elevator. Without using the stairs, why would one enter a large metal box? Despite the question, Yan obediently stepped into the elevator. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, it moved. Yan was taken aback. This is magical engineering. I was startled at first too. Mu Yu explained the principles of the elevator's operation to Yan. How peculiar. This academy is filled with fascinating contraptions. I feel as though I've come from the countryside, Yan remarked, touching the elevator's walls with curiosity. Upon arriving at the door of the academic affairs office, Mu Yu knocked 3 times before suddenly recalling something. She quickly scrutinized herself and then glanced at Yan. Oh no. After several days underground, covered in dirt and blood, Yan was also a mess of wounds and grime. Miss Martilda is quite the neat freak. If she sees us. But they had already knocked. What is wrong, Mu Yu? Why are you suddenly so flustered? Yan asked, puzzled. Before Mu Yu could respond, a clear female voice came from inside. Please come in. With no other choice, they braced themselves and entered, hoping that Miss Martilda would show them some leniency. With that thought, Mu Yu gently pushed the door open. Chapter 57. Treatment and benches. Before the door was fully ajar, Martilda's voice could be heard. Is that you? Mu Yu? The usual procedure, please. Martilda was busy handling documents and did not look up at them at all. Phew, what good fortune. With that thought, Mu Yu quickly pulled Yin into a small room nearby. Moments later, they emerged from the room looking quite presentable. How did it go? Martilda inquired. Mu Yu slowly recounted the events, deliberately omitting certain details regarding debitor. Human transmutation, the philosopher's stone. Martilda repeated these 2 forbidden terms. It had been many years since she had heard such taboo words. She glanced at Yin beside Mu Yu. You must be Yin, right? Indeed. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, this mission would likely have ended poorly. To Yin's surprise, Martilda stood and offered a slight bow. After hearing Mu Yu's account, it was clear that without Yin and Master Randall's help, the mission would have been impossible. Initially, allowing Mu Yu to undertake the task alone was due to a so-called divine oracle, but now it appeared that the mission's dangers far exceeded her capabilities. The successful completion of the task surely fell within divine calculations. If you don't mind, I would like to offer you a teaching position at the academy. Martilda made the same proposal as Lilith. Well, actually, the headmaster has already invited me to be a teaching assistant, Yin replied somewhat bashfully. Having 2 prominent figures extend olive branches in succession, though their intentions differed. Martilda removed her glasses and slammed them down. How dare that little old lady outpace me? She stomped her feet in frustration. Mu Yu gently reminded her, Miss Martilda, mind your image. It seemed Matilda was unaware that Lilith had already taken the lead and secured a valuable asset. Matilda, aware of her lapse in decorum, retrieved her glasses from the floor and, employing her magic, restored the shattered lenses to their former glory. She then adjusted her collar and remarked, "Ahem. I apologize for my moment of agitation." It seemed to Wu Yu that there were still numerous grievances between the leaders of the two academies. Ordinarily, joining the academy required passing rigorous assessments, particularly for esteemed masters like Miss Yin, who would undergo extensive scrutiny regarding their backgrounds, character, and capabilities. However, given your outstanding performance in this task, you may be considered to have passed this hurdle. There should also be a sponsor, and Grandpa Ian could serve in that capacity. Wu Yu added. "Oh, right. In that case, let us discuss your remuneration directly." Matilda nodded in agreement. "Accommodation and meals at the academy are fully covered. The monthly salary is 1,000 gold coins, accompanied by a year-end bonus. Within the academy, you will receive monthly allocations of free potions, complimentary weapon maintenance, and a benefit for custom-made equipment. Outside the academy, there are shopping subsidies within the academy city, including home delivery. Let me think. And a monthly coupon for a 2-person discount at Sia, along with various benefits available throughout the academy city. Too much or too little?" Upon hearing the numbers, Yin felt her legs weaken and collapsed to her knees. Is it too little? Indeed, I too believe this treatment undervalues your talent, even as a probationary period. It should not be merely 1,000 gold coins. Matilda assumed Yin found the offer insufficient and raised it by an additional 200 gold coins. "Wait, don't increase it." Just as Yin attempted to rise, the thought of an extra 200 gold coins made her kneel again. 1,200 gold coins? The work she undertakes throughout the year hardly earns her that much. Take, for instance, the recent commission from the woman who requested that she eliminate her husband. Even that substantial job yielded less than 100 gold coins. How many such lucrative tasks can one secure in a year? And here, as a teacher at the academy, to earn a steady monthly income of 1,000 gold coins, and merely during the probationary period? Surely, you cannot be part of a trafficking ring for saint-level individuals, preying on us inexperienced little masters? If not, then what have I labored for all these years, risking life and limb? Ultimately, Miss Yin sold herself for the exorbitant sum of 1,200 gold coins to what she presumed was a saint-level trafficking syndicate. There was little choice. They offered far too much. Moreover, upon learning that Yin had previously pawned her great sword due to financial strain, the angelic Matilda generously advanced a month's salary, moving Yin to tears, nearly prompting her to pledge her allegiance as a foster daughter. On the way back to the dormitory, Yin carried a heavy sack filled with gold coins, her face radiant with the joy of newfound success. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the two figures elongated. Arriving at Wu Yu's dormitory door, Wu Yu paused. Sister Yin, she suddenly said. "Yes? What is it, Wu Yu?" Yin replied, her expression brimming with delight. "Thank you. Without you, Senior Meili, and Grandpa Ian along this journey, I surely would have accomplished nothing," Wu Yu said sincerely. "Oh, it's nothing significant. It was merely a small effort on my part." Yin spoke with an air of ease and comfort, yet Wu Yu understood that throughout their journey, Yin had consistently taken upon himself the most perilous tasks, ensuring that Wu Yu remained unscathed. The reward they had previously agreed upon suddenly rendered Wu Yu speechless, her cheeks flushing crimson. "What reward?" Yin was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, that. I nearly forgot until you mentioned it." He tossed aside the bag filled with gold coins and, with an affectionate gesture, pulled the flustered Wu Yu onto his lap, settling onto a nearby bench. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a hand gently rested upon her head, tenderly stroking her hair. Wu Yu looked up to find Yan's eyes sparkling with warmth. "You know, Wu Yu, despite my daily involvement in the murky business of mercenaries, I possess an innate fondness for all things adorable. I have often envisioned a place, a sanctuary solely mine, where I could lavishly dress as a princess, surrounded by a mountain of dolls and toys at my bedside. Like any other little girl, I longed to encounter a genuine unicorn in the woods. Silly, isn't it, this dream of mine? Each time I concluded a job, despite being smeared with blood, I still found myself yearning for that fantastical dream. Yet reality is harsh. My hands are stained with an ever-increasing amount of blood, while I still fail to attain anything I desire. Each day is spent racing from one commission to another, all for a meager commission, until the day I met you. It was the first time I felt my dream was not so absurd, for right before me stood a little darling straight from my dreams. Although our acquaintance is brief, I sense we could become lifelong friends, allowing me to offer you so much. Now, I finally possess the means to fulfill my dreams, all thanks to you." Having spoken, Yin rested his chin atop Wu Yu's head. The mercenary notorious for countless kills now resembled a girl cradling a doll. Wu Yu reveled in this warmth, listening to Yan's heartfelt confession, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 58. Calandria. After the White Knight fell into silence, consciousness was drawn into a white space by the will of the world. "You have performed admirably," the will of the world intoned softly. Of course, it was oblivious to the schemes of White Knight and Debitor. Everything concerning the travelers remained nebulous to it, with the only certainty being that the entity known as Debitor had been utterly eradicated from its world. "Now that the task is complete, I shall grant you the reward I previously promised." The reward was simple: a further liberation of memories and an enhancement of the spiritual power of both White Knight and Wu Yu, enabling them to bear a greater volume of memories. Noticing White Knight's silence, the will of the world paused momentarily before inquiring, "Do you have any questions?" White Knight slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the golden radiance. "I suppose I am not the first person to arrive here, am I? Nor am I the initial individual upon whom you have placed your hopes?" This question evidently perplexed the will of the world, and the atmosphere became tense. "You have spoken thus to every traveler, yet the ultimate outcome is that not only have you failed to resolve the initial issues, but you have also entangled more individuals in the process. As the embodiment of the world's will, you exhibit not a trace of compassion for this realm. Perhaps you have long prepared an escape route, ready to abandon this world at a moment's notice." The subtle machinations of the world's will were laid bare by Bai Ye's incisive words, revealing its true nature. "I had a premonition that it was that individual who had whispered something to you. Despite my prior warnings to Bai Ye, has it come to this? Should we not consider erasing Bai Ye before another entity like Daibit emerges? However, summoning Bai Ye is our final opportunity. What? Are you now wary of me? Do you wish to eliminate me? Very well. You may seek assistance from another world." Bai Ye perceived the murderous intent and spoke directly. "Alas, you have triumphed." The worlds will conceded, recognizing that Bai Ye remains the last flicker of hope. Reluctantly, it wished to avoid relinquishing this world, lest it return only to be mocked by the elders. "Speak, what is it that you desire?" There was an unmistakable hint of ire in the words of the world's will. "In my lifetime, every task I have willingly undertaken, I shall see through to completion, provided the employer shows sincerity. Since I have taken on this mess you have created, I will do my utmost." What about you? Where is your sincerity? You have concealed far too much. Is this truly the attitude of a collaborator? Let alone the manner in which you communicate and your air of mystique. Do you find this amusing? Bai Ye's words left the worlds will speechless. Curse it. This fellow dares to critique my way of speaking. Yet, it pressed on. Mortal, I must caution you that some knowledge is better left undiscovered. I acknowledge that I have indeed withheld certain truths. With that, a golden orb shimmered and transformed into a noble and resplendent woman, seated regally upon a jade throne. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the will of this world, the primordial being, Calandria. Oh, is it to be understood that this continent bears your name? Rather, this world is composed of my very essence. Pengu, perhaps? Yet, such details are trivial. If you wish to learn more, I shall enlighten you. Firstly, your previous remarks can be likened to a grand gamble, and indeed, you have prevailed. I concede that you are the final soul I can summon. Bai Ye acknowledged the gamble inherent in his words, recalling Calandria's urgent warnings, even as her true self was laid bare. Moreover, you are correct. I have indeed prepared a contingency, which entails forsaking this world. However, the cost of abandoning a world is steep, subjecting one to ridicule. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not take such a step. Secondly, regarding information on travelers from other realms, I cannot divulge much further, as it involves too many entanglements of fate. Only at the appropriate moment can I disclose such matters. However, I can tell you that the current travelers in this world are not all solitary figures like Daibit. Some have already formed organizations. Bai Ye was taken aback, as one hailing from an assassin organization. He understood all too well the terrifying force that could arise when like-minded individuals band together. Take the Nightingale organization, where Bai Ye once resided. It ranks among the foremost assassin factions on Blue Star, unafraid to undertake any task, even in the face of national powers that must yield to its might. The organization possesses intelligence that spans the globe, and should anyone dare to provoke them, with a mere command from the leader, hundreds upon hundreds of assassins will descend upon the offender, leaving no trace behind. In this even more lawless alternate realm, what kind of entity will an organization composed of transgressors be? Is this something Bai Ye can confront? There is no need for excessive concern. Calandria smiled softly, observing Bai Ye's troubled expression, which served as a small act of revenge. Do you recall my initial words about cleansing the world's filth? I never claimed that all transgressors are targets for your mission. Ultimately, only those transgressors I summoned end up either slain or colluding with those wretches, spiraling into utter depravity. The reason for which remains a mystery to me. Bai Ye's lip twitched. How could she speak such words? Have you truly not reflected upon whether the fault lies with you? So, there are many transgressors who were not summoned by you. I had assumed that their appearance was merely a result of the world's while acting erratically. Calandria retorted, somewhat displeased. Of course, the reasons for transgression are manifold. I shall refrain from elaborating on the specifics. In any case, these rogue transgressors are still scattered throughout the world. Perhaps they may even serve as your allies. Bai Ye considered this, realizing that only transgressors could effectively defeat other transgressors, and he would need to remain vigilant in this regard. Wait. Bai Ye suddenly recalled the peculiar high technology within the academy. While I cannot divulge specific details, I can confirm that there are indeed transgressors present within that academy. Calandria stated candidly. No wonder. If all goes as expected, he should be an ordinary transgressor. At the very least, his innovative ideas have indeed brought convenience to the academy. I just wonder if he can create some weapons and equipment that do not belong to this world. Bai Ye suddenly found himself missing his firearms. Is everything resolved? If so, begone. I am quite exasperated today. Calandria waved her hand impatiently, signaling Bai Ye to leave. Regardless, I merely desire a stable rear. I do not wish to be fighting for my life while being stabbed in the back. If my previous remarks offended you, I apologize. All right. I am not such a petty deity. I shall not be angry. Just hurry along. Calandria was taken aback by the unexpected apology, turning away to hide her embarrassment. Well then, I am off. With those 3 words, Bai Ye transformed into light and vanished. I truly took a risk this time. Bai Ye, I implore you. Chapter 59. After tea and meals upon Bai Ye's return, he found Wu Yue peacefully asleep in Yan's embrace. What transpired during my absence? As for Yan, seeing Wu Yue in slumber, he smiled and carried her to the dormitory entrance. Who is it? It was Bila's voice, as she spent the most time in the dormitory. Pushing the door open, he encountered an unfamiliar woman cradling Wu Yue. Yan gestured for Bil to lower her voice, so as not to awaken Wu. Understanding his intent, Bil stepped aside and indicated the direction of Wu's room, allowing Yan to carry Wu inside. Yan gently tucked Wu in and, treading softly, made his way downstairs. He introduced himself to Bil, saying, "Greetings, I am Yan, the new teaching assistant." "Hello, Miss Yan. And what brings you to Wu?" Bil inquired. Yan recounted the events that had transpired. I see. What a thrilling and perilous adventure it has been. Thanks to Wu, I have secured a position at this academy, he remarked, casting a glance upstairs. I shall not impose further. I still need to find accommodation. Until we meet again. Indeed, Miss Yan. Travel safely and do visit us when you have the time, Bil replied, ever gracious to everyone. Meanwhile, Wu slowly opened her eyes to a shroud of darkness. I've slept for quite a while, haven't I? She asked. You've slumbered for about 4 or 5 hours, from afternoon until nightfall, Bil calculated. Such a long time, Wu murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she prepared to descend the stairs. As she opened the door, Bil was already aware of her awakening. Wu, you are finally awake. You must be hungry. There's still some dinner left, and it hasn't gone cold. Wu, welcome back, greeted Sevi, who had just returned from evening training, freshly bathed and clad in her pajamas, reclining on the sofa. Seeing this scene, Wu felt the warmth of friendship, and all her thoughts coalesced into a single expression. Yes, I'm back, everyone. Don't just stand there, come down to eat. I want to hear all about your adventure. Oh, and did you use the potion I gave you? How did it work? Any side effects? Bil's questions came forth in rapid succession, like a barrage of cannon fire. Sevi interjected, Bil. How many times must I tell you to speak more slowly? Is your tongue in such a hurry? Oh dear, I simply haven't seen Wu in so long. I've missed her, Bil replied. Is it true that the Philosopher's Stone truly exists? Upon hearing Wu's account, Bai nearly leapt from her seat. It was every alchemist's ultimate dream, and Bai was no exception. Quick, tell me, what does the Philosopher's Stone look like? It's red, like a heart. Wu struggled to articulate. Oh, is that so? My goodness, that sounds stunning. Even such an abstract description did not hinder Bai's vivid imagination. And you mentioned that the Philosopher's Stone is extracted from the human body? So, is it human transmutation? Wu was taken aback that Bai was aware of human transmutation. Fearing she might tread a perilous path, she cautioned, Bai, you must not repeat the mistakes of the past. Human transmutation is. I know. I've heard enough about that since childhood, Bai interrupted. Fear not, for I am a principled alchemist. If I seek the Philosopher's Stone, I shall pursue the righteous path. Besides, there are other avenues to achieve it. Human transmutation is utterly abhorrent. I would never resort to such means. Is that so? In order to keep the information confidential, Ian did not elaborate in detail, leading those present to naturally assume that the Philosopher's Stone could only exist within the bodies of alchemical creatures and could only be nurtured through the warmth of living beings. This topic, which fell squarely within Bela's area of expertise, caused her already restless tongue to become even more animated. Let me tell you, she exclaimed, as long as we find the right materials in the appropriate time and place, we can indeed forge a Philosopher's Stone. Although the freshly created stone requires nurturing, that is not a daunting task. The challenge lies in sourcing the suitable materials. While it may sound easy when I say it, what exactly do we need? To this day, very few are privy to that knowledge, and even if they were, where would they seek it? Take, for instance, the only material I know of. The mandrake. It is said to grow beneath the guillotine, nourished by the blood of countless executed criminals, with only a minuscule chance of sprouting a single plant. It sounds simple, does it not? But therein lies the conundrum. How many such execution sites exist? How would one gain access? And even if you were fortunate enough to enter, would you truly be lucky enough to find a plant waiting for you to harvest? Furthermore, the most daunting aspect is that mature mandrakes are said to possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, having been nurtured by the blood of thousands. They have transformed into magical beasts. Let us not even discuss how a defenseless alchemist would confront it. Even if you were to enlist the strength of others to defeat it, if it chose to flee, could you truly pursue it? A barrage of questions was hurled at Bai Ye and Sophia, causing Bai Ye to furrow his brow at the revelation. Is this truly a plant, or merely one of the required materials? Bai Ye finally grasped why human transmutation was deemed a taboo. It was akin to bypassing the problem-solving steps and arriving directly at the conclusion. Bela sipped her water and continued, now that I think about it, there seems to be something amiss. How did this fellow, Daibite, manage to produce so many Philosopher's Stones? One must remember that alchemy adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Given the number of victims you mentioned, it simply does not suffice to account for such a large quantity. This brings us to the demon who forged a contract with Daibite, granting him the ability to cheat. Naturally, such secrets could never be divulged to Bela. An alchemist with faith? Bai Ye pondered Bela's words. Not a single individual in this dormitory is without their own complexities. The casual chatter over tea concluded, and Bai Ye cleaned the used utensils before returning to the living room to rest against the sofa. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, Bela suddenly recalled. There's a rumor that next week, there will be a competition organized by the student council. Will you participate? A competition? Bai Ye exclaimed in surprise. It seems that only this year's students can sign up. I lack combat abilities, so I won't join, but Lulu will likely participate. What about you two? I heard there are mysterious grand prizes for the top 3, Bela added. Sophia replied, I am indifferent to the prizes. I simply wish to battle strong opponents. I shall participate. Go ahead, Bai Ye. You must seize every opportunity for experience. With Bai Ye's encouragement, Bai Ye, eager to witness the prowess of this year's newcomers, felt no hesitation. Well then, I shall participate as well. Chapter 60. Pre-match training. On the second day, Bai Ye arose earlier than usual, preparing for the special training ahead of the competition scheduled for a week later. However, with merely 5 days remaining, the urgency was palpable. Among the current cohort, there were likely formidable figures akin to Sophia, and Bai Ye still found herself at a slight disadvantage in comparison. Who could predict the caliber of opponents she might encounter? Her only advantage might lie in the peculiar skills that did not belong to this realm. Naturally, it would be prudent to avoid deploying bizarre abilities in public settings. Therefore, It was essential for Wu Yue to master the assassin skill set pertinent to this world. Bai Ye seized this opportunity to impart some useful skills gleaned from his newly unlocked memories to Wu Yue. She had scarcely ventured into the realm of illusion magic, as Bai Ye initially held a skeptical view of it, constrained by the limitations of his past experiences, which led him to believe that speed and precision were paramount. However, after undergoing training with Karen, he recognized the terrifying potential of illusionary assassins, capable of ensnaring their foes unawares and plunging them into disarray. This approach proved effective in both one-on-one confrontations and scenarios involving multiple adversaries. Previously, the only illusion skills Wu Yue could learn were intermediate-level phantoms and provocation. The former left a residual image in battle to confuse the enemy, while the latter incited the enemy's wrath, resulting in indiscriminate attacks on surrounding entities, excelling at sowing chaos. Although the investment in learning these skills was minimal, their impact in a one-on-one scenario was not substantial, which is why Bai Ye had refrained from teaching them to her. What caught Bai Ye's attention was a newly introduced skill in his recollections, the doppelganger. In a world fraught with horror, this illusion targeted the psyche, creating an exact replica of the opponent to incessantly disrupt their focus and gradually siphon off their mental energy. It rendered the original body immune to all damage except for mental assaults. In other words, unless the subject possessed sufficient mental fortitude to dispel the illusion or received external purification-like assistance, there was no alternative. Under the relentless interference of the doppelganger, the original would slowly descend into madness, ultimately collapsing from mental exhaustion. To outsiders, it would appear as though the subject had inexplicably succumbed to insanity before ultimately succumbing. However, the drawbacks of the doppelganger were glaringly apparent. Firstly, it lacked any substantive lethality. The depletion of mental energy inflicted minimal damage, which did not align with Bai Ye's preference for firepower. Secondly, the process of completely overpowering the original was lengthy and varied from individual to individual. While the power of the doppelganger intensified over time, even potentially replacing the original, it might only serve as a means of intimidation in a competition. Despite the pronounced pros and cons of this skill, Bai Ye resolved to have Wu Yue learn it, driven by an audacious notion. He also conducted a cursory selection of martial techniques and magic tailored for direct combat, emphasizing stealth as the central tenet. Primarily focusing on shadow magic complemented by an array of cunning martial skills, aiming to conclude battles swiftly, with specific strategies adjusted according to the opponent as profession. Previously, Baihong was to be practiced by Wu Yue, but this time it shall be set aside due to insufficient proficiency. The risk lies in either injuring oneself or harming others. Victory is desirable, yet it is crucial to embody the essence of an assassin, avoiding the reckless destruction of others' weapons as if they were mere tofu. Despite having witnessed Nair's unconventional methods, Bai still hopes for Wu Yue to embrace the role of a proper assassin. As for the notion of hurling meteorites, that can be deliberated upon at a later time. Moreover, Bai intends to impart some enhancement skills to Wu Yue. It is undeniable that apart from agility, Wu Yue's attributes pale in comparison to adventurers of the same level, making direct combat a disadvantage. The majority of enhancement magic is typically reserved for knights, priests, warriors, and mages, with assassins possessing very few. The more commonly employed enhancements are akin to those of archers, such as Eagle Eye and Night Vision. The only noteworthy skills are Keen Edge and Heightened Perception. Regrettably, Bai must resort to borrowing two skills from other realms. Bullet Time allows one to slow down all actions within their field of vision for a brief duration, though merely seeing does not guarantee evasion. It suffices for combat at a comparable level. Super Thinking, while seemingly of little use on its own, synergizes perfectly with Bullet Time. Additionally, Super Thinking appears to possess potential for growth, evolving into other skills, a prospect worth anticipating. Such peculiar skills, akin to plugins, merit Bai's exploration. Perhaps the creation of a unique skill is within reach. Throughout an entire morning, Bai diligently taught Wu Yue all the necessary skills. Thanks to Bai's presence, Wu Yue quickly grasped the simpler techniques. The remaining 4 days would be devoted to internalizing these skills, which would undoubtedly yield unexpected surprises for the newcomers. 4 days later, with the competition looming tomorrow, Bai decided to prepare a delightful meal for the three of them. Bila donned an apron and set about cooking. Lulu finally returned the day before the competition, yet when asked about her recent experiences, she remained oblivious. During her time away for studies, She had spent most of it sleeping, occasionally accompanying Master Ransol on excursions. Ian, however, had not been idle. Whenever Lulu fell asleep, he would summon a familiar to ensure her safety and then manipulate the golem to explore. It seems that Ian's teaching philosophy revolves around allowing things to unfold naturally. Some individuals are inherently gifted, necessitating minimal intervention. After all, how can one ascertain that a person has not exerted effort? Ian had keenly observed Lulu's diligence, which is why he had selected her as a student at first glance. What competition? Lulu abruptly awoke, drooling. Master Ransol mentioned he has already enrolled you, Sophia stated. Oh, make sure to call me when the time comes, she replied before drifting back to sleep. By the way, Sophia, you are the favorite to win this time. I hear you even have a fan club, Bela teased while cooking. Boring, Sophia commented on the fan club's existence. It is not surprising that such a situation may arise. Sophia's distinguished lineage dictates her remarkable prominence, and her unparalleled prowess has rendered her a veritable flower among both male and female peers. Her formidable reputation having spread far and wide, it is indeed challenging not to consider her a frontrunner for the championship. However, the Theodore Academy has never been devoid of prodigies. Who knows whether among the less conspicuous students there lies a dark horse? For instance, the student Koyulu, whose anticipation is palpable. Chapter 61. The opening. Good morning, fellow students. Welcome to the venue of the 97th Lilith Cup Freshman Exchange Competition, organized and hosted by the Student Council. I am your host, Nakabrand. Clad in the Student Council uniform, Nakabrand stands at the podium of the Academy's training ground, delivering her opening remarks to the neatly arranged new cohort of students. This competition boasts a rich history, conceived by the esteemed Headmaster Lilith, as a means to foster amicable exchanges among newcomers and to select exemplary student representatives. Overcoming numerous challenges, it was initiated in the era of the continent's history. Nakabrand is aware that she must deliver the customary pleasantries, at the very least. The freshmen should not be led to perceive the headmaster as a person of particularly harsh disposition. Moreover, they must remain oblivious to the fact that this competition was merely a whimsical idea conceived by Headmaster Lilith during a moment of ennui. In reality, throughout the years, the headmaster has only attended the inaugural event, with subsequent competitions being, unsurprisingly, entrusted to Miss Martida and organized by the Student Council. Alas, what a misfortune. Now, allow me to introduce the judges for this grand competition, from left to right. Wait, what is this? Nakabrand suddenly notices a diminutive figure that should not have been present at the judges' table. Good heavens, the headmaster herself has graced the competition with her presence. After a span of 96 years, having witnessed generations come and go, the founder of the competition, Headmaster Lilith, has returned to the scene. Tears well up. Faced with a moment that could very well be recorded in the annals of the Academy, Nakabrand feigns composure and sequentially introduces the four judges from left to right: Martida, Lilith, Ian, and a young man named Huron. Lilith, please put your feet down. There are so many people here. Be mindful of your impact, Martida admonishes Lilith, who resembles a playful child. Understood. How bothersome, Lilith retorts, believing that merely not appearing in her nightwear is already a significant concession. Ian wears a perpetual smile, observing his two elder peers, who are nearly twice his age, without uttering a word. Huron, the young man, does not appear to be an immortal, yet he does not exhibit the frailty characteristic of Ian, which piques Bai Ye's curiosity about how he stands shoulder to shoulder with three formidable beings of the sacred tier. Finally, I shall unveil the trophy and prizes for this competition. The curtain rises to reveal a gilded trophy, embodying the image of Lilith, intricately detailed, seemingly crafted by a skilled artisan. Clearly, the Academy has invested considerable effort. To the left lies the second prize, a string of obsidian crystal necklaces, which any discerning eye can recognize as magically enhanced, significantly smaller than the one Marina's bestowed upon Wuyue. On the right lies a coupon, a testament to Miss Martilda's genuine concern for her establishment, as she tirelessly promotes her store at every opportunity. The first and second prizes hardly require elaboration. The esteemed director of the Academy's presence alone renders them akin to exquisite works of art, while the necklace, enchanted by the renowned Master Vita, is indeed a rare treasure. However, the third prize deserves particular mention. The illustrious and upscale restaurant, Sia, is among the sponsors of this competition, and possessing this coupon grants one lifetime discounts. Though reluctantly, Miss Martilda must fulfill her promotional duties, leaving Nako with no choice but to comply. Subsequently, the judges took turns delivering speeches filled with formalities. After expressing gratitude for the judges' eloquent words, Nako announced the conclusion of the opening ceremony, urging the participants to prepare for the imminent first round of eliminations. With that, she stepped down from the podium amidst applause, feeling utterly exhausted and regretting her decision to take on this task. As the opening ceremony concluded, the crowd shifted to the spectator stands of the training ground, settling into their seats. The first round of the competition was straightforward, based on the number of registered participants. A lottery would determine pairings for head-to-head battles, with the victors advancing and the defeated being eliminated, ultimately narrowing the field by half. There was no embellishment, only a contest of skill and chance. Soon, as the students took their seats, the first match was about to commence. It was rumored that this year's registrations had reached a record high, totaling 300 participants. Bila procured 4 portions of snacks to share among the group. The academy insisted on utilizing a single venue, ensuring that no spectator missed a single match. With so many competitors, it seemed the event would stretch on for quite some time, perhaps even a week. Sophia remarked, "Have you noticed? The competition schedule overlaps with class hours." This implied that the academy had transformed the event into a grand practical lesson, allowing us to deepen our understanding of vocational affinities and combat techniques through each duel. Bila began to appreciate the academy's thoughtful planning. "Ah, it's starting. Will you?" exclaimed. At that moment, the referee announced, Class 2 Warrior Gray versus Class 9 Knight Scott. Right from the outset, 2 formidable melee classes clashed, igniting excitement among the audience. In truth, the distinction between warriors and knights is rather nebulous. Both don armor and primarily engage in close-quarters combat. However, warriors tend to embody a broader range of styles and weaponry, relying heavily on martial skills. A warrior well-versed in a formidable martial discipline will invariably possess greater overall strength than a warrior lacking such specialization. In contrast, knights focus more on various enhancements, such as the adept use of holy light magic, epitomized by the paladin, who can attack, defend, and heal. While their martial skills may appear unremarkable, their various enhancements should never be underestimated. Within the arena, the 2 students had donned their respective gear and stood ready to face one another. From the weaponry alone, it was evident that Gray, the warrior, had opted for agility over bulk, abandoning the shield and heavy armor in favor of a single-handed sword, suggesting a deliberate focus on swordsmanship, with agility and technique likely to be his strong suits. His opponent, Knight Scott, clad in heavy plate armor, wielded a kite-shaped shield in his left hand and a nearly 2-meter-long halberd in his right. Both sides had undeniably chosen an extreme representation of their respective professions. "This match is bound to be captivating," remarked Bai Ye. "Sophia, what do you think? Which side has the upper hand?" Bila inquired of Sophia. "Without a doubt, it is this warrior," Sophia asserted firmly. "Huh, why is that?" "I believe the tall, sturdy knight in heavy armor will prevail," Bila replied, unable to grasp the intricacies of the situation and judging solely by appearances. "Look at his stance. This warrior is clearly a disciple of the sword god style. Though the knight is formidable, he stands no chance against him." Although Bila was unfamiliar with the sword god style, Sophia's confidence made her somewhat convinced, and she continued to watch with interest. "Oh dear, I forgot to ask if there are any betting opportunities. This is a fine chance to make some money." The money-minded Bila slapped her forehead and rose to seek out the betting table. However, even if she found it, it would be too late. For at that moment, after exchanging courtesies, the 2 combatants had assumed their stances, and the first duel was about to commence. Chapter 62. The first battle. The warrior named Gray was the first to act, aiming to seize the initiative before Scott could activate any protective enhancements. Scott, aware that without such enhancements he was merely a walking tin can, chose to remain stationary and began chanting a type of protective incantation. Compared to magical spells, the incantation for enhancements was quite brief, typically comprising only 3 words. A flash of silver light emanated from Scott's armor and shield, indicating a defensive enhancement. Just then, Gray charged toward Scott, bringing his long sword down with great force. With a resounding clang, silver sparks flew as Scott effortlessly blocked the initial strike with his shield and, seizing the opportunity, thrust his halberd toward Gray's waist. Rather than sidestepping the thrust, Gray leapt into the air, using the halberd as leverage to vault over Scott and land behind him, where he was unprotected. The advantage of his lighter armor was evident. A single effective strike could inflict significant damage on Scott and conclude the match. With this thought in mind, Gray executed the Sword God-style technique, Twin Dragon's Flash, targeting Scott's back. Clang, clang. Accompanied by two crisp sounds, the silver glow dissipated entirely, leaving two significant dents in the armor on Scott's back, but that was all. The enhancement he had employed, known as Silver Glow, was exceedingly rare among knights and conferred exceptional defense, but it could only be activated 3 times. Taken aback by this unfamiliar enhancement, Gray quickly regained his composure and evaded the retaliatory strike from Scott's shield. As soon as the distance widened, Scott resumed, chanting another protective spell. However, Gray, unwilling to grant him the opportunity to retreat into his shell after a failed attempt, hurled his long sword towards Scott, the weapon slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Following the trajectory of the flying sword, Gray charged in pursuit. Faced with the imminent threat, Scott had no choice but to abandon his chanting and focus entirely on defending against the flying blade. He initially believed that even without an enhancement, his sturdy shield would suffice to block the projectile, but he soon realized that this sword was not so easily dismissed. At the very moment the tip of the sword made contact with the shield, Scott experienced a powerful shockwave radiating from that point, transferring through the shield to his arm, rendering it numb and weak, unable to hold the shield steady. Before he could regain his composure, Gray's flying kick struck the shield, sending Scott staggering several steps backward. The encounter was far from over. Gray caught the long sword that had yet to touch the ground and, with a twist of his body, slashed it diagonally towards Scott. This time, Scott could not withstand the blow. The shield was knocked from his grasp. Left with only his axe spear, Scott was no match for Gray. After a few feeble attempts to defend himself, he was pierced in the right shoulder by Gray's sword, rendering him incapable of further combat. The victor, Gray from Class 2. The referee's announcement declared the outcome. In a brief span of mere minutes, Gray achieved victory with an almost overwhelming advantage. Aside from an initial effective block by the protective enchantment, his performance was commendable. Unfortunately for Knight Scott, he encountered an exceptionally agile warrior. Had he faced a fighter from another school, he might have had a fighting chance. Wow, it's truly as you said, Bela remarked, having returned at some point. Her face etched with frustration, indicating that her endeavors to earn money were not progressing smoothly. To be honest, Bai Ye also found it hard to believe Sophia's initial assessment. Wasn't the knight supposed to overpower the warrior based on their equipment? The unexpected outcome was indeed surprising, suggesting that this sword god style possessed a certain depth. It's merely a matter of experience, Sophia stated. Her father had sought out various sword instructors for her since childhood, resulting in her possessing a bit of knowledge in every style. Not long after the conclusion of the first match, the second match commenced swiftly. A mage faced off against an archer. Thus, an entire morning passed, comprising 36 matches, most of which were quite captivating. It seemed that those who could enter the academy were far from ordinary. It appears this cohort of students is exceptionally talented, Ian commented, stroking his beard with a smile. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I have encountered such unique students. A young man named Huron concurred wholeheartedly with Ian's sentiment. Oh, are you referring to that archer brother who bewildered the warrior opposite the battle general? Ian inquired. Precisely. He reminds me of someone, Martilda remarked. Lilith, you haven't slipped away to frolic elsewhere. That is not like you at all. Lilith remained seated, motionless, and did not respond to Martilda's words. Realizing something was amiss, Martilda hurriedly approached for a closer look, only to discover that this was merely an illusion of Lilith. Her true self lay sprawled out in a deep slumber nearby. I shouldn't have held any expectations, Martilda thought, and called over a nearby student council member to fetch a blanket. It's already this late. Let's go eat. Kulu, wake up. Sophia's match is in the afternoon, right? Bela gently patted the sleeping Kulu and inquired of Sophia. After the last match of the morning concluded, they immediately began to draw numbers for the afternoon, determining the order of appearances. Sophia was among them. She nodded and then rose, taking Wu Yue's hand as the four of them made their way to the cafeteria. Due to the convenience of cooking in their dormitories, the college cafeteria rarely sees visitors, with only those unable to prepare their own meals, such as the inept, the indolent, or the pressed for time, seeking sustenance there. As Sophia approached the cafeteria, she noticed a throng of banner-waving individuals congregated at its entrance. It appeared strikingly similar to the fan club Bela had mentioned earlier. To Bela's surprise, It seemed these fans had anticipated Sophia's arrival, positioning themselves there well in advance. Sophia frowned, contemplating retreat, but it was too late. Her distinctive hair had already drawn the fervent fans' attention. "Isn't that Lady Sophia?" someone exclaimed. Instantly, the crowd's gaze shifted toward the four of them, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Ah, lady, I am your devoted fan," a girl shouted, and in an instant, the crowd surged forward, encircling them tightly. The speed of their response raised suspicions that there may have been someone orchestrating the scene from behind. "Goddess, may I be scolded by you? With that look in your eyes." "Yes, like right now." A boy was dragged to the back, subjected to a flurry of playful blows. Such occurrences were plentiful, and there was no need to enumerate them all. As Sophia's roommates, Biola and Wuyue also became targets of the fans' exuberant attention. "Why is it that we encounter such overzealous fans everywhere?" Bai Ye lamented. Unable to endure any longer, Sophia unleashed her ice magic, which swiftly spread from her feet, freezing the crowd in place. With that, she led the three of them out of the fans' clutches. "Ah, she remains as stunningly beautiful as ever," thought all the fans in unison. Chapter 63. The Sword of Ice. Generally, the college forbids students from using magic to assault others, but Sophia, pushed to her limits, had no choice but to resort to such measures. The freezing spell would last long enough for them to enjoy a meal. "Sophia, this cannot continue. What if they camp out at the cafeteria for days on end?" Bai Ye inquired. "Then we shall freeze them every time we encounter them," Sophia replied resolutely. "That's not advisable. Surely, the self-governing committee will come after you for this incident. Whether the situation can be resolved is uncertain. But we should avoid using force if possible," Biola urged anxiously. "With such a multitude, there must be a leader among them," Bai Ye remarked. "If we can identify the founder of this fan club, we might resolve the issue at its source," Wuyue added. "Let us investigate this matter discreetly, without alarming Sophia," he concluded. "Understood, master. The motives of this fan club are unlikely to be so innocuous. At least the founder is not so innocent. The students of this academy should not be so fanatically devoted to idol worship. There must be someone instigating this chaos." Upon receiving news, the members of the self-governing committee swiftly arrived near the cafeteria. Seeing a group of students frozen like statues, they initially suspected an invasion had occurred. However, upon noticing the banners, they quickly grasped the situation. "Unfreeze them, then disperse the crowd," commanded the leading member of the committee. The words of that young lady suddenly made sense. Ultimately, as long as there were no fatalities, the academy's infirmary could manage the situation. "All right, everyone disperse and return to your tasks," he shouted at the onlookers. This brief incident had significantly dampened Sophia's spirits. It seemed her opponent would soon find himself in dire straits. Biora whispered to Muyu. Match 45, Class 1 Sword Mage, Sophia, versus Class 2's Warrior, Freeman. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, a wave of cheers erupted from a section of the crowd, followed by the unfurling of a massive banner emblazoned with an image of Sophia, her expression as frosty as winter. "Goddess, goddess, goddess." The chants resonated thunderously. Biora could distinctly sense the temperature around her dropping and instinctively clung to Muyu. Without uttering a word, Sophia, her face darkened, rose to take the stage. Freeman was an unremarkable youth, lacking any distinctive features. Now, confronted by this ethereal beauty, whose icy demeanor pierced through him, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. "Why, hello, I am Freeman. I look forward to your guidance," he stammered, unsure of himself, bowing awkwardly. "Sophia?" The girl replied coldly. "You shall find me merciful. Begin." The referee's command rang out. Before Freeman could process the command, a chill swept over him, and his vision darkened as he lost consciousness. To the spectators, it appeared that the moment the referee called for the match to commence, Sophia vanished from her position and reappeared behind Freeman, her sword sealing him in ice. Sophia sheathed her sword and turned to the referee, who stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before finally reacting. "Medical team, attend to him." He then declared Sophia the victor. Sophia cast a glance towards her fan club before gradually fading from the audience's sight. Only then did the spectators begin to regain their composure. Did she just win in seconds? The fan club seemed to have been well prepared, energizing the atmosphere throughout the arena. "Sophia, Sophia, Sophia." It was likely that the number of her supporters would greatly increase after this match, though it was not the outcome she desired. "Muyu, did you sense that murderous intent?" Biora inquired. Even someone as inexperienced in combat as Biora could feel it, so how could Muyu miss it? Sophia had genuinely drawn blood. Miyu knew this all too well. Having sparred with Sophia numerous times without ever encountering such lethal force or that particular technique. Master, if it were you, could you withstand that move? Miyu asked, lacking confidence in her own abilities. Given our current circumstances, it would be prudent to retreat, Bai Ye replied. Everything unfolded too swiftly to fully comprehend the nature of that strike. The distance between them was vast, and in an instant, Sophia had appeared behind him. Was this truly the capability of a high-level sword mage? Initially, Bai Ye had encouraged Miyu to learn the white rainbow technique to counter Sophia's ice-based magic. It could be said that Miyu had always trained with Sophia as her benchmark. Today's encounter has prompted a revision of my learning plan. Sophia returned to her seat as if nothing had occurred. Yet it was uncertain whether it was the exhaustion from that formidable strike or the aftermath of the duel that had notably elevated her spirits. In the wake of Sophia's remarkable performance, the subsequent matches paled in comparison, leaving the audience disinterested as they continued to savor the memory of that singular blow. Truly, she is the daughter of a noble house from the north, Ian remarked in admiration. Indeed, like father, like daughter, Hylan commented as she observed Sophia's supporters in the stands. Smiling, it is hard to believe that her father was once merely a reckless youth. Who could have foreseen that his daughter would grow so swiftly? Lilith feigned age as she spoke. I wonder who it is that constantly teases her, Martilda mercilessly exposed. You hypocrite. Wasn't he it you who sought to ensnare him? Otherwise, why wouldn't you approach him? Oh, are you afraid he might perceive you as the eccentric aunt? Lilith retorted. The two resumed their bickering. That evening, Wuyue expressed a desire to take a stroll, unable to bear being cooped up all day. However, her true intention was to investigate the origins of the fan club. Master, where shall we begin our search? Wuyue inquired. Well, we must first locate several members of the fan group to ascertain the situation, and then follow the clues to unveil the mastermind behind it all. Although Bai Ye had made an effort to memorize the faces of a few fans during the day, the vast dormitory area posed a challenge in locating them. Ultimately, she decided to wander aimlessly, hoping to fortuitously encounter a member of the fan club. As she roamed, Wuyue suddenly spotted someone. Hey, master, isn't that the one who was frozen by Sophia? She remarked to Bai Ye. That must be Freeman. It seems the Academy's medical technology is quite impressive. He has recovered and is moving normally after being frozen for only a short while. What could he be up to? Wuyue pondered. Observing Freeman's furtive demeanor piqued Bai Ye's curiosity. Let us follow him. If fortune smiles upon us, trailing this lad may lead to unexpected revelations. Chapter 64. The support club. Freeman navigated through a series of winding paths before finally entering a grove in the northwest corner of the academy. Follow him, Bai Ye instructed Wuyue. As they parted the underbrush, they beheld a striking scene. A gathering of approximately 200 to 300 fans of Sophia encircled a wooden platform, upon which stood an unusual girl clad in support attire, brandishing a cheer stick. Meanwhile, Freeman was engaged in a discussion with several members guarding the entrance. Hello. I am new here. This is my badge, Freeman stated, producing something from his pocket to present to the guards. Subsequently, with a heart full of trepidation, he found a spot at the back and sat cross-legged. Upon noticing Freeman, the girl on the platform paused her speech, pointed at him, and called out to the audience. Fellow enthusiasts, let us warmly welcome our new member. Following her pointed direction, the entire assembly of fans turned in unison to gaze at Freeman. The young Freeman is, in the truest sense, the first individual to confront the deity we hold in such high esteem, Lady Sophia, face to face. What an extraordinary honor. Thus, upon the conclusion of the match, I personally extended a heartfelt invitation to this valiant warrior, inviting him to join our esteemed family. Let us henceforth shine and radiate our devotion for Lady Sophia. Soman, the girl cried out. Soman, echoed a few hundred voices in unison. Bai Ye remarked. What sort of cult gathering is this? Clearing his throat, he continued, now that the welcoming ceremony for the newcomer has concluded, I must address a more pressing matter. The individual responsible at the cafeteria entrance stepped forward. At that moment, a young man rose from the crowd. I have reiterated time and again not to disturb the deity's normal existence. Why did you take it upon yourself to block individuals at the cafeteria? The girl said with a sense of resignation, as if this matter was not of her own volition. Report, my Lord Bishop, this is the guidance of the oracle, and I see no impropriety in my actions. The young man spoke with an unwavering demeanor, seemingly oblivious to any wrongdoing. An oracle, indeed. I must admit this was an oversight on my part. Let it not occur again, the girl responded, gesturing with her hand, causing a renewed light to shine in the boy's eyes. After a moment of reflection, he amended his statement. My Lord Bishop, I have just reconsidered, and I too acknowledge my faults. I assure you it shall not happen again. The boy's demeanor shifted dramatically. Witnessing this, Bai Ye finally comprehended. Was this akin to a form of mind control? No wonder the fans behaved so fanatically. I must reiterate that we have gathered here to safeguard Lady Sophia. If we disrupt our idol's normal life, do we not betray our original intent? Should I discover anyone engaging in such behavior again, I shall not forgive them. We shall depart, Wu Yue. Now that we are aware of the puppeteer behind the scenes, it becomes manageable. It seems I have been overly concerned. This individual poses no threat beyond being a fervent admirer of Sophia. Moreover, he is evidently a transmigrator. Such a well-established support system in this alternate realm is hard to believe. I shall settle the score with him once the competition has concluded. The day following the first round of the elimination matches, where 300 contestants would be reduced to 150. Thanks to Lady Sophia, Bila had consistently predicted the victors, reaping substantial rewards over the past 2 days. If only there weren't a limit to the stakes. Otherwise, Bila lamented. In truth, the betting was organized by the academy itself, intended as a means to cultivate the students' ability to gauge situations. Hence, excessive gambling was prohibited. A little wager brings joy, but a large one can be detrimental. In match 92, Class 1's magician, Kulu, faced off against Class 6 magician, Chris. Hey, Kulu, it's your turn. Bila nudged the still, slumbering Kulu. With half-open eyes, Kulu murmured, Is it my turn already? She then slowly rose, staggering down from the audience to the center of the arena. Who is this girl? It's as if she hasn't fully awakened, and she's about to compete. Some spectators whispered among themselves. At the judges' table, Martilda remarked to Ian, Ian, is this not your student? Ian chuckled and nodded, saying, The little bookworm must have been burning the midnight oil at the library these past few days. Lilith's eyes sparkled with interest. Is this young lady also of the demon clan? How delightful. It has been ages since I encountered a fellow kin. Hey, little Ian, why not let her come to me? Faced with the unreasonable request from the academy head, Ian found himself at a loss for words. However, Martilda playfully tapped Lilith on the head, remarking, Let her go to you? Don't lead her astray. If you could be a teacher, I could unite the continent. It was merely a jest, yet Lilith winced in pain, cradling her head with teary eyes. Meanwhile, the commotion at the judges' table went unnoticed by anyone. Chris, observing that his opponent was a young girl who appeared to be half asleep, feared he might accidentally hurt her. Thus, he addressed the referee, Teacher, look at her like this. The referee, well aware, replied, This frail-looking young lady happens to be the prized disciple of Master Landsoul. There's no need for your concern. You should rather worry about whether you will look impressive when you fall. It won't affect anything. The match will proceed as normal. Without waiting for Chris to retort, the referee declared, Begin. With no alternative, Chris complied with the rules. After a brief incantation, a water projectile formed at the tip of his staff. Chris intended to splash a bit of water on Kalulu to awaken her. Whoosh! The water projectile shot forth, aimed directly at Kalulu. Just as she was about to become drenched, the water was abruptly absorbed by an unknown force, without a sound. What was happening? Hadn't she begun to chant a spell? Chris panicked. As a mage and a seeker of the arcane, facing an unknown magic instilled a fear far beyond that of an ordinary person. In his confusion, he continued chanting, alternating between fireballs, water projectiles, and lightning spears. Yet all were similarly absorbed by the unseen force. What is that? Spatial magic? At the judges' table, Sherlon inquired of Ian. It could be considered so. Though it is somewhat more complex, Ian replied with a smile. Upon first encountering Kalulu, Ian recognized her extraordinary nature. As a member of the demon clan, she inherently possessed a high degree of magical talent, which fundamentally equates to an affinity for magic. Not only did Kalulu possess the innate magical affinity typical of her clan, but she also boasted the coveted dimensional affinity sought after by summoners. Chapter 65. The rain continues to fall as a high-tier category within the magical system. Summoning magic has exceedingly stringent requirements. The foremost condition is possessing the qualifications to learn spatial magic, not necessarily the most advanced forms of it, but merely the ability to communicate with extra-dimensional magical entities. Without the capacity to tear through space and engage with these beings, the prospect of controlling them becomes moot. Save for certain exceptional summons. On the foundation of the ability to communicate, a sufficient degree of affinity is also required, known as dimensional affinity. The higher the affinity, the stronger the beings one can contract with. The remaining factor is simply whether one's magical power is sufficient to draw the contracted entity from the other dimension into the realm of reality. Keilu's extraordinary innate qualities not only enable her to form contracts with a greater number of formidable beings, but also endow her with an abundance of magical power, courtesy of her demonic lineage. This unique trait allows her to summon with remarkable prowess. Furthermore, Keilu's affinity for dimensional realms is so profound that it could aptly be referred to as a dimensional anchor. Invisible to the naked eye, there exist dimensional wormholes around her, ever ready to provide protection. This is precisely why Ian regards her as a genius and is eager to take her as his apprentice. Despite Keilu's prodigious talents, she diligently exerts herself in secret, striving harder than her peers. Thus, the heights she may achieve in the future will far surpass my own. Ian gazes at Keilu within the arena, unable to suppress his smile. Upon hearing Ian's explanation, Sherlon experiences an epiphany. Now do you understand the prowess of our demon clan? Lilith boasts, casting a triumphant glance at Martida. That is merely her talent. What is there to be proud of in summoning a few elemental minions? Martida retorts defiantly, albeit aware that even her so-called minions could easily obliterate a small city. In the arena, after a round of attacks, Chris finds himself panting, his magical reserves nearly depleted, staring helplessly at Keilu. A profound sense of powerlessness engulfs him. How long will this continue? He resolves to expend the remainder of his magical energy for one grand final spell before conceding, thus preserving some semblance of dignity. With this thought, Chris raises his staff, closes his eyes, and silently begins to chant his incantation. Let the lightning that races through the skies roar in the direction I command. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descends from the heavens with a crackling sound, hurtling towards Keilu. However, before the lightning can reach her, a colossal hand emerges from a portal that suddenly appears above Keilu, dark gray in hue, effortlessly blocking the strike. After shaking off the numbing sensation, the arm swings menacingly towards Chris. At this moment, Chris regrets not surrendering sooner. Had he known this would occur, he would have conceded early. Fortunately, the referee swiftly intervenes, pulling the stunned Chris from harm's way. A resounding crash echoes as a massive handprint is left imprinted on the ground. Match 92 concludes with Keilu's victory. At this juncture, Keilu finally awakens fully and inquires of the referee, "Sir, has the match begun?" The referee replies, "It has already concluded." The moniker of Sleeping Keilu is likely to circulate within the academy for quite some time. Yet, given her personality, she will probably remain indifferent, perhaps even unaware of the title. As the final day dawns, the number for the Moonless is finally revealed. The remaining contenders are few, and by the morning of the third day, the 150th participant to advance to the next round of elimination will be determined. Master, I feel that Sophia and the others are incredibly strong. Despite your assistance, I still feel so weak, Moonless confides to Bai Ye on their way back to the dormitory, voicing her unease. I knew you would overthink, Bai Ye responds, shaking his head. Sophia, nurtured by a noble upbringing, must have had her father arrange various tutors for her since childhood, which has led to her formidable prowess today. As for Lulu, even if her past remains somewhat obscure, her present is evident. She frequently immerses herself in the library for entire days. Bila, too, has endured countless failed experiments to concoct those extraordinary potions. While they undeniably possess innate advantages that others may envy, they have nonetheless invested efforts that far exceed those of the ordinary. How long have we known each other? Not even 2 months, I believe. Have you ever reflected on the magnitude of your progress along this journey? I am merely a catalyst for your growth. Was it not your own fervent desire to become stronger that initiated this transformation? Ultimately, your lack of confidence is your greatest hindrance. Do not forget, you possess a golden opportunity. And what do you face? A multitude of traversers devoid of humanity. How can one contend with them without a touch of fortune? So, rest assured, dear disciple, I shall mold you into a legendary figure. Listening to Bai Ye's half-joking encouragement, Wu could not help but chuckle. Indeed, everything she possesses today is a gift from her master. In less than 2 months, she has evolved from a naive girl into a reasonably competent assassin, an advantage that others cannot easily attain. In this regard, Comparisons with Sophia and the others seem rather futile. Succumbing to self-doubt and self-deprecation is, after all, a fault of her own. I understand now. I apologize, Master. I shall not let this happen again. Wu Yu lifted her head, her violet eyes brimming with hope for the future. The setting sun bathed her face in a warm glow, which also seemed to illuminate Bai Ye's thoughts. The rain continued to fall, accompanied by the wailing sirens in the air, landing in the flower pots on the balcony, filled with withered plants. Kid, you performed admirably on this mission. It seems you may be ready for independent assignments next time, remarked a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform and hood, as he took a deep drag from his cigarette while leaning against the balcony. Master, I am still too weak. At this rate, when will I avenge my great wrongs? Said the young boy seated on the bed, inspecting his weapons. The middle-aged man, addressed as master by the boy, extinguished the half-burnt cigarette and, turning back, playfully ruffled the boy's hair. Foolish child, you are always lamenting your deep-seated grievances. Do you think you can curse your enemies to death? The boy, unfazed by the playful reprimand, continued. Every time I request an investigation into that scoundrel, the intelligence department regards me with strange looks. Why, master? Is it because my rank is too low? He said, indignantly. The middle-aged man shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Child, sometimes the world is simply unfair. Some are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and such circumstances cannot be altered. As for people like us, no matter how hard we try, no, I refuse to believe that. One day, I will become the chief assassin of the Nightingale, and I will personally slay that beast. The youth interrupted his master, perhaps unwilling to accept this reality, or perhaps refusing to yield to fate. The master, noticing the indomitable spirit in his disciple's eyes, revealed a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his mouth. Very well, you are quite bold. I shall no longer intervene. Pursue all that you desire, but do not blame me for the warnings I have not given. The master feigned anger, cast aside these words, and exited the room, leaving the youth to quietly pack his belongings as he embarked on his journey home. A decade later, the youth had avenged his grievances, yet in the subsequent 10 years, he scarcely encountered his former master, oblivious to how many of his movements had been concealed or how many assassination attempts from the organization had been thwarted on his behalf. Until his dying breath, the master never saw the youth again. Chapter 66. Stubborn challenge. In the 114th match, a group of assassins faced off against the priest, Lorien. As the referee announced the details of the duel, the arena erupted in fervent discussion. Did I hear correctly? A priest? Could the teacher have made an error? Such a commotion was understandable, for the role of a priest is typically perceived as a supporter, standing behind the front line to provide buffs and healing to their comrades. Among the 300 registrants, the priest was the sole representative of this class. Go for it, Wu Yue. Bila encouraged. Don't let your guard down, Sophia cautioned. Yes, I understand. Wu Yue nodded before descending from the spectator stands. At that moment, the priest named Lorien emerged from the opposite side of the audience. Her golden, spiraled hair emanated an air of nobility, even more so than Sophia, and her physique was a harmonious blend of strength and grace. The staff she wielded, however, was surprisingly unadorned, so plain it could easily be mistaken for a mere stick, lacking the gems and crystals that typically embellish such implements. Lorien's entrance captivated the entire audience. She was simply dazzling, surpassing expectations in every conceivable way. In contrast, Wu Yue appeared rather inconspicuous. Hey, Wu Yue, don't let this discourage you, Bai called out. Noticing the spark in Wu Yue's eyes had dimmed, the two stood facing one another, awaiting the referee's command. Remember, Wu Yue, at the start, unleash your second body. Do not grant her the opportunity to chant any spells, Bai reiterated earnestly. Begin. Unexpectedly, Lorien did not begin to chant any spells. Instead, she advanced slowly towards Wu Yue. Ignore her, stick to the plan, Bai urged. Wu Yue quickly regained his composure, and with a thought, his mental attack's second body activated. To Lorien, the youth before her vanished, as did the surrounding audience and referee, leaving her alone in a void of darkness. At that moment, a hand rested upon Lorien's back, prompting her to whirl around. To her astonishment, she beheld an identical reflection of herself, wearing an eerie smile and gazing intently at her. Lorien remained unfazed, effortlessly throwing a punch. Yet it passed right through the second body without any sensation of impact. A mental attack? She mused, realizing the drain on her mental energy. Had it been any other profession encountering this tactic, They would have had no choice but to endure until the conclusion of the match. Unfortunately for Wu Yue, fate dealt her a poor hand, as she found herself up against a priest. The surrounding chaos dissipated, restoring everything to its original state. At that moment, Wu Yue had just circled behind Lorien, poised to deliver a backstab. Alas, she had returned to her normal state. "Retreat quickly," Bai exclaimed. With only 2 meters separating Wu Yue from Lorien, there was no time to retract her dagger. In a swift motion, Lorien caught the enchanted ice dagger with one hand, blood trickling down her palm. Almost immediately, her other fist, imbued with formidable force, came hurtling towards Wu Yue. Left with no choice, Wu Yue relinquished her dagger and shadow walked away. "This priest is no ordinary foe. She is akin to a humanoid dragon," Bai remarked, observing Lorien cast the dagger aside and heal her bleeding hand with magic. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly captivated. Is this truly a priest? I believe she could deliver a fatal blow with a single punch. I hope the little girl is unharmed. What should we do now, master? Wu Yue, now cloaked in shadows, inquired from her corner of the arena. Engaging Lorien head-on was tantamount to seeking death. Her style of trading blows was insurmountable. With Wu Yue now unarmed, her predicament grew increasingly dire. Only a technique capable of incapacitating her opponent in one blow would suffice. Should I employ the white rainbow technique? After relentless practice, Wu Yue had honed it to a point where it would no longer scorch half her body. Yet, her arm might still suffer, and this was no illusion. Real injury awaited. However, a thought of Freeman from the previous day crossed Bai's mind. He had been encased in ice by a single strike, surely on the brink of death. Yet that very night, he was lively and well. The Academy's medical prowess was evident. Perhaps it was time to take a gamble? Perhaps only a strategy of exchanging wounds could vanquish her. Listen, Wu Yue, I have a plan. But despite the internal struggle, not much time had elapsed. As the shadow walk concluded, Wu Yue's form re-emerged in the arena's corner. Upon spotting her, Lorien charged forward without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yue surged directly towards Lorien. To the audience, this seemed perplexing, having already suffered a setback. Why would she engage in direct combat? Many believed Wu Yue had exhausted her options, and victory in this duel belonged solely to Lorien. As the two figures drew nearer, a collective sense of dread enveloped the crowd, prompting many to cover their eyes. Entering the attack range, Lorien initiated her assault, aiming unerringly for Wu Yue's face. However, in the face of Lorien's iron fist, Wu Yue's pupils suddenly darkened entirely. In that moment, Lorien's movements faltered, as if time itself had slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yue activated bullet time, perceiving Lorien's motions as languid. Immediately following this, heightened cognition and acute perception surged forth, a trickle of blood escaping her nose. Indeed, beneath Lorien's armpit lay a significant vulnerability. She had found the chink in the armor. As bullet time came to a close, Wu Yue deftly evaded Lorien's attack and, with a gentle gesture, pointed towards Lorien's back. Unique runes materialized behind her, shimmering with potential. In the eyes of the audience, Lorien's fist inexplicably slowed for a moment, allowing Wu Yue to slip through Lorien's armpit with an exceedingly peculiar movement, evading the strike. Lorien reacted swiftly, immediately spinning to deliver a kick, but only met with an afterimage. Superhuman cognition enabled Wu Yue to anticipate this unexpected kick and respond accordingly. A series of maneuvers ensued, all aimed at reclaiming the dagger. Without it, Bai Hong could not be utilized. Wu Yue retrieved the dagger, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although the consecutive use of several instantaneous skills consumed little mana, executing such inhuman evasive actions greatly drained her stamina. Next, it was a matter of waiting for Lorien to approach, triggering the phantom shadow, and ultimately concluding the battle with Bai Hong. Indeed, Lorien perceived no opportunity for Wu Yue to turn the tide. Even if she could evade, what did it matter? As long as he pursued relentlessly. It was merely a question of how long she could dodge. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. A fierce punch surged forth once more, seemingly unavoidable this time. Yet, there was no need to ruminate on how to evade like the last strike. Wu Yue gazed at Lorien, a weary smile gracing her lips. Chapter 67. No holds barred. Upon witnessing Wu Yue's smile, Lorien sensed something amiss, though she could not articulate it, until the fist landed in empty space, and Wu Yue silently appeared behind her. Lorien reacted with lightning speed, gripping the unused staff tightly and turning to defend. This time, she had indeed miscalculated, still believing Wu Yue as an assassin, possessed only backstabbing techniques. The truth was that Wu Yue, in a certain regard, was an anomaly like her. Take, for instance, the technique Bai Ye. A dazzling flash of white light zipped by, albeit this time adorned with a spectrum of colors, indicative of insufficient magical power. Indeed, Wu Yue's remaining mana was inadequate to sustain a complete Bai Ye. Although this diminished its potency considerably, it was just right, not injuring herself nor melting the dagger. A gift from Grandpa Malna's should not be easily destroyed here. The blade struck the staff, astonishingly failing to cleave it in two instantaneously. It appeared the material of the staff was rather exceptional. However, it ultimately could not withstand the high temperature of molten iron. After a brief standoff of mere seconds, Lorien, along with the severed staff, was sent flying several meters away, a shallow wound appearing on her chest. This was under the condition of her enhanced physical state. Otherwise, the injury would have been much graver. In contrast, Wu Yue's dagger was glowing red-hot, forcing her to drop it onto the ground. Thankfully, it was only her right hand that suffered burns. Otherwise, the loss would have been too great. Match 114, Wu Yue wins. The judge's voice echoed. It was truly spectacular. No one expected such a reversal. I knew from the very beginning that this little lowly could triumph. Nonsense. You just claimed that priest was bound to win. Subsequently, Lorien was carried away by the medical team, while Wu Yue, amidst the continuous applause, followed the medical team to the infirmary for treatment. How could it be otherwise? My idol introduced her. There can be no shortcomings, Lilith proudly declared. Indeed, it is rare for Martilda to be in agreement with Lilith. During the battle, Wu Yue exhibited many abilities that do not belong to this realm, which naturally did not escape Martilda's keen observation. Coupled with the earlier incident involving Daibit, Martilda found herself increasingly intrigued by Wu Yue. Hey, little Ian, little Sherlon, do you two have anything to say? Lilith, finding Martilda's response rather dull, sought amusement from Ian and Sherlon. Hee, little Wu Yue is quite the polite child. It gives me peace of mind knowing that the little bookworm can be with her. Ian remarked casually. To defeat the daughter of that formidable woman shows considerable strength, Sherlon commented. Suddenly, Lilith seemed to recall something, and with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to Sherlon, saying, "Oh, it has been decades, and you still think of her." However, Sherlon paid little heed to Lilith's teasing, merely smiling in response. In the infirmary, a heavily injured individual had just been brought in. Quickly, summon Lady Danica, the rescue captain shouted upon entering. Turning to Wu Yue, he added, "Classmate, please find any healer here." "All right," Wu Yue replied, scanning the room before selecting a female healer near Lorien and taking a seat. "Where are you injured?" the healer inquired. Her tone routine. The workload for them had been unusually heavy these past few days, with only the severely injured being attended to by Lady Danica herself, while the rest of the lightly wounded were treated by practitioners of the Master and Grandmaster level. "Oh, here. Look." Wu Yue extended her hand to show her injury. The burn is not too severe, the healer assessed. She then cast a regeneration spell, restoring Wu Yue's hand to its former state. "All right, you may go," she said impatiently, waving Wu Yue away. Excuse me. Teacher," this classmate Wu Yue pointed to Lorien, who was being tended to by another healer using a healing spell, though Lorien's severe injuries rendered the lower-level spell nearly ineffective. "Oh, you need not worry about that. Lady Danica will arrive shortly." Just then, a flash of green light illuminated the room as a graceful female elf adorned in flowing feathered attire appeared in the infirmary, though she wore a peculiar patterned eye mask. Lady Danica, the healers within the infirmary rose to pay their respects. Danica gestured for them to remain seated and, with light and elegant steps, approached Lorien. With a delicate touch, she brushed over the wound, making the scars and blood vanish. After completing her task, Danica cast a glance in Wu Yue's direction, and with another flash of green light, she departed silently. At the moment Danica vanished, Lorien suddenly sprang up, searching her body, no longer resembling the severely injured individual from moments ago. "Classmate, are you all right?" Wu Yue inquired. "Yes," Lorien responded, appearing somewhat withdrawn, not out of shyness but rather exuding an inexplicable air of pride, an enigmatic character, much like her combat style. "Wu Yue, is it?" "Ah, yes, I am Wu Yue. You are quite strong. I shall remember that. My name is Lorien Mower." "Ah, Lorien, you are quite formidable. I shall remember that." Wiyue, are you alright? You startled me just now. That fellow was exceedingly ruthless. The moment Bela spotted Wiyue, she immediately rose to embrace her, inspecting her from head to toe. Eager to ascertain if she had sustained any injuries, completely unaware that Wiyue had not been touched at all, but rather had dealt a devastating blow to another. Upon returning to her seat, Sophia remarked, Wiyue, you have been holding back. During our next sparring session, you must not show any mercy. Sophia, upon seeing Bai Hong, was instantly captivated by her exceptional swordsmanship. As a martial arts enthusiast, she could not possibly overlook Wiyue's prowess. Upon hearing this, Wiyue felt a chill in her palms. Master, if I truly employ such strength during practice, I shall indeed withhold no mercy. Then you must practice diligently, came the reply. As the final victor emerged, the first round of the competition came to a close. The Academy promptly announced the rules for the second round. 150 individuals would be cast into an illusion, engaging in unrestrained combat for a duration of 5 days, with sustenance and hydration to be procured independently. Participants could choose to act as lone wolves or form alliances. At the conclusion of the 5 days, those without achievements, the deceased, and the morally corrupt would be eliminated. It was said that this illusion was personally crafted by the esteemed Academy head, a spontaneous decision to determine the top 3 through this method. This was indeed a last-minute change, as the Academy head had not participated in previous competitions. Chapter 68, The Eternal Illusion Realm. If the first round allowed for a degree of luck in facing weaker opponents, the second round would undoubtedly rely solely on genuine strength to claim victory. Although Lilith's whimsical notion stemmed from a desire for amusement, the ability to navigate the challenge presented by Martida and thus alter the competition's format indicated its merit. Martida announced that the second round would commence punctually tomorrow morning, with the afternoon allotted for the contestants' preparations. In a battle royale of this nature, Bai Ye possessed considerable experience. During his previous life, upon entering an organization, he had been among approximately 100 peers cast upon a deserted island, where only the last surviving child could gain entry into the organization. That indeed marked his first act of taking a life, although it was not his desire. When faced with mortality, the instinct for survival and the hatred within ignited Bai Ye's latent potential. Ultimately, after a month on the island, Bai Ye had eliminated everyone. And even when the organization's helicopter arrived to retrieve the victors, he attacked, resulting in its destruction and loss of life. Yet the leader proclaimed that this child showed promise and pardoned his actions. He spared those whom he deemed valuable. Undoubtedly, within the complex circumstances of the illusion, Wiyue, as an assassin, held a distinct advantage, especially with 2 formidable allies, Sophia and Kulu, by her side. Victory was assured. The crux lay in achieving it with elegance. Kulu, your task is to sleep from now until tomorrow morning, Bela instructed upon returning to the dormitory. Just don't fall asleep again. I should have taken that to heart. Regrettably, one cannot bring items from the outside. Otherwise, I would have been able to offer you several vials of potions, Bela lamented. Then, dramatically placing a hand on her forehead, she exclaimed, Alas, with your departure, I am left to guard this empty abode alone. I trust you will keep watch. Sophia replied earnestly. All present and accounted for, Matilda announced after taking a head count. 150 individuals gathered in a spacious lecture hall, seated in an orderly manner according to their assigned numbers. Let us commence, Lilith. Absolutely. Lilith responded with enthusiasm. She closed her eyes, reciting incantations filled with unfamiliar spells. This entire segment of chanting lasted for more than 10 minutes. A magical circle began to expand outward from beneath Lilith's feet, growing larger by the moment. Eternal Illusory Realm. Lilith finally proclaimed the name of the spell after completing her incantation. Unlike the previous Endless Mirage, which was a Grandmaster-level magic relying on an actual training ground to immerse individuals in a vividly realistic sensory experience, the Eternal Illusory Realm, built upon the Endless Mirage, integrated various temporal and spatial magics to enhance the authenticity of the illusion. It was an ethereal yet tangible experience, where the lives of those drawn into the illusion rested solely in her hands, approaching the very essence of creation, a true divine tier magic. Thus, the incantation required such an extended duration. The 150 individuals, along with the magical circle, vanished, leaving only a magic orb floating serenely before Lilith. Through this orb, Lilith could observe every corner of the illusory realm. All done. Let us proceed. The next task was to broadcast the events occurring within the illusion to the anxious spectators awaiting in the training ground. Lilith gestured, sending the magic orb gliding to the center of the arena, where a circular light screen unfurled, resembling a grand display, showcasing randomly captured images of several participants. The newcomers, having never witnessed such extraordinary magic, began to engage in lively discussions. Lilith reveled in her successful display, basking in her triumph. "Excuse me, pardon me, thank you." A woman with red hair navigated through the crowd, making her way to the audience section for faculty at the training ground. "Oh, these past few days have been utterly exhausting. I could scarcely find a moment to spare." This individual was Miss Yen, a former mercenary and now an assistant teacher at the academy. She had been tirelessly occupied with work, striving to justify the 1,200 gold coins she earned, working day and night without any time to visit Muyu. After finally securing a brief respite, she rushed to the dormitory only to hear from Bila that Muyu had gone to compete. Thus, she hurried to witness the contest. "What is this?" Clearly bewildered by the astonishing magic, Yen turned to see the proud laughter of Principal Lilith at the judge's table. "Ah, I see." She then inquired of the nearby female teacher. "Hello, I am the new assistant teacher, Yen. Might you know a student by the name of Muyu?" The female teacher scrutinized Yen for a moment before responding slowly. "I am aware of her. I am her homeroom teacher." Fate is indeed a marvelous phenomenon. By sheer coincidence, Yen found himself seated next to Selena, the homeroom teacher of Wuyue. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. "Hello, I am a friend of Wuyue. May I inquire about her performance in the last competition?" Selena succinctly described Wuyue's encounter with Lorien, emphasizing Lorien's formidable strength, Wuyue's agility, and her final, extraordinary move. "Ah, as expected of Wuyue. I knew she would excel." Yen felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. Noticing Yen's fervor, Selena chuckled lightly. "You must share a close bond with Wuyue, Mr. Yen. Hee. It's a rather ordinary connection, forged through battles fought side by side," he replied. The event commenced. The 150 contestants gradually regained consciousness. The scene shifted to several participants. Gradually, Wuyue awoke, greeted by a dark crimson sky, eerily empty, with a singular dark red sun suspended above. Rising to survey her surroundings, she encountered peculiar vegetation unlike anything she had seen before. The temperature seemed to fluctuate by the second, albeit minimally, almost imperceptibly. Enveloped by dense flora, the most prominent feature was a towering volcano to the north, a conclusion Wuyue reached based on the sun's position, provided that here, the sun also rose from the east. There was no sign of other individuals. It appeared that the 150 students had been evenly dispersed throughout this illusory realm. "Master, are you there?" Wuyue called out in her mind to Bai Ye. Strangely, there was no response. What could be the reason? The only prior occasion when Bai Ye had abruptly gone silent was due to the summons of the world will. Why had he vanished again? The sudden absence of Bai Ye left Wuyue feeling somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, she resolved to choose a direction and embark on an exploration, hoping to encounter someone familiar. Chapter 69. The battle for the lakeshore. When it came time to select a direction, Wuyue felt an unmistakable mental fog. She realized how heavily she relied on her master. Consequently, even making a decision had become a daunting task. Unable to find another solution, Wuyue climbed a tree and activated her enhanced cognitive abilities to analyze her current situation. Firstly, regarding the volcano, the path was sparsely vegetated, unsuitable for concealment. Furthermore, such a conspicuous landmark would undoubtedly attract many others. In contrast, the opposite direction revealed a vast sea of red trees, their heights obscured from her vantage point. Turning her gaze towards the east, where the sun had risen, she spotted a lake, its waters reflecting a bizarre crimson hue, perhaps due to some optical phenomenon. Lastly, to the west, dark red woodlands were interrupted by desert, with rugged terrain stretching far into the distance, replacing the red trees. The only uncertainty lay in what lay beyond the volcano. After concluding her intensive analysis, Wuyue made her choice. She would explore eastward. To survive for 5 days, access to water was essential. And if the Academy's head had constructed this world following the laws of the real world, the vicinity of the lake should also provide an abundance of food sources. However, this also signifies that as time progresses, the battles surrounding this lake will escalate in intensity. Perhaps many individuals remain in a state of confusion, aimlessly wandering through the woods. Now is the opportune moment to reach the lakeside, familiarize oneself with the environment, and prepare adequately. Without hesitation, Wu Yu leapt gracefully from the tree. Yet, she pondered to herself, it seems she has not encountered any animals along the way. In truth, this was a deliberate tactic orchestrated by Lilith, aimed at restricting access to resources at all times. Consequently, participants would naturally gravitate towards resource-rich areas such as the lake. The ensuing chaos of battle would undoubtedly be intriguing, a delight for those with a penchant for mischief. Indeed, as I anticipated, Lilith mused with satisfaction while observing the screen from the judge's table, noting how several individuals were converging towards the lake. Unlike the external world, time in the illusionary realm flows at 10 times the speed, meaning that less than half an hour has passed since the competition commenced, while 5 hours have elapsed within this realm. Up until now, no one has been eliminated. After all, it is merely the first day in the illusionary realm, and everyone is in peak condition, maintaining a considerable distance from one another. Moreover, not everyone possesses overwhelming strength like Sophia. Even if a battle were to ensue, an immediate victor would be unlikely. Rather, on the first day, each participant aims to conserve their strength. Only when food and water become scarce will they resort to a fight to the death. Meanwhile, Wu Yu remained oblivious to the passage of time. Perhaps 5 or 6 hours had elapsed, her legs weary from walking. At last, she caught a glimpse of the lake's surface through the gaps between the trees. Bursting forth from the thicket, she inhaled the relatively fresh air, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere somewhat. However, upon turning her head, she spotted a figure not far away, arms outstretched, dramatically gasping for breath, accompanied by a peculiar cry. Wu Yu thought, this is not over. More individuals emerged from various directions, frantically inhaling the fresh air, some of them emitting strange sounds. It appeared that trouble was imminent. A quick glance revealed that approximately 20 individuals had arrived at the lake first, likely originating from nearby spawn points. Not one of them hailed from the lake itself. The group of over 20 stared at one another, momentarily paralyzed, with no one daring to make a move. None wished to become the target of collective hostility. A few exchanged glances and gradually congregated, presumably a class of students, fortunate indeed to find themselves together in this vast area. Among the remaining participants, 5 pairs were also classmates, meaning that including Wu Yu, there were 10 contestants who were entirely alone. What to do? Wu Yu contemplated before deciding to retreat into the jungle. Remaining there would yield no benefits for her. Her appearance suggested that she was an easy target, and lingering would only invite hostility. The shadowy depths of the jungle, however, were a haven for assassins. Just as Wu Yu withdrew, the sounds of combat erupted from the direction of the lake. Seizing this opportunity, she meticulously surveyed the surrounding jungle, with the lake at its center. Indeed, several edible wild fruits were discovered. I casually picked a few, enough to sustain me for the day. Wu Yu found a large tree by the lakeside and climbed up, observing the tense and thrilling melee occurring nearby. As the participants were predominantly combat professionals, their stamina was rather limited. Much like the 20 or so individuals currently in the fray, those acting alone were compelled to form temporary alliances under the scrutiny of pairs, while the larger group remained unchallenged. Over time, the exhausting duos and ad hoc teams would inevitably withdraw, leaving the lake as dominion for the larger faction. Once they had established their foothold, they could await the arrival of their classmates to bolster their strength, ensuring that this group would survive until the end. The distribution of rewards would soon follow. Before long, the scattered participants were vanquished, dissipating into beams of light, effectively ejected from this illusory realm. The few fortunate enough to escape bore the marks of battle. As expected, the ultimate victors were the larger contingent, now gathered by the lake, recuperating their strength. Wu Yu perched in the tree, observing quietly. The prowess of this small group was quite remarkable, comprising 2 warriors, a knight, 2 mages, and an archer. Particularly, the archer left a lasting impression on Wu Yu. In the first round of competition, he had bested a warrior in close combat, deftly wielding 2 daggers with an agility that was hard to counter. Nevertheless, Wu Yu was confident in her ability to defeat him. Soon, a second wave of participants appeared, significantly fewer in number, with fewer than 10 individuals. They had spent more time traveling and were visibly fatigued. Upon seeing the 6-member team by the lake, they felt disheartened. After such a long journey, they found themselves outpaced. The situation made confrontation even more daunting, as the newcomers were hesitant to engage, merely lingering nearby in search of sustenance to replenish their energy. Among them, one girl appeared familiar to Wu Yu. Is that Lister? To her surprise, The first acquaintance she encountered was indeed her. This local heiress from Mor City, adept in social maneuvering, had previously sacrificed herself to protect Wu Yu during teacher Colin's trial in the illusion, though it later transpired that it was orchestrated under Colin's suggestion. Nonetheless, Wu Yu regarded her as a commendable individual. As she watched Lister dejectedly retreat into the thicket, Wu Yu leapt down from her perch and followed her. Chapter 70. Is this another application? Lister treaded cautiously along the narrow forest path, her heart brimming with caution and vigilance. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on her shoulder from behind. Ah! Startled, Lister gasped and instinctively tensed her body, just as she prepared to retaliate. She turned to find the familiar face of Wu Yu. Phew, you scared me. It's just you. Wu Yu, Lister exhaled in relief, a flicker of joy illuminating her face. At last, she had encountered a familiar face. The two found a concealed spot by the lakeshore. Observing the movements of the lake area from a distance, the six-member team had now grown to 7, as a new assassin had just joined their ranks. Lister furrowed her brow, her expression turning increasingly anxious. What shall we do, Wu Yu? Their numbers are increasing, Lizzie asked anxiously. Wu Yu pondered silently. The current situation was exceedingly precarious. Charging in would undoubtedly lead to demise, and anxiety gnawed at her heart. Just then, she caught sight of the 7 individuals seemingly deliberating something, and 2 of them rose to approach their direction. A pang of trepidation gripped Wu Yu. What was happening? Had they been discovered? She could not help but speculate. No, that was not it. They must be discussing sending 2 of their own to gather food nearby. After all, more than half a day had passed, and having engaged in numerous battles, hunger had already set in. Wu Yu realized this could be a fortuitous opportunity, while they dispatched individuals to forage for sustenance. Eliminating these 2 could significantly weaken their force. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lizzie, who understood Wu Yu's intent. Thus, the 2 of them discreetly retreated to a more concealed position, awaiting the arrival of the 2 individuals. The duty of gathering fell to a warrior and the newly arrived assassin. This arrangement was logical. The melee archer was evidently the core of the team, occupying the role of leader, and would certainly refrain from participating in the food gathering. Among the remaining members, 1 mage and 1 knight had to remain behind. Thus, the task of foraging naturally devolved upon a warrior and an assassin capable of fleeing at a moment's notice. It appeared the commander believed the majority of participants were of similar strength, making it impossible to ascertain a victor in a short span, especially with only 2 sent out. Even if they were outmatched, the assassin had a substantial chance of evading capture. This melee archer possessed remarkable strategic insight. Alas, fortune was not in their favor this time. The 2 ambled into the woods, engrossed in conversation. Wu Yu subtly gestured for Lizzie to conceal her presence. They cautiously separated to hide, awaiting the opportune moment to strike after the duo passed. As the distance between them diminished, Wu Yu noted Lizzie's concealing technique was not flawless, presenting a possibility of detection by the assassin. Yet, surprisingly, the 2 walked past their hiding spot in the grass, blissfully unaware. Wu Yu questioned the perceptiveness of this assassin. Logically, an assassin's awareness should be exceptionally acute, particularly in a perilous environment. However, despite being so close, he had not noticed Lizzie's presence, which struck her as astonishing. There were 2 possible explanations. Either the assassin's skills were woefully inadequate, lacking any instinct for danger, or he was fully aware of their existence but did not perceive them as a threat. If it were the latter, the implications were chilling. As the 2 exposed their backs, Wu Yu sensed the moment had arrived and signaled Lizzie to prepare for action. They surged forth, 1 to the left and 1 to the right, aiming for the 2. However, at that instant, a shocking turn of events unfolded. The assassin drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it mercilessly into his companion's nape. The unfortunate warrior had no chance to react, vanishing in a burst of light that dissipated into the air. Wu Yu and Lizzie were taken aback by this unforeseen twist, their movements momentarily stifled. However, Wu Yu quickly regained her composure. She infused the dagger in her hand with shadow erosion and hurled it forth. Lista, gripping her curved blade tightly, summoned a flurry of wind blades that swiftly sliced towards their adversary. At that moment, the assassin became aware of Wu Yu and Lista's presence. He turned around, softly intoning, "Earth armor." In an instant, vast amounts of soil and rock rapidly coalesced around the assassin, forming an impregnable suit of armor. Wu Yu's dagger penetrated the surface of the earth armor by merely half an inch, unable to delve deeper. Lista's wind blade struck the armor, leaving only a few faint white marks. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Wu Yue's mind. It was Nair's signature skill. She hastily halted Lista's assault. As Wu Yue and Lista ceased their attack, the earth armor began to gradually shed from the assassin. Yet this was not the end. The assassin's skin began to peel away like that of an old wall, revealing Nair's gaunt face and his distinctive dead fish eyes. Lista succinctly encapsulated her feelings with a single exclamation. Previously encountering that assassin, I took his place. Infiltrating that team, just like that, Nair explained. How did you manage that? Is it difficult to mold someone's face using earth armor? It's not challenging to shape with earth magic. But using it for disguise, and to resemble someone so closely, could earth armor be employed in such a manner? Lista marveled, astonished and rendered speechless by the boy's audacious plan. So, your intention is to revert to that assassin, rejoin the team, and inform them of the warrior's demise? Wu Yue inquired. Nair nodded, responding, then I will proceed. But upon my second return, I cannot utilize this face. At this point, Nair glanced at the two. However, I now have a superior plan. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the dense woods. The 5 individuals by the lakeside were drawn to the sound. Is that not Steve? The knight remarked. Could he have been ambushed? It appeared that the worst-case scenario, which the leader had dreaded, had indeed come to pass. This worst-case scenario referred to the possibility that the two had encountered 2 or more foes stronger than themselves. In such circumstances, only the assassin might return to warn the others. The leading archer declared, "Let us go, we must assist him." The 5 of them then rose and hurried towards the assassin named Steve. As they approached, they discerned that a girl was pursuing Steve. Why is there only one? We must be even more cautious, the archer stated. Ha ha ha, don't run. Let me take a couple of swings. Lista relentlessly pursued Steve, occasionally unleashing 2 wind blades that struck his back. Stop, shouted the warrior at the forefront. Help, this madwoman. Porter was taken down by her, Steve exclaimed, only to be struck again by Lista's blades from behind. Who are you calling a madwoman? Chapter 71. The romance of men. The warrior at the front had already shielded Lista. Brother, quickly retreat to the back. Leave this madwoman to us. Steve was obedient, quietly slipping behind the 2 wizards in a few swift steps. As he passed, the archer Wesley cast a glance in his direction, sensing something amiss. Yet, he had no time to ponder it, as his focus remained on the battle unfolding before him. Although Lista's stealth was somewhat lacking, her prowess in direct combat was extraordinary. Her twin curved blades danced with ferocity, forcing the warriors to retreat step by step. Realizing his comrades were in peril, the knight brandished his lance, preparing to charge. Seeing her objective achieved, Lista turned and fled. The warrior, unable to tolerate this, pursued her into the dense forest alongside the knight. Don't chase, Wesley shouted. But it was too late. The 2 had already plunged into the thicket. Just as he intended to inquire about the situation within the jungle, a sickening sound pierced the air. 2 sharp thuds echoed as the wizards behind him were pierced by the rock spikes summoned from the earth by Steve, vanishing in a flash before uttering a single incantation. Who are you? Wesley demanded, drawing his twin daggers. Steve retracted the rock spikes, revealing his true visage as the skin on his face sloughed away. Your command is commendable, but alas, your allies are rather foolish, Nair remarked with a shrug. It then dawned on Wesley. From the very beginning, Steve had been Nair. Nair remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Wesley. Intriguing, even if I fall this time. My brother, regardless of the outcome, I shall count you as a friend once we emerge. At this juncture, Wesley found himself more open-minded. His curiosity towards Nair piqued. Let us see if you possess the strength to match your words, he replied, and with that, Nair transformed rock into armor and advanced. Meanwhile, the 2 reckless warriors who had pursued Lista into the forest found themselves unable to locate her. Damn it, where is that crazy woman? The warrior cursed. So you dare to insult me? A voice echoed from above, reaching their ears. Die. Twin curved blades were swiftly drawn across the warrior's throat, slicing cleanly. At the same moment, Wu Yue emerged from the shadows, stabbing a dagger into the knight's armor. Thus, 2 more lights flickered into existence within the illusionary realm. TSK. Speaking without thinking, Lista commented. This time, the plan could be deemed a resounding success. As they emerged from the forest, Lista and Wu Yue beheld the fierce clash between the 2 young men, both battered and bruised. Can Nair's rock armor truly be breached? Lista marveled. casting an admiring glance at Wesley. Huh. It seems those two fools have already been dealt with by your comrades, Wesley said, spitting blood in self-mockery. Do you need assistance? Lista inquired. No need, Nair replied. Beautiful lady, this is a duel between men. Please do not interfere. Despite his grave injuries, Wesley couldn't resist flirting with Lista. You too. Do not concern yourselves with me. Regardless of victory or defeat, my wounds will not allow me to last until the final day, Nair added. Fortunately, being within the illusionary realm posed no life-threatening danger, allowing the two to encounter worthy adversaries and fight to the death. Wu Yue does not comprehend the essence of a man's romance. She merely observes the mutual admiration and recognition of strength reflected in their gazes. So, you agree then, my friend? Wesley inquired with a smile, brandishing his weapon. The eyes conveyed everything. Ultimately, this illusory struggle for survival concluded with Nair's robust armor prevailing over Wesley's leather-clad archer's attire. Nair, excelling in resilience, sent Wesley away with delight. Exhausted, Nair collapsed to the ground, and half an hour later, succumbing to excessive blood loss, transformed into light and vanished. This is why I despise such boys, always preoccupied with displaying their charm, Lista remarked, gazing at the dissipating light in the distance. I find it rather intriguing, Wu Yue countered. Holding a differing opinion, every person who possesses unwavering faith and dedication deserves respect. At the viewing venue, an audience member commented, Wow, what a cunning assassin. This move is truly unanswerable. But the duel was incredibly stylish. Another remarked, Are you referring to the duel? I wouldn't want to unravel your admiration, came the retort. What do you know about Nair? Huron inquired, seemingly intrigued, especially since Nair had demonstrated a competitive edge against Wesley, whom he had previously favored. He turned to Ian, sitting beside him. This child, I do not know much about. Just judging by appearances, he seems like someone from across the shore, Ian assessed based on his experience. This child is a Branmore. You see, Matilda interjected. She had handled the files of nearly all students. It was impossible to receive an admission letter without undergoing rigorous scrutiny. Really? Huron exclaimed, excitement brewing within him. If that's the case, he might remain oblivious to his lineage, perhaps forever. I warn you, do not engage in trivial pursuits. Came the caution, and Huron suppressed his eagerness, though his gaze toward Nair bore newfound intrigue. In the eternal mirage, dust swirled. Kalu behind you, Sophia exclaimed, swiftly dispatching a heavily armored knight, only to notice two assassins lurking behind Kalu, poised to strike. She casually alerted her. Suddenly, from behind Kalu, a grand door swung open, and a three-headed hellhound leaped forth, overpowering one of the assailants with ferocious bites. The other assassin seized the moment, charging at Kalu, only to be impaled by an ironclad rhinoceros that emerged from the same door. Kalu beckoned for the hellhound and the rhinoceros to return, dusting off her slightly disheveled dress before bouncing over to Sophia. Sophia, how many have you defeated now? Sophia withdrew her sword from the archer's body, its brilliance fading. 12. I've only taken down 6. That's merely half of your count, Kalu lamented. You've merely stood still, waiting for others to approach you. How could you possibly surpass me? Under Biela's supervision, Kalu enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening with unparalleled vigor. This was the true embodiment of Kalu. The two individuals encountered one another shortly after the onset of their journey in the arid expanse of the desert, and have since dispatched numerous competitors, eliminating double-digit contenders. I wonder how things are faring on Wu Yue's side, murmured Kalu Lu. Wu Yue must have her own strategies, Sophia remarked. Sophia, before anything else, let us seek sustenance. My stomach feels as though it might collapse, Kalu Lu replied. Indeed, let us proceed. There should be provisions in the nearby woods. Chapter 72. The 151st competitor, are you all right, Wu Yue? Lizida inquired with concern. I am fine. Following the success of Nair's plan, Wu Yue and Lizida managed to establish their hold by the lakeside. However, maintaining their position proved to be a formidable challenge, as several teams subsequently infiltrated the lake area from all directions, only to be outmatched by Wu Yue and Lizida employing every conceivable tactic. Wu Yue had lost count of the number of adversaries she had vanquished, but it exceeded 10. It seemed as though this lake district was the sole focal point, as nearly everyone gravitated towards it. Time continued its relentless passage, ushering in the second day. The eternal illusion realm is rather intriguing. Within its confines, weariness is non-existent, replaced solely by thirst and hunger. Perhaps Lilith intended for those trapped within to perpetually fight for sustenance, while she reaped the rewards from her vantage outside. Bai Ye, how many participants do you think remain? Lizzie inquired, taking a sip of water. Well, just the two of us have already defeated nearly 20 individuals. Considering the lake is a primary battleground, if Sophia and Kalulu are also en route, their tally would not be less than ours. Does that imply that the four of us have eliminated a third of the competitors? Lizzie exclaimed in astonishment. One could certainly say that, Bai Ye replied. Thus, among the remaining two-thirds we have yet to encounter, it stands to reason that at least half have been depleted, leaving approximately 50 competitors, though the actual number is likely less. Furthermore, the remaining participants will not be easily subdued, Bai Ye analyzed. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the direction of the woods. This occurrence was not unprecedented, and the two swiftly divided their efforts, flanking the forest, ready to strike as soon as an individual emerged. To their surprise, it was Kalulu who appeared first, closely followed by Sophia. Upon realizing the imminent danger had passed, Bai Ye called out to them, Sophia, Kalulu, over here. Ah, it's Bai Ye, Kalulu exclaimed excitedly. Although Sophia maintained her composure, the vigilance in her gaze had notably diminished. It appears your assumptions were correct, Lizzie remarked. The combined count of their defeated adversaries had nearly reached 50. Thus, the remaining participants were estimated to be around the same number. The convergence of the force signified the impending conclusion of the competition. Seated by the lakeside, the four indulged in a modest meal to restore their energy while contemplating their strategy for the ensuing 3 days. How shall we navigate the next 3 days? Shall we lie in wait for our prey, or take the initiative? Waiting patiently is undoubtedly the most prudent approach. We could remain until the very end of the competition without issue. However, Sophia could not remain idle. She was determined to seek out worthy adversaries. To achieve this, she would undoubtedly scour the illusion realm until every last opponent was vanquished. Consequently, both Bai Ye and Kalulu would not allow Sophia to embark on this journey alone. Meanwhile, Lista opted to stay nearby, enduring until the very last day, for she was quite satisfied with her own accomplishments and harbored no interest in rankings or battles, deeming it unnecessary to roam about any further. Farewell, Bai Ye. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Lista declared. Take care, Bai Ye replied, before setting off with Sophia and Kalulu. Simultaneously, on the other side of the illusion realm, a young man was fleeing desperately, pursued by a figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This bizarre situation had persisted for an entire day. Initially, he had thought he was seeing a mirage when he spotted someone who looked somewhat like him. However, as time passed, this doppelganger appeared with increasing frequency, becoming more and more identical to him. To his astonishment, the figure even began to speak, declaring its intent to kill him and assume his identity. Such a sinister occurrence was unheard of. Eventually, the young man, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground. His counterpart caught up to him, and with an ethereal hand, pierced through his chest, extracting a sphere of white light and inserting it into its own being. Subsequently, the fallen young man ceased to breathe, transforming into a radiant glow, and was expelled from the illusion realm. The doppelganger then solidified, becoming a true entity. Seems the results are promising, remarked a man who emerged from behind a tree, clad in a black trench coat, his dim gaze fixated upon the creature that had replaced the original. This man was none other than Bai Ye, who had lost contact with Bai Ye. From the moment he entered the illusion realm, Bai Ye's consciousness had been forcibly extracted from Bai Ye's mind, subsequently being recognized as an individual by the realm and deposited in a specific location, thus becoming the 151st participant in this competition. Bai Ye had not anticipated this turn of events. He now felt a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of his former life, save for the absence of any need for sustenance. Were it not for his awareness of being in the illusion realm, a world conjured by magic, he might have believed he had been resurrected. Faced with this long-lost feeling, Bai Ye eagerly sought to experiment with everything stored in his memory. He enlisted the aid of several unfortunate participants, discovering that all the skills previously taught to Bai Ye were at his disposal, even those he had yet to share with her, but which had been unlocked nonetheless. Thus, on the opposite side of a volcano, a strangely attired man emerged as an indiscriminate killer, captivating the post-competition discussions among the participants. I wonder how things are faring on Bai Ye's end. Though perhaps it is for the best that I am not there, granting her more opportunities for growth. Who knows? We may yet cross paths, Bai Ye mused. continuing his hunt alongside several doppelgangers that had supplanted the originals. It's only the second day, and already half the participants are gone? Lilith grumbled, observing the large 73 displayed in the upper right corner of the screen. The presence of several extraordinary contenders, with one individual having defeated over 10 opponents, had contributed to this rapid decline. Now, the three of them, Muyu, Sophia, and Lulu, gathered together, almost declaring the end of the competition. Alas, how dull. Wait, what is going on with that individual? As Lilith observed, she suddenly discovered that a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to a contestant just teleported out of the illusionary realm appeared on the big screen, engaged in combat with another participant. However, this peculiar situation was fleeting, as the area soon became unobservable. The contestant being watched was defeated by that enigmatic figure. This is rather intriguing. Out of curiosity, Lilith's interest in this strange individual was piqued. Let me see who you are. Chapter 73. Cooperation. The situation within the arena had become quite clear. Muyu, Sophia, and Lulu, armed with ample food and water, circumvented the volcano, relentlessly vanquishing various contestants along the way, unstoppable in their momentum. Meanwhile, on the other side, an unknown group, astonishingly numerous, continued to assimilate new members. The most terrifying aspect was that the appearances of those members were gradually being recognized by others. Wait, wasn't that person just sent out? How could they appear again? The doubles were not counted among the contestants. The number in the upper right corner of the screen should decrease. Yet, the sensation of a reduction without any apparent loss left the audience in a state of unease. I assert, that must be an illusion, right? Yes. Some spectators fervently attempted to convince themselves that this was merely an illusion. The remaining contestants in the arena also felt a sense of foreboding. Class leader. What should we do? That group's numbers are increasing. The boy referred to as the class leader furrowed his brow. The situation seemed somewhat unexpected. He believed that with his silver tongue, gathering over a dozen individuals from different classes should constitute a significant force. Yet, in just 3 days, a group of over 20 had emerged from the west. What a terrifying sense of cohesion. But there are some from our class in there. A contestant suddenly exclaimed. She saw me, and instead of greeting me, she attacked without a word. After much contemplation, the class leader concluded, these individuals were under someone's control. He could not fathom how anyone could persuade so many strangers to gather and coordinate so seamlessly in such a short span of time. The pressing concern was to devise a strategy to fend off this group's eastern incursion. Just as he was becoming increasingly flustered, he spotted 3 figures approaching from the distance. One of whom he recognized. Was that not Sophia, the rising star renowned for her remarkable prowess in the arena? If he could secure Sophia's assistance, they could certainly confront that group, perhaps even obliterate it entirely. In such a scenario, even if the ultimate victory did not belong to him, he could still garner a commendable reputation. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to persuade the 3 to join his cause. As they traversed the path, Lulu expressed her growing boredom, lamenting, why have we found nothing along the way? What is going on? A day has passed since we departed from the Lake District, and astonishingly, we have yet to encounter a single soul. Even if the estimated number of participants has dwindled to half, it is implausible that we would meet none at all. Surely, we cannot be the last 3 left, speculated Lulu. Indeed, there is a possibility, replied Wuyue. The contestants on the volcanic side have likely begun to band together. That is plausible, Sophia concurred with Wuyue's assessment. However, this presupposes they share a common interest. As they conversed, a young man emerged from the thicket, blocking their path. Please, do not draw your swords. I mean no harm, the young man declared. The trio exchanged glances and sheathed their weapons. Thank you, thank you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Niels. I have organized a small group nearby, and have long admired the esteemed reputation of Miss Sophia. I have come with a request, Niels stated with utmost sincerity, lowering his demeanor. Sophia, feeling impatient, replied, I have encountered many like you. While you may appear genuine, it is clear you seek to utilize me for your own ends. Nevertheless, Sophia was unperturbed by the prospect of being used. Rather, she welcomed the opportunity. Niels then proceeded to narrate the details of his situation. So, you wish for me to assist you in confronting this mysterious force? Sophia inquired. Precisely. May I inquire about your inclination, Miss Sophia? Niels asked tentatively. I am indifferent. As long as there is combat involved, Sophia responded, glancing at Wuyue and Lulu. I am agreeable, Lulu chimed in with a smile. It appeared that the decision now rested upon Bai Ye. She contemplated that rather than aimlessly searching, this could be an opportunity to unite the remaining contestants. Whether to engage in battle or coexist peacefully could be determined later. Bai Ye looked at Sophia, who nodded in affirmation. Then we agree to join, Bai Ye declared decisively. Splendid. With the three of you on board, we shall surely triumph over our adversaries, Niels exclaimed with genuine delight, his enthusiasm seeming authentic rather than feigned. Collaborating with such an unconventional opportunist bore its advantages, for he was not one to harm others for personal gain. Please, follow me. I will escort you to our stronghold. Niels gestured invitingly. Meanwhile, shifting the focus to Bai Ye, he mused, I currently command a force of 27. He surveyed the dual bodies before him. It appeared that there was no upper limit to the number of dual bodies, and their actions did not deplete any of Bai Ye's resources. Rather, they functioned as autonomous entities, consuming and recovering on their own. Occasionally, a few individuals, driven by sheer willpower, managed to escape from the dual bodies. But Bai Ye could only defeat them and send them away. Thus, only 27 remained. Regrettably, the dual bodies could not achieve such efficacy in the outside world. In essence, upon the original host's demise, no matter how long the skills persisted, the dual body would instantly replace the original, for reasons unknown. This remarkable phenomenon only manifested within this eternal illusionary realm. Bai Ye now contemplated creating a significant disturbance to attract Bai Ye and her companions, subsequently utilizing the dual bodies to bolster their battle achievements. His purpose was merely to experiment with various skills and to take leisurely strolls, never once contemplating the ambition to dominate the competition. This was indeed an over-exaggeration by others. He was aware that those eliminated would eventually reappear in the contest, and it was only a matter of time before Lilith discovered them. However, as long as there were still students within the illusion realm, she would not turn her wrath upon him. Rather, based on Bai Ye's understanding of her, upon learning the circumstances, her first instinct would likely not be to resolve the matter, but rather to enjoy the spectacle. It had indeed been a long time since he acted without any ulterior motives. Why hasn't Bai Ye arrived yet? Surely she hasn't been eliminated along the way. Bai Ye pondered, growing increasingly impatient and allowing his thoughts to wander. Should I go out and find her? He was reluctant for Bai Ye to realize he had orchestrated this. Even if he ventured out, he would have to feign ignorance. He desired for Bai Ye to gain more confidence and experience. This competition was an opportune moment for her. Don't be like I was back then. Chapter 74. Unraveled in the Eternal Illusion Realm, Northeast Region. At this moment, over 40 contestants had gathered. Since Sophia and her companions joined Niels' team, he seized the momentum to rally nearly all contestants from the Northern Illusion Realm to confront the threat from the West. One must admit Niels possessed a silver tongue. This was also aided by the formidable abilities of Sophia and her companions, particularly Sophia, who had become the best figurehead. Those who joined sought to achieve some accomplishments in this battle, hoping to elevate their final rankings. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the foes they faced could not afford them any victories. The audience, having grown weary from half a day's watching, were unexpectedly treated to a grand finale. Except for a few contestants still wandering the illusion realm or those like Lista, who had given up. Almost all remaining participants engaged in this battle. Isn't this exciting? The spectators brightened, eagerly anticipating the commencement of this grand clash. Though I don't know what that is. It certainly provides some amusement, Lilith remarked, having long cast aside her initial intent to uncover that individual's true nature. Now, she simply wished to relish the entertainment. Hey, Lilith, is it really all right to leave that fellow alone? Matilda inquired. That's no trivial matter. The fact that a defeated contestant reemerges is an unheard of ability. Is it necromancy? But it doesn't seem so, as necromancy cannot be employed in the illusion realm. Once a contestant is defeated, they are teleported out, leaving no chance for revival. Stop worrying. This is my illusion realm. Even if he attempts any tricks, I can easily crush him, Lilith asserted with confidence. All right, just don't let it backfire, Matilda replied helplessly. However, judging by his actions, he certainly doesn't exude any hostility. Those he has defeated were essentially sent out intact. In the realm of illusion, all sensations are rendered with absolute realism. Should anyone resort to sadistic acts for the sake of pleasure, they would undoubtedly face expulsion and dismissal. At least for now, he has introduced an unexpected element to the competition, which proves to be somewhat advantageous. Ahem, esteemed classmates. I believe I have elucidated the general situation adequately. Initially, my thoughts were solely focused on self-preservation. After all, gathering nearly 30 individuals was beyond my expectations. However, with Miss Sophia's assistance, we have successfully amassed over 40 people, far surpassing their numbers. I am aware of your concerns, and I assure you that as long as we unite our efforts to tackle this significant dilemma, the subsequent rankings and results will be determined by each of you. I shall not interfere. Niels distanced himself completely, having achieved his goal of persuading so many to form an alliance, thereby etching his name into the annals of the inaugural Illusionary Realm competition. Henceforth, his name will be remembered by future generations, which suffices for him. Although his words were eloquent, how many would truly remain after this battle? Subsequently, the group of over 40 set forth, advancing westward, while the opposing force remained stationary, as if they had no intention of concealing themselves, merely awaiting the arrival of challengers. This, however, instilled trepidation among the competitors, who felt an ominous trap lay in wait. This culminated in a comical scene where more than 40 individuals stood frozen, fixated on the 27 opponents across from them, paralyzed with caution. Ultimately, it appeared that the opposing team could no longer tolerate the standoff, as the 27 surged forth in unison. How could this be? Niels pondered. The adversaries moved with the precision of a well-trained army, operating in perfect harmony rather than engaging in disarray. Was this a makeshift team? In contrast, their own group comprised members from various classes, unfamiliar with one another, each harboring ulterior motives and reluctant to exert themselves. Could his suspicions be correct? Were those individuals indeed under someone's control? Niels mused. While Niels continued to contemplate, the battle had already commenced. Although their side was initially taken aback, their numerical advantage quickly allowed them to repel the oncoming assault, igniting a chaotic melee involving over 70 participants. At that moment, Wu Yue was maneuvering through the battlefield, launching attacks with fervor. Yet, she too discerned something amiss. Why did these individuals exhibit no desire to retaliate against her? They would only feebly defend themselves when she struck, practically offering themselves to her blade. Yet, when it came to other competitors, they showed no mercy, their tactics fierce and reckless. Numerous participants had already been eliminated through their suicidal assaults. These are not living beings, Sophia declared as her sword pierced an opponent's heart, turning to Wu Yue. Their gazes are vacant, have you noticed? Upon this revelation, Wu Yue recognized the root of the anomaly. Wait, doesn't that resemble the effects of a doppelganger? As Bai Ye imparted this technique, he elaborated that the doppelgangers would replace the original, taking on its form, yet lacking the essence of the original soul. Thus, they were merely puppets at best. If that is the case, do all 27 individuals here represent doppelgangers? With this realization, Wu Yu finally understood why they refrained from attacking her. In this world, only 2 individuals possess the ability to execute such a maneuver. This is the handiwork of my estranged master. By the way, Sophia, I have something to share with you. We might be laboring in vain at this moment. Quite perceptive, indeed. Bai Ye leaned against a tree, observing the chaotic battlefield below. Wu Yu had already escorted Sophia and Keilu away from that place, and was now approaching Bai Ye. Bai Ye made no attempt to evade. He leapt from the tree, confronting the trio head-on. Are you the instigator? Sophia inquired, gazing at the man who had descended from the tree. Bai Ye cast a glance at Wu Yu, who acknowledged him with a nod, though he did not allow Sophia and Keilu to witness this exchange. Bai Ye smiled and replied, Indeed, that would be me. Sophia appraised the man before her. He was clearly not a student of the academy, given his age. Yet, she did not dwell on this, for she sensed the formidable strength he possessed and was eager to engage him in combat. A battle enthusiast. It seems this confrontation is inevitable. Noticing the fierce determination in Sophia's eyes, Bai Ye shook his head and remarked, You are quite keen to fight, but I presently lack a weapon. Young lady over there, may I borrow your dagger for a moment? Chapter 75. Master, do not pretend. Oh, all right. Here you go. The master nearly spoke out of turn, prompting Wu Yu to hastily toss the dagger to Bai Ye. Wu Yu, should we not assist? Keilu asked, perplexed. In such circumstances, wouldn't it be better to join forces rather than suddenly resort to a one-on-one duel? Wu Yu found herself at a loss for words, aware that excessive explanation might reveal too much. You needn't concern yourselves. It is a rare opportunity to face a worthy opponent. Sophia's words provided Wu Yu with an escape. Indeed, throughout their journey, Sophia had felt stifled, finding none among the 40-plus alliance members worthy of her attention. "Come forth, make your move," Bai Ye declared. Without further ado, Sophia brandished her sword, the frigid frost already enveloping the frost blade, and in an instant, she lunged at Bai Ye. Bai Ye remained unperturbed, utilizing shadow evasion to dodge, circling behind to execute a backstab, all in one fluid motion. The same combination of moves, when performed by Wu Yu and by Bai Ye, differed entirely. In terms of speed, Bai Ye was decisively superior. Bai Ye surmised that he had likely attained some form of enhancement within the illusion realm, and his overall strength might even surpass that of Yin. Sophia could not possibly stand as his equal. Sophia quickly turned to block the anticipated backstab, but Bai Ye unexpectedly altered his approach. The backstab was abandoned in favor of a powerful kick, sending both her and her swords soaring through the air. Perhaps entering the illusion realm as a purely spiritual entity, coupled with the formidable mental prowess acknowledged even by Calandria, led to Bai Ye being classified as a master-level combatant by the realm, granting him master-level strength. Stabilizing herself, Sophia looked at Bai Ye with eyes brimming with excitement. The man is undeniably formidable, and I must treat him with the utmost seriousness. Thus, I held my breath, embodying the posture of that first sword strike. Has it arrived? Bai Ye had long been intrigued by Sophia's swordsmanship, and now he finally had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. In an instant, as Sophia opened her eyes, she vanished from her original position. Bai Ye, already prepared, activated bullet time. Oh, I had anticipated this moment and initiated bullet time in advance. Yet that sword still managed to slice perilously close to my neck. In this near stillness of time, the distance between Sophia's blade and Bai Ye was but a hair's breadth. The mastery required to achieve such speed must have taken countless hours of practice. Bai Ye was certain that this strike was nothing more than an ordinary attack from a magic swordsman, imbued only with ice attributes, an ultimate blow forged through billions of sword swings. Sophia indeed possessed the essence of a warrior's pursuit, destined for greatness in the future. However, she still fell short at this moment. The heart of the mind, wielded by Bai Ye, who possessed master-level strength, proved far superior to Wu Yu's abilities. The instant Sophia confronted Bai Ye's abyssal gaze, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped her. She envisioned a blood-soaked assassin standing atop a mountain of corpses, staring down at her. Bai Ye had taken countless lives. The murderous aura surrounding him was almost tangible, augmented by the memories of innumerable predecessors. This immense psychological impact shattered the pinnacle of Sophia's strike, reducing it to an ordinary attack that Bai Ye easily dodged. He followed up with a swift kick, sending Sophia sprawling. Gasping for breath, she felt as if she could scarcely draw air. This was the true effect of the heart of the mind. "Do you wish to continue?" Bai Ye inquired, looking down at the half-kneeling Sophia. "I concede," she admitted. This man was extraordinarily powerful, and she sensed that he had yet to unveil his full arsenal. Was there some underlying hesitation? Moreover, why did his tactics mirror those of Wu Yu so closely? Bai Ye then lifted the effect of the heart of the mind, allowing Sophia to breathe normally once more. "You possess great potential. You will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future," Bai Ye said cryptically before casting a glance at Wu Yu and dissipating into a cloud of purple smoke. Wu Yu remarked, "Master, must you put on such an act?" As Bai Ye departed, he casually lifted the double body illusion, and the battlefield returned to tranquility in an instant. Why have they all suddenly vanished? Someone noticed something amiss. The disappearance of these individuals was not accompanied by brilliant light, but rather dissipated like smoke. Damn it, they weren't real at all. What about that man named Niels? He deceived us. Meanwhile, Niels had long since fled with his companions, having achieved his objectives, leaving the others to their fates. Those who had been deceived could hardly swallow their indignation. Consequently, in the ensuing time, nearly all participants sought Niels to settle the score. Yet no matter how diligently they searched, he remained elusive. As the final moments approached, Wu Yu and the others returned to Lista's side, awaiting the culmination of events in serene silence. The reason for her return was that the entire illusionary realm had become devoid of worthy opponents for Sophia. Furthermore, her battle with Bai Ye had indeed taken a toll on her, prompting her to retreat to the Lake District to await the conclusion of the competition. As securing a top position among the remaining competitors seemed assured, the competition concluded with remarkable punctuality. Almost simultaneously, several individuals transformed into beams of light and dissipated within the illusionary realm. When Wu Yu opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on the training ground. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that a dozen competitors remained, and surprisingly, Niels was among them. This fellow truly had a knack for survival. Congratulations to those who made it to the end. How was my illusionary realm? Lilith descended from the judging panel, her gaze sweeping across the contestants in search of that enigmatic participant. Yet, despite her keen perception, she failed to spot the peculiar man she sought. Well, never mind. Let us proceed to the awards, Lilith announced. The judges had already assigned scores to each contestant based on various criteria: survival time, number of opponents defeated, and performance during battles and daily activities. In terms of survival time, only the 13 individuals present remained. Those eliminated could not compete with them. Next, examining the number of opponents defeated, Sophia led with 12, followed by Wu Yu with 11, Lista with 7, and Kulyalu with 6. The remaining competitors had generally defeated 2 to 3 opponents, with at least one victory each. Finally, considering overall combat and daily performance, Sophia achieved the highest battle performance, securing first place. Wu Yu and Lista, having defended the Lake District, ranked second and third, respectively, due to their exemplary daily performances. Kulyalu, having been less proactive in combat and enduring hunger throughout, found herself in fourth place. Standing on the podium, Lista clutched the discount voucher from Sia, utterly astonished that she had attained third place merely by coasting through. Thus, she resolved to continue her laid-back approach. Chapter 76. Yinling. With the competition concluded, Lista, holding the Sia discount voucher, decided to treat her companions to a meal in gratitude for Wu Yu's assistance and to celebrate their commendable placements. I'll go fetch Nicole. Do you have anyone else you wish to invite? Lista inquired, recalling her close bond with Nicole, even though she had been eliminated in the first round. Perhaps just Bela. Wu Yu suggested. He had initially considered inviting Yin, but hesitated, wondering if it might be inappropriate, and he was uncertain if she was busy at the moment. Why not invite her? It's just one more person, and I'm sure they would get along splendidly, Bai Ye's voice chimed in. Ah, Master, you startled me, Wu Yu exclaimed, taken aback by the suddenness of Bai Ye's presence after 5 days of silence. After the illusionary realm vanished, Bai Ye seamlessly returned to Wu Yu's consciousness, as Lilith could not retain him. After all, he and Wu Yu were essentially bound at the soul, a connection forged by the very will of the world, remarkably strong. Lilith was extremely vexed. She had boasted that she could easily crush Bai Ye, yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Martilda, reveling in her misfortune, remarked that things had certainly gone awry. Thus, the two engaged in yet another round of combat. Wu Yu returned, feeling considerably relieved, and inquired, "But Master, Bela is a classmate. It wouldn't be an issue to bring her along. However, if we were to include Sister Yin, wouldn't that create an awkward atmosphere? After all, this is a treat from Lista. Rest assured, I guarantee the ambience will be far from uncomfortable. Just observe the personalities of Lista and Yin. They are not the type to overthink," Bai Ye reassured him. Indeed, both Yin and Lista were forthright and exuberant individuals, so worrying about them causing an awkward silence was unnecessary. Moreover, Bai Ye pointed out, "Look, hasn't Yin already been cheering for you from the audience?" Really? Wu Yu followed Bai Ye's gaze and spotted Yin enthusiastically waving from the stands, prompting her to jump and wave back. "Wu Yu, you fought splendidly." "Haha," Yin exclaimed, patting Wu Yu on the shoulder in praise. "It seems I underestimated you before. Miss Yin, do not underestimate our Wu Yu. Aside from Sophia, she is the strongest in our dormitory." Bela interjected, omitting any mention of Kulu. "You scoundrel, Bela. Is Kulu not strong?" Kulu protested, delivering a firm punch to Bela's back. Unfortunately, the physical resilience of the dragonkin was formidable, and even though Bela was merely an alchemist, the recoil from Kulu's blow left her hand aching. "If you could stay awake during battle, I might concede that you're formidable," Bela taunted. "Regrettably, today's alert Kulu is merely a temporary appearance. After today, she will revert to her slumbering self. Speaking of which, Miss Sophia, I observed your combat skills, and from your swordplay, I discerned the shadow of the Flame Sword Saint." Yin suddenly posed a question to Sophia. Upon hearing the name of the Flame Sword Saint, Sophia instinctively trembled, then responded, "Yes, I had trained under the Flame Sword Saint." "You truly possess discerning eyes, Miss Yin." "I see. May I inquire about her current whereabouts?" Yin pressed, having confirmed her suspicions. "I am unaware of that. My teacher departed the Northern Realm 3 years ago and has since vanished," Sophia replied. Among her many sword instructors, the Flame Sword Saint had left the deepest impression and was the most powerful. Is there a particular reason for your inquiry? Sophia asked. Yen candidly replied, actually, I have been an orphan since childhood. It was Lord Flame who took me in and taught me my skills, only to leave when I turned 15. Thus, our timelines of learning under her coincidentally overlap. Considering this, I suppose I am your senior sister, Yen said with a forced laugh. Though it was evident to any astute observer that the circumstances were far more complex than she suggested. Who would have thought there was this layer of connection? Bai Ye remarked. It was clear that Yan's name was likely intertwined with the Flame Sword Saint in some manner. Sophia accepted this revelation with ease, feeling a closer kinship with Yan, now her informal senior. See ya. As Bai Ye remarked, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Lizida and Yan's personalities complemented each other splendidly. Yan, having been a mercenary, had encountered numerous wealthy heirs and heiresses, yet few possessed the down-to-earth charm of Lizida. In short, they were having a delightful time. Once the banquet concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. Bai Ye and Wu Yu, however, retired to their chamber to discuss how to confront the leader of the time-traveling fan club. In truth, no elaborate scheme was necessary. A straightforward confrontation would suffice. They intended to unmask her identity as a time traveler and harness her abilities for themselves. Bai Ye reasoned that aside from her talent for manipulation, she posed little threat. Moreover, mental attacks would be utterly ineffective against Wu Yu. Even without the protection of the tranquility technique, if Wu Yu were unable to withstand the assault, they could simply switch places. Resolute, they set out, hoping to catch her at the usual spot. Upon arriving at the grove, the distant sounds of cheers and screams reached their ears. Wu Yu parted the underbrush and gasped. Compared to the last time, the number of fans had dramatically increased. The small grove was bursting at the seams with them. The stage pulsed with vibrant music, and the girl referred to as the bishop, clad in the same support outfit as before, brandished a glow stick and exclaimed, "Beloved followers of Lady Sophia, let us once again celebrate Lady Sophia's triumphant victory in the competition with fervent love." The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and deafening cheers. Judging by her words, Bai Ye surmised that the celebration was nearing its conclusion. 2 hours later, the proclamation rang out. Thus, the festival in honor of Lady Sophia's victory comes to an end. Let us continue to support Lady Sophia in the future. Master, I am truly frightened by their fervor, Wu Yu expressed. Fear not, I have witnessed even more absurdity. Bai Ye reassured. They had anticipated the event's conclusion, only to discover it was merely intermission. The duo endured the latter half of the celebration, feeling increasingly disenchanted. As the crowd began to disperse, Bai Ye remained fixated on the girl atop the stage, her smile unwavering as she bid farewell to the departing fans, seemingly intent on waiting until the last had left. Chapter 77. The Reincarnator at last. The fans had scattered, leaving only the girl on stage, tidying her belongings. And Wu Yu, concealed in the underbrush. It's about time. You may come out now, the girl unexpectedly called out. This revelation astonished Bai Ye and Wu Yu. How could Wu Yu's stealth have been so easily discerned? Reluctantly, Wu Yu emerged from her hiding place to confront the girl. How did you know? Wu Yu inquired. Humph. Do not underestimate my sense of smell. The unmistakable fragrance of Lady Sophia clings to you. Did you think I would not notice? The girl's words struck with startling clarity, exposing her peculiar nature. I've seen you. You were on the podium today. She scrutinized Wu Yu and continued. Oh, I understand now. You admire Lady Sophia's grace and beauty and wish to join our support club, don't you? How splendid. No, that's not it, Wu Yu stammered, taken aback by the girl's self-absorbed chatter. Enough. Wu Yu, allow me to handle this, Bai Ye interjected. In the perpetual twilight, devoid of the moon, Bai Ye found himself ill-equipped to confront the situation, leading him to decide to tackle it alone. Let me be frank. You are not from this world, are you? Bai Ye stated bluntly. This remark struck the girl like a bolt from the blue, rendering her flustered and bewildered. How do you know that? Who are you? She questioned in a state of panic. You aren't a hired assassin from that organization, are you? Ah, please don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary idol enthusiast. I am of no use to you. The girl suddenly curled up, clutching her head, and shouted incomprehensible words to Bai Ye. Calm down. I am not here to kill you. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the girl slowly lifted her head and stole a glance at him. Oh really? Why would I lie to you? With your current state, had I intended to kill you, you would have perished countless times over by now. Still, You haven't answered my question. You are a transmigrator, correct? Bai Ye inquired once more. That's not entirely accurate, the girl replied softly. Strictly speaking, I am a reincarnator. Her name was Elsa, a reincarnator who, unlike most transmigrators, did not come to this world in her entirety. Instead, she was reborn in this other realm after dying in her previous life. In her former life, she was a top-tier idol enthusiast named Makino Makoto, a male. One day, while attending an idol meet and greet, she was tragically struck by a dump truck and subsequently reincarnated into this new world. What a klitsch plot, Bai Ye remarked with a hint of sarcasm. After her reincarnation, she lived as an ordinary village girl named Elsa. However, at the age of 14, Elsa awakened the memories of her past life as Makino Makoto and gained her unique ability. Pseudo-god creation allowed her to designate a target, transforming them into a pseudo-god while she became their agent. By incessantly promoting the tenets of the pseudo-god, she could effectively manipulate the hearts of others, with the strength of the control determined entirely by the agent. Additionally, she could channel the power of belief entirely into the pseudo-god, augmenting their strength, with the enhancement depending on the number of followers. Yet, with such formidable power, you choose to pursue idols? Bai Ye found it somewhat amusing. This ability is clearly one that could establish a religious order and control the continent's dynamics, which would not be a difficult feat. It is rather a stroke of fortune that such power rests in the hands of an idol enthusiast. What is so funny about that? What is wrong with investing in faith? Makino Makoto's otaku perspective left Bai Ye somewhat perplexed. But why did you specifically choose Sophia? Oh, it's because Lady Sophia resembles an idol I used to admire, she explained. That makes sense. And what about you? What is your story? Makino Makoto inquired about Bai Ye's origins. I am Bai Ye, also a transmigrator, though only in spirit. What you see before you is my host, and also my disciple, named Wuyue. Oh, are you from the Flame Nation? Upon hearing Bai Ye's name, Makino Makoto surmised. What did you do before? An assassin. Oh, an assassin. Makino Makoto exclaimed, startled to discover that Bai Ye had once been a killer in his past life. Really, that is so cool. When you killed, did you use those flying needles, or knives, or something like that? No, we all wield firearms. Oh, what are you disappointed about? I've heard that assassins often engage in a leap of faith. Is that true? Perhaps you've played too many games. During your clandestine activities, do you ever encounter situations where you must resort to overwhelming force? Enough. After a cordial exchange with Kuroki Makoto, Bai Ye finally managed to draw him to his side. He relayed the commission from Calandria, which filled Makoto, who had spent over a decade in mediocrity. With exhilaration, he felt as though the main quest from another world had finally arrived. On the other hand, after learning that Wuyue was Sophia's roommate, Kuroki's resolve to join Bai Ye was further solidified. By June, since you put it that way, for the sake of world peace and Lady Sophia, I will not hesitate to brave any danger. Bai Ye was unwilling to engage in further idle chatter and continued, listen carefully. Your fan club for Sophia needs to tone it down. Its existence is severely disrupting her normal life. As for the fans you've incited, creating a fan club is permissible, but refrain from utilizing your abilities. Do you understand? Yes, Kuroki responded promptly. Perhaps finally finding a kindred spirit in Bai Ye as a fellow traveler, or maybe anticipating more opportunities to meet his idol. His true thoughts remained a mystery. In any case, as the day passed, Kuroki transformed back into Elsa, while Bai Ye reverted to Wuyue, until the time came when he would need Kuroki again. Take care. By June, Elsa waved goodbye. Sigh. How many travelers have come to this world via Calandria? It must be acknowledged that since Bai Ye arrived, he has encountered 2 travelers already. Given the population of this world, isn't that probability rather high? From Kuroki, Bai Ye learned about that organization. He was unaware of its specific name or number of members, but it was evident that this organization consisted of travelers. According to Kuroki, when he was merely 14 and had just acquired his powers, the organization dispatched individuals to invite him to join. However, Kuroki had no interest and declined, which consequently attracted a death threat. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to evade disaster and entered the academy, securing temporary safety. Chapter 78. Work-study Wuyue. It seems remarkably quiet lately. Those Sophia fans have calmed down quite a bit, Bila suddenly remarked to Wuyue one day. Really? Haha. Perhaps the academy has intervened, Wuyue mused, deciding to shift the blame onto the academy, as he could not divulge the matter regarding Elsa or Kuroki. Is that so? Well, as long as they don't bother us, it's fine. By the way, Wuyue, Would you be interested in experimenting with my newly developed potion? Bella changed the subject, smiling at Wu Yue. Actually, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Upon hearing about testing the potion, Wu Yue bolted away. Just a couple of days prior, he had tried Bella's new concoction and ended up covered in scales, which only fully shed yesterday. Is my potion really that terrifying? Bella grumbled. As Wu Yue escaped the dormitory, he pondered where to go next. His course load was quite light. Once a week, there is a class on assassination techniques taught by teacher Karen, primarily focused on practical applications. Additionally, there is a political history lesson with the homeroom teacher, Miss Selena, covering the history of the mainland and contemporary issues. There is also a course on the types and behaviors of magical creatures, as well as a class dedicated to the everyday skills of adventurers, which includes cooking, crafting, first aid, and the processes for accepting and submitting quests. Furthermore, there is a unique engineering course that the Academy offers, though it proves largely irrelevant outside its walls. In addition, Mu Yu has chosen to enroll in a general magic course that emphasizes universal spells and elucidates the principles of magic. Over the course of an entire week, there are merely 6 classes. Even with diligent practice both morning and night, Mu Yu still finds herself with ample free time. The Academy does not permit students to leave without reason, allowing them only to wander within the confines of the Academy city. Moreover, although there are few expenses within the Academy, it has been several months since their departure, and the travel funds provided by everyone are swiftly dwindling. Regardless of how frugally they are spent, it is time to consider earning some living expenses. Thus, Mu Yu decides to take a trip to the Academy city to scout for job opportunities. She first visits the Academy's post office, where she writes a letter to Tiffany and others in distant Sersar City, updating them on her situation and assuring them not to worry. Afterward, she exchanges pleasantries with the gatekeeper, Di Sovo, and steps through the Academy gates, embarking on her quest for employment. After several hours of fruitless searching, Mu Yu plops down on a bench by the street. Finding a job is truly challenging, she laments. Indeed, it seems that in any world, securing employment is no easy feat, Bai Ye reflects. In the Academy city, arguably the most developed city in the entire continent, the situation is even more pronounced. The job market has become exceedingly competitive, closing off many avenues. For instance, while there are no explicit restrictions preventing ordinary individuals or those of other professions from becoming alchemists, such alchemists inevitably lack the professional protection that ensures significant achievements. In the Academy city, ordinary alchemists struggle to gain recognition. Similarly, aspiring blacksmith apprentices must possess considerable strength, often requiring backgrounds as warriors, knights, martial artists, or archers. Mu Yu's petite stature leads to immediate rejections. Her capabilities are deemed inadequate. On another note, within the secret realms, traditional adventurers who rely on quests for sustenance find it impossible to survive, as there are scarcely any quests available, at most. There are trivial tasks such as finding lost items or moving belongings, with pitiable rewards. Bai Ye is also reluctant to let Mu Yu venture into taverns. The profession of an assassin is inherently undesirable, with the only opportunities for distinction lying within mercenary organizations, assassin guilds, or adventurer guilds, where one might serve as a bodyguard for wealthy politicians and merchants, stepping in to shield them when necessary. Yet the risks involved are considerable. Furthermore, given the protection of the Academy over the city, does there truly exist a need for such organizations? It seems impossible to rely on a profession for sustenance. What should one do then? Observing Mu Yu, whose hair is damp with sweat and whose face is flushed from the heat, Bai Ye suddenly hears a voice in his mind. Why not debut as an idol? For reasons unknown, the voice of Elsa resonates within him. I find myself deeply affected by the toxic influence of that reclusive individual, Blackwood, to the point of auditory hallucinations. Bai Ye shook his head, dismissing a certain idol enthusiast from his thoughts. How about trying your luck at Matilda's establishment? He suggested. Working as a server should be free from those rigid constraints. Don't you think? Ah, yes. I completely forgot about Miss Matilda's shop. Since I cannot sustain myself through my profession, I must resort to the service industry. Upon arriving at Sia, I noticed it was the quietest time of day, with only a handful of patrons enjoying afternoon tea and engaging in light conversation. As I entered the establishment, I found Matilda reprimanding her staff. I have repeated this countless times. This place is a sanitary dead zone. You must remember to wipe it down with a disinfected cloth every 30 minutes and wash it with a cleaning potion every 3 hours. Confirm this again before every shift. We are the most upscale restaurant in the city and must ensure every corner is spotless, welcoming our guests with the utmost cleanliness. Look, there's another hair on your uniform. Matilda's relentless scolding nearly brought the young staff member to tears, just as I walked in. Miss Matilda? Oh, it's you, Bai Ye. Please wait a moment. Upon recognizing me, Matilda instructed me to hold on and turned back to the staff member, saying, Do you understand what I've just said? If I catch you slacking again, I will have no choice but to deduct your wages. All right, you can clock out now. Yes, I understand, Miss Manager, the young woman replied, covering her face as she rushed to the back, tears in her eyes. It seems this job isn't as easy as it appears, Bai Ye remarked. After escorting the staff member away, Matilda turned to me and inquired, What brings you here? Actually, Miss Matilda, I share my desire to work part-time here with her. Oh, you wish to join my team? Matilda asked. Considering what you just witnessed, do you still want to pursue this? I am not afraid of hard work, and I will dedicate myself to the job. Please, Miss Matilda, grant me this opportunity. I assured her. Seeing my earnestness, Matilda smiled and replied, Very well. It's commendable for a young person to be willing to strive. You can start working tomorrow morning. As for your wages, I'll pay you daily. How does 5 gold coins per day sound? Miss Matilda, the angelic figure, remains as generous as ever. I can only imagine that the former mercenary, Yen, would have eagerly accepted such terms. Chapter 79, The New Darling of CS. Subsequently, Matilda provided me with a comprehensive overview of the work structure at CS. The dining periods are divided into breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, and dinner. However, in reality, the dinner service attracts the majority of guests. During the other times, patrons often occupy private rooms for the entire day. Consequently, employees work in shifts. The schedule consists of 3 shifts with 2 rotations, ensuring that each staff member experiences an equal number of day and night shifts, with the possibility of contiguous rest periods. Quite a humane arrangement. As I am new, Matilda has assigned me 4-day shifts this week, followed by 2 days off and then 1 night shift, allowing me to acclimate to the work environment. I will assign an experienced employee to guide you. There is no need for concern. Matilda had made up her mind. She would assign that recently scolded young fellow to accompany Bai Ye, serving as a modest reprimand for him. Well, that is settled. Come with me. I shall take you to try on some clothes, Matilda beckoned, signaling Bai Ye to follow. Eagerly, Bai Ye trailed behind Matilda and arrived at the changing room backstage. Matilda retrieved a clean uniform from the laundry and tossed it to Bai Ye. Here, change into this so I can see if it fits. Bai Ye accepted the uniform and stepped into the fitting room, donning the staff attire. One must admit, CS was indeed the most upscale restaurant in the Academy City. Even the staff uniforms were exquisitely designed, suitable for formal occasions. The uniform featured a black and white color scheme, with a pure white 3/4 sleeve shirt on top. The lower half consisted of a knee-length pleated skirt, adorned with a few well-placed celestial decorations. Finally, she tied on a short apron and donned a black beret. Perfection, remarked Bai Ye. This was Bai Ye's first time wearing anything other than her usual clothes. After all, the child had never had the opportunity to purchase beautiful garments. Ah, master, did you see that just now? Bai Ye's cheeks flushed crimson. Are you only realizing it now? It's been months. Nothing is new under the sun. Rest assured, essentially, you are me, and I am you. There is nothing particularly special about it. Although Bai Ye's words held merit, Bai Ye still felt a peculiar sensation at being observed while changing. This feels a bit overwhelming, she murmured, adjusting the waistband of her skirt. The black beret somewhat obstructed her fluffy cat ears, so she decided to remove it. As she took off the hat, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, momentarily entranced. Truth be told, she had never truly examined her reflection before. Her white hair appeared to have grown slightly longer, appearing somewhat tousled. Her violet eyes sparkled like flawless crystals, gazing back at her from the mirror. All right, you look lovely enough. Step out and let them see, Bai Ye urged. Stepping out of the changing room, Bai Ye instantly captivated the attention of the staff and several patrons. Even Matilda couldn't help but cast a few lingering glances. This little lady is destined to be a stunning beauty, someone remarked. Quite impressive, though it is a tad large. Unfortunately, this is the smallest uniform we have. The hat does not fit well, does it? We'll get you a suitable style tomorrow. You can wear this outfit home and return in it tomorrow. All right, I suppose, Bai Ye responded, feeling slightly embarrassed at the prospect of walking home in such a conspicuous uniform. What are you afraid of? You must dare to express yourself. Bai Ye encouraged. Master, how about you walk back for me? Wu Yue suddenly suggested, feeling too shy to return home in the outfit herself, thinking it would be easier if her master went in her stead. Cough, cough. Bai Ye thought this was indeed digging her own grave. Wu Yue, the path ahead must be walked by you alone. You cannot always rely on others' gazes, and your master cannot assist you forever, Bai Ye said earnestly. While this was sound advice, it seemed rather forced coming from Bai Ye at that moment. Wu Yue, in truth, master must feel somewhat embarrassed. Alas, Wu Yue had no choice but to muster the courage to return. Oh, my heavens, whose adorable little one is this? Upon entering, Bila rushed over. After being apart for a while, she exclaimed, "What is this? Have you gone shopping for new clothes?" "No, it's not like that," Wu Yue replied. "Are you going to work at Sia?" Bila said in astonishment. "I've heard that Miss Martita is quite strict. Many have found her unbearable and have quit." "It's fine. I will do my best." Bila inquired earnestly, "Wu Yue, is it true that you genuinely do not wish to try my medicine, which is why you are going there?" "Ah, I am so sorrowful. It's not like that. Believe me, I'm not thinking that way," Wu Yue hurriedly explained. Bila instantly retracted her sorrowful expression and laughed. "I knew Wu Yue wasn't he like that. So, I'll entrust you with tomorrow's medicine." "No, that is not." Poor Wu Yue, toyed with by Bila. "Sigh. I wonder what will sprout on my body tomorrow." The next day, at the most upscale restaurant in the city, Sia, a new waitress made her debut, a rare young demi-human girl. With her genuine charm, she quickly became the darling of the CS staff. "Little Wu Yue, may I touch your ears?" "Come on, Wu Yue, let me do your makeup." These were the most frequently heard phrases on her first day of work. "Wu Yue, have you done the cleaning today?" came Martita's voice. "I'll be right there, manager." Finally, seizing an opportunity, Wu Yue escaped the throng of older sisters. Even in her quest to honor the wages paid by Miss Martita, Wu Yue resolved to work diligently. As Sia primarily catered to female patrons, it emphasized a tranquil atmosphere and high-end salon services, resonating with an aristocratic air. Some customers lingered for an entire day, making the work quite leisurely. Most of the time was spent on cleaning. Her spare time between lessons quickly filled up. Sometimes, Martita had to return to the academy to handle affairs and was absent from the shop, yet no one dared to slack off. Despite the absence of surveillance in this world, magic prevailed. After several days of work, enduring a few reprimands from Martita, Wu Yue finally became accustomed to her duties and blended seamlessly with the other staff, fully integrating into this familial environment. It was evident that Martita genuinely cared for Sia. Aside from academy matters, she spent most of her time here. Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder, how many livers does the angel race possess? Chapter 80. Undercurrents in the capital of the Dorak Kingdom, Imoer City, located on the western edge of the continent, once stood the illustrious human empire of Shar, with Blanmoer City as its capital. Due to the great catastrophe 500 years ago, the continent was cleaved in two from this very point, losing its capital. Coupled with the fragmentation of the Shar Empire, it swiftly declined, leading to a natural coup, forcing the Shar royal family to flee while the nobles under their rule began to align themselves. At that time, the two most prominent political factions were composed of the long-established nobility of the Shar Empire. Among them, the Mare family, as local aristocrats of Branmere City, seized the initiative as the pro-imperial faction during the coup, driving the secessionist Blank family from the continent. However, when the rulers of the Mare family sought to reclaim members of the Shar royal family, it was already too late, for the royal family had fled to the opposite shore. Ultimately, compelled by the domestic situation and the overwhelming clamor of the populace, they declared themselves kings and established the Kingdom of Dorak. Meanwhile, the expelled Blank family was by no means benign. In the remaining portion of Branmere City on the other side, they rebuilt Blank City and established the Kingdom of Sindral. Thus, the once unified empire was divided overnight into the Kingdom of Dorak, with Mare City as its capital, and the Kingdom of Sindral, with Blank City as its capital. For 5 centuries, the two kingdoms coexisted peacefully, even nominally recognizing the former emperor of the Shar Empire. Yet, the members of the Shar royal family had long since vanished, and whether their bloodline continued to exist was uncertain. To outsiders, the actions of the two kingdoms merely served to provide a semblance of legitimacy to their usurped power, offering the world a comforting illusion. Now, 500 years later, aside from those few long-lived beings or the usurpers themselves, who remembers the once prosperous and mighty Shar Empire? Even the other two empires, once part of the great triad of humanity, have gradually faded away over these 5 centuries. In the present world, there are no longer 3 great empires, but rather 9 kingdoms, with a complex political landscape and constant warfare between several of them, leaving the populace in despair. Among these, the kingdom of Dorok stands out as the most peaceful, owing to the high esteem held by its successive kings among the local populace. It is said that they are the rightful heirs of Charles, and perhaps some might even believe it. However, every situation has its end, and the seemingly tranquil kingdom of Dorok is, in truth, facing immense threats. What? Why is such an important matter only being reported now? King Richard Mayer exclaimed angrily in his private chamber. For years, hundreds of abduction cases nationwide, all committed by the same individual, and I have received no information whatsoever? Is your intelligence department merely idling away? Your Majesty, the Minister of Intelligence, trembling and kneeling, replied, according to the mayor of Tafuport, he reported this 3 years ago. Each time a case occurred, he dispatched reports as well, but for reasons unknown, none have reached my department. Others in charge have said the same. Upon hearing this, the king realized that the intelligence department was not at fault. If what the minister claimed was true, it was evident that someone had obstructed the flow of information to the royal capital, and the blockage was evidently severe. Enough. Rise, he commanded. Thank you, Your Majesty. I grant you another opportunity. Investigate who has sealed off the information, and ensure that no word of this leaks. Yes, I shall not fail in my mission. Dismissed. As the Minister of Intelligence exited the chamber, King Richard rubbed his aching temples. Your Majesty, are you well? Do you need to rest? The Queen emerged from the inner chamber and seated herself beside Richard, gently caressing his back as she spoke. No, there's no need. A brief moment of rest will suffice. Rosa, I find myself rather nostalgic for the days when we were adventurers, carefree and unburdened. However, my station dictates that I must devote myself entirely to my duties, even to the point of perishing on the throne. Your Majesty, one must learn to embrace the responsibilities that come with one's position. Even the once formidable woman must now dutifully tend to her husband and raise her children. They exchanged a knowing smile, with unspoken understanding lingering between them. Speaking of which, have there been any updates from Lorien? Rest assured, what could possibly transpire within the Academy? Is there a safer haven in this world? Indeed, I have been worrying unnecessarily. So, rest well, my king. We shall address tomorrow's matters when the morrow arrives. Thus, the king, under the queen's soothing presence, drifted into slumber. Ah yes. Let yourself be enveloped in this gentle embrace, Your Majesty. Everything you hear today will be forgotten by the dawn. Ha ha ha. Is it truly the case that communications have been obstructed? The reality is far different. It is the king himself who remains ensnared. To outsiders, His Majesty appears unchanged, conducting affairs of state and engaging in conversation as he always has. Even the queen, closest to him, remains utterly oblivious. Yet, certain information has reached the king's ears without ever penetrating his heart, a selective amnesia. This explains why, for 4 years, despite the numerous transgressions of debit, the throne has remained inactive. There exists no intelligence department. It was long ago disbanded by the king's decree. As for the queen, she has been estranged from the king for several years now. The true power behind the kingdom has been manipulated like a marionette by an unseen hand for 4 long years, and the one being manipulated remains entirely unaware. Not solely the debit affair, but numerous events have quietly unfolded under this individual's influence throughout the past 4 years, all awaiting the arrival of a fateful day. In the Academy City, at the Xie restaurant, Wu Yue, tidy this place up, Matilda called out. Coming. Wu Yue had been working at Xie for several weeks, her diligence and capability earning her the admiration of many, even prompting the discerning Matilda to consider making her a permanent fixture. What delighted Matilda even more was the noticeable increase in patronage since Wu Yue's arrival, presumably drawn in by her presence. Perhaps we should hire more beast folk and transform this establishment into a cat CAF, Matilda mused. Our restaurant is thriving now, thought Miss Matilda, the founder and manager of the century-old Xie. Unfortunately, this was merely her wishful thinking, as the individual who once made a vow is currently napping in her tower. Unbeknownst to her, the semester was drawing to a close. It seems this term is about to end, Wu Yue remarked. After all, she had joined midterm, just in time for the new student's singular opportunity to participate in the competition, which was now swiftly nearing its conclusion, heralding the imminent arrival of vacation and departure from the academy. Where shall we go for the break? Bai Ye inquired. Though I yearn to return to Sarsar, I find myself inclined to linger a while longer at the academy. This sentiment flourished in Nyugetsu's heart, particularly after receiving a response to the letter she had dispatched some time ago. Chapter 81. The reply, the celebration. Upon concluding her work, Nyugetsu made a brief stop at the post office to collect the letters from Sarsar on her way back to her dormitory. The moment she arrived, without even changing her attire, she eagerly tore open the envelope. The letter was penned by Tiffany, who immediately conveyed the collective longing of their friends for Nyugetsu. She then succinctly summarized the recent happenings among the Starfire group. In the past few months, there had been little of note, save for the awakening of Swanna's daughter, Chris, who, like her father, has become a warrior. Uncle Swanna was overjoyed, rising early each day to teach his daughter the art of swordsmanship, even abstaining from alcohol. With the absence of his drinking companion, Tarek had found himself rather bored, resorting to the Adventurers Guild to occupy his time with endless quests. Marnus, on the other hand, remained unchanged, gazing at the sky, perhaps lost in memories. After all, a millennium is ample time for reflection. He occasionally inquired about Nyugetsu during gatherings, despite her not having sent a letter beforehand. As for Tiffany, she mentioned that she was on the verge of being promoted from an ordinary nun to a deacon within the church's convent, a notable position in the remote city of Sarsar, signifying a pathway for Tiffany, who possesses mid-level power, to ascend to greater heights. Indeed, the church strictly regulates the learning of holy light magic. The higher the position, the more potent the spells one may acquire. Entering the church and embracing the faith of the holy light is nearly the sole means of advancement for professions such as priests, clerics, and paladins, with the exception of melee-focused clerics. Seeing that everyone was faring well brought Nyugetsu a sense of relief. Furthermore, Tiffany wrote in her letter, "Do not fret, Nyugetsu. Live well in Myrna. Although you mentioned in your letter that you are searching for employment, I hope you find it. Even if you do not hesitate to reach out for assistance. Old Ma mentioned that the Academy's vacation is approaching. I know you must be eager to return and see us. But since you have ventured out, it is wise to explore your surroundings a bit more. It has only been a few months since we last met, and we are all holding up well. It seems some are beginning to feel the strain." After reading the letter, Nyugetsu felt tears welling up in her eyes. Yet a sweet smile adorned her face. The care of family always warms the heart of a wanderer. "It's all right. I can always return next time." Bai Ye offered words of comfort. "Indeed, next time for sure. Nyugetsu, dinner is ready," Bila urged. "Oh, coming." Nyugetsu quickly tucked the letter back into its envelope, secured it in her drawer, changed out of her work attire, and made her way downstairs for dinner. It was a rare occasion for all four of them to be present, and Kulu was notably alert. "I say, with the holidays approaching in just a few days, what are your plans?" Bila was the first to speak. Kulu replied, "I intend to remain at the academy to study with the teachers." "You had better study rather than sleep. What about you, Sophia? Will you return to the Northern Territories?" "I shall not. Nyugetsu, I too will stay at the academy." Upon hearing that none of the three would be returning home, Biora could hardly contain her joy. "I thought I would be the only one left at the academy. Being alone in the dormitory would be so lonely. It's wonderful that you all are staying. Wait a moment, though. In name, we are on vacation. But isn't our life here essentially unchanged?" Indeed, Sophia and Wiyue would still engage in morning exercises and practice after meals, while Lulu would frequently be found in the library. Biora would continue to prepare delicious meals, awaiting their return. Thus life remained as usual. "This is not the life I desire," Biora exclaimed, abruptly slamming her hands on the table and rising. However, she was quickly pressed back down by Sophia beside her. "No need for such surprises during meals. I was just pondering if we could find something different to do. Perhaps we could embark on a journey? After spending an entire semester at the academy, I yearn to explore outside and see if there are any opportunities awaiting us." "That's your true intention, isn't it?" Biora completely disregarded the incredulous expressions of the three and continued, "I heard that Amor City is hosting a grand celebration, presumably for its founding day. It's said to be quite a grand affair, attracting nobles and wealthy merchants from all over the country. We could make a substantial profit." What Biora sought was merely to profit from the wealthy fools, but for Bai Ye, the implications were far more significant. Typically, where affluent merchants and politicians congregate, clandestine activities are sure to follow. This was knowledge born from his past life. Such a large-scale celebration, with so many walking ATMs, would undoubtedly serve as fertile ground for chaos. Given this, it would be an excellent opportunity to observe the underground organizations of this otherworldly realm and discern their true nature. Moreover, aside from those unsavory matters, such a grand celebration would surely provide Bai Ye with more insights into this world. Wu Yue, we must attend this celebration, Bai Ye said decisively. 2 votes. The celebration? Sophia murmured. In truth, as the daughter of a duke, she had attended numerous such events and had grown somewhat weary of them. Yet this time, she would accompany them not as a duke's daughter, but as a friend. Surely, it would be a different experience. 3 votes. Lulu had always shown little interest in such matters, but after Biora's persistent persuasion, she eventually agreed to spare a few days to join them. Unanimous approval. Thus, the decision to attend the celebration was made cheerfully. Later, Bai Ye explained to Wu Yue why it was essential to participate. Wu Yue, you can simply enjoy the celebration. I will take care of observing the details. Understood, master. Should we invite Sister Yin, and perhaps that senior named Elsa? Anyone can be invited. Although Bai Ye did not particularly get along with the idol enthusiast Kuroki, bringing her along could prove beneficial should the need arise. Additionally, Lista, being the daughter of a wealthy merchant from Mor City, would undoubtedly be involved in the celebration. This was also a crucial point. As he contemplated these matters, Bai Ye's consciousness once again faded into darkness. Must you always pull people in so abruptly? Bai Ye grumbled, gazing at the goddess seated upon her throne. Since your method of summoning me this time is identical to the last, it can only mean, indeed, Bai Ye, your next target has manifested. Chapter 82. The ordinary man toyed with by fate. Pray tell, what sort of target is it this time? Bai Ye inquired as he settled onto the ground. Unlike the case of Debetwen, this individual is a reincarnator. Another reincarnator, Bai Ye mused. I presume you are familiar with them? Indeed, they leave quite a profound impression. Came the response. The distinction of reincarnators lies in their deep-seated obsessions from their previous lives, often marked by untimely deaths. These departed souls, unless summoned by a world consciousness like mine, randomly reincarnate into a realm that resonates harmoniously with them. Take Kuroki Makoto, for instance. Is this the one you summoned as well? Bai Ye jested. Another mess to clean up. Yes, he is indeed my summon. Surprisingly, Calandria refrained from retorting this time, displaying a hint of guilt. His name is Yang Tao, and he hails from the same world as you and Kuroki Makoto. Oh, it seems our blue star is quite the talent pool, Bai Ye remarked with a touch of sarcasm. I simply cannot fathom why these deities from other worlds are so fond of plucking individuals from Blue Star. Allow me to recount Yang Tao's life, Calandria continued. He was an ordinary office worker with a blissful family. Yet one fateful day, he became unwittingly ensnared in a series of gruesome murders, leading to the tragic demise of his wife and daughter. Calandria paused momentarily before elaborating. This man, Yang Tao, lived a life of simplicity, never receiving accolades during his school years, nor causing any trouble. After graduation, he followed the natural course of life, working, participating in arranged marriages, and raising children. Had fate not intervened, he would have drifted along with the multitude of ordinary souls, watching his daughter grow, following the path he once tread, finding a partner worthy of lifelong devotion, and eventually departing peacefully, surrounded by family, before being reborn to embark on a new life. But alas, fate can be cruel, and an unexpected calamity befell this unremarkable man. That night, as Yang Tao returned home from work, he was greeted by a chilling scent of blood upon reaching his doorstep. Sensing something amiss, he hastily entered his abode, only to be met with a gruesome scene. Bloodstains littered the floor, and the dismembered bodies of his wife and daughter lay strewn about. The shock overwhelmed Yang Tao, causing him to collapse to his knees. For the first time since adulthood, he wept like a child, his sobs echoing through the silence. After a prolonged moment of grief, he rose, finally recalling that he ought to contact the authorities. Yet as he approached the telephone, his gaze fell upon a sheet of paper, entirely inscribed with blood. The paper left by the murderer conveys the notion that he selected his target at random. Upon witnessing a family portrait of 3, he derived a perverse pleasure from the act, his words dripping with provocation and madness as he meticulously documented the murder on this sheet. In the end, he wished the male head of the family good health and happiness. Upon reading this, Yang Tao's sorrow and helplessness transformed into boundless fury. In a fit of rage, he tore the paper to shreds and stuffed it into his mouth, intending to engrave this deep-seated hatred within himself. Ultimately, the perpetrator was apprehended. Yet due to his status as a minor and his severe mental illness, he received a lenient sentence of death with reprieve. Furthermore, thanks to familial connections and clever maneuvering, his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. This was not the end. While incarcerated, he was falsely credited with several significant inventions, which led to his early release. In less than 20 years, this transpired, while Yang Tao and the families of other victims were left helplessly watching this demon-esque sentence be reduced, his eventual release, and his continued carefree existence. At this point, Yang Tao had already turned gray, appearing as if he were in his 70s, despite being only 50. He could not comprehend why the world treated him with such injustice, allowing a monster to live so comfortably. Watching the audacious creature on television, his teeth nearly ground to dust. Since the law could not aid him, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Did he succeed? Bai Ye wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Tao's course of action, as his own experiences mirrored Yang Tao's. Regrettably, he failed, Calandria remarked. On the very night he planned to act, Yang Tao suffered a heart attack, dying in solitude within his empty home, clutching the family portrait at the time of his demise. Fate seemed to mock him, hastily concluding his life. His obsession in life was so intense that it rendered his soul unable to find peace in death, eternally wandering that realm. Calandria spoke with a hint of regret. So, you summoned him to this world? I was in need of a potent soul to assist me, you understand. I recognized him immediately and reviewed his past. I believed that a vengeful spirit like his could help me cleanse the filth. Everything proceeded smoothly. I summoned his soul here, and as I previously mentioned, he consented. I chose to allow him to be reborn in this world, selecting a similarly happy and prosperous noble family for his reincarnation, hoping that long-lost family could soothe his troubled heart. Initially, he had both parents, land, a home, and an adorable younger sister. Yet, I was mistaken. I should not have placed him there. Calandria lowered her head, speaking with remorse. Just as he was nearing adulthood, preparing to enter Moer City and become a court mage, the wretched hand of fate inflicted further malice upon him, the specifics of which even Calandria did not know. The massacre of the Baroness family at the Dorok border 20 years ago remains preserved in the Kingdom's archives. The tragic scene is beyond verbal description. No soul remains. Yet, hold on, no one remains. How can he still be alive? Bai Ye pondered. This delves into realms unknown to me. Much like Debite, I can only catch a glimpse of his existence during significant upheavals. Since that fateful day, Calandria has only confirmed that Yang Tao still lives, leaving everything else shrouded in mystery. Very well, then, reveal to me his whereabouts and his current name. Bai Ye understood that Calandria had already divulged most of the intelligence she possessed. His current name is Edmund Sapa, and he resides within the city of Moer. What? In the city of Moer? This presents an unexpected intersection with the leisure plans of Wu Yu and his companions. It seems that the festivities within the royal capital are poised to become quite lively. Chapter 83. The Princess. There is one more matter you must heed, Bai Ye. After recounting Yang Tao's tale, Calandria continued. The reason Debite has eluded capture for 4 long years is partly due to Edmund's influence. So, you imply that Edmund possesses the ability to sever intelligence? This was the only hint Calandria could provide to Bai Ye. Indeed, and for reasons unknown, as a reincarnator he, along with the likes of Kuroki Makoto, has awakened memories of their past lives, an extraordinarily curious occurrence. I had presumed that every transmigrator would retain memories of their previous existence. No, the presence of memories in transmigrators entirely depends on me. I had distinctly designated Yang Tao, Kuroki Makoto, and others as devoid of past life memories. Yet, the reality is that, at some pivotal moment, they all suddenly regained their memories. Kuroki Makoto once mentioned that he awakened his memories and acquired his abilities at the age of 14. Did Yang Tao experience something similar? If it were a singular occurrence, it might be excusable, but the recurrence of such phenomena raises the dire possibility that someone has covertly altered my settings, prompting their awakening, Calandria stated with gravity. Can someone truly modify your settings? Are you not a deity? Bai Ye inquired. Calandria, do you harbor misconceptions about deities? Ultimately, I was merely a being born into this world, who absorbed sufficient sustenance to become its mightiest entity. One could indeed refer to me as a god. Unlike their interpretations of divinity, when I ascended to godhood, I consumed a significant portion of this world's essence, its very foundation, leaving behind a mere fraction insufficient to create another deity. Yet, even in my divine status, representing the will of the world, I am still unable to intervene directly in its affairs. This is why I summon souls from other realms to serve as my earthly proxies. I see. So you are merely a laborer in this grand scheme? Though Bai Ye's words held a kernel of truth, his characterization irked Calandria, regardless of how you phrase it. My point is simply this. I am not the omniscient and omnipotent deity you envision. It is not impossible for someone to approach my level of power in certain aspects, even to outmaneuver me. I entrust you with the matter concerning Yang Tao. Should he not be stopped, countless lives will be tragically lost. His 2 lifetimes have been fraught with endless misery, and I bear a measure of responsibility for the second, which fills me with remorse. I implore you to grant him liberation. Calandria earnestly beseeched Bai Ye. If you truly feel a sense of guilt towards him, you ought to convey your sentiments personally, and I shall escort him to meet you. Farewell. Master, why do you vanish again? Is it yet another task? Indeed, and unfortunately, this mission's target resides within Mare City, likely during the festival period. How many days remain until the festival? It seems to be 10 days. 10 days. Time is of the essence. We must once again provide intensive training for Wu Yu regarding this target. Additionally, reconnaissance throughout Mare City is essential to ensure the operation proceeds smoothly. Given that Edmund possesses formidable intelligence monopolization capabilities, it is highly likely he manipulates the capital S information network. Regrettably, Bai Ye's assumption was incorrect, logically. One would think that severing information requires a robust intelligence network, yet the true manipulation lies not with the network, but with the very recipient of the information. However, caution is never unwarranted. After all, this endeavor in the capital may involve more than just Edmund. After dinner, Sophia intended to accompany Wu Yu back to the training grounds for their customary sparring session when the doorbell rang. Who is it? Bela rose to answer the door. Upon opening the door, she found a young lady with golden spiral curls, an exquisite figure, and an air of nobility standing at the threshold. Are you not the... At that moment, Wu Yu and Sophia approached the door. Wu Yu instantly recognized the young lady before him. Is that you, Lorien? Your Highness. Both Wu Yu and Sophia exclaimed almost simultaneously. However, unlike Wu Yu, Sophia placed her right hand over her heart and bowed slightly in a gesture of noble etiquette. How unexpected. Bela and Wu Yu were taken aback by Sophia's actions, unsure of how to proceed. They were about to mimic Sophia's greeting when Lorien interrupted them. There's no need for such formality. She then addressed Sophia. It has been a while, Lady Sophia. The two had known each other since childhood. Though their relationship had not been particularly close, compounded by their differing social standings, which necessitated a respectful demeanor befitting their ranks. What brings your Highness here? Sophia inquired formally. A courtesy ingrained in noble upbringing. Sophia, there is no need for such formality today. I have come to seek you out in a personal capacity. Despite Lorien's emphasis on this being a personal visit, her noble aura was undeniable, rendering Bela and Wu Yu somewhat uneasy. Since you are here for me, I shall refrain from further formality. Sophia indicated to Bela and Wu Yu to excuse themselves, allowing the two to converse privately. Do not worry. While this matter pertains to you, Sophia, Wu Yu, and that esteemed lady of the Dragonkin, your assistance is also required. The more, the merrier. Bai Ye distinctly perceived that this princess was rather different from the Lorien he had encountered previously in the infirmary. She appeared considerably more loquacious. The four of them settled onto the sofa, and Lorien began. In 10 days, the kingdom will host a grand celebration, of which I assume you are all aware. The three nodded in agreement. Nearly all the nobility of the kingdom would attend, including the esteemed Duke of Campbell, who had long been stationed at the northern border. At this juncture, Lorien cast a glance at Sophia. The Duke of Campbell, also known as the Lord of the North, was Sophia's father. What I am about to disclose pertains to some obscure matters surrounding this celebration, Lorien's expression turning grave. There are those who intend to seize this opportunity to orchestrate a coup and usurp my father's throne. Bai Ye immediately became alert. Could it be that this princess possessed information regarding Edmund? Upon hearing Lorien's words, Sophia grasped the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder the princess asserted that this matter bore a connection to her. In the kingdom of Dorok, the only family that could be deemed utterly loyal to the king was the Campbell family of the north. Thus, when the nation faces peril, it is only natural that the princess would first think to seek Sophia's assistance.